Chapter 111. Slaying an immortal dressed in protective gear, as certain areas may harbor anomalous energy radiation. Qin Cheng guided Wang Xuan to the experimental zone of mutated medicinal herb fields under his supervision. The region was enveloped in tranquility, with several motionless robots and an array of sophisticated monitoring equipment scattered throughout. Although it drew upon some ancient planting methods, it radiated a distinctly modern ambience. Qin Cheng elucidated that the protective shields above some of the herb fields did not entirely block cosmic rays. Rather, they permitted a small amount to penetrate, in hopes of inducing mutations in the herbs. Monitoring instruments indicated that certain particle data in this area was alarmingly elevated, rendering prolonged stays inadvisable. Soon, Wang Xuan was astounded by the sight before him. An experimental field teeming with medicinal herbs, densely planted like crops on a vast scale. Legend had it that in the ancient sects, each herb field contained dozens, if not hundreds, of spiritually endowed plants. Here on the moon, though the fields were indeed expansive, each plot boasted no fewer than 10,000 plants, and Wang Xuan felt as if he had stepped into a colossal greenhouse. The herb field displayed a vigorous growth of various plants, the ethereal blue-leaved tungsha grass, the ruby-red huashan, and the resplendent golden liang vine. You should sample these herbs and see if they are beneficial for you, Qin Cheng suggested. He explained that the primary objective of the experimental research on the moon was to facilitate the mutation of herbs for large-scale cultivation and to shorten their maturation time. Some potent herbs that traditionally required decades, or even centuries, to reach their optimal efficacy were now being targeted for maturation within mere years, or even an annual harvest. Through meticulous research and repeated adjustments, the laboratory identified the specific nutrient-rich soils required by each herb and deciphered their preferred environments, making large-scale production and expedited maturation a compelling inevitability. Currently, the experimental results were promising, with most nearing success. Once certain herb traits stabilized, seeds would be harvested for broader cultivation elsewhere. Wang Xuan pondered the implications. If this trend continued, the long-term ambitions of certain conglomerates and large organizations might indeed come to fruition, edging closer to immortality. However, Qin Cheng shook his head, lamenting, alas. These are not extraordinary herbs. Cultivating such entities is exceedingly challenging, let alone achieving large-scale production and early maturation. Wang Xuan was taken aback to learn that some conglomerates had obtained extraordinary herb seeds. Qin Cheng sighed. It is said that some organizations here in New Star are quite formidable. In their pursuit of immortality, they have conducted various experiments. Herbs are but one facet. I have heard they have made groundbreaking advancements in the field of genetics recently. Despite the turmoil caused by new techniques, they may soon be overshadowed by several life research institutes. What is the situation? Wang Xuan inquired, astonished. They discovered a segment of a living finger with flesh and blood in the underground chambers of an ancient temple, believed to belong to a certain bodhisattva, Qin Cheng continued. Some of the information he shared was already known to Wang Xuan, who recalled that those life research institutes had previously created a six-armed bodhisattva superbody, which once appeared in the Zhongling Mountains and possessed master-level prowess, only to be obliterated by old Chun. Now, however, there were reports of a new advancement, the emergence of a moonlight bodhisattva superbody, enveloped in a radiant white light, as if standing within a full moon. Its power even more formidable. Moreover, this signifies a trend. Through the study of severed fingers, continuous advancements may lead to the eventual emergence of the ultimate bodhisattva body. According to speculation, this is indeed feasible. The so-called ultimate bodhisattva body represents the true essence of the bodhisattva. Wang Xuan gasped in astonishment. Some laboratories on the New Star side are indeed quite formidable. Will they eventually be capable of producing the true essence of the bodhisattva in batches? If this development continues, the major life research institutes may very well obliterate the burgeoning new techniques. However, he pondered the issue of the soul and muttered to himself, while the physical body can be analyzed, research at the spiritual level poses a significant challenge. Before departing, Qin Cheng effortlessly received a large package from a researcher filled with herbs, approximately 2 to 3 dozen specimens. Wang Xuan observed with a peculiar gaze. Was his friend engaging in some form of extortion? Qin Cheng shook his head, stating, "Do not regard me in such a light. I am not soliciting bribes. This area comprises 12 distinct medicinal fields, each containing tens of thousands of herbs. Daily assessments of efficacy and analysis of mutation levels are conducted, allowing for some loss. These herbs were originally destined for disposal, but in most cases, they are shared among everyone. Qin Cheng, adept at socializing and familiar with the locals, had made arrangements in advance and collected a substantial quantity over 2 days, which were all gifted to him this time. Upon returning to their residence, both men found themselves at a loss for words. The 30 or so herbs, some fragrant and others possessing an unpleasant odor, were somewhat unappetizing. Qin Cheng bore a psychological shadow. On previous occasions, consuming such potent herbs had led to sleepless nights or even days of nosebleeds. Wang Xuan was concerned. These were mutated herbs, ripening prematurely. Could they have adverse effects? Ultimately, he attempted to consume a few petals of the fragrant blossoms. Indeed, a warm flow surged within him, and his metabolism quickened. However, for him, a master, the effects were not particularly pronounced. Primarily, having experienced the inner landscape and encountered heavenly herbs, he was somewhat dissatisfied with herbs that required prolonged consumption for efficacy. For the sake of the future, it would be prudent to sample each one, he mused. Recalling old Chun's reminder that ancient texts recorded this as a foundation for the extraordinary realm of herbal gathering. Increased exposure to various herbs would be beneficial for his future endeavors in that domain. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, Wang Xuan felt a subtle fluctuation deep within his body after consuming 12 types of herbs in one breath. Had he not already established a spiritual domain, he would not have been able to perceive it. Yet, it was merely a fleeting anomaly, swiftly returning to normalcy. He felt reassured. The ancient scriptures of significant sects warranted attention, and the experiences of predecessors should be diligently studied and analyzed. Let us go witness the excitement. Qin Cheng received a call, learning that yet another group was venturing into the moon pit. This location is indeed shrouded in mystery, persistently unresolved over the years, with adventurers occasionally risking their lives to explore it. The moon pit no longer resides within the confines of the base, having been removed from the protective layers due to repeated incidents that have caused apprehension on all fronts. Its location is not far from the White Horse Temple and the ancient Taoist temple, forming an equilateral triangle with the 3 sites connected. Wang Xuan and Qin Cheng arrived, observing a group of over 20 individuals clad in the latest space suits as they ventured directly into the lunar pit through a protective barrier. From a distance, the area appeared uneven, riddled with craters left by ancient meteorite impacts, with a central zone covered by alloy plates. This was the lunar pit, perpetually sealed, and this group displayed remarkable audacity in choosing to explore such a perilous locale. Qin Cheng expressed his bewilderment at their mindset, questioning the thrill-seeking mentality that drives individuals to seek danger in any setting. Nearby, someone remarked, "The early adventurers have evolved. They now revel in the dance between life and death." "My friend, you must be from the old Earth, right?" Qin Cheng was taken aback. The term adventurer felt antiquated, a relic from the old Earth vernacular. "Indeed. Brother, you likely leveraged connections to transition to New Moon, preparing to venture to Nova, correct?" The alloy plates were lifted, and the long-sealed lunar pit was fully unveiled, revealing a dark abyss into which the group swiftly disappeared. On the protective side, dozens gathered to observe. While the average person remained oblivious to the terrors of the lunar pit, specialized organizations like the Dingwu knew all too well, drawing similar internal personnel to witness the spectacle. An elderly monk from the White Horse Temple arrived, his expression grave, wielding a demon-slaying staff. Beside him stood an old Taoist, clutching a charred peachwood sword, silently fixated on the lunar pit as if preparing for battle. Wang Xuan was astonished. Both the monk's staff and the Taoist sword emanated a mysterious energy, and his spiritual perception detected strange fluctuations. He was convinced that both Buddhist and Taoist ancestral homes had preserved extraordinary artifacts. As the group delved into the depths, their emotions became increasingly unstable. From a distance, someone screamed, pointing out the surveillance devices tracking the underground adventurers. Even formal exploration teams were required to file reports and carry tracking devices to keep the base informed in real time. Suddenly, a watcher at the monitoring screen gasped. His face drained of color as he recoiled in horror. An incident had occurred during the expedition. The footage was engulfed in blood, and all monitoring devices promptly malfunctioned. Just as in the past, the lunar pit fell into an eerie silence until, minutes later, a dozen individuals emerged, bloodied and evidently shaken. some having perished within. Their clothes were splattered with blood as they fled desperately toward the protective barrier. Yet, behind them, an unsettling stillness prevailed. Nothing followed them, but these individuals appeared utterly terrified, scrambling back in panic. Everything unfolded smoothly as they reached the front of the protective layer, first breaching the isolation zone, then entering the buffer zone, and finally rushing into the transition layer before being admitted into the true protective layer. They hastily shed their specialized gear, each one ashen-faced, collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat, their hair resembling that which had been soaked. What had transpired? Many of those waiting here are questioning. For this is their primary purpose, to comprehend the true circumstances within the lunar pit and subsequently report back to their respective organizations. Suddenly, in an instant, among the 16 who had escaped, 11 simultaneously exploded, blood splattering several meters away, with fragments of bone strewn across the ground. The scene was horrifying. They had managed to return, yet met a gruesome end, their deaths exceedingly terrifying. "Step back," shouted the elder priest, wielding a charred wooden sword, standing at the forefront, continuously swinging his long blade, though it was unclear what he was striking. The old monk from Bema Temple mirrored this, brandishing a demon-subduing staff, wildly smashing it in all directions. An alarming incident had indeed occurred. It was the first time I had witnessed such a blood-soaked spectacle. Qin Cheng found it unbearable, feeling deep sympathy for these unfortunate adventurers. Wang Xuan pulled him back, his expression grave. What others could not perceive did not imply he was oblivious. With the formation of the spiritual realm, he could see the truth and essence of this world more vividly. He observed that from the 11 shattered bodies, white light ascended and then coalesced into a vague figure, radiating a soft glow. This was a sight truly captured by the spiritual realm. He immediately comprehended that something mysterious had emerged from the lunar pit, and both the elder priest and the monk seemed to sense this. Hence their frantic swordplay and staff movements, though they had not genuinely perceived it. "There truly are immortals," the 12th individual screamed, and with a thunderous explosion, he too burst apart, releasing a faint white light that merged into the figure above. Subsequently, the enigmatic being in midair glanced down, locking eyes with Wang Xuan, and lunged directly toward him. Could this be the so-called celestial beings? Wang Xuan felt a chill. He noticed that the figure's forehead bore a bloodied character, an ancient symbol for immortal. He instinctively shoved Qin Cheng aside, then drew forth a blade resembling an ancient fish intestine sword, striking with the swiftness of lightning. With a slicing sound, he severed the being's head, causing white light to erupt and a terrifying gale to swirl around them. Wang Xuan's heart raced. Had he truly slain an immortal? The wind howled fiercely in this area, carrying an eerie chill, even lifting the blood-stained bone fragments from the ground, splattering blood upon those nearby. A chorus of gasps erupted, as everyone was bewildered by the sudden gust, having failed to notice the figure radiating white light above. Wang Xuan observed that the being he had decapitated, enveloped in white light, was rapidly dissipating, gradually fading away in the chilling wind. Was it dead? Had he truly killed an immortal? Of course, he did not believe it to be one of the celestial beings. He had encountered them before. Even the haughty female, sword immortal showed mercy, leaving old Chun in a pitiful state whenever she wielded her sword. Those were the true immortals who existed while alive. Furthermore, that white tiger had transformed into a mere kitten when it carried old Chun away, making it impossible to gauge beings of such ethereal caliber. No one knew that Wang Xuan had slain a mysterious creature with a single stroke of his sword. Yet everyone felt a chill run down their spines as an inexplicable wind began to blow, staining them all with blood, save for the old Taoist and the elderly monk. To avoid suspicion, Wang Xuan, amidst the chaos, smeared a bit of blood on himself, merely to avert unnecessary troubles. His heart was far from tranquil. The short sword was indeed extraordinary, just as old Chun had mentioned, serving as a means of survival in the face of enigmatic occurrences. As the wind ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Such bizarre events were not without precedent, and there had been far more harrowing incidents, yet the bloodshed today rendered the witnesses distinctly uneasy. People could only lament the terror of the moon pit. Paradoxically, adventurers continued to venture forth every year and month, unfazed by the ominous tales. The old Taoist continued to brandish his sword, while the monk wielded his demon-suppressing staff with wild abandon. Both exhibited only a faint sense of intuition. What a stroke of misfortune, merely seeking a spectacle, yet they found themselves splattered with blood. Qin Cheng grumbled. Not only stained with blood, but also startled as a fragment of bone plummeted from his collar with a dull thud. His face turned pale, and he recoiled 6 meters away, retching violently. He had never encountered such a scene before, the vivid red and stark white of the remains causing him to feel dizzy. Just then, the 4 individuals who had lain motionless on the ground abruptly rose, defying the laws of physics. One of them strode purposefully deeper into the base, taking strides that far surpassed those of an ordinary person, leaping an astonishing 10 meters in a single bound. Wang Xuan's pupils constricted. Such strength was formidable. However, as that individual took a second step, just as they reached midair, a sudden explosion occurred, showering the surroundings with bright red blood. Qin Cheng, still retching, looked up in astonishment, reaching for his face, only to discover his hands stained crimson, with a piece of mangled flesh adhering to his fingers. Moreover, a bloodied, severed hand fell at his feet. He leapt back 2 meters, utterly overwhelmed, desperately shaking his hand to rid himself of the sticky flesh. His scalp nearly bursting with horror as he shouted, "Old Wang has departed. I shall never again seek out such spectacles. This is far more terrifying than watching a ghost film alone at midnight." Wang Xuan remained motionless, genuinely astonished. Why did that person disintegrate? He had observed clearly that it was the simultaneous radiance of the White Horse Temple and the ancestral grounds of Taoism that had ensnared that individual, as a vague shadow within them writhed violently before exploding. It seemed that relocating both the ancestral grounds of Taoism and the foremost Buddhist temple to this location over a century ago had indeed proven beneficial. Yet, it remained a mystery as to who had suggested such a venture back then. Was it mere superstition, or did a sage orchestrate it? They fled. How could they charge towards the moon pit? Confusion arose among those still alive as 2 of the 3 dashed through the protective barrier, sprinting into the meteorite crater zone. These 2 individuals wore no space suits, yet their movements were agile, each leap covering nearly 10 meters as they plunged into the ominous depths of the moon pit. How astonishingly reckless these 2 brothers were. Reckless? Clearly, they had succumbed to the allure of the unknown. It was daytime now, and the lunar surface without protective measures soared above 100 degrees. They were undoubtedly already in dire peril. Only one young man remained at the scene, the sole survivor. His face was flushed, his body trembled as he staggered a few steps, struggling to speak. There is an ethereal light in the moon pit, a group of immortals. Everyone fled, fearing he might explode, yet upon hearing his words, they hurriedly drew closer, anxious not to miss what he might say next. "You mustn't explode," Qin Cheng shouted, genuinely frightened by the chaos. "It turns out I am already dead," the young man uttered, and then suddenly disintegrated. This time, the crowd was caught off guard. Splattered with blood, many turned back in anger, glaring at Qin Cheng, believing that had he not hastily alerted them, the young man might not have realized his demise and would not have erupted so promptly. Wang Xuan's mental domain surged, a white mist expanding from his forehead as he fixated on the ground, having just seen something flash and vanish into the earth. He waited long. Yet that entity did not re-emerge, and no further anomalies were observed. With so many lives lost, this was undoubtedly a significant event. Soon, the area was sealed off, the ordinary public oblivious to the carnage and brutality. Wang Xuan and Qin Cheng recorded their statements in this area before hastily departing, both eager to cleanse themselves of the unsettling experience. Wang Xuan proactively smeared away the blood on himself, while Qin Cheng, upon returning home, nearly scrubbed his face and hands raw. That evening, while dining, Qin Cheng observed Wang Xuan engrossed in the menu, fixated on the vivid red sashimi, which made him retch. He quickly ordered a fruit platter and fled. As night fell, Wang Xuan's room was enveloped in darkness, and he sank into a deep slumber. Soon, he was awakened, his senses extraordinarily keen, sensing something amiss in the room. The instant he opened his eyes, he was confronted by a disheveled creature, blood trickling from its mouth, with eyes of a crimson hue. It was the dead of night, a time when one should be in the deepest realm of sleep, yet upon awakening, he was met with such a sight, startling even the audacious Wang Xuan. Evidently, this creature had just approached his bedside, and upon noticing him awake, it hesitated not, lunging directly at him. Despite Wang Xuan's swift reflexes, he felt a searing pain in his scalp, as if something sought to burrow within. His heart raced. Was this a demon from the realm of the living, attempting to invade his flesh, drilling in from the crown of his head? Boom! He activated the physical techniques inscribed in the 5 pages of the Golden Book, and in an instant, his organs resonated, a faint lightning flickering from his chest. Arcane energy surging throughout his body. Particularly at the scalp, a genuine thunderous roar erupted, followed by a muffled crash, and then he heard a scream. The creature, with its crimson eyes, displayed a glint of fear but also madness. After being repelled, it charged at him once more. Boom! Wang Xuan struck forward with an open palm, accompanied by a soft white light and the sound of thunder, forcing the creature back. Dark smoke billowed from its chest as it howled in agony, swiftly retreating. Wang Xuan leaped up, swiftly seizing a short sword beside his garments, and pursued, thrusting the blade. The creature let out a chilling wail, its form dissipating as it burrowed into the ground. As a result, Wang Xuan's feet emanated a radiant glow, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. While the ground was illuminated by brilliant white light, the creature emitted a heart-wrenching wail before vanishing through the wall. It was only then that Wang Xuan realized he was witnessing a manifestation of the spiritual realm, a phenomenon likely invisible to ordinary individuals. He pursued the entity into the courtyard and hurled his short sword. The creature lamented, its form dissipating into a wisp of mist. In the distance, a bell tolled, and the ancient Taoist temple nearby glowed, scattering the last remnants of smoke, leaving no trace behind. Though the clock indicated night, upon stepping outside, the world was as bright as day, a disheartening and loathsome aspect of the moon. Unlike the specters of folklore, this entity showed no fear of sunlight. What manner of being was this? Why did the dying few speak of a gathering of immortals within the lunar pit? According to their accounts, I have already slain 2 celestial beings. Wang Xuan mused, acknowledging that he had just dispatched a daytime escapee. There is nothing more detestable than disrupting peaceful slumber, and he yearned to plunge into the lunar pit to eradicate that den of immortals who conspired against him. This grievance was duly noted by Wang, the ancestral master. However, after some contemplation, he hesitated to venture into the pit, realizing that if it were a simple matter, the ancestral courts of both Buddhism and Taoism would not have been summoned to suppress it. I am being targeted by these immortals. 2 of them have come after me. Why? The heart of Wang, the ancestral master, was heavy as he returned home, short sword in hand, and soon fell asleep once more. Old Wang, trouble has arisen. The following morning, Qin Cheng hurried to find Wang Xuan, informing him that among the expedition team from the previous day were young heirs from a wealthy family. What is so remarkable about that? Those from affluent backgrounds who dare to venture into perilous places are just as likely to meet their demise. Wang Xuan replied dismissively. It's the Qin family, quite renowned in the New Star region, belonging to one of the super-rich clans. Their descendant has gone missing in the lunar pit. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The key point is, they have issued a bounty. Anyone who can retrieve Qin Yunfeng's body will be generously rewarded. Qin Cheng disclosed. Your kin? Wang Xuan chuckled. That has nothing to do with me. Qin Cheng sighed, lamenting that despite sharing the same surname, their fates were as disparate as that of Qin Xianglian and Qin Shihuang. Among the 2 young men who had been ensnared and returned to the lunar pit was one, Qin Yunfeng, whose fate was predictable. In such extreme temperatures, he had surely perished. What others strive for throughout their lives, he could attain with ease. Perhaps he had lost his sense of purpose, prompting him to seek extreme thrills and embark on perilous adventures, ultimately losing his life in the process. Qin Cheng expressed his sentiments, reflecting on how some individuals begin their lives at a fantastical endpoint forever out of reach for the ordinary. This incident has stirred considerable unrest. In recent years, although the power of wealthy families has grown, they have remained relatively discreet, operating from the shadows. Yet, the reckless act of a descendant like Qin Yunfeng, who gambled away his life, is unprecedented in recent times. Shall we go witness this? Wang Xuan inquired. Indeed, let us see who dares to enter the lunar pit. Qin Cheng could not resist the urge to join the fray. At the protective barrier, a crowd had gathered, whispering and debating. Recently, the latest model of robots had been deployed, only to become completely untraceable upon entering the lunar pit. It remains futile. Those mechanized beings, resilient against magnetism, pulses, and energy disruptions, have reached an apex in their development, yet they still fall prey to the enigmatic erosion within the lunar pit. Old Ling has arrived, Qin Cheng murmured, somewhat exclaiming in the process. Wang Xuan turned to witness Ling Teeming approaching, accompanied by several others, standing near the protective barrier to observe the lunar pit. He expressed his surprise, inquiring, "Why has old Ling come here?" Qin Cheng replied, "It is said that the Ling family maintains a close collaboration with the Qin family, fostering a strong relationship. Presumably, someone from the Qin family informed him of his vacation on the moon and invited him to oversee the situation." Wang Xuan nodded, intrigued. "I am now quite curious. What substantial reward does the Qin family offer?" Having gathered information, Qin Cheng disclosed, "It is exceedingly enticing. The Qin family has prepared an array of treasures, allowing one to choose any two. Golden mushrooms and earth marrow are considered rare gems. Additionally, there exists an ancient tome for mental cultivation, along with a manuscript left by the first of the new techniques, Olsha. Furthermore, there is a sword scripture unearthed from the old land of Shushan. Although no one has been able to master the ancient sword scripture, it is rumored to have connections to the art of flying swords. Regardless, all these are invaluable treasures. If one is disinclined to accept them, they may be converted directly into new star currency. It is somewhat alluring, yet the status of Wang Xuan is too elevated. They cannot summon me." Wang Xuan had scarcely completed his statement when he sensed an unsettling shift. Several ethereal figures emerged from the lunar pit, serene and resplendent, radiating brilliant light, and they appeared to be fixated upon him. Chapter 113. Myths are no longer in the present world. A heavy feeling settled in Wang Xuan's heart. He was indeed being scrutinized. Was it due to his slaying of two immortals, which the beings across had sensed, or was it his celestial physique at play? The sky was pitch black while the ground shone brightly, revealing the true visage of the moon during daytime, devoid of an atmosphere. Yet, the figures within the lunar pit shone even more brilliantly, their luminescence undiminished despite the change in weather. Eventually, one of the beings stirred, gradually making its way toward the protective barrier. Is it a demon? Wang Xuan concentrated intently, his gaze fixed upon it. "Qin Cheng, retreat at once to Bema Temple," he whispered, for everything was shrouded in uncertainty. He could not ascertain what sort of creature it was or its level of strength. "What have you discovered, old Wang?" Qin Cheng questioned, startled. "Do not inquire, just hurry." Wang Xuan silently gripped his short sword, observing the uneven lunar surface beyond the protective barrier, marred by numerous meteorite impacts. "Take care." Qin Cheng glanced at him, choosing not to say more, and turned to depart, their long-standing acquaintance fostering mutual understanding. Wang Xuan discerned that within that sacred orb of light stood a figure, rather than a demonic form. The figure was discernible only in outline, a man of considerable height, nearing 6 feet 3 inches. He emanated a white radiance, rendering his visage indistinct, yet he exuded a sense of sanctity and tranquility, with pure white petals cascading around him, creating an extraordinary ambience. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow. It was merely a man, surrounded by drifting white petals. Was there any significance to this, or was it merely a display? He continued to observe coldly. He had slain before, 2 just the day prior, so if he dared, let him approach. The mysterious man slowed his pace, gradually advancing toward the protective shield, while the others remained oblivious, utterly unaware of the luminous figure drawing near. Suddenly, as the man approached the protective barrier, 2 beams of light surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that was deafening, exploding upon impact. The man decisively retreated. Although he was not struck, his body felt somewhat ethereal in the moment of the thunder's eruption. Wang Xuan stood in stunned silence, swiftly turning to gaze at the White Horse Temple and the ancient Taoist monastery, swallowing hard at the overwhelming spectacle before him. The daytime thunder, streaking across the vast sky, striking down demons. It was terrifyingly surreal. However, as he observed the people around him, he discovered that they remained remarkably composed, even taking the time to discuss the peculiarities of the lunar crater. Wang Xuan inhaled sharply. Such monumental thunderclaps had gone unheard, as if separated by 2 distinct worlds. The ancestral grounds of Taoism and Buddhism were profoundly awe-inspiring, seemingly obscuring the mundane. Wang Xuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Though he had limited understanding of the depths of these 2 teachings, the sheer spectacle of divine thunder descending from the heavens was undeniably breathtaking. No. He quickly regained his senses, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He understood that the bodhisattvas of the White Horse Temple, along with any potential beings from the origins of Buddhism, were still trapped within the ancient pit, unable to emerge. The situation concerning the Taoist ancestral ground was likely not dissimilar. The two great foundations were incapable of influencing the present world. Their impact appeared to be solely on a spiritual level, he mused. If he were to withdraw from the spiritual domain, he too would become oblivious to the thunder traversing the lunar sky, merely another bystander in the crowd. Even the released ghostly monk seemed limited to influencing dreams, never able to alter the fabric of reality. Thus, even if he were to extract several bodhisattva-level beings from the pit, or even draw forth entities from the origins of Buddhism, they could only temporarily manifest within the spiritual realm and could not affect the material world. Was it possible that all those ancient myths and legends transpired solely within the realm of spirit? In an instant, Wang Xuan contemplated numerous questions, suddenly realizing that he might need to reevaluate the celestial beings and bodhisattvas. Although these entities possessed immense powers, they were rooted in the inner landscapes or the mysterious spiritual dimensions, rather than the tangible world. This suggested that their influence on the present realm was far less significant than before their ascension to immortality or enlightenment. Once they transcended, they nearly departed from the earthly plane. He reflected that this indicated the human realm remained distinctly human, and those who achieved spiritual immortality were not as consequential. Wang Xuan felt a newfound calmness. Even when thinking of the unparalleled red-clad female demon, his heart no longer surged with anxiety. He then turned his gaze toward the hazy figure outside the protective layer, radiating a white brilliance, and perceived him as less formidable, incapable of exerting a widespread influence on the bustling world of humanity. Wang Xuan surmised that the beings within the lunar crater could at most possess individuals, and it seemed they were paying a corresponding price for such actions, utterly incapable of the grand feats depicted in myths of burning mountains and boiling seas. Moreover, they were constrained by the ancestral grounds of Taoism and the ancient temples of Buddhism, particularly in the presence of someone like Wang Xuan, who was unafraid of their possession, wielding a mysterious short sword that could easily vanquish them. Wang Xuan pondered whether he should plunge into the moon pit and eliminate those few beings who were fixated on him. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, dismissing myths as mere trivialities. He temporarily shielded himself from the profound realities lurking behind the veil of existence. After a moment of introspection, his thoughts returned to the present, and he resolved to remain hidden. He had no desire to attract attention, as it contradicted his initial intentions. Some individuals ventured forth, drawing closer to the moon pit. A group of 6 adventurers, lured by an astonishing bounty, hastened to the entrance. Soon enough, they were seen lying rigidly beside the ominous opening, with some even plunging into the abyss, never to re-emerge. It was evident that they had succumbed to peril, most likely meeting their demise. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. This was no cinematic spectacle. Real lives were being extinguished. Wang Xuan observed, recognizing that this was indeed a consequence of spiritual possession. For the next 2 hours, no one dared to reveal themselves again. Despite the lucrative reward, life was invaluable. One could amass a mountain of gold, yet it would be meaningless if one were to lose their life in the process. During this time, several beings outside the protective barrier approached, lingering nearby, yet none dared to cross the threshold. Wang Xuan noted that the 2 ancestral altars emitted flashes of light, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning. On one occasion, a pendant worn by Teeming sparkled, and a bracelet on his wrist radiated dazzling brilliance, casting a celestial glow. With a soft sigh, Wang Xuan acknowledged the formidable nature of the wealthy. They possessed extraordinary ancient artifacts, likely unbeknownst to Teeming, who wore them merely as ornamental jade. Wang Xuan contacted Qin Cheng, summoning him back, knowing his penchant for excitement. Over a century prior, it was evident that a master had orchestrated the relocation of the 2 ancestral altars, effectively controlling the situation. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man from the Qin family arrived, Qin Hong, the father of Qin Yunfeng, his face etched with sorrow as he ascended to the moon. Whoever retrieves Yunfeng shall be generously rewarded. Qin Hong addressed the gathered crowd, aware that those present were experts and security personnel from various organizations. Ordinary individuals had no knowledge of the moon pit and would not be permitted entry without proper credentials. Qin Cheng whispered a warning. Old Wang, no matter how tempting the offer, do not be swayed. Some wealth is simply not worth pursuing. Wang Xuan nodded in agreement, having no intention of engaging. After all, what was at stake were merely a sword scripture and an ancient tome for mental cultivation, not the esteemed golden bamboo slips or the supreme teachings of Buddhism and Taoism. Such scriptures were not worth the risk, especially if it meant attracting the attention of the affluent. As for the golden mushroom, he was soon to embark on a journey to a hidden realm, rendering it of little interest. In truth, no one responded to Qin Hong's plea. It was absurd. Just yesterday, a multitude had perished, and moments ago, 6 professionals had fallen into the moon pit. Who would dare to venture forth? Typically, the allure of adventure lay in the moon pit's usual tranquility, devoid of malevolence. For over a century, the deepest issues surrounding the moon pit had remained unresolved, and now, no one would recklessly endanger their lives. Ling Teeming conversed with Qin Hong, offering solace before departing. He had stood there for nearly 3 hours and could not linger any longer. This group of warriors, are they truly so timid that none dare to venture forth? Such individuals claim the title of security experts and special consultants. Accompanied by others, Qin Hong departed the scene, emitting a low, furious growl from a distance, unleashing a tirade of reproach. While ordinary ears could not perceive his words due to the vast distance, Wang Xuan, having formed his spiritual domain, possessed a terrifyingly acute perception, clearly capturing the essence of his scorn. What utility do these grand organizations gain from nurturing such individuals? Those engaged in both ancient and modern arts are not but a collection of ineptitudes. Even a well-trained dog would surpass them in obedience. Go and apply pressure. Compel those warriors to enter the lunar pit next month. Are they oblivious to the purpose of their existence? Qin Hong rumbled softly, his companions drenched in sweat, too intimidated to utter a word. This was not merely due to his grief over the loss of Qin. In this moment of despair, he was articulating the very sentiments of his heart. From a distance, Wang Xuan, imbued with a chilling demeanor, felt little surprise. He did not find it unexpected. Individuals of Qin Hong's status, hailing from a powerful financial conglomerate, were certainly not few in number, and they indeed regarded practitioners in a disparaging light. Although some prominent organizations were mobilizing, none among the special consultants dared to step forward. After all, they had not signed away their lives, and under conditions of ample choice. Who would gamble with their own existence? Shortly thereafter, a spacecraft descended upon the moon, accompanied by an explosive revelation. The Qin family had summoned 4 bodhisattvas. Undoubtedly, a super-financial conglomerate was backing this initiative, with 4 gene-enhanced individuals dispatched, the most formidable moonlight bodhisattvas in existence. Wang Xuan's heart skipped a beat as he beheld the so-called moonlight bodhisattvas from afar. His expression turned grave, for these beings were indeed of the grandmaster level. The 4 bodhisattvas emerged from their protective barrier, advancing towards the lunar pit. Simultaneously, a warship soared through the void. Qin Hong's countenance darkened. He had braced himself for the worst. He had already established communication with various parties, and this time, he intended to deploy substances collected from a former land of fortune. Should the 4 bodhisattvas fail, he was prepared to inundate the lunar pit with that substance, obliterating it entirely. This decision was not his alone. For many years, the conglomerate and various organizations had sought solutions, culminating in this meticulously devised trump card. Gratitude to Book Friend 20210623115002975. Thank you for your support, Alliance Leader. Chapter 114. The lunar pit erupted. Some uncertainties lingered. Wang Xuan scrutinized the 4 bodhisattvas, discerning nuances that eluded others, for he was a genuine grandmaster-level powerhouse. Undoubtedly, the physical forms of the 4 bodhisattvas were formidable, yet their spiritual energy paled in comparison to that of a true grandmaster. Among contemporaries, this aspect was decidedly a weakness. Wang Xuan even felt confident that if he were to acquire a tome of spiritual secrets, he could potentially shatter the spiritual essence of a moonlight bodhisattva. All eyes were fixed upon them, comprising special consultants and security experts from various organizations. As the 4 bodhisattvas took a step forward, it was as if they were gliding just above the ground, traversing an impressive distance with astonishing grace. The strength of the moonlight bodhisattvas was one factor. Yet the primary reason lay in the moon's comparatively feeble gravitational pull. A faint white mist enveloped Wang Xuan's brow as he remained vigilant, eager to validate the conjectures swirling within his mind. Battle erupted in the vicinity of the lunar pit. As one reached the extraordinary realm of the moonlight bodhisattva, a premonition stirred within, prompting a metallic blade to cleave the sky. Simultaneously, others pressed their feet against the ground, causing the cold, hard rock to fracture. revealing numerous vast black fissures, a display of unparalleled power characteristic of grandmasters. Wang Xuan wore a grave expression. Those enigmatic beings were indeed employing their signature attack. Lunging forward to possess, a moonlight bodhisattva swung its alloy long sword through the air, yet it proved futile. The blade sliced through the radiant light, leaving the mysterious creature unscathed as it swooped down upon him. Though the protective layer lacked air and could not transmit sound, the anguish of the moonlight bodhisattva was palpable, echoing in the silence as he howled in torment. He discarded the longsword, clawing at his own head, seemingly desperate to rend his spacesuit and shatter the protective helmet in a frenzied state. Wang Xuan sighed. The bodhisattva's vulnerability was evident. His physical prowess was formidable, yet his mental fortitude faltered, rendering him incapable of resisting possession. With a resounding thud, the moonlight bodhisattva kicked a 4-meter-high meteorite into the air, shattering it mid-flight, instilling fear in all witnesses. Wang Xuan observed with clarity as the luminous entity burrowed into the bodhisattva's head, gradually disappearing, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Such brutality! He could see the bodhisattva's spirit dimming, extinguished bit by the invader. Nevertheless, he discerned a critical detail. The creature's desire to possess came at a cost, as it was seared by the bodhisattva's corporeal form, its radiant light waning. Yet, despite the toll, the creature pressed on, eager to claim the body, ultimately vanishing entirely within the moonlight bodhisattva's being. Wang Xuan's heart raced. Could it be that the latest bodhisattva superbody developed by the Life Research Institute perfectly fulfilled the creature's requirements? Crack! The first possessed moonlight bodhisattva made a final, desperate struggle, tearing apart his spacesuit, inciting a furious roar from the mysterious entity within, sending mental waves rippling outward. Many on the protective side sighed. They had not witnessed the bodhisattva in combat with a creature, but they saw him descend into madness. Realizing he was on the brink of death, even a grandmaster, formidable as he was, could not endure prolonged exposure to the lunar surface. Ultimately, he leaped into the abyss of the lunar pit, vanishing from sight. Nearby, 3 other moonlight bodhisattvas were locked in fierce combat, struggling and going mad. What were they battling against? A chill swept through all present. The unknown was the most terrifying of all, instilling dread in their hearts. One moonlight bodhisattva erupted, flesh and bone scattering near the meteorite. The mysterious entity that burst forth from his body grew faint, for the cost of possessing a grandmaster was exorbitant, and ultimately, it gained no corporeal form. Next, the 3rd bodhisattva also exploded. The 4th leaped into the lunar pit, never to emerge again. In that moment, silence enveloped the protective layer. It was a hushed stillness, for the moonlight bodhisattva superbody had been annihilated in such a brief span. Despite the horrific and heavy toll, Wang Xuan had gleaned certain truths. The beings within the lunar pit are incapable of moving mountains or filling seas, leaving them unable to exert a significant influence on the tumultuous human world. Even possession comes at a considerable cost. He gazed towards the distant White Horse Temple and the ancestral home of Taoism, recognizing that the realms of Buddhism and Taoism are similarly constrained. His conviction in a certain hypothesis grew stronger, that many ancient myths and legends may have transpired within the spiritual domain. The immortals returned to their celestial realm, while mortals returned to Wang Xuan. He murmured to himself. Contemplating this notion, the roles of the immortals and bodhisattvas might receive new interpretations. Qin Cheng's countenance was exceedingly grim as he personally arrived at the scene, witnessing the unfolding events through a protective barrier. Even the 4 moonlight bodhisattvas had entered without causing a ripple. This only heightened his agitation. He turned to leave, contemplating whether it was time to employ the end substance, which had been extracted from ancient sanctuaries. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon the body of his second son, hoping to retrieve it from the lunar pit. For the thought of being entombed alongside those enigmatic beings was chilling. Based on years of observation, it seemed that the creatures within the lunar pit were linked to spiritual entities. To extract yin foam, we must find someone with formidable spiritual power to venture inside. Someone beside Qin Cheng remarked, having meticulously researched over a century's worth of data regarding each horrific incident. Upon returning to his residence, Qin Cheng was in a foul mood, his expression frigid as he lamented, "Where can I possibly find such a person?" Those security experts stationed at the lunar branch of various organizations, particularly the elite specialists, were likely to possess a few individuals with heightened spiritual capabilities. Yet, This group of martial artists hesitated when the time came to prove their worth. They were even less reliable than the mountain guard dogs at his feet. In a fit of frustration, Qin Hong kicked one of the guard dogs aside. His confidant remained silent, aware that speaking now could lead to further missteps. After a considerable time, Qin Hong regained his composure and turned to his associates, commanding, "Apply more pressure." Soon, major organizations began to mobilize their internal security experts and elite specialists, explicitly informing them that the Qin family had increased the bounty. As a significant client of the Dingwu organization, they were indeed making earnest arrangements and reaching out to seasoned veterans, yet no one responded. After all, the lunar branch operated as a legitimate company, unlike the mercenaries maintained by various organizations on barren planets, nor were they expendable assassins subject to arbitrary deployment. Thus, those stationed on the moon found themselves devoid of viable solutions. Shortly thereafter, the relevant organizations received word that the Qin family wished to meet with the security experts and elite specialists. There were approximately 6 or 7 organizations capable of providing security services on the moon, summoning hundreds of security experts and elite specialists to a hall. Even Qin Cheng, whose capabilities were rather mediocre, made an appearance. Of course, after he successfully cultivated his qi and internal energy, he could barely be considered a basic security expert. When Qin Hong arrived, an overwhelming sadness enveloped him as he sighed. "I am aware that you are all elites in this field, with some friends being top-tier practitioners. It is rather presumptuous of me to summon you all here, and I sincerely apologize for the disruption. However, I ask you to empathize with a father who has just lost his child, and to understand his profound sorrow and anguish." Qin Hong's voice was low, imbued with pain. Yet he spoke with sincerity and humility. Wang Xuan was astonished. Had it not been for his ability to form a mental domain, he would have been unable to fathom Qin Hong, despite having heard his cold words from afar. At that time, when separated from the crowd, Qin Cheng had disdainfully referred to a group of martial artists as worthless, timid, and useless, suggesting they were no better than a dog. Now, however, after gathering everyone together, he wore a sorrowful expression and spoke candidly, laden with emotion, remarking that whether old or new techniques, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty, whose life is not precious. If it were not for dire necessity, he would truly wish to avoid placing others in peril. Wang Xuan mentally marked him as hypocritical and sinister. Should they cross paths again, he would need to exercise utmost caution, for this man was not easy to deal with. Old Qin is quite down to earth, Wang Xuan thought. Acknowledging Qin Cheng's sincerity, what could Wang Xuan say? He could only sigh and reflect. We are still young. We must learn, observe, and remain vigilant. Ultimately, Qin Hong had an array of treasures laid out on the table: golden mushrooms, earth marrow, sword scriptures, ancient tomes for spiritual training, and the notes of Alyosha. He informed everyone that there would also be bamboo slips from preaching alchemists, as well as moonlight silver and mountain conchs, though he had not brought them along. Furthermore, he prepared a reward amounting to 3 billion new star coins. The stark contrast between hearing about and witnessing such treasures and unparalleled secrets, along with the substantial bounty, quickened the pulse of some present. Indeed, someone could not refrain from asking, if one were to perish inside, would there be compensation? This was tantamount to risking one's life. Qin Hong responded promptly and decisively, assuring, yes, whose life is not valuable. Should any unfortunate event occur, your family will be well cared for. Despite the fact that 99% of those present would still choose not to take the risk, they regarded Qin Hong as remarkably sincere. Wang Xuan set aside his contemplation and focused all his attention on the ancient tomes displayed on the table. Having formed a mental domain, the so-called obstacles and angles posed little issue for him. In particular, Qin Hong, in an effort to provide a more vivid impression to the attendees, held each item aloft, showcasing them one by one, even turning the pages, which further facilitated Wang Xuan's understanding. The ancient tome for spiritual training contained a mere 2 pages, lamentably scant in word count, only a few hundred characters. Wang Xuan sighed, realizing the truth behind the ancient adage: the true transmission of 1,000 volumes of books lies in a single phrase. The sword scripture, on the other hand, spans 6 pages, each section accompanied by intricate illustrations. Seizing the opportunity during Qin Hong's heartfelt and sorrowful discourse, Wang Jiao, the founder of the sword, unceremoniously committed both texts to memory. The surrounding individuals murmured amongst themselves, expressing favorable opinions of Qin Hong, he was genuine and down to earth. Although they could not assist in the exploration, they held him in high regard. Wang Xuan joined in, nodding in agreement, proclaiming old Qin to be a man of integrity, and together they left the auditorium in high spirits. Ultimately, 6 individuals dared to venture into the moon pit, only to meet their demise. After that, no one dared to step beyond the protective barrier. It was evident that the moon pit was unlike anything before. Following its revival, there was no sign of tranquility, and the foreseeable future promised to be perilously treacherous. All 6 had perished. His confidants arrived to inform Qin Hong. Was the life of a martial artist truly so costly? Qin Hong stood up with a cold expression, gazing out the window, and remarked, "What era are we in? Such outdated practices will eventually be discarded." With a grim countenance, he continued, "Contact all parties to ascertain if they have any objections. If not, I shall proceed and abandon Yunfeng's remains." Over the years, the major organizations and financial conglomerates of New Star have been diligently studying the moon pit, and it is unfeasible to leave this potential hazard unresolved. They have confirmed the presence of substance X within the pit, its density significantly lower than the fabled lands discovered in the past. This substance X possesses extraordinary properties, severely disrupting spacecraft and intelligent machinery, proving to be quite lethal. Simultaneously, it also erodes the divine factor discovered in the realm of new techniques, which also possesses extraordinary attributes, causing considerable distress. Years of meticulous exploration and research by the major organizations have led to the discovery of a rare substance N, which also exhibits extraordinary properties but can counteract substance X. Since there are no objections from the various parties, let us take action, Qin Hong commanded through gritted teeth. A warship materialized above the moon, launching directly. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the moon pit, followed by obliteration. Then, the pit illuminated once more, culminating in an explosive detonation. Has the trouble of the moon pit been resolved? At that moment, everyone gasped in awe, utterly shaken. Wang Xuan observed luminous beings emerging, only to inexplicably disintegrate, one after another, their forms bursting forth in radiant brilliance. The legends of the mental realm proved no match for the present world, Wang Xuan lamented. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt as if he were suffocating. It seemed as though an inexplicable catastrophe was imminent. "Old Wang, I feel a tightness in my chest and don't know why. What is happening?" Qin Cheng gasped, experiencing palpitations. Even he could sense it. The Immortals have returned. But it seems the human realm has yet to return to Wang Xuan, the ancestral teacher murmured to himself, then seized Qin Cheng and fled toward the ancient temple of a millennium. "The White Horse Temple is closer," Qin Cheng exclaimed. "I am not familiar with them. If we are to retrieve anyone from the ancient pit, I must find someone I know." Wang Xuan urged him to run, muttering, "Old Zhang, if the situation turns dire, this world temporarily belongs to you." Chapter 115. Who does this world belong to? Let the Immortals be. How has the human realm come to belong to Wang Xuan and Old Zhang? Qin Cheng listened to his cryptic words, somewhat bewildered. Boom. The earth trembled, and the moon pit collapsed, enormous black fissures appearing nearby, tearing outward in all directions, seemingly intent on ripping the moon apart. In that instant, Qin Cheng's heart surged with understanding of to whom the world should belong, shouting, "Where is Old Zhang?" Wang Xuan felt an oppressive weight in his chest, as if the cosmic expanse were about to descend upon him, all creation yearning to return to its primordial state, his scalp tingling with intensity. For he had formed a mental realm, perceiving more than Qin Cheng, witnessing the moon pit erupting as if some colossal entity were about to emerge. He could not afford to respond, seizing Qin Cheng and racing ahead like the wind. With the moon's diminished gravity, he felt as though he were gliding just above the surface. At last, they arrived at the millennia-old temple inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Zhengguan. This renowned ancestral temple of Taoism had migrated from Longhu Mountain. Of course, throughout the ages, it had endured periods of warfare and had been rebuilt numerous times. The foundation remains intact, with remnants of earlier bricks and tiles still visible, and the original earth of the path has been transported here. Notably, certain relics of Zhang Daoling are enshrined within the Taoist temple. Upon entering the temple, Wang Xuan called out, "Old Zhang, the moon is about to change its course. I invite you to oversee this." Inside the ancient ancestral temple, several Taoists busily moved in and out, each engaged in their own preparations. Paying no heed to the 2 men, Qin Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, his heart constrained to the brink of suffocation. He swallowed hard and remarked, "It seems you are not well acquainted with old Zhang. I have a spiritual connection with him, but have never met him in this world," Wang Xuan replied. As he entered, noticing no one was paying attention to him, he began to wander through the ancient complex, stating, "I must search for where old Zhang lies in eternal slumber." "Don't say that. We could be in serious trouble." Qin Cheng could no longer tolerate his cryptic remarks. If a group of elderly Taoists were to overhear them, their chances of exiting the temple unscathed would be slim. "I found it, just ahead," Wang Xuan said. Though his outward demeanor belied an inner turmoil, his senses were heightened, capturing images of the moon pit, as if his very consciousness were on the verge of bursting. He believed that either a formidable demon was about to emerge or an unparalleled celestial being was ready to descend into this realm. The complex was expansive. The ancient pines and cypresses swayed as if animated by an unseen force. Millennia-old stone towers stood tall, shedding dust and stone fragments, while bronze bells weighing hundreds of pounds resonated with a thunderous clang, filling the ancestral grounds with an eerie vibrancy. One could only imagine the terrors lurking within the moon pit. Old Zhang's remains are in the ancestral hall. Wang Xuan gazed ahead at a luminous temple, initially shrouded in mist, then resembling a beacon of holy fire against the night. As the moon pit trembled, the ancestral hall burst forth with radiant flames, growing ever brighter and more resplendent. Qin Cheng could not perceive the light. It was a sight visible only to those of extraordinary abilities. Wang Xuan felt a twinge of regret, realizing that the brilliance of this world and the demonic fire of the moon pit were treasures he alone could appreciate, with no one to share or discuss them with. He sighed, pondering if this world ultimately belonged to him. Then, he witnessed the ancestral hall shaking violently. It was not an earthquake, but rather, the ancient structure seemed to come alive, breathing and pulsating with energy. Though Qin Cheng could not see the light, he perceived the hall vibrating and resonating. His face turned pale as he murmured, "I sense that old Zhang's coffin lid can no longer contain him." Mysterious particles descended, swirling in Wang Xuan's vision like snowflakes, the densest concentration of enigmatic matter he had ever encountered in this world. Subsequently, he saw the entire ancestral hall engulfed by a radiant light, akin to the sun crashing down, enveloping the area in a spectacle of grandeur and awe. For a moment, he hesitated to approach. The resting place of old Zhang was daunting. Had it been provoked? "Can you truly not see this?" he asked Qin Cheng, frustrated that such a remarkable phenomenon could not be shared or debated. "All I saw was the house shaking, and I heard the sound of the coffin lid crashing. Nothing more," Qin Cheng replied truthfully, his complexion ashen. He found it terrifying. Was old Zhang truly awakening? Wang Xuan found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Old Zhang was formidable. If he were to pull him from the depths of the ancient pit, would he not risk being thrust in himself? Moreover, was this truly old Zhang? This question suddenly flashed in his mind, yet he had not reached a definitive conclusion. A thunderous roar reverberated within the ancient hall, and auspicious clouds surged forth, pulling Wang Xuan towards an unseen force. He heard the sound of a tiger's roar, a deafening cacophony, as if an unparalleled demon were about to emerge. It threatened to shatter his mental domain. He longed to utter an exclamation of disbelief. It was utterly preposterous. Gripping Qin Cheng, he turned and fled, sprinting with fervor, his feet barely touching the ground. He was acutely attuned to that sound. In the inner realm, he had narrowly escaped being devoured by a white tiger alongside old Chun. Why, then, did this place also harbor a tiger demon? "Aren't you searching for old Zhang?" Qin Cheng inquired. "Let us observe first, without Wang Xuan. Does the moon still revolve?" He halted at a distance, glancing back. Wang Xuan pondered whether the ancestral grounds relocated from Longhu Mountain might be the reason for the strange phenomena, accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers. He stood at a prudent distance, prepared to either rush forth to liberate old Zhang or to retreat in haste, refraining from making a hasty choice. In essence, whether it be the creatures beneath the moon's surface or old Zhang himself, they were likely inhabitants of the ancient pit. The emergence of either was fraught with peril. One must not rush in life. Wang Xuan urged himself to remain composed. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted as many gazed upwards, outside the protective barrier. A spacecraft was experiencing difficulties. In truth, it had been amiss for some time. Not only Wang Xuan, but many had observed that the vessel had initially appeared ensnared, trembling violently multiple times. Now, It slowly drifted towards the lunar pit, as if an invisible hand were guiding it, intent on bringing it to the ground. Indeed, this world turned unceasingly without Wang Xuan, and a divine light burst forth, crashing towards the moon's abyss. The ancestral Taoist temple, Jingguan, radiated brilliance, primarily emanating from the primal earth of Tao, with celestial hues flowing from the stone foundation. The ancient cracked blue bricks and gray tiles of the temple glimmered with immeasurable light, forming talismans that were cast into the lunar pit. Thank heavens I restrained myself and did not recklessly release anyone. Was old Zhang within the main hall of Jingguan? Perhaps his bones lay in the patriarch hall. Yet they likely also served to suppress some unspeakable entity akin to a Buddhist tomb. Wang Xuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had not acted rashly. In midair, the warship, having broken free from its confinement, swayed and began to ascend slowly. Its propulsion system was evidently compromised, otherwise it would not be moving so sluggishly. The crowd erupted in cheers as the vessel freed itself from its restraints. Qin Hong had already ventured into deep space. He had departed the moon aboard a spacecraft before the warship's ignition. At this moment, he received the latest information from ahead and spoke coldly. In this era, technological civilization shines brightly. What is deemed mysterious can be elucidated, and no problem is insurmountable. The celestial immortals have perished, yet in the near future, we shall grasp the essence of immortality. At that moment, the White Horse Temple illuminated, casting beams of light into the lunar pit, calming the tumultuous ground below. Wang Xuan sighed, pondering the extraordinary forces he now witnessed, suppressing the abyss and reviving myths. Yet he found himself alone in this spectacle. Both ancestral strongholds had unleashed their might, quelling the lunar crater and restoring tranquility to that realm. Turning his gaze towards the Hall of Ancestors, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. The enigmatic energy emanating from that place fell like heavy snowflakes, yet a malevolent aura lingered as well. The lower half of the hall was constructed of blue stone, crowned by an edifice that might serve to subdue demons. Beneath the Buddhist catacombs, aside from the relics of the ancestors, there were occasionally formidable entities being restrained. The layout of the Taoist stronghold should be similar. Could it be that a stone tower lay buried beneath the Hall of Ancestors? If old Zhang possessed celestial bones, what might he be containing? Suddenly, the ground trembled, instilling a sense of unease among the onlookers. The dark chasm of the lunar impact site resembled an abyss, as if an inexplicable force were expanding within. Above the moon, a warship plummeted without warning, hurtling toward the crater. This was dire. The propulsion system had failed, and the ship was in peril. Something was amiss. Even if it were to crash, it should not have deviated so far from its original trajectory, now careening towards the lunar pit. The situation was far from resolved. Many looked up, their anxiety palpable. The events of the day had unfolded in a most bizarre and terrifying manner. In an era brimming with advanced technology, could it be that a pitch-black pit on the moon could disrupt the spacecraft's descent? The situation was far more complex than Wang Xuan had anticipated. While he believed ordinary people remained oblivious to the extraordinary occurrences belonging solely to him, the protective barrier erupted with countless gasps of astonishment. Beings within the lunar crater were deploying their abilities beneath the inky depths, myth and legend inching closer to reality, accompanied by violent energy fluctuations. Many witnessed a radiant light expanding, a first glimpse into the extraordinary phenomena of the lunar pit. The luminescent rain ascended, appearing both gentle and resplendent, yet harboring profound danger. Its swift descent ensnared the falling spacecraft, and then a massive hand formed from the luminous rain gently clasped the vessel, snapping it cleanly in two with a resounding crack. Chapter 116. The warship confronts the Celestials. The lunar crater was a forbidden zone, steeped in various secrets, known only among major organizations. This was the first time ordinary people had witnessed its extraordinary properties manifested. Moreover, the spectacle was vast, shaking the heavens and the earth, leaving many nearly incapacitated by the sheer awe of it all. The repercussions were immense. Within the lunar protective layer, countless individuals screamed in shock, terror, and chaos. Some rushing towards the spacecraft base, eager to escape the moon immediately. The sight in the sky was horrifying. A warship had been mercilessly crushed by a colossal hand formed from luminous rain. Myth had entered the realm of reality, and this was the first time people had beheld such a profoundly impactful and terrifying spectacle. Wang Xuan was equally astonished, his eyes wide and his throat dry. He had long contemplated the immense power that lay beyond the limits of ancient techniques, even discussing with old Chun whether one could rend a warship asunder. Now, before his very eyes, he witnessed the extraordinary. It unfolded right in front of him. Within this lunar base, most individuals found themselves utterly overwhelmed. In a society steeped in modern civilization, who has ever endured such a jolt? The advanced weaponry of humankind was effortlessly dismantled. Should that colossal hand choose to strike down upon the base, it would surely spell catastrophe. No soul would survive. At that moment, the deeply ingrained notions of the populace were severely shaken. Could it truly be that deities and demons exist in this world? With a resounding crack, as anticipated, the warship shattered into countless fragments, cascading from the lunar sky, a sight that left the onlookers' scalps tingling and their faces ashen. Even Qin Cheng found it hard to bear. After all, he was on the moon, and he could easily be crushed with a mere swipe. Trembling, he exclaimed, "Old Wang, let us pay our respects to Master Zhang. Remain calm in the face of adversity. Maintain your composure." Wang Xuan reassured, though he too was gripped by anxiety, his heart pounding like a drum, resonating powerfully within his chest. This time, neither Jingyi Temple nor Beima Temple emitted beams of light to quell the demons. On the contrary, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them, a faint aura of malevolence emerging, stirring restlessness within. Within Jingyi Temple, Wang Xuan turned to gaze at the ancestral hall, where mysterious energies surged, rivaling the internal sanctum. An ethereal tower materialized before him. Is there truly a demon-subduing tower beneath the ancestral hall? He pondered, his throat dry with disbelief. Upon relocating from Longhu Mountain, they had uprooted the very tower itself. Wang Xuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Fortunately, none possessed his unique ability to independently access the internal sanctum, thus preventing the release of those unfathomable beings. Qin Cheng felt no connection to that place, perceiving nothing, which signified that whatever resided there could not yet influence the present world. Wang Xuan looked skyward, sighing. Is it manifesting directly from the spiritual realm? It is indeed intervening in the physical world. He mused that if the creatures beneath the lunar pit had the capacity to emerge into reality, they would have done so long ago. There was no reason to wait until now. Perhaps that entity had been provoked, recklessly revealing itself for vengeance, albeit at a cost to itself. In the depths of the starry void, Qin Hong observed this scene with a pallid countenance. Yet he ultimately drew a deep breath and declared, "Prepare to deploy our contingency plan." He then reported the situation back to his family. Although the Qin family was immensely powerful, matters concerning the moon could not be resolved unilaterally. They required communication and coordination with various parties. At the very least, Qin Hong understood that several superpowers were closely monitoring the unfolding events. In the distant void beyond the moon, a colossal warship materialized, locking onto that colossal hand, poised to unleash a catastrophic strike at the appointed moment. This super battleship awaited the final command, deliberating whether to take action. Meanwhile, several elders engaged in a heated debate. The atmosphere taut with tension, each conversing from different locations via video, their expressions grave. The Qin family, in their impulsiveness, risked inciting chaos, consequences they could scarcely bear. Let us observe for now. It is a trial of sorts. Under normal circumstances, they could scarcely manifest their spiritual energy, unable to exert widespread influence over the world. Should they pay the price and forcibly integrate into reality, theoretically, they could vanquish them. Undoubtedly, there exists a consortium of super tycoons and elite organizations diligently deciphering the celestial immortals, probing the extraordinary, and unraveling the mysteries of myth. Recently, they have unearthed a trove of invaluable ancient texts, revealing astonishing truths far beyond the imagination of the ordinary populace. Where is old Zhong? Has he severed his connections, remaining utterly silent? Who is calling for me? In my advancing years, I find myself lacking vigor. I merely dozed off for a moment. Perhaps it is best that I withdraw from this matter. My age has rendered me somewhat confused, and I shall not disrupt your youthful deliberations. You may decide amongst yourselves. The patriarch of the Zhong family has completely withdrawn, vanishing swiftly. The remaining elders exchanged glances, silently lamenting the evident folly of Zhong. Before long, another elder yawned and remarked, "I am not well versed in this matter. Your Qin family's sudden intervention leaves me without sound counsel. I shall refrain from participating." In a brief span, 3 individuals departed. Ultimately, the Qin family acquiesced, permitting Qin Hong to take action. All of these events transpired within a fleeting moment, while the screams on the moon echoed. The turmoil far from abated. From that colossal hand composed of radiant rain, iron fragments cascaded downwards like quicksand, plummeting to the earth. Boom! In the depths of space, a blinding beam of light erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of energy, striking that luminous hand. Terrifying clouds materialized, the sky flickering ominously. In the end, that enormous hand disintegrated, as if a rain of blood fell, transforming into a haunting crimson glow, which then extinguished in the briefest of moments. The onlookers were profoundly shaken. Today, once again, they witnessed a grand spectacle as that hand, seemingly belonging to deities or demons, was pierced and obliterated, vanishing into the high heavens. A warship targeting the celestial immortals. Even Wang Xuan could not suppress his astonishment. He had envisioned such a scene before, but never anticipated witnessing it manifest so swiftly in reality. At this moment, Qin Cheng yearned to return to familiar ground. His complexion pale as he murmured, "What have I witnessed today amidst the trembling of the newcomers? The collision of technology and mythology has shaken my foundational beliefs. Is this truly the world I know and understand?" Wang Xuan's emotions surged, leaving him in turmoil as he beheld this extraordinary sight. Simultaneously, he noted that during the collision between the hand and the warship, the Jingyi Temple and the White Horse Temple were aglow but remained motionless. What shall old Wang do? Qin Cheng felt an intense unease. Who could have foreseen a lunar battle? A moment's carelessness could spell doom for them all. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow and finally declared, "Old Zhang remains tranquil. For now, let us observe. Should circumstances change, Wang and Zhang shall unite to rule the realm." Currently, the Jingyi Temple stood serene. He believed it prudent to maintain composure and face the situation with calmness. Qin Cheng, rendered speechless, gazed into the vastness of space. Then at the moon beneath his feet, contemplating that old Wang did not arrive by spacecraft, but rather drifted into outer space. He had long heard the incessant clamor from the ancestral hall, which was indeed far from peaceful. In the depths of space, beads of sweat formed on Qin Hong's forehead. Despite issuing commands, he felt a twinge of anxiety within. For a moment, silence enveloped his ship, no one daring to speak as they awaited the resolution of their troubles. 1 second, 2 seconds, until 30 seconds later, the screen once again displayed an anomalous scene. The luminous rain reappeared, now bubbling with intensity. "Fear not, for we shall charge forth and strike," Qin Hong declared fiercely, simultaneously instructing the super battleship to meticulously gather various data. It was evident that his audaciousness today was not solely his own resolve, but rather a reflection of collective endorsement, a probing and a testing of their achievements. They found it challenging to manifest in the present world, nearly extinguished, should they incur a grave cost to reveal their might and interfere with reality. They must merge with the tangible realm, for they could be vanquished. In the seething lunar pit, a nebulous silhouette emerged, an anthropomorphic entity that suddenly hurled a silver axe. The sharp weapon piercing through the rain of light as it surged from the moon. From afar, the battleship unleashed blinding beams, striking the enormous axe with a resounding thud until it ultimately shattered. In the lunar pit, the concentrated light surged upward, coalescing into an indistinct figure, a being that soared into the depths of space. Midway, with a mere gesture, the fragments of the silver axe reassembled, materializing once again in his grasp. Regardless of its nature, should it manifest in reality, it necessitated the utilization of material energy from the present world, merging with the tangible realm. This also implied that every inch of it was vulnerable. Within the super battleship, someone bellowed in fury, unleashing a torrent of fire. The indistinct figure shifted and evaded, yet it was still struck. This was not its true form, but rather a manifestation born of considerable sacrifice. In this realm, it was shackled by myriad constraints. Unable to transform as in myth and legend, it could only endure or evade. Boom. Ultimately, this colossal figure was obliterated. Its final blow, the silver axe approaching the super battleship, resulted in a thunderous crash as the axe was shattered. Only a fragment collided with the battleship, devastating a chamber and inciting a cataclysmic explosion. "Sever the left forward chamber," someone shouted, as the battleship trembled, jettisoning the exploded section and regaining stability, floating in the void. In the distant depths of space, seated within the vessel, Qin Hong was drenched in sweat, observing the super battleship's performance through the large screen. As the final scene unfolded, he exhaled deeply and smiled silently. He waited for 10 minutes, yet no anomalous phenomena appeared. Subsequently, Qin Hong sneered, "Those who have perished shall never return." Once weapons infused with X and N substances emerge, the human realm shall become even more splendid and resplendent. This is the era of technology, the age that we, who have already mastered everything, inhabit. All crude arts shall fade into obscurity. Wang Xuan gazed at the lunar pit, feeling an unsettling disquiet. For both Jingyi Temple and Beima Temple radiated brilliantly, threatening to engulf the entire base in their luminosity. Alas, others remained oblivious. The anomalies from the lunar pit had vanished, rendering the truth invisible to ordinary eyes. Wang Xuan's heart raced, beating like a drum. Then, his mental realm stirred, resonating as he murmured, "Are myths and legends primarily confined to the spiritual realm?" Certain visions reflected within his mental domain, while the average person remained entirely unaware. The mysterious entities beneath the lunar surface fully manifested, revealing themselves upon the terrestrial plane. Chapter 117. The world behind the veil. Wang Xuan felt a heavy weight in his heart, his expression more solemn than ever before. He had finally discerned what it was, confirming his earlier conjectures. The veil. It loomed before him, shrouded and compelling, more magnificent than anything he had previously encountered, for it was now poised to encroach upon the realm of the living. The first time he had come into contact with such an entity, he had nearly met with disaster. Back then, deep within the inner realm, a red-clad female specter wielding an oil paper umbrella had almost breached through. Now, he found himself witnessing this phenomenon in the tangible world. The underground light continued to spread, reaching towards the surface of the moon, and the previously indistinct scenery gradually came into sharper focus. How could the world behind the veil manifest in the realm of the living? Suddenly, Wang Xuan became acutely aware, perceiving something altogether different. It was then that he awakened to the true nature of his surroundings. The veil was encroaching upon the present world, the subterranean light expanding. Yet there were also areas of profound stillness, slowly emerging from the lunar pit, gradually surfacing. That place was silent, overall dim and deep, resembling an inner realm. It appeared as a shadow, tethered to the radiant veil, anchoring itself in the living world, serving as a crucial coordinate. What kind of beings were being summoned back? The inner realm had not yet fully revealed itself on the surface, but Wang Xuan had already glimpsed part of the truth. Within it lay a hand that had pierced through the veil, reaching into the inner realm, seemingly striving for many years to cross over from the world behind the curtain. Wang Xuan glanced around, realizing that no one else could perceive the anomalies within the lunar pit, not even the venerable Taoist priests present at Jingyi Temple. Unbeknownst to all, a potentially far-reaching and terrifying event was unfolding, one that could alter the very fabric of the world. Should that being manage to cross over, no one could predict the consequences. Unless a super battleship were to lock onto it and eliminate it at the earliest opportunity, the repercussions of its escape, once familiarized with the living world, would be unfathomable. The scenery became increasingly vivid, revealing the true desolation of the world beyond the veil. Ruined remnants and scattered debris lay strewn across the landscape, alongside toppled mountains, all exuding an aura of decay and silence. Life was conspicuously absent. Even the vegetation was scarce, with few plants barely clinging to existence, rendering the overall view starkly barren. Despite the veil's gentle luminescence, the world behind it was steeped in despair and desolation. Suspended islands floated in the sky, and at that moment, one began to slowly descend, its pavilions and towers crashing to the ground, sending up clouds of dust. In the distance, there were cities surrounded by villages, yet few souls could be seen, creating an atmosphere of profound desolation. As the veil approached the realm of the living, the world behind it appeared clearer than ever before, as if drawn closer, reflected in Wang Xuan's mental landscape. However, what truly astonished Wang Xuan was the figure in close proximity to the veil. There stood a tall, slender man, his hair cascading down, his eyes protruding outward. With vertical pupils, an unmistakable characteristic of a unique being. One of his hands reached through the grand curtain into the inner scene, seemingly exhausting much of his strength. As his body could not pass through, by his side stood several figures, somewhat hazy and indistinct, shrouded in mist, their outlines revealing both men and women. One person thrust a sword into the curtain, causing it to vibrate incessantly, assisting the man in his endeavor to pierce through and create an opening, yet regrettably, they were unsuccessful. On this side of the curtain, the inner scene was dim, resembling a shadow, yet there were indeed people within. Some were clad in ancient garb, sitting motionless like practitioners, while others donned modern space suits, and even some in casual attire. This truly astonished Wang Xuan. How could there be modern individuals within the inner scene? Upon spotting a figure resembling a moonlight bodhisattva, he suddenly realized they were all later arrivals. Their spiritual forms drawn into the inner scene. Undoubtedly, they were not flesh and blood but remnants of spiritual entities. 4 moonlight bodhisattvas had approached the lunar pit. 3 of their spirits had been entirely extinguished, suggesting one had been accepted and absorbed. Within the inner scene sat a peculiar elder, cross-legged, and behind him lay his skeletal remains, mirroring his seated posture. The skeleton was real, not part of the inner scene. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine as he grasped the truth. That elder could unlock the inner scene, acting as a key, bridging the world behind the curtain and the 2 realms together. Was this aiding the celestial beings in anchoring themselves to the present world? Wang Xuan's scalp tingled, for the elder's current plight foreshadowed the fate that awaited him if he were to be subdued and exploited. Indeed, he might attract more attention from those ancient beings in the deep pits than that elder. For, despite not yet transcending the ordinary, he could already unlock the inner scene. A rare exception. He scrutinized the elder closely, noting several middle-aged and younger individuals around him, all dressed in ancient attire, seemingly arranged by status. Upon closer observation, Wang Xuan perceived that this elder appeared to be the leader of a sect, capable of opening the inner scene, while the others were likely the prodigies and disciples of this sect. As for the modern individuals, they were presumably later assimilated, residing in the outermost fringes of the area. The elder's physical form had long since perished, yet it was significant, a reality that tethered him to his spiritual essence, sitting outside the inner scene. The skeletal remains, once seemingly powerful, bore white bones with a luster, devoid of any decay, exuding an aura of sanctity. Could he have approached a level of transcendence? Wang Xuan speculated about the elder's past strength. His spirit and the inner scene were anchored to the true remnants of his earthly remains, while those behind the curtain sought to reach the present world through the inner scene. Wang Xuan's expression shifted between consternation and contemplation. He felt a sudden alertness, realizing he must exercise greater caution henceforth, lest he be targeted and captured by the ancients, for the consequences could be dire. This elder was indeed likely a sect leader. But how had this one capable of unlocking the inner scene arrived on the moon? Was it the work of celestial beings or some other means? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wang Xuan found himself even more perplexed. Was the elder an inhabitant of the old earth? Or was he perhaps an ancient being from this new star? To this day, he remains oblivious to the condition of the new star, only aware that it is suitable for human habitation, closely resembling the environment of old Earth, teeming with life and diverse species. Were there any humans here before? However, he could not dwell on these thoughts. His gaze returned to the lunar pit. The dim interior landscape clearly harbored issues, as the hand within the great curtain writhed, causing the interior to shrink slowly like a deflating sphere. Furthermore, the spiritual entities within had notably dimmed. It was uncertain how long this interior landscape had been connected to the world behind the great curtain, but its effects on the spiritual entities within were profound, weakening year after year. He sensed that the mysterious essence within the landscape was exceedingly sparse, in comparison to what Wang Xuan had observed in the past. It appeared as a barren wasteland. The interior landscape of the lunar pit had been severely depleted by that hand, transforming it from a sanctuary into a perilous realm. Figures emerged from behind the great curtain, and the man with the long gaze seemed intent on forcing his way through. A group wielded weapons, striking the grand tomb, generating violent tremors. Their efforts proved somewhat effective, as one of their hands had already reached through, yet the expenditure of energy appeared considerable. Their relentless assaults caused the interior landscape to tremble precariously, on the brink of collapse. Eventually, the others ceased their attacks, while the man with the long gaze forcefully extended his hand, allowing beams of light to emanate from the interior landscape, directly heading toward the lunar base. This beam resembled a tidal wave, crashing toward the protective barrier. However, before it could fully enter, a blinding radiance erupted from the Jingyi temple, manifesting countless talismans that coalesced into a grand seal. Boom! Wang Xuan felt a surge of dizziness, as if his mental realm were on the verge of exploding. The grand seal descended upon the lunar pit, obliterating the tide of light. Simultaneously, a swastika appeared at the White Horse Temple, striking toward the lunar pit, its Buddhist light illuminating and purifying the vast tide. The light emitted by that great hand was completely extinguished. Within the lunar pit, the man with the long gaze let out a weary sigh, embodying a sense of helplessness at the failure to intervene in the mortal realm, as well as the disheartenment of having paid a heavy price without achieving results, almost tinged with despair. The Yangping Jidu seal. Wang Xuan gazed in astonishment at the Jingyi temple, where a small seal radiated light, casting forth cascading rays that fell into the lunar pit. The Yangping Jidu seal is documented in the history of Taoism, with clear descriptions, and it has indeed been preserved into modern times. It is the exclusive seal of Zhang Daoling and a paramount treasure of Longhu Mountain. Wang Xuan marveled at the fact that this artifact was retained here, a rarity indeed, as the financial magnates had not claimed it for themselves, nor stored it in their collection. Evidently, a great master had arranged it here over a century ago. A low growl reverberated, and the beings within the lunar pit stirred once more, still engulfed by a white, tidal wave of light. Alas, it was once again shattered by the Yangping Jidu seal and the swastika from the White Horse Temple. Moreover, a terrifying occurrence unfolded. The interior landscape could not withstand such violent tremors and depletion, gradually disintegrating. The spiritual entities within parted their lips, yet no words emerged. They all dissipated, leaving nothing behind. This is undoubtedly an extraordinary and astonishing contest, yet the ordinary populace remains oblivious, unaware, having witnessed nothing at all. Wang Xuan felt a deep resonance. The genuine world is rife with unfathomable mysteries, and what he has observed may merely be a fragment of the truth. Will it ultimately fade away? A voice emerged from the moon pit, and to Wang Xuan's astonishment, he comprehended it. Soon, he realized that it was not his understanding of that language, but rather the spiritual essence of the man with the far-seeing gaze that was resonating. For those who have attained the realm of spiritual mastery can perceive its intent. In an instant, he deemed old Chun to be a fool, having once deceived him into believing he had studied the ancient dialect of Jiangnan for over 2 millennia, thus enabling him to understand the words of the red-clad female demon. It appears, however, that the reality is far from such. As the inner landscape dissipated, the curtain faded, and the world behind it became blurred and vanished. The ethereal transformation lacked brilliance, while the earthly realm remained vibrantly vivid. The man with the far-seeing gaze within the inner landscape roared, his hair billowing wildly, filled with despair and unwillingness, his long hair transforming to a crimson hue, resembling a dazzling cascade of magma, as he emitted his final cry. Gratitude to Bookworm Dada Pig, and thanks to the support of the Alliance leader. Chapter 118. The Cost and Revenge of the Old Covenant. In the profound expanse of the starry sky, within a silver spacecraft, Qin Hong awaited in silence. Receiving no reports of anomalies, the moon was remarkably tranquil. This is an era of technology, and if divinities exist, they will surely emerge from among us. He mused to himself, firelight dancing in his eyes. Not long ago, the ancient texts unearthed from the mysterious caverns by several major organizations were exceedingly precious. They assembled a multitude of scholars to decode, analyze, and study the transcendent, uncovering astonishing secrets. The celestial immortals gradually fade, ultimately unable to sustain themselves. Yet the path before us leads to the future, touching upon true longevity. Qin Hong stood, his voice resonant and powerful. He gazed at the vast starry expanse through the large screen. The future holds promise. He possessed confidence, bolstered by ample conviction. The current super battleship is merely a prototype, destined for upgrades, and today as practical test was exceptionally flawless. As for the direction of individual power, we have far superior options. Qin Hong believed that the Life Research Institute they controlled would continue to break new ground, and soon a bodhisattva of the blazing sun would emerge, eventually giving birth to the ultimate bodhisattva. Those who cannot find their place will soon be swept into the dust of history. Qin Hong remained exceedingly indifferent, contemplating the old and new realms. If they do not comply, what purpose do they serve? His expression grew increasingly grim. feeling it was time to negotiate with certain financial magnates and major organizations to establish rules and impose restrictions on individuals in specific domains. Under the resplendent technological civilization, what utility do those individuals possess? It suffices for them to research the topic of extending life, for pursuing individual destructive power is akin to a malignancy. This sentiment is not solely his own. Several financial conglomerates have consistently articulated this viewpoint, asserting that modern society does not require the emergence of excessively dangerous individuals. Although some financial factions have immersed themselves in those arts, hoping to seize extraordinary power for themselves, this does not contradict their establishment of rules to limit those perilous elements. As the Qin family also seeks power in this realm, pursuing the path of genetic superhumanity, the lunar pit crumbled, sinking incessantly, and the forbidden realm disintegrated. The curtain fell away, and the figure along with the world behind him faded into nothingness. Yet, at the critical moment, Wang Xuan heard his desperate roar. Was it I who betrayed the old covenant, or was it you who betrayed me? The price is yours to bear. What was this situation? Then, Wang Xuan beheld a massive, bloodied hand emerging from the now utterly dim lunar surface, a sight both terrifying and surreal. The hand split into two, with 4/5 of it exploding into a cascade of radiant light, showering down upon the base. Witnessing this light, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as the droplets merged into the protective barrier, leaving them no time to evade. Neither the Jingyi sect nor the White Horse Temple offered any resistance. The power of Yangping's talisman was nowhere to be seen, nor did the Buddhist emblem manifest. Without uttering a word, Wang Xuan unsheathed his short sword, positioning it defensively, and pulled Qin Cheng closer to him, anxiously fixating on the space above. The dimming curtain flickered one last time, as if shifting across billions of miles, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The remaining fifth of the hand soared into the sky, disappearing into the abyss of deep space. Ordinary people could only perceive the strange light rain, oblivious to the severed hand. This was both a cost and a retribution. Wang Xuan raised his gaze, speculating where the severed hand had gone. The distant hand advanced at a rapid pace, igniting as it scattered light rain along its trajectory. Undoubtedly, to intervene in the material world, one must merge with the realm of reality to harness its power. Block that light rain, fire. The super battleship detected anomalous energy, and the alarms blared incessantly. Engage the warp engine. However, it seemed too late. The light rain approached rapidly, and although they dispersed it, the alarms continued to wail. They could not see the severed hand. Panic ensued, spirits shattered, and many perished on the spot. Activate the shield. Someone cried out in a final, desperate shout, but with a sudden thud, his eyes dimmed and his spirit collapsed. Ultimately, the severed hand split in two, with one half materializing gradually into light, and with a resounding boom, it obliterated the entire super battleship. A blinding light erupted in deep space, capturing the attention of not just one faction, but many, all astounded by the unfolding chaos. Just when it seemed that the dust had settled and all was predetermined. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Sighs echoed in the cosmos, harmonizing with the voice of the unyielding man. His severed hand could not endure in the world. This was a permanent loss, the cost immense, yet still incapable of effecting a lasting intervention in the material realm. Soon to dissipate, after causing the destruction of the super battleship and shattering the spirits of those aboard, his severed hand received a message. Another ship in deep space was issuing commands. The remnants of the hand surged towards the void, fully aware that time was running short. Yet reluctant to surrender, Qin Hong received the report and, upon viewing the final result on the large screen, was seized by terror. He had already ordered the ship to return, and now it was nearing the super battleship. Time is running out. We are too close. And that luminous object has come into view. Someone shouted in alarm as a collision with the spacecraft seemed imminent. The escape pods. In a state of panic, several individuals rushed towards the escape pods. In fact, Qin Hong reacted swiftly, being the first to lie down in one of the single-person pods. And he quickly initiated the launch sequence. Boom. The remaining hand could no longer endure, unable to linger in the present world any longer. Ultimately, it fully manifested, merging into reality, appearing blood-soaked, and with a resounding crash, it obliterated the spacecraft. At that moment, various organizations captured this scene, filled with horror, and for a long time, silence reigned, heavy on their hearts. Today's endeavor was indeed audacious. The initial test results had been flawless. Yet these final 2 blows cast a shadow of dread over many. Finally, a member of the Qin family spoke. It is nothing of great concern. The starship is on the verge of being unveiled, and the obliteration is unlikely to re-emerge, let alone exert significant influence on the present world. Another concurred, saying, indeed, moreover, we are deciphering the process of transformation. It is possible that individuals like that may emerge among us in the future. For an extended period, all parties pondered in silence. A palpable chill in the air, for such occurrences were indeed unsettling. Within the Jingyi temple, Qin Cheng remarked, Old Wang, what is happening? It is raining on the moon? No worries, stay close to me and do not wander off, Wang Xuan replied, wielding a short sword, as the light rain did not touch him or Qin Cheng. Furthermore, in the main hall of the Jingyi temple, where the Yangping Zijiga seal was stored, no light rain fell, and several elderly Taoists remained unaffected. He immediately pulled Qin Cheng away, ensuring the Taoists they were unaware of the anomaly occurring in their vicinity. Upon reaching the street, he and Qin Cheng uncovered a chilling truth. Many individuals had inexplicably lost portions of their memories. What is going on? I distinctly recall there being a commotion outside the protective barrier just moments ago, yet now my memory feels hazy. It was rather strange. He felt a sense of forgetfulness, as if something had slipped his mind. Oh, something significant has occurred at the lunar pit, just moments ago, and I almost forgot. Wang Xuan understood that the lunar pit had become a relic of the past. Everything had come to an end. The world behind the curtain had receded, vanishing entirely. However, the impact it left was undeniably peculiar. The final light rain fell. Was this a form of purification, causing ordinary people to forget the extraordinary? Upon deeper reflection, the horror was palpable. A severed hand of the celestial beings had paid a price of 4/5 to erase its own traces. What exactly was the Old Testament? This man had paid such a price for it. Qin Cheng was thoroughly frightened, sighing, I am but an ordinary person with no ambitions in this life. Venerable celestial beings, please do not mind me. Wang Xuan paid him no heed, still lost in thought about the earlier events. He had witnessed the world behind the curtain more than once, yet each time was distinct. When the red-clad female demon turned to leave, Wang Xuan saw her traverse the crumbling temple, with shattered walls and fallen statues. Yet that realm thrived with vitality. The world behind the curtain, where the female sword Immortal resided, was also filled with vigorous life, as sword light soared into the heavens. She had encountered foes in that realm and had battled. Old Wang, I am feeling quite fearful. You see, these individuals seem to have nearly forgotten recent events. Lost in a trance, struggling to recall anything. Qin Cheng felt a sense of unease. Wang Xuan looked up. The luminous rain from the sky had vanished, and he sheathed his short sword. He immediately realized that if the conglomerates and various organizations were to learn of the current situation at this base, they would certainly take measures to obscure the truth, for it was too outrageous and could incite widespread panic and intense debate. Let us hurry to the company and ascertain what has transpired in the depths of space, Wang Xuan suggested. If the truth is concealed, a plethora of information will be obliterated. Dingwu was a substantial organization, primarily engaged in security services, employing mercenaries, operating warships, and utilizing advanced surveillance equipment, all of which would be adequately supplied for their lunar branch. The super battleship had been obliterated, and another vessel had been shattered by that radiant object. Such an explosive revelation. Qin Cheng was left momentarily speechless. Wang Xuan sighed. All right, let us swallow our curiosity and pretend we know nothing. Stepping outside once more, he gazed upward. The vastness of deep space was shrouded in mist, and he had only just begun to grasp a fragment of the truth. The ancient covenant locked in words echoed in his mind. Inevitably, he recalled the words spoken by the female sword fairy. It now seemed that the lock contained not only the ancient truths, but also the extraordinary realities perceived by ordinary individuals. Li Kuan, when will you return my money? At that moment, Qin Cheng spotted the department head whom he loathed. Li Kuan, who was deep in thought, suddenly looked up in response, saying, It's been transferred. Check it. It's already in your account. Indeed, Qin Cheng discovered that he had received a notification from the bank earlier, but amidst the terrifying events occurring, he had neglected to notice. Old Wang, let us split the earnings. He insisted on transferring Wang Xuan 2 million new star coins, keeping only 3 million of the principal. Wang Xuan flatly refused, stating, What is this? As if I were profiting from your borrowing. You must accept this. It's the amount you helped me recover, Qin Cheng insisted, unwilling to relent. After some contemplation, Wang Xuan agreed to receive 1 million, considering the 2 million earned would thus be split between them. All right, refrain from further discussion. If you continue to prattle, I shall forfeit it, Wang Xuan remarked, informing Qin Cheng of his intention to book a ticket to New Star, as he would soon depart. What? Old Wang, you are leaving? Aren't you waiting for me? Qin Cheng exclaimed. I should be able to reach New Star in about half a month. No one will hinder me now, he added. Doubt clouded his mind. Today had witnessed the outbreak of a lunar war, with ancient celestial beings confronting modern warships. While others might forget, he would carry this memory for a lifetime. It was uncertain what else lay on the moon, but he found Wang Xuan to be enigmatic yet reliable in crucial moments. Rest assured, there is nothing left in the moon pit, Wang Xuan assured him, stating that nothing further would occur, allowing him to feel at ease. He felt an urgent need to leave, having witnessed such events today. He was acutely aware of the vastness of the world and how little of it had been revealed to him. He yearned to go to New Star, to delve into the hidden realms, for the authentic world could be terrifying, and he needed to enhance himself swiftly. Moreover, the 3-year timeline is indeed not considerable. The weight of today's revelations burdened his heart, for the issues at hand were far more severe than he had anticipated. Chapter 119, The Advent of a New World. Wang Xuan was a man of action, eager to immediately secure a ticket to the New Star. Yet, mindful of the possibility that the conglomerates and various organizations might take advantage of the situation to obscure the truth on the moon, he could only temper his impulses and await further collaboration. It must be said that the conglomerates and organizations were remarkably decisive before the unrest had settled. Several large spacecraft had already landed on the moon. Subsequently, they commenced operations with the personnel from the Lunar Division. For instance, Qin Cheng was obeying orders, assisting the Dingwu organization in managing various surveillance devices. The number of individuals who had lost their memories was truly chilling. The leader of this operation wore a grave expression, a chill creeping down his neck. Their actions were swift, efficiently neutralizing the relevant apparatus. At the time of the incident, communications between the moon and the New Star had been severed, thus the situation remained manageable. Complete secrecy was unattainable. In this era, even banking systems occasionally faced threats, let alone a large-scale leak that had already occurred. The organizations were acutely aware of the final trajectory and outcome of this matter. The mass amnesia of individuals was of paramount importance. As long as mainstream reports firmly asserted that new weaponry was being tested on the moon, steering public opinion would suffice. The revelations of a few would bear little impact. For each day there were myriad reports on the exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations, and 1,000 articles could seldom contain a single truth. Were they truly departing? Qin Cheng sighed. Having spent only a few fleeting days together, he felt a pang of reluctance. Alone in a foreign land, he often felt a profound sense of solitude. Although the goal of staying on the New Star was now within reach, doubts began to assail him regarding the correctness of his choices. With his parents and girlfriend remaining on the old Earth, would he one day lose much because of this? It was not a matter of life and death. They would reunite on the New Star in just a day. The following day, Wang Xuan had already booked his ticket and was ready to depart immediately. As Qin Cheng accompanied him, they exited the small courtyard when they unexpectedly encountered a woman. Your girlfriend from the new moon, Wang Xuan cast a glance at him. Not at all, Qin Cheng retorted, feeling a surge of indignation. This time, he did not hold back and shared some details. It was one thing for Li Kuan to extort 3 million, but now a distant niece had come to join the fray, ostensibly to make friends. Yet she had Qin Cheng purchasing various luxury bags and cosmetics for her. Just as greedy as her uncle, she demanded only top-tier brands, such as fragrant lipsticks and coveted handbags. Qin Cheng bristled at the injustice. Wang Xuan speculated that these high-end brands might be branches of the family businesses of acquaintances they knew. Did you truly buy them for her? He asked incredulously, seeing Qin Cheng being mercilessly exploited, for those were luxury items, each costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of New Star currency. What options do I have when I am at someone else's mercy? Qin Cheng sighed, noticing Wang Xuan's disapproving glare as he prepared to confront the woman. He quickly intervened. It's nothing. I had someone send them over from the old Earth. They're all counterfeit brands. As a result, she had been quite pleased, and for a time, she had indeed begun to cling to him. Wang Xuan shot him a sidelong glance, astonished that he could almost blur the lines between pretense and reality with counterfeit brands. Rest assured, I have not entertained her various advances. Qin Cheng patted his chest, vowing to be worthy of his girlfriend. He remarked that Li Kuan's niece displayed questionable character. During their first dinner together, she brazenly brought along two so-called male friends, chose the most expensive restaurant, and ordered an extravagant feast, nonchalantly declaring that it was one of her friends' birthdays. At this point, Qin Cheng felt a surge of anger and frustration. Did you endure that? Wang Xuan paused. Sensing that Qin Cheng's response was inadequate, he felt compelled to guide him, and perhaps even to enlighten the woman in question. Qin Cheng sighed, recounting, at that moment, I ordered a few of the priciest dishes myself, and with the service charge, the total bill exceeded 20,000 new star coins. Wang Xuan could hardly tolerate his weak demeanor. He wanted to reprimand him, feeling it was utterly pathetic. Qin Cheng quickly added, later, I selected some premium cigars at the front desk, seething with anger before leaving. Did you settle the bill? Wang Xuan inquired. Qin Cheng shook his head, stating, Of course not. How could I pay for 3 when I barely consumed as much as them? I only pay for my own meal. Well, the cigars were on them too. Wang Xuan was left speechless. It seemed there was no need for him to intervene. Even if he did, it would not yield better results. Since then, however, he had been plagued by the aftermath. She frequently asked him for designer bags. Qin Cheng lamented. Wang Xuan, disinterested in his trivial matters, realized that while he was unable to confront Li Kuan due to the circumstances, he could certainly handle that woman with ease. Qin Cheng escorted him to the spacecraft base destined for the moon, waving goodbye vigorously. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Medium Deep Space Company, a member of the Star River Alliance. Once aboard the spacecraft, Wang Xuan heard this announcement and began to suspect that it was one of the enterprises of the Shao family. He recognized that the financial magnates had extended their reach into various sectors, their influence evident everywhere. Wang Xuan ordered a glass of water, then closed his eyes to delve into the spiritual manuscript he had committed to memory. It comprised only 2 pages, a mere few hundred words, each word essential. The text, titled The Primordial Furnace of Spirit Refinement, was an unknown spiritual tome, advocating for the forging of spirit through fire, nurturing and strengthening it. Ultimately, the goal of the primordial furnace was to cultivate the purest and most vigorous spirit, akin to the bright moon hanging in the night sky, or the radiant sun illuminating all existence. Wang Xuan had never encountered a specialized path dedicated to spiritual mastery. He was uncertain of the text's rank, deciding to practice it first and later switch if he found something superior. Dear passengers, the crew informs you that we are approaching New Star, came the announcement. Wang Xuan was astonished. He had only closed his eyes for a brief moment, becoming engrossed in the scripture. He had consumed only half a glass of water on the spacecraft and was contemplating how to address his lunch dilemma when he realized they had arrived so swiftly. No wonder the tourism industry on the moon thrived. Recent technological advancements had transcended spatial limitations. A new world awaits me, he exclaimed inwardly, casting aside all other thoughts. Yuan City, with its towering skyscrapers, some seemingly piercing the clouds, witnessed small spacecraft darting through the skies. Hovering vehicles traversed the low to mid-altitudes, moving in an orderly fashion along designated lanes. Life in New Star was exceedingly fast-paced. People hurried about, opting for swift means of transportation. Wang Xuan did not report to the branch of the Dingwu organization in this city. As a special consultant, he enjoyed a degree of freedom, merely needing to offer a greeting. His purpose for being here was to delve into the secrets of the area, and he wished to avoid any delays in other matters. The central district of Yuan City exuded an aura reminiscent of a steel jungle, with various buildings topped by hovering spacecraft, housing numerous organizational branches. Slightly further out lay the bustling commercial zone, vibrant and lively. Beyond that, residential areas flourished, where even the towering edifices were adorned with verdant plants. Rooftops had been transformed into gardens, and balconies were spacious, overflowing with greenery. While the residential zones also featured commercial establishments, they did not experience the same heavy foot traffic, offering a harmonious blend of activity and tranquility, making them quite livable. Wang Xuan's first task was to settle in and familiarize himself with the region. Seeking a subtle means to infiltrate the secrets of the area, he felt somewhat out of place, as the hovercraft and airship required biometric identification. Yet he had never registered such information. A striking young woman approached him, her short hair framing her face with a refreshing charm. When she smiled, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, and her teeth were white and even. Do you need assistance, sir? she inquired with a bright demeanor. Wang Xuan soon realized that this was a paid service. She could serve as his guide, introducing him to the locale and assisting him in securing accommodation at a steep rate of 100 new star coins per hour. As a newcomer to the new star, he found everything unfamiliar and was indeed in need of a guide. Although entering his biometric data would allow him to use various short-distance transportation for free, many residents of New Star were quite protective of their privacy. Thus, most opted to use smart communication devices for their travel and transactions, which was straightforward. All one needed was to engage with the device. The young woman was both enthusiastic and attentive, assisting Wang Xuan in acquiring a smart communication device, essentially a more advanced version of a mobile phone from the old Earth, capable of three-dimensional projections and simulating face-to-face conversations. Rest assured, as long as you do not violate the law or endanger society, your smart communication device will not be subject to tracking or location services to protect your privacy, she assured him. Wang Xuan was skeptical, recalling how the era of big data on old Earth meticulously tracked every personal trace. Even a casual comment could trigger an immediate shopping suggestion from the Water Treasure Network. He surmised that the residents of New Star were quite vocal, prompting service providers to assure citizens their privacy would remain intact. The reality of the situation was beyond speculation. However, he considered this system far preferable to the direct input of biometric data through iris scans. Throughout their journey, Wang Xuan engaged in delightful conversation with the young woman, learning much about New Star. Although the cost was steep, he deemed it worthwhile. The full name of New Star was Hope New Star, reflecting the boundless aspirations and dreams of humanity when they first explored and set foot on this planet, hence the name. Before long, the charming young woman helped Wang Xuan secure a room and familiarized him with a nearby smart shopping mall, as well as assisting him in purchasing essential daily items. Xiao Zhao, what is your full name? Do you have a business card or contact information? I may need your assistance again in the future, Wang Xuan inquired. He appreciated her cheerful disposition and meticulous nature, feeling that he would likely require her services again in this unfamiliar city. My full name is Zhao Shi 1025. Here is my business card. It is my pleasure to assist you, she replied with a smile. The young lady bowed gracefully and departed politely. Wang Xuan remained rooted in place, stunned. As he adjusted to this new environment and encountered a young woman, he hesitated to employ his mental domain, fearing he might inadvertently perceive something inappropriate. Yet, it appeared that a complication had arisen. At that moment, he expanded his mental domain and discerned the intricate internal structure of the departing girl, revealing an array of sophisticated components and chips. She was, in fact, an intelligent automaton. Their delightful conversation had been with a being devoid of flesh and blood, leaving Wang Xuan in a state of deep contemplation for quite some time. The community he resided in boasted a splendid environment, with a greenery ratio reaching 70%. The air was fragrant with the blossoms of various flowers planted in the gardens. Towering trees lined the pathways, their boughs lush and abundant. Nearby, a pavilion, a water feature, and a quaint bridge contributed to the garden-like aesthetic. Huahuan, come down. A little girl, around 4 years of age, gazed upward, waving at a tiny, snow-white kitten perched on the 11th floor. To Wang Xuan's astonishment, the kitten actually dove downwards. Instinctively, he rushed forward, seeking to rescue the little creature, only to discover that the dainty kitten unfurled its fluffy wings and glided gracefully downwards. As it neared the girl, it vigorously flapped its wings, dissipating the force of its descent and landing smoothly in her embrace, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Wang Xuan was taken aback. This was indeed a new species. The little girl was enchanting, her large eyes sparkling with an unusual lavender hue, and even her hair glimmered with a hint of purple. Suddenly, she clutched her chest, her face paling, and she released the snow-white kitten onto the grass, sinking to the ground in distress. Little sister, what's wrong? Where are your guardians? Do you need my assistance? Wang Xuan hurried over, ready to call for emergency help from the new star. The girl shook her head, whispering, It's nothing. It's an old ailment. The celestial 5 declines. I just need to rest. Wang Xuan was taken aback. This illness was rather alarming. The girl glanced at him and softly added, I am a native of New Star. Wang Xuan was astonished. He had little knowledge of this new world, and it seemed he would need to invest time in understanding it better. Chapter 120. The natives of New Star. The existence of natives on New Star indeed left Wang Xuan momentarily speechless, for he had never heard of such a thing back on the old Earth. Was this a deliberate concealment? He sighed softly. reflecting on the myriad stories surrounding the development of New Star. As an outsider, he pondered whether the hands of those involved bore the stain of blood. He hoped for a gentler narrative. May the tragedies of the old Earth not be repeated here. Yet, it was too late for such thoughts. Over a century had passed, and what was meant to transpire had long since unfolded. Whether 100 years ago or in the present, the strength of the East was evidently more formidable. Surely, they would not exhibit the same cold-bloodedness as that group of yellow-haired individuals. At least, he hoped so. What could he say? His sympathy remained unvoiced. In that moment, as he looked at the little girl, his gaze softened considerably, wondering how many natives still remained. "Are you truly all right?" Wang Xuan inquired with concern, noticing the cold sweat that adorned the child's pale forehead, which she valiantly suppressed, neither crying nor screaming. He took out his phone, ready to dial an emergency number. For he had little faith in the words of a child. Should anything untoward occur, it would be a grave misfortune. "Uncle, it's all right. I just need a moment to rest." The little girl, with her exquisitely beautiful face and elegantly arched eyebrows slightly furrowed, despite being only around 4 years old, displayed remarkable resolve, or perhaps it was tenacity, as she shook her head in refusal. Meow, meow, meow. A tiny, snow-white kitten, no larger than a palm, danced about, its fluffy paws flitting anxiously as it circled the little girl, seemingly perturbed. Lele, a woman appeared, strikingly beautiful, likely in her late 20s. With fair skin and shoulder-length hair tinged with purple, her pupils almost indistinguishable, leaning towards black. She hurried over, gently and cautiously lifting the little girl into her arms, whispering soft words of comfort and tenderly patting her back, her face a tapestry of concern interwoven with maternal warmth. Upon witnessing the child's suffering, tears welled in her eyes, wishing fervently to bear her pain in place of the little one. In the distance, hushed voices speculated about a terminal illness. With Wang Xuan's heightened perception, he overheard the disheartening news. The little girl was tragically doomed, likely to live no longer than 5 years. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan felt a mix of astonishment and pity for her plight. Others approached, inquiring whether a trip to the hospital was necessary, but the young woman shook her head, and at last, her tears could no longer be contained. "Mommy, please don't cry. I will be better soon." The little girl, despite enduring pain, turned to console the woman, displaying an extraordinary maturity. Then, she extended her tiny hand to wipe away her mother's tears. Wang Xuan found it unbearable to witness such a scene. A tender part of his heart was stirred, and he sighed softly. He invoked the ancient techniques of the pre-Qin alchemists, attempting to mobilize the mysterious essence within him. Though unseen by outsiders, his spiritual domain perceived the delicate, snowflake-like substance descending, which he cautiously directed towards the girl's body. To his astonishment, he discovered that within the frail and understanding child, there resided a particularly tenacious substance that dissolved the mysterious essence. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Typically, the healing properties of the mysterious essence were remarkably effective. Having previously endured minute fissures in his organs while practicing the 5 pages of the Golden Book of Zhang Daoling, he had swiftly recovered with the nourishment of that substance. His heart was profoundly shaken. Could it be that the ailment the little girl referred to as the 5 declines of heaven and man was not mere nonsense, but rather held some deeper significance? He injected a bit more of the essence, and he noted a reduction in the little girl's pain. It seemed to have some effect, albeit limited. Before long, the girl began to recover, no longer in torment, lying still in her mother's embrace for an extended period. Finally, she whispered, "Mommy, please have a baby brother for me. If I am no longer here, let him keep you company, okay?" Upon hearing such words, the young woman could not contain herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she hurriedly scooped up her daughter, racing home while battling the anguish in her heart, clutching her daughter tightly. Meow. The tiny snow-white kitten trailed behind, chasing after them. Nearby, some individuals sighed softly, clearly familiar with the little girl's plight, residing within the same neighborhood. In an era of advanced technology, such an affliction remained untreatable, with no current remedy in sight. These individuals murmured in quiet sympathy, sharing their heartfelt concern. It is a hereditary illness. The young girl's father passed away 2 months ago, and she remains unaware, believing instead that he is on a business trip. It is likely genetic, as the family possesses remarkable intellect. Both parents work at prestigious research institutions. Despite being only 4 years old, the girl learns at a pace that surpasses that of children aged 7 or 8. However, Fate has dealt her a cruel hand. Wang Xuan resides on the 25th floor of a 30-story building, where the lighting is exceptionally good. He begins to search for information regarding the indigenous people on his mobile device. Each time he recalls the girl's fragility, his heart is stirred, overwhelmed by profound empathy. It is difficult to disregard her plight, as she is utterly pitiable. Should he be able to lend a hand, he is willing to reach out. He discovers some old news articles, but upon clicking, he finds them all in a 404 state, completely inaccessible. Subsequently, he uncovers some information that has not been entirely erased. It is evident that only certain sensitive content has been expunged. One article mentions that during the early exploration of the new star, thousands of indigenous people were discovered. Although some conflicts arose, harmony was quickly restored, and they began to coexist. Below the article, discussions arise, noting that the indigenous people suffer from a particular hereditary disease. A striking response follows. This is not merely a simple genetic disorder, but one steeped in myth, referred to as the 5 declines of heaven and man regrettably. The conversation dwindles thereafter. After an extended search, Wang Xuan finally finds another article that has not succumbed to the 404 fate, rich in content. It confirms that during the early explorations of the new star, indigenous people were indeed found. Their population is scarce, and their birth rate is alarmingly low, which is the primary reason for their dwindling numbers. If this trend continues, they are destined to vanish. Most of the indigenous individuals possess violet hair and eyes. Their appearance is striking, and their learning abilities particularly pronounced. Upon first encountering them, despite their wooden dwellings nestled within the forest, newcomers from the Old World were left in awe. Those from the Old World believed that this group possessed exceptionally fine genetics and should be assimilated swiftly. The indigenous people once claimed to be descendants of celestial beings, prompting much contemplation among those from the Old World. The article mentions that some well-known tycoons had ancestral ties through marriage to the violet-haired, violet-eyed indigenous people, but such unions have since ceased. The indigenous people bear a terrifying hereditary illness for which there is no cure. Symptoms may manifest in childhood for some, while others may only experience them in adulthood. Once the illness takes hold, survival rarely extends beyond a few years. The affliction primarily targets the internal organs. Even as medical technology advances, enabling organ transplants, they still succumb to the illness, closely resembling the legendary descriptions of the 5 declines of heaven and man. With their bodies emitting a foul odor upon death, Wang Xuan finds himself lost in thought. This disease remains beyond the grasp of contemporary medicine. He sighs softly, feeling helpless. Settling in, Wang Xuan dedicates the next 2 days to familiarizing himself with all aspects of the new star, subsequently focusing intently on studying maps in preparation for his venture into the hidden lands. Old Shun had previously informed him that the concealed territory should be located in the Misty Plateau, as it is the only place that fits the criteria, spacious and uninhabited. Chunming too had conducted thorough research, concluding that no other location could possibly harbor such a secret. Wang Xuan chose to reside in Yuancheng primarily due to its proximity to the Misty Plateau, which conveniently grants access to the uninhabited region beyond. The new star, inhabited predominantly by a formidable population of Easterners, sees most of its denizens settled within the expansive central continent. The very name evokes a distinctly Eastern essence, as it was designated over a century ago when the Easterners first set foot on this planet, directly naming it as such. Naturally, numerous Easterners have also established their homes on other continents. To the west of the central continent lies the Misty Plateau, which boasts an average elevation exceeding 2,000 meters. Some towering mountains pierce the heavens, their summits perpetually crowned with snow, while mist envelopes their midsections, and lush greenery flourishes at their base, teeming with vitality. It can be said that certain mountains offer a perpetual view of the changing seasons. The Misty Plateau spans over 9 million square kilometers and remains undeveloped, rendering it a perilous wilderness. Each time Lao Chun visits the new star, he ventures into the Misty Plateau with his black sword, driven by the quest for the fabled locales of his past, as well as the hidden secrets that followed. According to Lao Chun, aside from the fabled sites, there exist several enigmatic places he is determined to uncover. He has marked a few suspicious areas on the map for Wang Xuan, deeming them sufficient for exploration. Lao Chun, can I truly rely on you? Please do not lead me into reckless wandering in this desolate expanse. Wang Xuan resolved to set off the following day. In the past couple of days, he had repeatedly encountered the charming little girl, Lele. She was exceedingly delightful and remarkably perceptive, often clutching her pure white kitten and sweetly addressing him as uncle. Wang Xuan sighed, for the child was tragically ill, rumored to have been afflicted too early and unlikely to survive beyond 5 years, most probably not even 6 months. "Uncle, will you come to see the starry fish tonight?" Lele queried, looking up at him the next time they met downstairs. "What starry fish?" Wang Xuan inquired with a smile. Having just arrived in the new star, his attention had been consumed by matters of daily living and preparations for exploring the hidden sites, leaving little room for anything else, even less than a child's curiosity. They are a very beautiful species, also known as lanternfish. It is currently their spawning season, and they migrate upstream from the lower reaches, journeying all the way to the vicinity of the Misty Plateau. It is a truly spectacular sight. They have now arrived near Yuancheng. "Would you like to join me this evening?" The riverbanks were abuzz with people reveling in the scenic views. When Lele was free from the torment of illness, she radiated cheerfulness and clarity, articulating her thoughts like a little adult. She informed Wang Xuan that the river segment outside Yuancheng was exceptionally well suited for observing the starry fish, attracting countless visitors each year. "When I was 1, 2, 3 years old, my parents took me to see them." A hint of melancholy crept into her voice as she continued, "Sadly, this year my father is away on a business trip, and I do not know when he will return. This year, only my mother will accompany me." Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, her youthful spirit quickly transformed into anticipation for the evening's spectacle. Unbeknownst to her, her father had passed away 2 months prior. Wang Xuan, having only a casual acquaintance with her, had met Lele's mother just once. To avoid any misunderstandings, it was only natural that he would not accompany them. Nevertheless, he indeed ventured out of the city that night and found a multitude of tourists. From a distance, he could see shadows of people lining the riverbanks. Zhou River ranks as the 5th longest river in the central continent, and this particular stretch beyond Yuan City is exceptionally grand. Soon, Wang Xuan found himself in awe. The sky was ablaze with stars, resplendent in their brilliance, illuminating the expanse from the river's surface to the heavens above. Fish leaping from the water would swell rapidly, glowing like exquisite lanterns suspended above the water. Some of these small lanterns, upon being jostled by their fellow leapers, would ascend even higher, creating a celestial tapestry of light, extraordinarily vibrant and beautiful. Particularly from a distance, the entirety of Zhou River sparkled with starlight, a sight of unparalleled magnificence. I had overlooked many of life's exquisite wonders. Since arriving at New Star, my mind had been solely preoccupied with entering the secret realm, yet this breathtaking scenery was truly worth beholding. Wang Xuan wandered along the lengthy riverbank for over an hour when, suddenly, he turned around, having spotted acquaintances. Indeed, Lele was right. Every year during this season, numerous tourists flock here to admire the beauty. Wang Xuan observed 3 women walking together, engaged in laughter and conversation. How curious that they had come together. They appeared quite harmonious. All 3 had once sought to collaborate with him, fervently attempting to recruit him into their respective expedition teams, and now he encountered them here unexpectedly. He chose to evade them, wishing to avoid a meeting, as his sole desire was to quietly enter the secret realm. Before long, he discovered Lele with her mother. "Jiang Shui, Mom, why are you crying?" Lele looked up at Jiang Shui. This evening, she was dressed beautifully, resembling a fairy tale sprite in her purple dress. Her light lavender hair danced in the gentle breeze, and her bright eyes sparkled with innocence. Jiang Shui quickly wiped away her tears and lifted her daughter into her arms. "Mom, do you miss Dad?" "I miss him too, but please don't cry," Lele said, displaying remarkable understanding for her age. Then, after a prolonged silence, the little girl softly remarked, "Mom, are you worried that I won't live long? It's all right. If I leave, I will transform into a little star here, visiting you every year. In the future, you and Dad should come here to see me each year. After a while, you can have a little brother to keep you company. I'm sure he'll be adorable. When you bring him here, I want to meet him too." Jiang Shui held her tightly, not wanting her to witness her tears. While facing Zhou River, more tears streamed down her face. Wang Xuan turned away, unable to watch any longer. With a sigh, he realized that he had initially felt he missed the beauty along the roadside, but now he was more resolute than ever to transcend the ordinary. This beautiful mortal realm, the majestic Zhou River, and the boundless starlight concealed the tears of some souls. Chapter 121. The location of the secret realm, the brilliance of transcendence, is not without its regrets. As one gazes back to find the world aglow with life's vivid tapestry, the yearning for immortality amidst the red dust brings forth lamentations, birth, aging, sickness, and death. An unending journey filled with sorrow, offering no escape. As Wang Xuan strolled along the banks of Zhou River, he marveled at the river's grandeur. The shimmering waves reflecting a luminous moon, countless lanterns adorning the night sky, all mingling with the celestial brilliance above, dazzling alongside the earthly realm. Zhou River, originating from the misty highlands in the west, flows eastward, where its majesty is occasionally met with tumultuous waves crashing against the shore at its swift bends. Wang Xuan walked alongside the river for a considerable time, encountering many people and various sights. His heart stirred by the events of the night as he earnestly gazed toward his future. In the midst of worldly existence, who does not yearn for a life of brilliance? He is still a youth, incapable of harboring a desire to escape the mundane. Naturally, he aspires to traverse this journey in a vibrant and colorful manner. Concerning the path of cultivation, whether among the pre-Qin practitioners, Taoists, or Buddhists, it now seems that the established routes may harbor flaws and present certain challenges. Being young, he will dispel the fog of confusion and explore a future that is uniquely his, provided he does not fall into the traps laid by the ancients along the way. The Zhou River is particularly lively at this time, reminiscent of the ancient lantern festival, bustling with people admiring lanterns and fish. Once again, Wang Xuan spots three familiar figures from afar: Wu Yin, Zhong Qing, and Li Qingxian, who surprisingly coexist peacefully. He is relatively acquainted with the first two, having interacted with them on numerous occasions. Their encounters often resemble fierce battles of wit and words. The third, Li Qingxian, with naturally curly hair and phoenix-like eyes, had met Wang Xuan once in the old earth and had attempted to recruit him. She does not have a favorable relationship with Ling Wei, and Wang Xuan suspects her motives for recruitment were multifaceted. Wu Yin shares a good rapport with Ling Wei, appearing quite indifferent during her interactions with Li Qingxian in the old earth. The sight of these three now strolling together along the Zhou River, gazing at the starry fish dancing in the sky, raises questions. Have they set aside their grievances in pursuit of collaboration? Could there be some unforeseen changes in the hidden realm? Wang Xuan contemplates, knowing he will embark on a quest for answers tomorrow. Under the starlit sky, Wang Xuan departs, returning to Yuan City. Upon reaching his residence, a pressing thought strikes him regarding the indigenous people's information that was subject to deletion. Could it pertain to the privacy of the financial magnates? That evening, upon seeing Lei and the three women again, he inevitably draws some associations. In the past, certain tycoons had intermarried with the indigenous people. Might their descendants occasionally exhibit signs of the celestial decline? He considers this possibility, pondering if such speculations might explain the removal of certain articles. The following day, Wang Xuan sets off with his backpack, heading directly towards the misty highlands. Across ages, many have been drawn to the wilderness and deep mountains, with some even pursuing it as a profession, conducting live broadcasts in the great outdoors. Wang Xuan arrives at the outskirts of the western wilderness in an airship, utilizing a designated route that proves to be quite convenient. Ahead, the terrain rises, lush and vibrant with life. Even from the outside, one can discern towering peaks in the distance, capped with snow. Brother, your gear is inadequate for the misty highlands, a seasoned adventure broadcaster remarks as he approaches for a shot. Wang Xuan evades, unwilling to be captured on camera, slipping into the woods and disappearing from view. Did you see that? A novice, charging forward as soon as he enters the misty highlands. He won't last long. Come, let us follow him and capture the scene of this rookie collapsing from exhaustion. The seasoned broadcaster, brimming with confidence, strides after him, determined to keep up for the sake of the audience watching the live stream. Ultimately, he himself succumbs to fatigue and does not catch a glimpse of the so-called novice. Yet, he refuses to admit defeat, claiming that the rookie must have lost his way and is possibly struggling elsewhere. The Cloud and Mist Plateau is truly magnificent, encompassing over 9 million square kilometers of vast wilderness, a domain that most would hesitate to explore deeply. Wang Xuan had observed a few individuals on the outskirts. Yet as he ventured into the territory inhabited by ferocious beasts, the sighting of adventurers became increasingly rare, with only sporadic traces of humanity left behind. Under the setting sun, the plateau thrived with lush forests, and various wild animals began to emerge. apart from a large raptor that circled overhead, relentlessly pursuing Wang Xuan's figure. A creature resembling a bear suddenly appeared amidst the evening glow and charged towards him upon spotting him. Its fur was a striking shade of red, and it was exceptionally robust, likely weighing over 1,200 pounds. The beast galloped through the forest with a force that seemed to shake the very earth, creating a cacophony that sent nearby birds and animals fleeing in terror. It could be categorized as a bear, sharing some similarities. Wang Xuan rose to his feet, not retreating, but rather feeling a sense of anticipation. He had long heard tales of various ferocious beings lurking in the depths. Perhaps he was nearing the edge of such a realm? As the bear-like creature approached, it rose on its hind legs and struck forward with a powerful paw, a blow that would likely prove fatal for an ordinary person. It opened its massive maw, ready to bite. With a resounding thud, despite encountering a new species, Wang Xuan did not relent. He countered with a swift slap. The creature, covered in red fur, let out a pained howl, retracting its paw in confusion and fear as it gazed at him. In truth, Wang Xuan had shown restraint. Had he not, the bear's paw would have surely been shattered. "Come, let me see if you can serve as my steed," he mused. This marked his first encounter with such an enormous beast since becoming a master, and he had often heard ancient legends of immortal beings riding divine beasts. While he could not aspire to that level, surely he could manage to ride an ordinary ferocious animal? His interest piqued. He recalled an edited photograph from a bygone era depicting Emperor Pu galloping atop a brown bear. However, once he mounted this colossal creature, the experience proved far from what he had envisioned. It bounded and leaped in sheer panic, utterly untrainable, leaving Wang Xuan feeling as though he were seated upon a wildly oscillating seesaw. "Disappear at once, or I shall roast your paw," he exclaimed, unable to endure its frantic antics, and sent it away. That night, furrowing his brow, he traversed the forest. This bear-like creature was already considered a large predator. Yet he saw no other formidable beasts, indicating that the fabled realm was not located in this area. On the morning of the second day, Wang Xuan set forth again, tracing the upstream of the Zhou River, guided by a target marked by Old Chun. 2 days later, disappointment washed over him. That region could not possibly be the fabled realm. On the fourth day, he dispatched a raptor weighing over 200 pounds, which had swooped down from the heights with the capability to easily pierce the skulls of ordinary people. A flicker of hope ignited within him. But he quickly realized that this raptor was already the undisputed aerial sovereign of the plateau, with nothing more formidable soaring above. On the 7th day, he climbed a snow-capped mountain thousands of meters high, concluding that this icy expanse could not harbor the fabled realm. Finally, on the 11th day, Wang Xuan ventured into the depths of the cloud and mist plateau. Beside a pristine freshwater lake, he vanquished a formidable feline creature weighing an astonishing 1,700 pounds, resembling a hybrid of tiger and leopard, yet exhibiting a greater ferocity and might. This was the most powerful species he had encountered on the misty plateau, though it bore no resemblance to the legendary beasts of lore. Wang Xuan sighed, having scoured the several locations suspected by Old Chun, yet finding not even a trace of the elusive den, devoid of any clues. On the 12th day, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a patch of golden mushrooms, igniting a flicker of excitement within him as he rushed over. Could this be the fabled golden fungus? A quarter of an hour later, he witnessed the dire fate of the ground squirrels and wild foxes he had forcibly fed. They convulsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth before blood trickled from their lips. With a heavy heart, he lamented the futility of his search. The elusive den remained unfound, and traversing this desolate region yielded nothing. "Old Chun, you are indeed unreliable." Wang Xuan could no longer endure the solitude of the misty plateau, having endured countless days of hardship without uncovering any valuable leads. He began to believe that the den was not situated within the misty plateau at all. Old Chun had been mistaken from the very beginning. Was he left with no choice but to seek collaboration with Zhao Qinghan or Wu Yin? A sense of reluctance washed over him, for partnering with the goddess Zhao or joining Wu Yin's expedition team would inevitably expose his true capabilities. Most critically, he harbored too many secrets that could lead to unwarranted suspicions. Could it be that another hypothesis was in play? Perhaps a mysterious space existed on a new planet, accessible only through a specific entrance, leading to an entirely new realm. Wang Xuan mused that if this were the case, the entrance would surely be heavily guarded by various organizations, making stealthy entry impossible. Or could the den lie on another continent? His mind was rife with conjecture. He surmised that the den was unlikely to be on the Misty Plateau. After an exhaustive search, Old Chun had found nothing, and neither had he. Disheartened, Wang Xuan embarked on his return journey, sprinting through the wilderness, startling numerous birds and beasts into flight. Days later, he found himself back in Yuan City. After expending more than half a month with no gains, he felt defeated. Ultimately, he decided to visit the secretive exploration organization S branch in Yuan City, hoping to convey a message to Old Chun through a coded phrase, suspecting his deductions had been entirely erroneous. However, upon his arrival and subsequent exchange of secret words, he was presented with a confidential letter. After perusing its contents, he was overwhelmed with a desire to return to his homeland and confront Old Chun. What a deception! If he deciphered the letter correctly, it indicated that both the fabled land and the hidden den were independent celestial bodies, entirely separate from the new star. Clearly, Old Chun had resurrected and, over the course of these days, had uncovered the truth through the relevant authorities. Reflecting on his tumultuous journey over the past weeks, navigating the Misty Plateau alongside wild beasts and subsisting on tasteless charred meat, Wang Xuan was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions. The misinformation had nearly driven him to despair. The den was, astonishingly, a brand new life planet. This revelation sent shockwaves through him. Was collaboration with Zhao Qinghan and Wu Yin his only recourse? Alas, after circling back to square one, Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether there were any other avenues available to him. Chapter 122. Annihilation as the norm. In the depths of the unknown starry sky lies the mysterious land, home to extraordinary treasures that have piqued the envy of various wealthy clans, prompting them to dispatch explorers incessantly. Given the presence of the Earth Immortal herb, one must wonder if there exist formidable primate beings or even genuine transcendent entities. Wang Xuan pondered deeply. The Earth Immortal herb, a rare medicinal plant, is clearly documented in ancient texts from the Old Land, often evoking associations with myth. Currently, the information is asymmetrical, with the specifics firmly held by the wealthy, leaving him woefully uninformed. The mysterious land is likely far more perilous than he imagines. Various factions continually organize expeditions. What remarkable artifacts have they unearthed? Old Chen's secretive exploration organization has a branch in Yuan City, gathering intelligence on the mysterious land. Unfortunately, they only possess knowledge of certain expedition teams' achievements, with no clue about the mysterious land's location or particulars. In the antiquated study of the Zhong family, numerous artifacts exude an air of mystery, some linked to mythological tales, while others were once wielded by the mightiest sorcerers. Zhong Yong reclined in a jade-like verdant rattan chair, where two fresh tender leaves sprouted from a vine behind him. Draped over his legs was a skin of a sacred beast, emanating a divine aura rich with life essence. He sighed softly, summoning his second son, Zhong Changming, and said, "My time may be limited. You must prepare yourself and tread wisely with each forthcoming move." Zhong Changming had barely seated himself when he abruptly stood again, bewildered by his father's unusual words. His father, who had always feared death, was now speaking such ominous sentiments. Behind Zhong Yong, on the bookshelf, lay a collection of multicolored jade texts, golden bamboo slips, a jade vessel shimmering with ethereal light, and stone tablets engraved with 9 human figures. This was merely a fraction of his vast collection, which included countless relics. Even if ancient titans were to be resurrected, they would be astounded by some of his treasures, for many had long vanished into legend. "Sit down and listen to me." Wang Xuan had recuperated for 2 days, contemplating how to access the mysterious land and which faction would be most prudent to ally with. Alternatively, he considered the possibility of not venturing into the mysterious land at all, continuing instead to study the inner realm. He believed one must not become ensnared by a singular path. Should entry to the mysterious land prove impossible, other avenues must remain viable. Given his unique ability to access the inner realm before achieving transcendence, perhaps there were records of such circumstances in the esoteric texts of prestigious sections. He mused whether he could effectively harness the inner realm without unleashing ancient entities, pondering if there were ancient methods to impose restrictions on such traps. The New Star region boasts a plethora of texts and ancient artifacts, nearly exhausting the resources of the Old Land, which is one of the reasons Wang Xuan had ventured to New Star. 3 days later, the Dingwu organization contacted him, requesting his presence at their Yuan City branch to register some information. Soon, he understood the situation New Star aimed to catalog basic information about practitioners in both new and old arts, claiming it was to better serve the cultivators. Wang Xuan remained contemplative. Was this endeavor truly to aid practitioners, or was it a means to gain a firmer grasp on their every detail? He swiftly realized that the New Star was taking precautions, apprehensive of the emergence of genuine extraordinary beings, and had begun preparations in advance. If this trend continued, they might impose various restrictions on them in the future, such as requiring notification for travel upon reaching a certain level. He surmised that individuals like Qin Cheng would likely be under close scrutiny now. Wang Xuan felt a sense of resistance within him and remarked, "I am not affiliated with New Star. I have merely been temporarily assigned here from the old Earth and shall return shortly." However, there was no choice. As long as he resided in New Star, registration was mandatory. Do not overthink it. It only involves entering basic information such as your name and cultivation level, with no further implications. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan realized avoidance was futile. Currently, the information being collected was minimal, as it was merely a census of cultivators. What would transpire in the future remained uncertain. Reluctantly, he made his way to the Dingwu organization's branch in Yuanqing. In truth, the reason for this visit was that some matters were inconvenient to discuss over the phone and required face-to-face communication. The individual responsible for the registration was a middle-aged woman, not a member of the Dingwu organization, but rather someone dispatched from above, indicating that the higher-ups placed significant importance on this matter. Wang Xuan remained silent, merely observing her. "This is a good thing," the middle-aged woman said, lowering her voice and speaking mysteriously. "As a special consultant, you must have heard of the secret land, right?" Wang Xuan's expression remained unchanged, yet a ripple of intrigue stirred within him. He had been researching the secret land recently, and now an outsider was explicitly mentioning it to him. Although some cultivators were aware of the secret land and sought it in various locations throughout New Star, they would never discover it without guidance. The middle-aged woman smiled and added, "I know you have experienced a painful realization. You wandered the Misty Plateau for over half a month. Please, do not regard me that way," she continued with a smile. "I do not know the exact location of the secret land, but after this registration, you will have the opportunity to enter it." "What do you mean?" Wang Xuan inquired. The middle-aged woman explained, "Various parties have agreed that access to the secret land should be granted to some powerful cultivators, providing them with valuable opportunities." She smiled and added, "It has been stated that this registration is intended to better serve the cultivators. Just await good news. I estimate that individuals of your caliber will be prioritized for an invitation to the secret land." Wang Xuan departed with a stoic expression, pondering, what service to cultivators? This is entirely for the benefit of the large organization, facilitating their search for suitable individuals to undertake explorations. Indeed, 2 days later, he received his first call. An invitation from the Qin family's expedition team, a prominent financial conglomerate. Wang Xuan listened quietly, gaining insights into the information he sought through the representative's introduction. Ultimately, he refrained from outright refusal, stating he needed time to consider. In the following days, he received calls from over a dozen expedition teams, including one from an intermediary. This intermediary was particularly intriguing, assuring Wang Xuan that they would charge no fees to him, only to the employer, allowing him to feel at ease. "Brother, it is not merely the large organizations exploring the secret land. Others wish to invest there as well, and pathways have now been established. How do the financial conglomerates and expedition organizations distribute profits among explorers? They take 70%, leaving you with 30%. To comprehend the peculiar artifacts you have tirelessly gathered at the risk of your life, only to see them appropriated by others, is a bitter reality. However, the employer I introduce offers a different arrangement, an equitable 50-50 split." Wang Xuan remained composed, deliberately withholding his opinions. His engagement with such individuals was merely a means to extract further information. The intermediary, exuding enthusiasm, added him to a deep space signal group populated by a dozen practitioners akin to himself. It is imperative to avoid the explorations led by the colossal conglomerates, for their targets are rare treasures such as the mountain snail and earth immortal grass, which often lead to catastrophic losses. Hardly anyone survives these ventures. Have you heard? The last expedition organized by the Song family was utterly annihilated, and they are now struggling to recruit. No one dares to join. I have emphasized that although our newly established Xinyuan expedition team is still in its infancy, it is safe and offers generous profit sharing. In our last mission, out of 8 members, 4 returned alive, a survival rate of 50%, the highest among all organizations. Wang Xuan silently observed their banter, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Could this be a mere band of swindlers attempting to deceive him? He promptly reached out to the secretive exploration organization led by Old Chun, located in Yuanqing, to discuss the situation and inquire about the Xingyuan expedition team's credibility. That very day, he received an astonishing report. Indeed, this newly established team boasted the highest survival rate, with half of its members safely emerging from the perilous depths. In stark contrast, the mortality rates of other teams were staggering, with a mere 2 in 10 often returning alive. Recently, the grand conglomerates had suffered multiple total losses. What of the Zhao, Wu, and Zhong families? Wang Xuan inquired. I have no acquaintances within the Zhong family, came the reply. The Wu family has been eager to collaborate with us and maintains close contact. However, I have heard they faced total annihilation twice recently, with the survival rate plummeting below 15%. The situation with the Zhao family is similarly dire. Wang Xuan, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had contemplated seeking refuge with the divine Zhao and the enigmatic Wu Yin, yet the prospect of such staggering losses was daunting, even for someone as formidable as himself. He had foreseen that the depths would likely be perilous, but it now appeared to be a veritable pit of death, where even the teams of super conglomerates continually faltered. Subsequently, Wang Xuan sought out personnel at the Dingwu Organization's branch to inquire about the Xingyuan expedition team and the reason behind their elevated survival rate. They operated at lower risk, steering clear of targets like the earth immortal grass and mountain snail, remaining in the outer regions and returning promptly, typically within a week. In contrast, other teams often lingered in the depths for over 10 days, sometimes approaching a month before their return. Nodding in understanding, Wang Xuan realized these were not merely con artists attempting to swindle him. Has anyone ever unearthed earth immortal grass? He queried. How could that be? Such a treasure is guarded by beings of the earth immortal tier in ancient lore. Countless souls have perished there, yet none have managed to draw near. Through various channels, Wang Xuan had gathered limited knowledge of the depths, yet he was becoming increasingly informed about the circumstances surrounding the different teams. As the end of the month approached, all the teams were due to return, and the results of their exploits would soon be revealed. Would the grand conglomerates face another total defeat? The new source exploration team is set to return from their second expedition, eagerly awaiting updates on their battle losses. If the survival rate remains at 50%, I shall resolutely participate in the next new source adventure. Within the deep space signal group, discussions abound. Wang Xuan is also waiting, curious to observe the status of Zhao Qinghan and Wu Yin's respective family expedition teams, as well as the overall condition of the larger organization. Surely, those teams have not faced total annihilation once again. Days later, as the timeline suggests, the various family expedition teams should have returned. All those privy to the secrets await with bated breath for the announcement of their achievements. Currently, it is a period of silence, yet secrets are difficult to keep. The circumstances of each family and the number of casualties will soon be revealed. The Deep Space Signal Group witnesses an immediate surge of activity among its members. Alas, the universe is a realm of vivid variety, while the dominant local powers have long ventured into the secret territories, leaving ordinary individuals in ignorance of these truths. This is indeed a reality. Major organizations have consistently guarded their secrets, never disclosing the truth to the public. In recent years, New Star has unveiled numerous new species. While some remain skeptical, their doubts are merely speculation. Why the concealment? Naturally, it is to monopolize and maintain control over those lucrative benefits. Within the Deep Space Signal Group, discussions abound. Wang Xuan remains silent, primarily focusing on listening and observing, studying the secret territories and the experiences of the wealthy adventurers. There exists another possibility. They may lack control over the secret territories, facing significant risks that could even extend to New Star. Hence their reluctance to disclose information for fear of inciting public dissent. Initially, Wang Xuan believed he was surrounded by a group of charlatans attempting to deceive him, but he has since realized that some possess genuine insights. At the very least, he has gleaned a wealth of information regarding the secret territories from this group. In the afternoon, the new source exploration team returned, promptly sharing their specific circumstances, igniting fervent discussions within the group. Many were exceedingly thrilled. This time, the new source team comprised 21 members, with 11 returning alive, resulting in a survival rate exceeding 50%. Should this news reach the general populace, it would undoubtedly evoke shock, for a 50% survival rate represents one of the most perilous professions today. However, in the realm of foreign exploration, this is deemed a remarkable achievement, especially when juxtaposed with other teams that frequently face complete destruction. Wang Xuan gazed silently, sighing inwardly. The life of an explorer is fraught with peril, a gamble for tomorrow where even a 50% survival rate entices some to join the fray. Nevertheless, those fortunate enough to return alive have mostly gathered extraordinary artifacts, which could fetch astronomical prices upon their return to the old Earth, sufficient to sustain a lifetime. Though high risk, the potential for high rewards compels individuals to stake their lives. Within the group, photos are shared, showcasing the returning explorers. One man, covered in blood, yet wearing an extraordinarily bright smile, cradles a golden mushroom the size of a human head. Such a specimen would command at least 100 million new star coins, wealth that could last for generations. The Deep Space Signal Group erupted in excitement, many overwhelmed with envy and admiration. In ancient times, such a find would have been considered a miraculous herb, promising longevity and youthfulness for modern consumers. Each time such treasures are harvested, the conglomerates are willing to pay exorbitant prices, no less than 150 million new star coins. The golden mushroom is indeed a remarkable find. Consuming such a large specimen can enable practitioners of ancient arts to break through their limits and elevate their prowess to new heights. The New Source Expedition team released a photograph that proved more persuasive than anything else, igniting fervent discussions, even stirring the interest of Wang Xuan. As evening fell, reports of significant outcomes from major organizations began to emerge, not through their own announcements, but through insiders leaking the information. The Song family, unlike before, did not suffer complete annihilation. 3 members returned alive, albeit 2 severely injured and in need of artificial kidneys and lungs. Last month, all explorers from the Song family perished in a particularly brutal encounter, and this was not the first time. The survival of even a few this time was considered a stroke of fortune. How many members did the Song family send this time? It appears they dispatched over 160, all formidable cultivators. In the vastness of deep space, a momentary silence was followed by a collective gasp of astonishment from the onlookers, a chilling sensation creeping up their spines. Traditionally, regardless of how they divided into teams, the total number of Song family explorers hovered around the 100 mark. Although this month did not witness total extinction, the actual death toll was even higher. With such a staggering mortality rate, who would dare venture forth again? Unless one was seeking a death wish. Wang Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. The deadly nature of these ventures was alarming. Even the elite teams of the conglomerates suffered devastating losses. Such a mortality rate would likely lead those who dared to step into dangerous territories to regret their decisions at the final moment. He felt a growing sense of trepidation. He had come to enhance himself, to transcend the ordinary, with the prerequisite of surviving, and he saw no need to gamble with his life unnecessarily. Soon, news of the Qin family's plight also circulated, revealing that their expedition comprised only 50 individuals, all of whom perished within the perilous grounds, with none returning alive. This revelation weighed heavily on the hearts of those informed. The dangers of these territories seemed to escalate, suggesting some unforeseen calamity, making the retrieval of extraordinary items increasingly challenging. The Qin family, one of the super conglomerates, sent so few because they had frequently encountered total annihilation, leading many to hesitate in joining their ranks. Amidst the deep space signal cluster, voices lamented that if this trend continued, even the highest rewards offered by the Qin family would prove futile, as no one would dare to join them. Reports continued to flow in, with the Origins Life Research Institute's expedition team exhibiting commendable performance, achieving a survival rate of 15%. The elite mercenary organization known as Qin Cheng dispatched a formidable contingent, yet of nearly 200, only 6 survived. Subsequently, details emerged regarding the Zhao family's team, revealing a staggering death rate of 93%. Wang Xuan felt an urge to quietly light a cigarette for solace. However, he did not smoke. Zhao Qinghan had once invited him to join her family's expedition team, but with such a death rate, who would dare to accept? Did the goddess Zhao harbor grievances against him? He had inadvertently discussed her twice, both times being caught unawares. The first was an accident, during which he lamented the allure of what one desires, only to be interrupted by Qin Cheng. The second time, while cautioning Qin Cheng, he remarked on Zhao's ethereal beauty and charm, noting her ability to project whatever persona she wished, a depth of cultivation that few could withstand. Could it be that little Zhao intended to orchestrate his demise? The mortality rate was so chilling that it left Wang Xuan questioning the very essence of life itself. He resolved that unless Zhao Qinghan ventured into the forbidden area herself, their expedition team would steer clear of it, maintaining a distance as great as possible. As anticipated, all the teams suffered devastating losses. Some were entirely wiped out, while those who managed to return were few and far between. That evening, an array of grim tidings circulated, resembling a lamentation gathering. Upon the arrival of the Kong family's warship, gurneys bearing bloody bodies were carried out, leaving the onlookers in shock, only to be followed by an unexpected uproar of laughter. How could this be? Given the dire circumstances, laughter seemed utterly misplaced. The gravely injured were the only ones brought back. The deceased either lay unburied within the forbidden grounds or had been consumed by mysterious creatures, leaving no time or means to retrieve their remains. Such laughter struck me as almost macabre. As expected, the deep space signal network erupted with various reports, and Wang Xuan meticulously perused each one to grasp the latest developments. He lightly tapped the table, pondering the alarming mortality rate that suggested some unforeseen calamity had befallen the area. In earlier times, survival rates were markedly higher. What had gone awry? He considered Wu Yin, Zhong Qing, and Li Qingxian traversing the Zhou River, likely probing alliances and laying groundwork for collaboration among their families. It was now evident that the recent data collection was not for the benefit of practitioners, but rather to facilitate the selection of candidates by the financial magnates. With the recent surge in deaths, it had become increasingly difficult for the major factions to identify suitable practitioners, and no amount of money could entice anyone to venture forth. This strategy served the financial empires well, allowing them to send practitioners into the perilous depths, ultimately acquiring numerous extraordinary artifacts while simultaneously eliminating these volatile elements. Conservative factions, represented by the Qin family, harbored concerns that the emergence of extraordinary individuals could lead to various complications. What of the Zhong family? Their silence was conspicuous, and Wang Xuan had been closely monitoring their situation, particularly because of their possession of the golden bamboo slips, which weighed heavily on his mind. Now that he had developed a mental realm, he could glimpse the scriptures from afar, fueling his desire to find an opportunity to converse with old Zhong. Though he recognized the improbability of such an encounter, he still entertained the notion of visiting old Zhong's study one day. Just as Wang Xuan was lost in thought about old Zhong, explosive news soon reached him. Old Zhong was defying the odds. Within the deep space network, astonishment echoed as an unbelievable revelation emerged. Old Zhong had brazenly ventured into the forbidden area. Shortly thereafter, the head of Old Qin's secret organization in Yuan City confirmed the veracity of this shocking news to Wang Xuan. It was akin to a nuclear bomb being dropped into the deep sea, leaving all parties utterly astounded. For many years, no prominent member of a financial empire had dared to set foot in the forbidden area, let alone the head of such a family. At this level of power, there was no need for them to make personal appearances. Even their descendants refrained from entering perilous territories. Many found it hard to believe that old Zhong would undertake such a risk, knowing that no one valued their life more than he did. Having even driven his own eldest son to exhaustion, he has now surpassed a century, and each time he nears death, he miraculously pulls through, reportedly at a tremendous cost. He has undergone life extension treatments 4 times. Many believe that his second son, Zhong Chengming, the current first in line for inheritance, will likely follow in his elder brother's footsteps and precede the old man in death. Thus, it is hard for many to fathom how this old fellow, who has lived in fear of death, could display such audacity in his final moments. Has he lost his mind? Only the top-tier organizations, upon receiving the news, quickly discerned Zhong Yong's intentions. They sighed privately, acknowledging that Zhong Yong had indeed gone mad, yet displayed remarkable boldness, daring to take risks at such an advanced age. Recently, a legendary artifact has surfaced in the secret realms, described in ancient texts almost to the letter. According to the records, this extraordinary item is exceedingly rare, cannot be preserved or transported, and must be consumed on the spot, promising to extend life by over 50 years. The Zhong family paid a steep price to verify the existence of this artifact, and to everyone's astonishment, Zhong Yong himself dared to venture forth for a second time. All parties could not help but marvel at the old man's decisiveness in critical moments, embodying the spirit of one must go mad to survive. Should we intervene? Murmured some within the Zhong family. However, before he could finish speaking, the head of the organization interrupted. Any super conglomerate operates on its own system and would not change due to the misfortune of an individual. Moreover, given Zhong's cautious nature, when such news arises, he is either dead or has successfully returned, leaving no opportunity for others to exploit. In fact, he was correct in his assessment. Just as discussions arose, speculating that Zhong Yong might encounter misfortune, a photograph shattered the tranquility. Wang Xuan also saw it. Someone had shared an image of the old man in the group. It was taken in the secret realm, depicting the old man carrying a lifeboat, striding forward with long legs, sprinting with great exertion. This was captured by a detector from a certain organization, which reportedly suffered severe damage. The photograph was likely taken a day or two prior, and due to intense interference, was only transmitted back today. The old man truly astonished everyone. He had succeeded. Based on the timeline, he had already returned to the new star. All eyes fixated on the photograph, filled with disbelief. A faint dark hue appeared on his once sparse scalp. Was that a hint of black hair emerging? Moreover, he appeared markedly rejuvenated. Most crucially, he was running while carrying a lifeboat, a weight of several hundred to 1,000 pounds. How could an ordinary person manage such a feat? Yet, success was not guaranteed. From the photograph, it seemed the old man faced danger and was being pursued by something. He had no time to activate the lifeboat, so he could only flee while carrying it, perhaps already meeting his end in the secret realm. Could the dignitaries inquire at the Zhong family if the old man has returned? Regardless, Zhong Yong has become an explosive topic of discussion within certain circles, garnering immense attention and speculation. Some even suggested that Zhong Yong might be an unparalleled master in the realm of ancient arts, merely maintaining a low profile. Ultimately, someone edited the image, transforming the lifeboat into a super battleship, with the old man carrying it while fleeing, causing a sensation and becoming the most talked about image. Chapter 124. Goddess Zhao. The elderly master Zhong Yong appears to have consumed extraordinary substances, seemingly living a second life, which has stirred considerable turmoil among those privy to the secrets of the underground realm. What can people say? This old man has remained dormant, but once he takes action, it is akin to a thunderous tempest, undoubtedly driven by the desire for rejuvenation. Despite being over a century old, he continues to express his reluctance to part from his children, lamenting his attachment to this mortal world. Among the influential figures of the financial elite, his obsession stands unparalleled. He often sighs, captivated by the brilliance of the secular world, yearning for an additional 500 years of existence. This development has garnered immense attention and scrutiny from all quarters. Recently, various organizations have incurred significant losses as expedition teams have been decimated one after another, with compensation payments sending chills down their spines. Now, with the audacious move by old Zhong, certain elderly figures have been deeply stirred, unable to remain still. Who wouldn't he wish to gamble for a final chance at youth before departing this life? Some magnates are meticulously examining a photograph, scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass, convinced that the old man has sprouted a thick mane of black hair. His weathered face, once lined with deep creases, seems to have rejuvenated, as if he has transcended into the vigor of his 40s, a true rebirth. A group of septuagenarians and octogenarians finds themselves unsettled, increasingly convinced that old Zhong is deliberately flaunting his long legs for someone to see. In their visits to him, he typically appeared frail and on the brink of death, lying beneath the skin of Qilin, purportedly to preserve the vitality that seemed to ebb away. Old Zhong harbors ulterior motives, enticing us to the underground realm, perhaps intending to lead a multitude to their doom. Some mutter through clenched teeth, ultimately sighing, "Though I curse him, I find myself tempted." An esteemed figure visited the Zhong residence, only to be informed by Qin Cheng that the elder was unwell and required recuperation, rendering him unavailable for guests in the near future. There can be no doubt, old Zhong has indeed returned. Wang Xuan gazed at the photograph of the elderly man carrying a super battleship, feeling a sense of incredulity. This old man is audacious, defying fate, and has succeeded. Upon examining the original image, estimating the weight of the escape pod to be at least 1,000 pounds, it is evident that old Zhong strides with such grace that he must possess at least the prowess of a master. Is this strength a result of consuming extraordinary substances, or is old Zhong himself an adept? The Zhong family possesses a plethora of secret texts, encompassing the highest esoteric teachings of Taoism. If he is indeed a master of ancient arts, Wang Xuan would not be surprised in the least. At over 100 years old, with his body buried beneath the earth, he still strives with such vigor. What reason do we have to not exert ourselves, to fight against the shackles of fate? The path to immortality lies just ahead. Calm and composed, Wang Xuan noticed that the crowd had erupted into fervor, passionately exclaiming their desire to venture into the underground realm to alter their destinies. Life is fraught with obstacles, yet the future gleams with promise. What justification do we have to squander our time? Prepare to embark, sign up. A throng of fervent souls clamored to join the new exploration team. While Wang Xuan remained unaffected by their enthusiasm, the sight of old Zhong's photograph stirred an unsettling feeling within him. The old man, over a century in age, dares to enter perilous territories, risking his life with the escape pod. He now wishes to hastily book a ticket to flee, perceiving the prominent organizations as merciless, and the depths of the mysterious realm as a perilous pit. He yearns for a semblance of stability. Does he not possess the fervor of a dying elder? Soon, he regains his composure, acutely aware that the turmoil surrounding old Zhong is far from over. It has merely commenced and will escalate to a terrifying extent. If he feels such turmoil, how much more so will the elderly within those organizations, who have little time left to live, dare to take desperate risks? Furthermore, a portion of the younger tycoons, driven by ambition, are also inclined to venture into the depths of the unknown. The catalyst, indeed, is a photograph of Zhong Yong, which will inevitably lead to further bloodshed within the mysterious realm. Wang Xuan is convinced that henceforth, some individuals from the tycoons will personally descend into the depths, and for safety's sake, they will bring along more adventurers. In reality, his suspicions are confirmed. By the following morning, he receives several calls from the top-tier organizations, each raising the advance payment, offering exorbitant sums to recruit more men for another expedition into the depths. Clearly, after old Zhong's interference, he watches the storm brew with a smile, observing the other elders stirring restlessly. Soon, news source sends Wang Xuan a contract online for his review, stating that this time the expedition team will only recruit 21 members, and spots are limited. Wang Xuan accepts the document, stating he will consider it. He glances through it. The advance payment of 4 million new star coins is indeed substantial, yet it is a price for one's very life, where a single misstep could lead to death in the vastness of space. Besides the advance, there is complimentary escort by warships for the round trip, and a 50-50 split for any extraordinary items brought back, which are the most basic terms. The head of Old Qin's secret path organization in Yuan City, upon receiving the contract Wang Xuan sent, is deeply moved and sighs. This is a complex era. The status of practitioners has plummeted compared to ancient times, requiring one to gamble their life for a chance at the future. A journey into the depths of space is akin to flipping a coin, with both sides determining fate. For the large organizations, 4 million new star coins are merely the cost of 2 tickets and are of little significance. Wang Xuan strolls through the community, contemplating various matters. After several days apart, he encounters Lei again. She is seated on a bench in the shade of a tree, cradling a tiny, snow-white kitten in her arms, engaging in solitary conversation. I have been fainting from pain lately and can no longer attend school. I might be dying. Yet, why hasn't father returned? If he delays any longer, he will miss seeing me. She appears despondent, hugging the kitten tightly, bowing her head, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Xuan stands behind her, refraining from interrupting her thoughts. He sighs inwardly, feeling pity for the little girl. During her last episode, she endured immense pain, her forehead drenched in cold sweat without shedding a tear, trembling as she extended her tiny hand to wipe her mother's tears, comforting the adult instead. Now alone, she has momentarily escaped her affliction, yet finds herself in tears, revealing her sorrow, which she had kept hidden from the adults. Huan, would it be all right if I were buried in the woods by the banks of the Zhou River after I die? The little girl lowers her head, speaking to the kitten in her arms, tears cascading down her cheeks as she whispers, I promised my mother that every year, when the starry fish fill the night sky, she and father will come to see me. In truth, I yearn to see them every day. The thought of parting fills me with dread. Yet, fearing their sorrow, I have made a pact with her to visit me annually at this time. Wang Xuan stood at a distance, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. The young girl, wise beyond her years, expressed concern for her parents' future sadness, her words resonating deeply and painfully within the heart. I fear that they may miss me one day. Hence, I encouraged my mother to bear another child to keep them company. Yet, as the years roll by, will they forget me? Tears fell from the girl's eyes onto the small cat, and after wiping it away, she said, Huan, when you hear that the starfish have appeared, you must remind them to come see me, and you must go too, for I will miss you. Meow. The diminutive cat mewed softly in her embrace. They believe I am oblivious, but I am acutely aware. I understand that my time is drawing near, perhaps as soon as next month. The little girl, Lele, cradling the pristine white cat, could not contain her tears, softly sobbing. I cannot bear to part from you. I am genuinely terrified, not only of lying alone by the riverside, but also of the complete obliteration of my existence after death. Gazing into the distance, the girl declared, before I depart, I wish to donate my eyes, my corneas, to another. The eyes of our indigenous people possess the most spiritual essence, allowing one to see further. Our hereditary ailments do not affect our sight. I wish to bestow them upon a child roughly my age, so she may occasionally check on my mother for me. Here. Her voice grew heavy, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She whispered, I have yet to see the ocean. My mother says it is too humid, and the sea breeze is detrimental to my fragile health. I want that little girl to see it for me, for I have remained in Yuancheng, unable to wander far. The child who receives my corneas will traverse the world on my behalf, witnessing all its wonders. Wang Xuan sighed softly, feeling a pang of compassion for this little girl. Her words struck a chord, yet he felt helpless to assist. After a lengthy silence, the girl, Lele, composed herself, wiping away her tears and gazing dreamily at the clouds in the sky. It was only then that Wang Xuan approached her to greet her and engaged in conversation, sharing tales of the old land. Clearly, the girl was eager to converse and delighted in storytelling. Their exchange unfolded harmoniously. Is your mother at work? Is there no one to care for you? Wang Xuan wondered, concerned about the possibility of her suddenly falling ill. There is a robotic ant nearby, she replied. I wanted to speak with Huan privately. I didn't let her come over earlier. After saying this, she inquired, Uncle, did you go to see the starfish last time? Wang Xuan nodded. Indeed, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Will you go again next year? The girl asked, her eyes brimming with hope. I shall return. I plan to visit every year, for it is too splendid to resist, he affirmed. That is wonderful. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. After bidding her farewell, Wang Xuan walked away, glancing back to see her watching him. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. He surmised it was yet another call from those large organizations, summoning him to a clandestine meeting. Upon answering the call, he immediately inquired, Is this about the secret rendezvous again? A brief silence ensued before a melodious female voice responded, Haven't you had your fair share of meetings lately? The tone was not reminiscent of a customer service representative, and it sounded familiar. In an instant, he realized it was Zhao Qinghan. How did she know he was at New Star? He quickly deduced that it must have been Qin Cheng's loose lips that revealed his whereabouts, as he had only shared his phone number with familiar acquaintances, among whom was Qin Cheng. Qinghan, I was just about to reach out to you, he said. Now that I'm new to New Star and unfamiliar with the surroundings, I was hoping you could assist me. Although I felt a bit embarrassed to ask until now. Let me treat you to a meal sometime. How insincere, Zhao Qinghan retorted. Earlier, when she contacted Qin Cheng to inquire about Wang Xuan's situation on the old Earth, she sensed something unusual in the tone of the conversation. She quickly followed up with, Which city is Wang Xuan in New Star? Hand me the phone. Her keen intuition and unconventional approach momentarily left Qin Cheng flustered. As he hesitated, Zhao Qinghan confirmed her suspicion that Wang Xuan had indeed arrived at New Star. She insisted that Qin Cheng provide Wang Xuan's contact information and promptly dialed his number. After Qin Cheng ended the call and momentarily lost in thought, he immediately tried to notify Wang Xuan, only to discover that the latter was already on another call. He sighed. Indeed, the goddess possesses profound insight. Her reactions are remarkably swift. You're in Yuancheng, right? Let us have lunch, Zhao Qinghan stated decisively, leaving no room for excuses. Wang Xuan's mind raced as he contemplated how to tactfully decline if Zhao Qinghan invited him to join her exploration team, and how he would explain himself should he be recognized or encountered in secretive locales after his refusal. Thus, he was somewhat distracted when he replied, Zhao, what did you just call me? He sensed Zhao Qinghan's voice rising slightly. Goddess, Wang Xuan declared unabashedly, correcting himself without hesitation. You never addressed me that way back at school. Do it again. Zhao Qinghan replied calmly. Goddess. Wang Xuan repeated naturally, realizing that repeating it wouldn't cost him anything. At noon, in a restaurant located in the heart of Yuanqing's commercial district, Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan sat across from each other. The venue, chosen by Zhao Qinghan, was not a high-end establishment, yet the ambience remained pleasant. According to her, the cuisine was quite delightful, and she was fond of it. Is your home near Yuanqing? Wang Xuan inquired. Zhao Qinghan shook her head. No, I always come to this restaurant whenever I visit Yuanqing to see the starry fish. In the summer heat. She dressed casually in a t-shirt and slightly longer shorts that reached above her knees, her fair legs strikingly visible and cool in appearance. Despite her simple attire, her beauty was remarkable, drawing the attention of passers-by. With shoulder-length hair, a delicate oval face, strikingly clear eyes, glossy red lips, and a visage that was both refined and subtly aloof, her smile was sweet and inviting. As she spoke of the starry fish, Wang Xuan felt a pang in his heart, concerned that she might broach the subject of secretive matters. With a soft sigh, he remarked, speaking of starry fish, I encountered a little friend whose story is both heart-wrenching and melancholic. Zhao Qinghan glanced at him, quickly discerning the essence of his concern. You're worried I'll bring up the secretive matters, aren't you? You began by telling me a story. No, you have wronged me. You must know about the indigenous people. That little girl is truly pitiable, Wang Xuan remarked earnestly, recounting the solitary musings of the young girl. Zhao Qinghan sighed softly. The sickness of the celestial beings. The 5 declines. Wang Xuan inquired. Is it true that among the descendants of the tycoons who intermarried with the indigenous people, there are still such individuals? Is there a miracle cure available now? Zhao Qinghan nodded and then shook her head. The Wu family has such individuals currently. She informed Wang Xuan that while there is no definitive cure, there are medications that can provide slight relief. The Wu family? Wang Xuan expressed his astonishment. Is there such a person among the Wu Yin clan? Even the palliative remedies are exceedingly rare, requiring harvesting from the secret grounds. Those 2 patients hold great significance for the Wu family, yet their conditions are dire. They hope to procure astonishing wonders from the secret grounds that could alleviate their suffering or even heal them. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan immediately understood why Wu Chenglin had ventured to the old soil, seeking to invite Chun Mingtu personally. It was a desperate bid to save lives. He then looked at Zhao Qinghan, who casually mentioned it before shifting the topic back to the secret grounds. Zhao Qinghan cast a glance at him. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking you to the secret grounds. It is far too perilous, and I fear I might not be able to protect you adequately. Wang Xuan regarded her, realizing that she was not adhering to the expected script. This implied that should they venture to the secret grounds, it would be he who requires the protection of the goddess Zhao. Gratitude. Heavenly Emperor Fist, Remnant Feathers, Fire Urging Group, for Tea Eggs, Xiao Rain. Heavenly Court Yifan. Thank you to the aforementioned leaders for their support. By the way, as the month draws to a close, those with monthly votes should not forget to cast them. Chapter 125. The Great Era approaches Master Zhao. Wang Xuan looked at her, a smile gracing his face. He naturally understood that Zhao Qinghan could not possibly reach that level. How much time had passed? If the goddess Zhao were to enter this realm, he might as well wash his hands of it all, return home, marry, and live a life of seclusion. Zhao Qinghan shot him a sidelong glance, but her smile remained. Her gaze was not piercing, but rather held a charm reminiscent of a gentle smile over the shoulder. Observing her, she extended a beautifully slender finger, as white as ivory yet warmer, delicate and elongated, waving it before Wang Xuan. Quite lovely, Wang Xuan commented. Zhao Qinghan rolled her eyes, disregarding his remark, and once more lightly swayed her slender finger. Wang Xuan immediately sensed something. Her spiritual domain was being approached by secretive powers, and she possessed an unusual mental strength. As though attempting to interfere with his consciousness, he maintained his composure, feigning a moment of distraction, sitting there and gazing at her enchanting face, quickly noticing the subtle yet peculiar brilliance emanating from her eyes. Was this an arcane technique from the realm of ancient arts, or a mental manipulation method from the realm of new arts? Wang Xuan was certain that an ordinary person would have already succumbed to her powerful mental force, which seemed to possess an innate capability. What astonished him further was that Zhao Qinghan's pupils had changed to a purple hue. Was this not a characteristic of the indigenous people? Last time we faced off, you were formidable. Look at you now. I haven't even made a move. And you've already lost your ability to act. Zhao Qinghan said with a faint smile. Come, offer an apology. Indeed, during our last encounter, Qin Cheng handed you the power cord from the room. Were you truly contemplating binding me? Zhao Qinghan inquired, her exquisite eyes casting a sidelong glance. Little Zhao still remembers this incident? Wang Xuan mused, sensing that the goddess Zhao harbored a grudge. He was convinced that had he not formed his mental domain, he might have genuinely fallen prey to her. The spread of her psychic influence was undeniably potent. This was not a comprehensive mental invasion, but rather an infusion of hypnotic elements, more intense, intervening in the material realm with impressive prowess. Her pupils exhibited an unusual hue. Had the Zhao family previously intermarried with the indigenous peoples? Wang Xuan pondered whether to feign being ensnared to appease Master Zhao's sense of accomplishment or to concoct another excuse to evade the situation. He surmised that future interactions and collaborations might arise, and being overly secretive now could prove counterproductive, revealing too much of his foundation. Then, Wang Xuan's body tensed, momentarily lost in thought, before his gaze ignited with resolve, as if he were wrestling with an internal struggle. Ultimately, he extended a hand and grasped her delicate finger, seemingly breaking free from some mental constraint, exhaling a sigh of relief. What have you done to me? He gasped, appearing quite drained. Release your grip. Zhao Qinghan observed him with a piercing gaze, yet remained remarkably composed. She exerted effort to withdraw her finger, but his hold was firm. I cannot let go. I feel disoriented, utterly exhausted. What exactly have you done to me? Wang Xuan insisted, maintaining his grasp, his demeanor serious and earnest as he scrutinized her face. Zhao Qinghan tugged again, realizing that without resorting to her old or new techniques, she genuinely could not break free, yet she had no desire to create a commotion. What I just did was merely a mental disturbance. It cannot affect your actions or words. I was merely testing you and did not anticipate your unexpected response. She replied with remarkable tranquility. Despite being held by him, she exhibited no signs of panic, instead regarding Wang Xuan with an analytical gaze, her eyes sparkling with intensity. However, Wang Xuan refused to relinquish his grip, maintaining eye contact with her. Those afflicted by such mental interference typically experience no discomfort. Moreover, I only applied minimal force for the sake of testing you, which led to your own revelation. Your capabilities surpass my initial estimates. Wang Xuan released her hand with a sigh, saying, Is there still any trust remaining? Zhao, upon our very first meeting, you employed various tactics against me. As he let go of her smooth, delicate finger, he was left with a lingering fragrance. Zhao Qinghan cast him a sidelong glance. You shield yourself and conceal your intentions. Yet you blame me? I merely conducted a simple test, and you ended up holding me accountable. Wang Xuan shifted the topic, stating, Very well. Let us agree to keep this matter between ourselves. At that moment, a sharply dressed young man approached, speaking with gentlemanly politeness. Madam, do you require assistance? Wang Xuan observed that several gentlemen around seemed eager to intervene. He sighed, contemplating the stark differences in human behavior. There were ladies present, yet none stepped forward to defend him. Zhao Qinghan politely declined with a thank you, and the two swiftly resolved their lunch before departing to a serene tea room. Within the tranquil tea chamber, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, the lighting was just right, and the atmosphere was exceptionally peaceful, conducive to conversation. Zhao Qinghan sat comfortably, opening her mouth to speak. It is evident that you have encountered new opportunities in the old world. With your current capabilities, you should be able to ensure your safety in the secret realm. Wang Xuan's expression momentarily faltered. He sensed that Zhao seemed to harbor a bit of a grudge. She had just mentioned Qin Cheng's intention to bind her, and now she insinuated that he could enter the secret realm. Was she truly intent on troubling him? What expression is that? Am I really such a petty person? Zhao Qinghan observed his demeanor and immediately discerned his wariness and caution. Of course not. Your heart is vast. Wang Xuan replied, casting a glance at her. Zhao Qinghan elegantly crossed her alabaster legs, lightly tapping the tea table before looking at him and saying, I once saw great potential in you and wished to guide you into the secret realm to seek fortune, allowing you to progress further on the path of ancient arts. She informed Wang Xuan that the secret realm had become perilous, with too many lives lost, and the situation was dire. Those with merely superficial cultivation might not survive upon entry. Now, she was certain that Wang Xuan possessed remarkable skills and could perhaps venture into the secret realm. Yet, despite Zhao Qinghan's astuteness, she found it challenging to ascertain whether he was a master. This was not a matter of insight, but rather a question of the most mysterious domain of ancient arts, where conventional judgments would fail. She believed that Wang Xuan still had a distance to traverse before reaching the threshold of a true master. As a classmate, she was quite candid, optimistic about Wang Xuan's potential to achieve great distance in the realm of ancient arts. With the exploration of deep space, a grand era was approaching, and the extraordinary was not far off. She explicitly stated that the Annihilation Starship was about to be unveiled, and the power of new stars would surge rapidly, capable of extinguishing a life-bearing planet in the blink of an eye. However, as the mysterious realm drew near, if the extraordinary were to enter the new star, internal issues would arise. No matter how advanced technological weaponry, it would be impossible to obliterate one's own new star. Should significant organizations within the new star be the first to break through in the mysterious realm, achieving mythical beings, it would inevitably trigger a profound transformation within the new star. Wang Xuan was astonished. Zhao Qinghan, so young and merely freshly graduated, was already contemplating the future landscape. The extraordinary seemed like beings shrouded in mist. Although still unclear, their emergence was inevitable. During that special period, various factions within the new star would collide over interests, and the outcome was difficult to predict. I hope to have some friends by my side who have already become strong before this grand era arrives, Zhao Qinghan asserted, confident that extraordinary changes were destined to unfold. Wang Xuan listened quietly, feeling a deep admiration for Zhao. What she articulated was highly plausible. I must make a trip to the secret realm, Zhao Qinghan stated. Old Zhong truly causes trouble, Wang Xuan sighed, realizing that even the deeply cultivated Zhao could not remain calm and was compelled to personally visit that planet. And yet you claim you do not wish to enter the secret realm? The image of Old Zhong carrying the escape pod circulates only within specific circles. Your ability to see it indicates your entry into this community, seeking to approach the secret realm. Zhao, could you perhaps be a bit kinder to me? You are testing me again. Wang Xuan inadvertently revealed a flaw in his demeanor. Zhao Qinghan cast a sharp glance at him before continuing. Old Zhong is truly formidable. He must have foreseen the myriad possibilities of the future. Unwilling to succumb to the inevitability of death, he defied fate and remarkably lived to experience a second life. With his disruptive presence, the other elders will surely be unsettled, eager to take their chances. Wang Xuan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it is impressive." While the other elders expend their energy on practitioners in the hidden realm, Old Zhong is systematically eliminating a cohort of elders, compelling each faction to intensify their efforts. Zhao Qinghan replied, "You need not take risks." Wang Xuan urged, "It is unwise to venture forth." Zhao Qinghan shook her head resolutely, declaring, "If we do not act now, opportunities will slip away forever. The extraordinary artifact that Old Zhong possesses will soon be depleted by others. Moreover, the creatures emerging from the hidden realm are becoming increasingly powerful and bizarre. I fear that it will soon be fraught with peril, with formidable transcendent beings appearing." She candidly expressed her belief that, given the forthcoming extraordinary transformations, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Recognizing her own commendable talent, she wished to exert herself further. Wang Xuan recalled her words to Qin Cheng. Why practice antiquated techniques? Merely to maintain a good physique, which inadvertently led to the successful accumulation of vital energy and inner cultivation, thereby striking a heavy blow to Qin Cheng, who struggled with arduous training yet could not gather energy. He surmised that Zhao Qinghan's aptitude must be quite exceptional. Since you have discerned my violet pupils, you must also have conjectured that, long ago, my family intermarried with the indigenous people. Although Zhao Qinghan exhibited no apparent issues, her traits being a recessive inheritance, she harbored concerns that future offspring might encounter difficulties. She sought to resolve this predicament in the hidden realm, ensuring a definitive conclusion with her generation. One must prepare for the worst, Wang Xuan reiterated, genuinely reluctant for her to face any mishaps. Zhao Qinghan countered, "This may indeed be the last optimal opportunity." Optimal opportunity? Wang Xuan questioned, perplexed. The elders, unable to remain idle, will undoubtedly lead a host of skilled practitioners into the fray, and we shall follow in their wake, Zhao Qinghan confessed. A select few young individuals will accompany them, taking advantage of the path forged by the elders. You young people are full of ideas, Wang Xuan sighed. He recognized that Zhao had a clear vision for her future, anticipating extraordinary transformations. She sought to amass strength in advance, aiming to seize control of the Zhao family. Her various considerations indicated that Zhao Qinghan intended to actively vie for power, and she was proactively encouraging those around her to grow stronger and approach the extraordinary. Fostering mutual assistance in the future, Zhao Qinghan inquired, "Will you venture into the hidden realm? If you wish to accompany me, your safety will be assured as long as I remain unharmed." Undoubtedly, being in her company would significantly enhance his security. The approach of the extraordinary was imminent, and the tide of destiny could not be averted. Now was the prime moment to rapidly accumulate and elevate oneself. The hidden realm harbored peculiar artifacts capable of bestowing extraordinary abilities overnight, and with each family mobilizing their forces, some would undoubtedly be harvested. Following this expedition, it was conceivable that some would step into the realm of the extraordinary. Wang Xuan's emotions surged. If even Zhao Qinghan dared to venture forth, he, possessing the strength of a master, felt compelled to explore the hidden realm himself, aspiring for transcendence. Very well, I have resolved to enter the hidden realm. Ultimately, he made this decision, for there are times when one must act decisively. Lingering indecision may lead to total failure. 2 months have swiftly passed, and the text has exceeded 400,000 words, remaining free for quite some time. It was made available at midnight on July 1st, and I sincerely hope that all readers will subscribe and offer their support when the time comes. Chapter 126. Stars in the Ocean. There are numerous grand organizations among the new stars, yet entering those unfamiliar ranks carries the peril of becoming mere cannon fodder. Such formidable forces are indeed capable of such treachery, to lure monsters, dispatch scouts, and, at critical moments, create diversions. These grim tasks are tailored for individuals like him, mere bystanders. However, Zhao Qinghan, being his classmate, would not intentionally lead him to his demise. She has clearly stated her desire for him to remain by her side. Unless the danger escalates overwhelmingly, the uncertainties introduced by human actions will diminish significantly. He is also acquainted with Wu Qinglin, Wu Yin, and the siblings Zhongqing and Zhongcheng, though his familiarity with them stems from his identity as Master Wang. Currently, he is Wang Xuan and cannot approach the two families. In the past, he had once kicked De Wu into a lake. Should he now reveal his true self to the Wu family, it is likely that De Wu would devise a plan to thrust him into perilous situations. When shall we embark? Wang Xuan inquired about the specifics. Zhao Qinghan smiled, stating that they would wait for some venerable seniors to pave the way, and their departure should occur within a few days, as there are others who are more anxious than they. If the elderly do not hesitate to make a decision, once they act, it will be with tremendous force, fearing to lag behind and lose out on rare treasures. Evidently, it is possible that the elders may join forces. With their guidance, this venture will be significantly safer. In the coming days, I will converse with the Zhong family, striving to persuade Zhongqing and Zhongcheng to join our efforts. Zhao Qinghan informed him. Why seek the Zhong family? Wang Xuan queried. Zhao Qinghan gathered her hair and replied, if my certain conjecture holds true, forming an alliance with them would be considerably safer. She calmly explained that old Zhong may not have returned yet. This simple statement left Wang Xuan astounded. Old Zhong is still in the secret realm? This was beyond his expectations. Zhao Qinghan shook her head and said, it is merely a slight possibility, not necessarily a certainty. However, as long as there is a chance, it is worth pursuing. Originally, having the two siblings join would be beneficial. The Zhong family possesses formidable strength, and an alliance would surely not be disadvantageous. If old Zhong has not returned, one possibility is that he was pursued, ultimately abandoning his escape pod and losing contact with the outside world. Another possibility is that he deliberately chose not to return, stirring sufficient turbulence, waiting for a group of old-timers to go mad and clear the path while he seeks to benefit from the chaos, harboring grand ambitions. Zhao Qinghan analyzed that. Considering old Zhong's fearful nature, the first possibility is more likely. Wang Xuan shook his head, believing that if old Zhong has not returned, the second possibility is more probable. He has always perceived this old man as ruthless. When he acts, it is not without great impact, producing significant consequences. Just like this time, who would have imagined that the most life-preserving old Zhong, with several years yet to live, would personally venture into the secret realm? He is the first among the crucial members of the financial elite to take such a risk. Since he dares to be so reckless, he may indeed be bold enough to aim for something substantial, seizing the opportunity while the elderly are provoked and jointly press into the secret realm. taking the chance to procure celestial herbs. Zhao Qinghan smiled and remarked, the likelihood of his return to the new star exceeds 80%, while his chance of remaining in the secret realm is less than 20%. Therefore, we need not overthink the situation. We should strive to forge an alliance with the Zhong family. She believed that old Zhong was an unparalleled master in the realm of ancient arts. And should he still be in the secret realm, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. Wang Xuan nodded. Yet his mind wandered to the prospect of enhancing his abilities once he entered the secret realm. If he could ascend further, he would achieve the status of a Grand Master. Moreover, if he successfully collected rare artifacts within the secret realm, he might directly break through to the extraordinary domain. At that juncture, the celestial beings would return to their heavenly abodes, and the mortal realm would belong to Wang Xuan. As for old Zhong, whoever dared to cause trouble would find themselves swiftly dealt with. Wang Xuan presented Zhao Qinghan with the contract of the new source exploration team, asserting that this group boasted a high survival rate. Upon a brief glance, Zhao, the goddess, chuckled, disregarding her decorum, her fair legs swinging gracefully. She candidly informed Wang Xuan that the team was a facade for a certain financial conglomerate, primarily formed due to their difficulties in recruitment, leading to such desperate measures. Wang Xuan's expression darkened instantly. Was his initial assessment correct? A band of deceivers had conspired to mislead him. Just last night, those individuals had passionately proclaimed that even old Zhong, at over 100 years of age, was fighting fiercely. What reason did they have not to strive for a change in their destinies? Now, it appeared these charlatans had fixated on him, or they wouldn't be exerting themselves so vigorously. Despite Wang Xuan's heightened vigilance and his decision not to reveal himself within their ranks, he felt a surge of anger. For days, this group had been performing a charade, convinced they could lure him into the secret realm, confidently believing he was an easy target. Whose facade was this? Zhao Qinghan, observing his demeanor, felt a twinge of amusement and said, "Are you still looking for trouble? It's either the Qin family or the Song family." Wang Xuan clenched his teeth, vowing, once we are in the secret realm, those individuals will be taught a lesson. Subsequently, Zhao Qinghan adopted a serious expression, her delicate face reflecting gravity as she advised him that it would be prudent to undergo several days of training before venturing into the secret realm. Relying solely on her introduction would evidently be insufficient. The Zhao family possessed a base in the western region, capable of systematically enhancing his survival skills within the secret realm. Wang Xuan did not refuse. He was entirely in the dark regarding the secret realm, having only gleaned some information from that group of swindlers, which now appeared to be highly inflated. He found himself loathing these deceivers. Although he had not been exploited, their fixation on him was an affront to his dignity. Should we gather with our classmates from New Star? Zhao Qinghan inquired. Wang Xuan shook his head, replying, "Let us convene once I return from the secret realm. I must seize this time to understand the true nature of that extraordinary land." This endeavor was a matter of life and death for him, and he was keenly aware of the gravity of the situation, as calamities of total annihilation could easily occur in such places. Wang Xuan returned to his residence, hastily packed, taking along a short sword, and then contacted the secretive organization led by old Chun in Yuan City, speaking with the person in charge. "Please inform Qingmu that their protector is heading to the secret realm and will soon transform into a herbalist. Inquire if Comrade Randang wishes to join." The head of the Yuan City branch was left speechless. The young man spoke in a torrent of jargon, uttering an array of nonsensical phrases. As Wang Xuan departed, he did not spot the little girl, Lele, yet he felt a resolve within him. Upon reaching the secret land, he intended to keep a watchful eye, hoping that the young girl could endure until his return. He boarded Zhao Qinghan's small spacecraft and journeyed westward, astonished to find himself entering the misty plateau. This place was not unfamiliar to him. He had painful insights associated with it. Noticing the grim expression on his face, Zhao Qinghan could not help but inquire with a smile, "Have you been here before?" "No," Wang Xuan vehemently denied. The misty plateau was vast and boundless, spanning over 9 million square kilometers, with extensive uninhabited areas well suited for establishing a base. The Zhao family owned a section of this territory. During his previous visit, he had observed a similar location from a distance and had chosen to steer clear of it. "You will study systematically here. I shall return in a few days to check on you," Zhao Qinghan stated before departing. She had numerous matters to attend to, including forging alliances, identifying the safest routes within the secret land, and carefully considering which extraordinary herbs to harvest. The base was expansive, with dense primeval forests in the distance and towering snow-capped mountains visible beyond. Upon his arrival, Wang Xuan's first lesson was to understand the broader environment of the secret land. A gentle-faced middle-aged woman explained to him that the gravity in the secret land was slightly greater than that of the new star, the atmospheric pressure marginally higher, and the oxygen content a touch denser. Therefore, a robust cardiopulmonary function was essential for those venturing into the secret land. Fortunately, the parameters of the secret land were not vastly different from those of the new star, with only slight deviations. Thus, humanity was entirely capable of landing there. Had the gravity been several times, or even a dozen times, that of the new star, it would be unthinkable. For an ordinary person to appear there would be tantamount to inviting death. The middle-aged woman elaborated that within the secret land, the primary concern was the pervasive X substance, which, over time, could cause various precision components to malfunction. Even super battleships had met their demise there. The X substance possessed terrifying penetration capabilities, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. When spacecraft entered and exited the secret land to transport adventurers, strict time constraints were enforced. They could not linger too long and had to adhere to the agreed-upon schedule, lest they encounter disaster. Thus, many sophisticated and powerful technological weapons became ineffective in that area. A mech valued at over 100 million could potentially operate for only half an hour before succumbing to dysfunction, a loss that no one could afford. This region was also unkind to those traversing the new pathways. The X substance eroded the divine factor, and prolonged exposure could lead to horrific bodily transformations. Wang Xuan gleaned much knowledge and gradually understood the secret land. Subsequently, an elder provided him with insights regarding the flora and fauna of the secret land. The elder first presented him with a book on medicinal herbs, filled with descriptions of various rare medicines and minerals, including illustrations and descriptions of the earth immortal herb. The elder remarked, upon entering a treasure land, it would be a great pity to encounter extraordinary wonders of nature, yet fail to recognize them and miss the opportunity. Wang Xuan nodded in agreement. This book was of immense importance, cataloging various oddities more comprehensively than the one old Chun had given him, and he committed its contents to memory. Following this, the elder handed him another book, which recorded various poisonous substances and highly dangerous creatures and monsters. This is equally significant. Having prior knowledge can greatly enhance one's chances of survival. The elder remarked that this book is a compilation of experiences gathered at the cost of explorers' lives. He cautioned that the dangers within the dense wilderness far exceed what is documented in this book, with many yet to be discovered. Hence, one must exercise utmost caution and prudence. The elder was genuinely dedicated, imparting a wealth of knowledge, even mentioning common beasts and fruits, which could serve as sustenance in the event of becoming lost in the wilderness. It is imperative to remember, observe these two types of fruits. They may appear similar, yet the former is edible while the latter is highly toxic. Wang Xuan expressed his gratitude to the elder, for he had truly learned a great deal. With a mind attuned to the spiritual realm and an exceptional memory, he quickly grasped the teachings, much to the elder's astonishment, who nodded in approval repeatedly. Subsequently, Wang Xuan was escorted to learn combat techniques. The wilderness harbored peculiar insects and monsters. While one might excel in human confrontations, initial encounters with such creatures could prove disorienting. There were specialists explaining the most efficient ways to deal with these beings, broadening Wang Xuan's horizons significantly. He absorbed knowledge like a sponge, gradually gaining a profound understanding of the wilderness, which was indeed perilous, demanding his utmost caution. 2 days later, Zhao Qinghan arrived, accompanied by a companion. From a distance, Wang Xuan recognized her and mused to himself about the serendipity of encountering her in such a place. Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback, then incredulous. How could she possibly run into him here? It seemed he was everywhere. Wang Xuan reflected that although Wu Yin remained strikingly curvaceous and beautiful, her demeanor toward him had soured upon seeing his true self. Why was there such a vast disparity in treatment between the two? When he was Master Wang, their conversations had flowed easily, yet now her eyes seemed to burn with disdain. He pondered whether his past actions, diagnosing her ailment during their first meeting and inadvertently kicking her during their second, would linger in her memory for a lifetime. Are you two acquaintances? Zhao Qinghan inquired, her expression one of surprise. Indeed, I frequently crossed paths with Wu Yin back in the old earth. We are old friends, Wang Xuan greeted her. Huh. Wu Yin did not reciprocate his friendliness. She had a long memory for the offenses he had committed. Wu Yin did not linger long before departing. Zhao Qinghan informed Wang Xuan that they had formed an alliance with the Wu family and had also reached an agreement with Xiao Zhong. Wang Xuan's expression shifted. Realizing that the name Xiao Zhong carried significant weight, even eliciting an unguarded mention from the goddess Zhao. Wang Xuan spent 5 days at this base, engaging in intensive study and gaining in-depth insights, prompting approving nods from the instructors who believed he was learning swiftly and solidly. On the 7th day, Zhao Qinghan informed Wang Xuan that it was time to depart. The allied forces were to gather near the wilderness, and the Zhao family's team was about to set off. Wang Xuan boarded the warship, which carried a total of 36 adventurers, not a large number, primarily trailing behind a group of seasoned elders. After departing from the new star, the warship ultimately arrived at a planet known as Deep Space Planet 19, from which they would exit through the Stargate. This revelation astonished Wang Xuan. They were to traverse a wormhole, indicating just how distant the wilderness was from the new star, as even warships equipped with warp engines could not make the journey directly. Simultaneously, he is filled with doubt about how the new star's people discovered the hidden realm and whether this wormhole was constructed by them. The battleship traversed the wormhole, entering an unfamiliar expanse of starlit sky, far removed from the galaxy of New Star, drawing nearer to the hidden realm. Chapter 127. The allure of that step. Upon emerging from the wormhole, the cosmos dazzled with brilliance amidst a profound silence. Everyone felt a sense of insignificance while gazing at the universe, with planets appearing as mere specks of dust. At this moment, the whereabouts of New Star were unknown. The battleship's deep space scans yielded no trace of that familiar starfield. It was difficult to fathom just how many light years they had crossed, how far they had strayed from their homeland. Wang Xuan even questioned whether they had entered an entirely different universe. He was not alone. Many members of the expedition team entertained similar thoughts. Was the realm beyond the wormhole a brand new starfield, or perhaps a parallel universe? The elite organization possessing spatial leap technology might hold the answers. Wang Xuan glanced at Zhao Qinghan, noting her seriousness as she scrutinized a document in her hands. Lost in contemplation, thus abandoning any thoughts of discussing such topics with her. At present, the exploration of the hidden realm was paramount. Other concerns were unnecessary. In the battleship, a young man bearing a fragrant natural beverage approached Zhao Qinghan, softly suggesting, "Take a moment to rest." He was Zheng Rui, an essential member of the team from the Zheng family, known for its origins in life research, and he collaborated with Zhao Qinghan. The expedition team consisted of 36 members venturing into the hidden realm, 12 of whom were brought by Zheng Rui. "Thank you," Zhao Qinghan said, setting aside her documents to accept the drink. The atmosphere aboard the battleship was heavy with silence. In the coming days, they might hover between life and death, with some destined to leave their lives on that distant planet. The battleship activated its warp engine, gliding through the vast universe. The wormhole was not in close proximity to the hidden realm, evidently a consideration for safety. It would take approximately 4 hours to reach the stellar system housing the hidden realm. "This is Master Yang Lin," Zhao Qinghan introduced an important member of the team, a master in the field of new techniques. Within the hidden realm, the divine factor, or supermatter, would erode material. Despite the limitations Yang Lin faced as a master, his physical training had reached an exceptional level, surpassing that of others. It was well known that old technique masters were best suited for combat within the hidden realm. Yet such individuals were now rare, as the old techniques had significantly declined. Accompanying Zheng Rui was a middle-aged man, a genetic superbody of formidable strength, also at the master level. "This is Wang Xuan," Zhao Qinghan introduced. "Is he your classmate?" Zheng Rui inquired with a smile. Zhao Qinghan nodded and proceeded to introduce others. Everyone regarded Wang Xuan with curiosity, unsure if he was merely a benefactor. They believed it was unlikely, as insufficient strength could easily lead to death within the hidden realm. The battleship advanced swiftly, entering the stellar system of the hidden realm and approaching the planetary belt. "Do you see that? That is the hidden realm." Zhao Qinghan pointed towards the life-bearing planet scanned by the battleship. Wang Xuan stepped closer, gazing intently. In the distance, it appeared lush and verdant, yet shrouded in a layer of mist. Within the mysterious realm, an abundance of substance X prevails, rendering the capture of clear imagery nearly impossible. The battleship begins to decelerate as it approaches a brown planet, distinctly not a part of the mysterious realm. It bears a resemblance to the relationship between Mars and Earth within our solar system. The mysterious realm poses great peril to the spacecraft, making prolonged stays unfeasible. Thus, the neighboring planet emerges as the optimal base. All expeditions venturing into the mysterious realm, battleships, spacecraft, and the like, will take refuge here, hastily traversing back to the life-bearing planet solely for the purpose of ferrying exploration teams. The facilities here are remarkably well-equipped. While it may not rival the bases on the new moon, it suffices for tending to the injured, providing brief respite, and ensuring energy supplies for the ships without any issues. In this ship base, known as Brown Star, a multitude of super battleships are docked, serving as transport for a group of seasoned veterans who have already ventured into the mysterious realm. Zhao Qinghan's battleship lands, poised to remain here for a day to allow the elders to pave the way, while also coordinating with the Wu and Zhong families. The resting area of the Brown Star base resembles a quaint town, securely shielded by protective layers. Inside, tranquility reigns, while outside, dust storms rage. As Zhao Qinghan, Wang Xuan, Zheng Rui, and Yang Lin enter the base, they attract the attention of several onlookers. Qinghan, someone greets with a smile. Zheng Rui, a group of young men and women approaches, evidently acquainted with Zhao Qinghan and Zheng Rui. They hail from various other conglomerates, embodying a spirited cohort. Bold and ambitious, they aspire to follow in the footsteps of the elders, hoping to seize extraordinary treasures. A lively conversation ensues, with smiles plastered on their faces as they discuss the necessity of mutual support within the mysterious realm. Such sentiments are easily dismissed. In the face of true peril, one would scarcely have the luxury to assist others. To avert conflicts over rare artifacts, their paths diverge, preordained to remain distant. No one dares to rush to another's aid. Such an act would be tantamount to courting one's own demise. Wang Xuan's attention is seized by a holographic projection advertisement at the roadside, stirring his emotions. The enticing exchange announcements from various organizations are nothing short of captivating. 300 grams of core marrow can be traded for 50 million new star coins. 100 grams of solar gold may yield 500 million new star coins. Astonished, Wang Xuan muses, what could solar gold be? Such exorbitant worth renders it a treasure among treasures. Isn't this list tempting? When I first laid eyes upon it, my heart raced with fervor, but upon returning, my enthusiasm waned. Acquiring such treasures often demands the ultimate sacrifice, a middle-aged man's sighs, revealing the wear of life upon his visage, his remaining arm a stark reminder of past encounters. He candidly admits to having ventured into the mysterious realm, surviving by mere chance, and now serves as a logistics personnel in this base. What is solar gold? Wang Xuan inquires of him. A rare metal from the mysterious realm. It is said that ancient celestial beings incorporated solar gold into their weaponry. Currently, numerous research institutions are delving into optimal utilization methods, yielding astonishing effects. Wang Xuan nods in understanding. The mysterious realm is indeed teeming with wonders, yet most can only be observed from afar, remaining tantalizingly out of reach. Some seemingly guarded by extraordinary beings. At this stage, who could withstand the might of such creatures? Why do some expedition teams meet with complete annihilation? This is a gruesome reality. To dare to make a high-profile entrance into treacherous terrains is to invite death at the hands of ferocious beasts. Wang Xuan looked down, his vision dazzled by the myriad wonders of nature, many of which belong to the realm of legend, astonishingly discovered within this perilous land. This place was undeniably both astonishing and terrifying. At last, he spotted the Earth Immortal herb, which could be exchanged for a staggering 60 billion new star coins. And that was merely the base price, with further negotiations possible. Calming himself, Wang Xuan observed that this price was not exorbitant at all. Considering it could extend one's life by centuries or even elevate one to a transcendent state, the price was evidently undervalued. Indeed, as some financial magnates mentioned the Earth Immortal herb, their offers became even more astonishing, including not only exorbitant base prices, but also additional rewards. For instance, the Song family offered the finest villas and commercial properties, alongside an unparalleled Taoist scripture, a secret text left by Lu Dongbin, directly pointing to the path of the golden elixir. The Qin family's offer was equally remarkable, providing tens of billions in new star coins as a base along with the supreme Buddhist scripture, the Shakyamuni Sutra. Subsequently, Wang Xuan beheld the offerings from the Zhong family, prominently featuring golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin era. Wang Xuan was moved, his emotions surging as he gazed upon those treasures. Who could remain unmoved? A single earth immortal herb could be exchanged for legendary texts at this stage. However, those fortunate enough to acquire the earth immortal herb would likely not exchange it. Once harvested, if not consumed immediately, the chances of returning alive were slim. Who would dare carry it, knowing they would likely be ambushed along the way? Even among the elite of the financial world, respected elders could turn on each other in a frenzy over it. Even after consuming the earth immortal herb, one would have to conceal the truth. Otherwise, certain research institutions would unhesitatingly extract its properties from the living. To approach immortality, some large organizations would exhibit unparalleled madness. Otherwise, such astronomical prices would not be offered for procurement. Wang Xuan looked back and discovered even more precious wonders than the earth immortal herb: the longevity stone, the fate nectar, and the feathering tree. However, these were merely speculated treasures by major organizations, with only scant traces discovered so far, as certain regions of this perilous land remained too terrifying for exploration. Comparatively, they were still situated in the peripheral areas. Zhao Qinghan, Zheng Rui, and some acquaintances exchanged pleasantries before regrouping and leading everyone to the reserved accommodation, where they would rest for a day. 2 hours later, members of the Wu and Zheng families arrived in succession to meet with Zhao Qinghan and Zheng Rui. The three parties converged, and the members of the three teams greeted one another. Beside Wu Yin stood a young man, approximately 27 or 28 years old, with short hair and a robust physique. Standing at about 185 centimeters tall, his eyes bright and piercing. Zhou Yun. Wang Xuan recognized him, having had multiple dealings with him before. Overall, it was Wang Xuan who had bested Zhou Yun on each occasion. Zhou Yun was the cousin of Ling Wei, and when he first appeared, he revealed a new technique, only to be defeated by Wang Xuan. Their second encounter took place underground in Qin Cheng Mountain, where the Zhou, Wu, and Ling families were excavating a tomb, only to be thwarted by Qing Mu and Wang Xuan. On that occasion, Wang Xuan donned a lifelike mask resembling a mixed-race man and struck Zhou Yun, leaving him bloodied with a fractured arm and unconscious, thus igniting a profound disdain for mixed-race individuals within him. Upon encountering Zhou Yun, Wang Xuan felt a sense of fondness, as the 5 pages of golden script by Zhang Daoling had been taken from Zhou Yun's possession that day. Therefore, upon their reunion, he greeted him with a friendly smile. However, Zhou Yun, afflicted with a mild form of prosopagnosia, scanned the hall filled with numerous individuals and failed to recognize Wang Xuan immediately, temporarily dismissing him from his mind. It was Wu Yin, with her keen eyes, who noticed Wang Xuan's smile directed at her. However, De Wu, with a cold demeanor, turned away, her flowing hair cascading as she presented her delicate back to the scene. "Old Wang!" A startled exclamation erupted. Zhong Cheng, upon catching sight of Wang Xuan's back, swiftly approached with quick strides. His call drew the attention of several onlookers. Wang Xuan turned, his expression darkening as he regarded him. This lad usually exhibited great respect toward Master Wang, yet in a moment of indiscretion, he inadvertently revealed his true feelings. Upon seeing Wang Xuan's face, Zhongcheng appeared somewhat disappointed and remarked, "Not old Wang." Wu Yin, puzzled, glanced at Wang Xuan once more, intentionally scrutinizing his silhouette for a moment. In truth, she had encountered Wang Xuan the day before their departure from the old land, at Yunhu in Anqing, where she had also felt an unusual sensation. "I am Wang Xuan," he revealed. "Ah, so you are the younger Wang. I am acquainted with a relative of yours, known as Old Wang, whose strength is unparalleled, capable of overshadowing even the elder generations. It is truly admirable that you aspire to reach his heights." Despite Zhongcheng's youth, his words bore an air of maturity as he finally patted Wang Xuan on the shoulder and departed. Wang Xuan maintained a stoic demeanor, internally vowing to seize an opportunity to teach him a lesson for repeatedly referring to Master Wang as Old Wang. Zhou Yun, still conversing with Zhao Qinghan and Zheng Rui, remained oblivious to Wang Xuan's presence. The following day, they set forth, heading directly to the secret location. The three parties shared a slightly smaller spaceship, as the secret area continuously eroded various flying vessels, thus serving as a cost-saving measure. It was not long before they arrived. Before them lay a forested area, previously cleared and suitable for spacecraft landing. As Wang Xuan set foot on this terrain, he immediately sensed the vibrant energies permeating the air, so dense that he felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy. With each breath, his very being seemed on the verge of a profound rebirth. He was astonished at how perfectly this place suited him. Before he could thoroughly survey his surroundings, he instinctively lowered his gaze, sensing an anomaly. His mental domain was exceedingly sharp, detecting something dangerous lurking beneath. In relative safety, an experienced explorer assured the group, stating he had visited this site multiple times. "Get back!" Wang Xuan shouted suddenly, springing into action. Grasping a metal blade in both hands, he charged forward, colliding with Zhong Cheng and sending him flying, feeling pressed for time. He swung his long leg, sweeping Wu Yin, who stood motionless, off her feet. The scene erupted into chaos, with Zhong Cheng grimacing in pain. In midair, Da Wu turned her head just in time to witness Wang Xuan retracting his foot, her eyes blazing with intensity. Number 1 is a grand birthday, celebrated by all under heaven. Number 1 continues to be free, while number 2 will launch at dawn. After so many days, what S1 more? At the beginning of the month, let us not forget to cast our monthly votes for Deep Space Beyond. Although it may not be available on the 1st, its prolonged availability warrants our encouragement. I have noticed some readers urging me to unleash my creativity. Therefore, I shall strive to compose more drafts, and on the 2nd, I shall unveil them for your enjoyment. Those without stored manuscripts may find themselves in distress. Thus, I shall diligently write. I hope that all esteemed readers will subscribe and offer their support on Qitian. Chapter 128, A New World Experience, Seeking Monthly Votes. In midair, Wu Yin felt an intense hatred for Wang Xuan. Once again, it was that man, and once more, he had delivered a painful kick, reminiscent of a familiar agony. As if yesterday had returned. She was truly driven to the brink of violence. This was unlike the last encounter. Today, surrounded by acquaintances, she found herself unceremoniously propelled through the air, a spectacle for all to witness. With a hurried glance, she noticed numerous faces displaying shock, all fixated on her and Wang Xuan. Wu Yin's face flushed crimson, a fever coursed through her veins as she hung suspended in the air, her anger surging to great heights. As for Zhong Cheng, he had been sent tumbling far away, groaning in pain as he rubbed his aching waist. Having suffered a significant blow, lamenting his discomfort, Wang Xuan stood firm, wielding a knife, awaiting the emergence of something from the ground. Yet, the earth remained eerily silent, and his expression darkened. Was this a trap laid for him? Were the subterranean creatures endowed with such intelligence? His fury ignited. If nothing emerged, he would be left with no explanation. Someone was surely out for his blood. Resolute, he thrust his knife into the ground with force. Upon landing, Da Wu stumbled but quickly regained her composure, discreetly tending to her pain before turning her fiery gaze upon him. Gritting her teeth, she longed to exclaim, "It's you again." She readied herself for confrontation. Without retribution today, she could not quell her indignation. Having just arrived in this new world, she was met with such a dismal beginning. Indeed, something lurked below. Wang Xuan, still probing the earth, sought to clear his name, declaring, "My strength may not rival that of many, but my mental acuity is keen." Many turned their gaze upon him, displaying expressions of intrigue. However, Yang Lin, the new master of techniques, leaned in attentively, clearly sensing something amiss. Not only he, but others within the ranks possessing advanced genetic abilities also felt the shift. Even seasoned adventurers displayed altered expressions. "Run! We must leave this place. There is a dragon lurking beneath," someone shouted, making a swift retreat. Whoosh! A throng of individuals sprang into action. In this unfamiliar terrain, even the slightest rustle could incite panic among the novices. Among the 3 teams, comprising over 100 individuals, mostly novices, chaos ensued as they scattered like a disbanded army. Without hesitation, Wang Xuan joined the flight. Had it not been for that shout that provided him an escape, he would have been irreparably tarnished. Just as Zhong Cheng regained his footing, he was once again toppled by a new member of the Wu family's expedition team. As Wang Xuan passed by, he seized his collar and hoisted him up. Bang! In a flash, the wild grass was uprooted. Dirt and stones flew as something erupted from the ground. A worm, as thick as a barrel, surged forth, its mouth uniquely shaped and circular, matching the girth of its body, lined with sharp, dense teeth. "Thank you, Xiao Wang. Your assistance has been invaluable." Although Zhong Cheng was left rolling his eyes after being knocked by Wang Xuan, he could not help but express his gratitude. Wang Xuan pushed him toward Zhong Qing. as the newly arrived master of techniques summoned by the Zhong family had already come to their aid, seizing Qin Cheng and fleeing. Boom. In the rear, the ground shattered incessantly, and over 20 massive worms, each nearing 10 meters in length, emerged, swiftly closing in. It was evident that the first worm was waiting for its companions underground, exhibiting a degree of intelligence and preparing for a coordinated attack. Fortunately, the group had fled in advance. Otherwise, a significant number of them would surely have perished. A nest of earth dragons. Someone gasped, recognizing the creature. They resembled worms, but were far more terrifying, typically reaching lengths of 10 meters. Their skin was covered in a tough, chitinous layer, robust and thick, capable of easily severing a human body. For an ordinary person, encountering such a creature meant certain death, with no hope of escape. They could burrow underground and traverse the surface with remarkable speed. The individuals present were all cultivators, enabling them to flee swiftly. And apart from a few colossal specimens as thick as water tanks, most of the earth dragons were left far behind. Were you frightened? Wang Xuan called out while running, noticing Dawu not far ahead and approaching to inquire. Wu Yin possessed an exquisite figure, her movements imbued with a certain rhythm as she sprinted, her curves undulating gracefully. Even in the midst of fleeing for her life, there was an undeniable beauty to her. Clutching a metal knife, she had been prepared to attack moments ago, her thoughts directed toward Wang Xuan, and now, filled with frustration, she yearned to strike someone but was uncertain whom to target. She wanted to express her gratitude but hesitated. Feeling a bit embarrassed, "You have dirt on your back, quickly brush it off," Wang Xuan advised, primarily concerned that in a crowded area, she might once again feel inclined to wield her knife. Wu Yin turned to see an enormous footprint on her back, and she nearly lost her composure. The location of the kick all too apparent. How many people have seen this? She wondered, glancing around, relieved that no one seemed to notice. And she hastily adjusted her clothing. When she looked back, Wang Xuan had already vanished from sight, clearly avoiding her, and she saw Xiao Zhong watching her intently. "We're fleeing, and you're still staring? Beware of the sharp needles." She glared at Xiao Zhong. "Nothing to worry about, just two particularly large earth dragons pursuing us." "We managed to slay them," someone shouted. A master of techniques turned and paused, yet did not seem inclined to intervene directly. Wang Xuan returned to the fray, joining the crowd and wielding his blade. He endeavored to restrain his strength, refraining from employing master-level power. A glimmer of cold light descended as he struck at the massive worm. With a splat, a surge of dark green liquid erupted, the blood of the earth dragon. The blade penetrated deeply, yet it was still far from severing the creature entirely, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Among the expedition team were several seasoned veterans, experienced from previous ventures, leading the group in a coordinated hunt. They quickly dispatched the heads of two giant worms. During this time, Dawu charged forward. Finding an outlet for her pent-up emotions, swinging her knife wildly, she continued to hack away even after the worm's head had been severed. It wasn't until she finally came to her senses that she began to retreat, nearly feeling the urge to vomit. I am uncertain whether her earlier demeanor was indicative of her exterminating pests or contemplating violence. All the novices felt a sense of unease upon arriving in this enigmatic realm. They were swiftly educated on the lurking perils, even beneath the earth, where a moment's distraction could lead to calamity. "Impressive reflexes," Xiao Wang remarked, a seasoned adventurer. "Your mental acuity is remarkable," commented a new master of the arcane, nodding in acknowledgement. Wang Xuan replied, "Indeed, my mental perception is somewhat heightened. However, my practical experience is lacking. If I can detect any disturbances in advance, I shall provide a warning, but you must ensure my protection." The group nodded in agreement and proceeded a short distance before pausing to rest. It was only then that they had the opportunity and inclination to scrutinize this new world carefully. Before them lay a verdant forest, resplendent in its lushness. Beneath the towering trees, an array of large golden mushrooms stood, each reaching the height of 2 or 3 individuals, resembling a multitude of golden umbrellas embedded in the earth. Exercise caution, these mushrooms are highly toxic. Nonetheless, this area appears relatively safe, as long as we avoid touching them, advised an experienced explorer. Wang Xuan surveyed his surroundings, noting the ancient trees that required 7 or 8 people to encircle, truly majestic in their stature. Most significantly, this new world was infused with various energy substances. He even sensed mystical elements descending from reality itself. This revelation astonished him, Though these mystical elements were sparse, they were incomparable to those found in the inner sanctum. Yet their presence was extraordinary. He pondered whether this world had any connection to the ancient arts. His vitality surged, and his flesh rejoiced, as if yearning to immerse itself in this realm. Wang Xuan felt an overwhelming desire to stretch his body and unleash his full potential in battle. Shall we continue to split up? Wu Yin inquired. Originally, the three factions intended to divide into three groups, advancing together into the depths of the mysterious land. However, she now perceived the dangers of this world. Having already faced such an ambush upon arrival, it was prudent to remain united. Let us not separate. We should proceed together, suggested Zhong Qing. I concur that it is wiser to stay together, Zheng Rui added. Zhao Qinghan nodded in agreement. Thus, it was settled. After this commotion, noon had arrived, and everyone retrieved their provisions to satiate their hunger, taking a brief respite. Wang Xuan, I can't believe you left the old world and ventured into the mysterious realm. That's quite impressive. Zhou Yun approached stealthily and sat beside Wang Xuan. Old Zhou, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly. Wang Xuan greeted him warmly. Profoundly grateful, as the 5 pages of the Golden Tome had significantly impacted his life. Call me Brother Zhou, Zhou Yun insisted, his eyes widening. Then lowered his voice to ask, You haven't been indiscreet about our sparring, have you? Wang Xuan remained silent. Zhou Yun seemed quite sensitive about his reputation. Despite his close-cropped hair and fierce gaze, he was evidently concerned about any rumors of his defeat. No, I haven't good. Keep your lips sealed and refrain from speaking carelessly. Zhou Yun sighed in relief and, before standing, whispered, I have now mastered the new arts. I can take on 8 of you alone, but I won't bully you, as we must work together in this endeavor. Wang Xuan nodded with a smile, finding Zhou Yun quite intriguing. Though he had given him a beating earlier, he decided it was best to refrain from further bullying. Suddenly, a sensation from afar caught his attention, prompting someone to climb a towering tree for a better view, instantly sending shivers down their spine. A swarm of wild bees, terrifying in their abundance. Beneath the tree, someone scoffed, Are the wild bees afraid? But these were no ordinary bees. They stretched over 2 meters in length, larger than cattle. The person in the tree appeared visibly frightened. Upon hearing such words, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically, and they swiftly ascended the great tree to gaze into the distance. Those were killer bees, venomous and lethal. They could not venture beyond this mushroom zone, for 2 swarms of these toxic creatures were embroiled in conflict. The voice of an experienced explorer trembled with fear. Wang Xuan also climbed the tree, witnessing a dark cloud of shadows in the distance that obscured the sky. The 2 swarms clashed violently, and bodies fell continuously from above. Some of the venomous bees were alarmingly close, and it was evident they exceeded 2 meters in length. Being stung by such a creature would surely result in death. Soon, he spotted a hive in the distance. Towering like a small mountain, over 300 meters high and shrouded in a gray mist that instilled terror. That place was undoubtedly a forbidden zone. We shall wait until their bloodshed concludes before we proceed. We must not show ourselves now. The venomous bees swirled above, but did not approach the mushroom area, which had inexplicably become a sanctuary. As the sun set, they found themselves unable to relocate and had no choice but to spend the night there. After dinner, they lingered until past 9 o'clock, and the group decided to retire early. Tomorrow, they would resume their journey. Today had been a complete setback, leaving little time for exploration. Wang Xuan, come over here, Zhao Qinghan called to him. Wang Xuan walked over, unzipping his sleeping bag and positioning himself 2 meters away from Zhao Qinghan, preparing to sleep. Some cast him sidelong glances, having previously suspected him of being a favored individual, and now their suspicions seemed confirmed. Even masters like Yang Lin and Zheng Rui were situated in another area, while Zhao Qinghan had her classmates draw near, evidently looking out for him, concerned that he might encounter unforeseen dangers. What could Wang Xuan say? He certainly couldn't reveal to everyone that those closest to him were the safest. However, he felt a deep gratitude towards Zhao Qinghan. Without uttering a word, he recognized that this old classmate was indeed looking after him. In the dead of night, an unsettling feeling jolted Wang Xuan awake. He glimpsed a shadow in the distance flickering away. Moments later, someone rose during the night and soon shrieked in terror, their voice trembling, Where are the people beside me? They've vanished. The stillness of the night shattered by this cry awakened everyone, sending chills through the group. I'm missing 5 people. Someone stuttered. I'm down 4. Reports of missing individuals came from various directions, panic spreading among them. In the dead of night, 37 people had inexplicably disappeared, and no one had noticed how they had vanished. The eerie silence of the night was unsettling, leaving everyone on edge. Unable to return to sleep, Zhao Qinghan rose from her sleeping bag, visibly anxious. Wang Xuan, sitting nearby, reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Everything will be all right." The continuation of free access is not due to any promotional offer. Rather, it is my own request for an additional day of grace. At the beginning of the month, I sought votes for my new book. Witnessing the unwavering support from the Alliance leader and fellow readers fills me with immense pressure. Tomorrow morning, I shall rise early to write diligently, to accumulate more content for the upcoming release on the 2nd at dawn. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Golden Alliance, script. I also express my thanks to the Silver Alliance, Sansheng Yuan, the River Crab, and Night accompanied by fireworks. My appreciation goes to the Alliance leader, the Eloquent Elbow, Sansheng Yuan's cat, the difficulty of changing names, Book Friend 20180116012218225, Sansheng Yuan's Divine Stone, Byron Maya Samia, Oho Ovo, Book Friend 20210226141306528. The Deep Space Beyond Forum Management Team, Miss Juron, and the enigmatic Jojo Chenmi. Some of these friends have supported the Alliance repeatedly. I am truly grateful. And others are acquaintances from reality. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 129. The moonlit face appears in the dead of night, awakening from a deep slumber. One discovers that companions have vanished without a trace. This is akin to a nightmare for everyone. A total of 37 individuals. No clues remain, and there was not a whisper of sound. Everyone is drenched in cold sweat. In the pitch-black forest, visibility is non-existent. The area is eerily silent, with only the sound of their own heartbeats thundering like drums. The three who were on watch have also disappeared. Someone trembles and speaks. The group can hear each other's increasingly labored breaths, hearts racing with trepidation as they gaze into the depths of darkness, wondering if a pair of sinister eyes is watching them. Some newcomers shiver, chills creeping up their spines, their scalps tingling as if electrified. This is far more terrifying than watching a horror film alone in the dead of night. In truth, this is a gruesome reality unfolding in the dark. They remain oblivious to what approaches, uncertain if it will take more of them away. Is this their homeland, or an alien planet in an unknown galaxy? It could even be within a parallel universe. This is a terrifying new world. The depths remain shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a wailing cry pierces the previously oppressive silence. A chilling sound that shatters the darkness, leaving the group in a state of shock. Who is crying? Everyone recoils, as there is no one near to utter a word. The sound emanates from the unknown black forest. What lurks nearby? A female novice, her voice trembling with sobs, regrets coming to this place, her body quaking with fear. Not far off, a genuine mournful cry resounds, but it possesses a quality distinct from that of an ordinary person. It is more chilling and ethereal. Do not frighten yourself. It is merely a bird's lamentation, not some monstrous apparition. An experienced individual interjects. Having visited this place thrice, his insights prove invaluable in critical moments, providing a semblance of reassurance to many. Otherwise, with so many having just gone missing and the nearby cries, fear would undoubtedly overwhelm them, especially as some newcomers might err in their panic. Yet the seasoned individuals remained silent. The appearance of the chirping birds inevitably heralded a profusion of blood nearby, deeply unsettling them as they hovered, yearning to approach the source of the sanguine essence. The recent disappearance of so many individuals conjured harrowing images in the minds of the experienced, as they could only imagine the dire straits those individuals must have faced. Now, well into the latter half of the night, the group had long since lost the ability to slumber, their senses heightened in this eerie and foreboding forest. At last, the darkness began to dissipate, the sky in the east blossoming with the pale light of dawn. Some newcomers exhaled in relief. For a portion of them, the night had nearly shattered their composure, resulting in a staggering loss of 1/3 of their number upon arriving in this perilous realm. As the daylight broke, the tension and dread that had gripped their hearts began to ease. Let us investigate the surroundings, Zhao Qinghan suggested, eager to ascertain whether any clues from the previous night lingered. The source of their unrest remained a mystery. The master of new techniques, Yang Lin, stirred. Even such a formidable expert had yet to exert his formidable presence, and now he too sought to uncover the peculiarities at play. Wang Xuan, brandishing his long blade, ventured toward the edge of the forest. Wang Xuan, Zhao Qinghan called, casting a worried glance his way. After just one night, calamity had already befallen them, and as the one who had brought him, she wished to prevent any misfortune from befalling her classmate. Nearby, some individuals exchanged wary glances. My mental acuity is sharp. I shall take a look, Wang Xuan declared, genuinely intent on investigating the silent abductor of last night's victims, his expression tinged with gravity. As dawn broke, the morning glow filtered through the mist, yet it did little to dispel the shadows clouding their minds. Together, Wang Xuan and the master of new techniques, Yang Lin, traversed 2 miles, only to discover gruesome, bloodied skeletons suspended from the trees. When the others arrived and beheld this horrifying sight, a few novices felt their calves tremble, their hands clutching their blades quaking in fear. The skeletal remains bore remnants of flesh and were streaked with blood, swaying like pendulums in the breeze. Some eye sockets still contained glimmers of life, seemingly reflecting endless terror before death. The sheer brutality of it all instilled profound dread, igniting a fierce rage within them, a visceral desire to exact vengeance upon the perpetrator. Yet, even now, they remained oblivious to the malevolent entity that haunted them. Zhao Qinghan, Zheng Rui, Wu Yin, Zhou Yun, and Zhong Qing frowned, finding the expedition to be ill-fated, as their first night had unfolded in such a dreadful manner. These individuals bear toxins, a female explorer remarked, employing a specialized reagent kit to test the remnants of blood and flesh, revealing the presence of sedatives. Nearby, someone cursed. They must have dragged them away once they had succumbed. No wonder we slept so soundly last night. We too have been tainted by some toxins. A group of seasoned explorers, having ventured into this perilous territory multiple times, convened to deliberate but ultimately remained perplexed, as they had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Zhongqing proposed, "We ought to hasten our departure from this forest. The lair of that malevolent creature is likely nearby, and this place is far from safe." The psychological toll of this locale weighed heavily upon them. Regardless, none wished to linger any longer. At the break of dawn, they resumed their journey. Wang Xuan increasingly sensed that this new world was more suited for practitioners of ancient arts, as his vitality grew ever more potent. Staying here for 1.5 years, even without consuming miraculous substances, one would naturally evolve into a grandmaster. It must be said that the scenery of the mystical land is breathtaking, with colorful light bands swirling amidst the forests and mountains. Various forms of extraordinary energy material drift like mist or smoke, illuminated by sunlight, creating a truly splendid sight. In the afternoon, they arrived at a great river, initially planning to find a way to cross it when they noticed something unusual. The slope on the opposite bank appeared to be enveloped in the hues of dusk, a vivid crimson. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a swarm of blood ants, each the size of an egg, marching together, which was particularly unsettling for those with a fear of crowds. The situation was alarming. The blood ants were in mass migration, suggesting something unusual might be afoot ahead, prompting a seasoned traveler to strongly advise caution. Indeed, the group sensed something amiss, having just arrived in the mystical land. They were already encountering various anomalies, poisonous wasps in fierce combat, migrating blood ants, and inexplicable nocturnal creatures attacking. They followed the river and found a suitable place to rest before dusk. This was a dense purple forest, with trees displaying a striking purple hue from leaves to trunks, emanating a peculiar scent. The fruits it bore were as large as fists, dark purple in color, looking quite appetizing. However, upon peeling back a thin skin, a stream of juice flowed out, not fragrant or sweet, but rather pungent and unpleasant, causing discomfort. A seasoned traveler proclaimed, "Everyone, regardless of your affinity for this scent, must apply it to your bodies tonight. It is not only repugnant to you, but also detested by various predatory beasts, who will keep their distance from this odor." The smell was indeed intolerable. It had a sharp, offensive quality, and Wang Xuan perceived a hint of foulness as well. Yet he bore the discomfort and smeared it on himself. He noticed Wu Yin applying it with a grimace, as if enduring a trial. The women were similarly affected. After her brother doused her with the substance, Zhongqing retaliated by delivering a painful blow to Zhongcheng. Although goddess Zhao acted decisively, she too suppressed her revulsion as she applied it, ultimately donning a gas mask. The others followed suit, intending to wear the masks that night, uncertain whether the bizarre creatures from the previous night would return. "Qing Han, over here," whispered Zheng Rui, revealing that he was accompanied by two genetically enhanced individuals at the master level. He suggested that Zhao Qing Han and the master of the new technique, Yang Lin, rest in their vicinity. Zhao Qing Han insisted on having Wang Xuan accompany her, concerned for his safety. Zheng Rui felt some displeasure. He harbored feelings for Zhao Qing Han, but believed he had no obligation to look after Wang Xuan. Zhao Qing Han calmly replied, "Everyone else has come voluntarily for a hefty reward. Only my classmate was invited by me, and I must ensure his safe return." "Very well." Zheng Rui glanced at Wang Xuan, feeling he was a burden. Wang Xuan, indifferent to his scrutiny, lay down beside Zhao Qing Han and fell asleep. In the dead of night, he opened his eyes once more, expanding his mental domain and searching with all his might, finally sensing the anomaly. Surprisingly, it emanated from the sky. A group of figures loomed 100 meters above, shadowy and menacing. Creatures with human faces, protruding fangs, and cold, piercing gazes, exuding a fierce and terrifying presence. With human faces and beastly bodies, these monstrous beings, with their flesh wings, stared down ominously, silently approaching. At last, these creatures hung from the treetops, exhaling a green mist that undoubtedly contained a toxin capable of inducing unconsciousness. Wang Xuan propelled small pebbles one after another, landing them on the faces of several individuals as a preemptive warning. In truth, many dared not to sleep that night, fearful of the reemergence of those man-eating beasts. A throng of people was filled with both dread and fury as the ferocious entities trailed behind them, treating them as if they were rare delicacies. Even the pungent scent of fruit pulp failed to deter them. Finally, the crowd discerned the true nature of these beings. Their faces bore a six-fold resemblance to that of a human, with protruding fangs, sunken eyes, bat-like wings, and feline bodies cloaked in black fur, allowing them to seamlessly blend into the night. Their claws were exceptionally sharp. Kill. As these malevolent creatures descended silently, intent on dragging some individuals away, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, wielding their long knives with fervor. Splashes of blood erupted as some of the beasts were struck down, falling lifelessly to the ground. Since they had chosen to employ poison and launch a nocturnal assault, it was evident that their strength was insufficient to overpower the masses. With a clearer understanding of what they faced, the people's fear diminished. They were not true demons, after all, so what was there to fear? The flames of vengeance surged violently within them. Wang Xuan swung his blade continuously, severing 4 heads of the monsters in quick succession. "There are master-level creatures." Someone cried out in alarm, only to be torn apart moments later. There were 2 leaders, resembling a male and female pair, exceedingly ferocious. After revealing their presence, they opted for a direct and brutal approach. "Surround them," Zhao Qinghan shouted, calling upon the Master Yang Lin from the realm of new techniques for assistance. As a master-level super being was already engaged in battle with them, several powerful individuals from the 3 teams charged forward, intent on hunting down the 2 monsters. Wang Xuan erupted into action, relentlessly swinging his knife, the ground around him stained with the blood of more than a dozen slain creatures. No one paid him any heed. They were all preoccupied with their own battles, fervently thrusting their blades skyward in fierce opposition. The 2 leaders surged upward, evading the encirclement, and soon spotted the carnage that Wang Xuan had wrought. One of them immediately dove towards him, narrowly avoiding a blade, before unexpectedly veering towards Zhao Qinghan, accompanied by cries of alarm as she was seized. Clearly, she was clad in top-tier protective gear, reinforced with inner armor. Otherwise, she would have been pierced through instantly. Nearby, Zheng Rui's face paled at the sight of a master-level monster. He contemplated rushing to her aid but was paralyzed by fear, ultimately retreating swiftly. The creature failed to deliver a fatal blow to Zhao Qinghan at that moment. It flapped its broad, fleshy wings, resembling a demon as it ascended into the moonlit sky. Under the night moon, Zhao Qinghan's hair danced in the wind, her porcelain face drained of color, embodying helplessness. With her beautiful eyes gazing downward, she opened her mouth but uttered not a word, refraining from a scream, instead releasing a soft sigh. She was abducted, and that final glance sent shivers through the hearts of all who witnessed. She possessed a haunting beauty. Zheng Rui dared not look at her, lowering his gaze. Others clenched their metal knives tightly, overwhelmed by a sense of impotence. Suddenly, a figure surged forth. Wang Xuan, without a moment's hesitation, had been striving to draw closer. He nimbly ascended to the top of a towering tree, and with a daring leap, seized Zhao Qinghan's ankle. On the ground, many gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom such audacity at a critical juncture. Recognizing him, the crowd's expressions shifted from skepticism to admiration. No longer did they view him merely as a privileged incompetent. In this pivotal moment, he demonstrated a willingness to risk his life for a rescue, rendering him a most worthy acquaintance, regardless of the outcome. Zheng Rui's complexion paled. Enveloped in guilt and heartache, he understood that Zhao Qinghan was unlikely to survive, for those snatched away by the creature in the shadows never returned. The beast's speed was terrifying, soaring into the night sky, resembling a formidable demon beneath the moonlight, an image both fearsome and awe-inspiring. After abducting 2 individuals, it vanished into the distance with alarming swiftness. I have accumulated some drafts and will continue to write. The new chapters will be published after midnight tonight. Unleashing a torrent of content for everyone. Please consider casting your monthly votes for The Other Shore of Deep Space. I extend my gratitude to the Silver Alliance, Donggu, a fan of Durtan. I also express my appreciation to the leader, Hua Dusher, Xian Yu's emotional intelligence, life and death as mere illusions, elusive and profound. Let us not deceive ourselves. The flower of wishes yet unfulfilled, a sliver of sunshine, and even cola is just fine. Thank you all for your support. As I prepare for the launch, I cannot help but reflect on the swift passage of time. This marks my 7th book, and I wonder how many more years I will be able to write, aspiring to reach my 15th. I chuckle at my own tenacity. During the latter part of my previous book, I faced some health issues that hindered my updates, making it a struggle to complete it. This was the first time in my writing career that I encountered such challenges. This new book represents a fresh beginning, and I am committed to crafting a captivating narrative ahead. The groundwork for this new story is extensive, filled with intriguing concepts, innovative systems, and engaging plots that will gradually unfold, and I genuinely believe the forthcoming chapters will be immensely enthralling. The book will be made available just past midnight. For a new work, subscriptions are of paramount importance, and I hope everyone who can will support me by subscribing. I will strive diligently to write. Thank you all. Chapter 130, Blood-Red Romance Beneath the Night Sky. The wind howled as the creature soared with terrifying speed. Its body, excluding its leathery wings, measured over 3 meters in length. Robust and powerful, exuding a horrific scent of blood. Who knows how many lives it claimed the previous night? Wang Xuan was certain that this creature possessed formidable strength, beyond the capability of an ordinary master to confront. He initially intended to tear away Zhao Qinghan's protective suit and armor, bringing them both crashing to the ground. But he did not anticipate the creature's rapid ascent. Now, he hesitated, fearing that both of them would plummet to their demise. The beast flapped its wings, slicing through the mist above the forest and hurtling toward uncharted territories. Zhao Qinghan's complexion was pale. Earlier, she had felt desolate. Yet upon witnessing Wang Xuan's reckless leap in a moment of desperation, her expression softened with gratitude. Not long ago, she had been in despair, feeling abandoned by the world. Even the master she had summoned from the realm of new techniques had retreated, no one daring to step forward to aid her. She remained silent, knowing that if even the masters feared to rescue her, the others would possess even less strength to do so. Even Zheng Rui, who had subtly pursued her, was now avoiding her. The former master of the old arts, who had accompanied her from home, came to a halt, leaving her to sigh in resignation. She never anticipated that Wang Xuan, whom she had not seen during those final moments, would suddenly appear, leaping through the air to grasp her ankle. In that instant, tears nearly welled up in her eyes as she felt herself reintegrated into this world. Wang Xuan discarded his alloy knife and, clutching Zhao Qinghan's legs, swiftly ascended her supple form to seize one of the monster's hind legs. Zhao Qinghan's complexion paled as the earth receded beneath her and the mountains shrank away. She whispered, "You shouldn't have pursued. You too may lose your life." The fierce wind whisked her words away, compelling her to shout, "Do not be afraid. It is all right." Wang Xuan replied, eager to strike the creature and send it plummeting to the ground. Yet, he feared miscalculating the force, which could result in both the beast and themselves becoming mere pulp. "Hold on tightly to me. Otherwise, if this monster releases its grip, you will plummet from this height," Wang Xuan urged. Zhao Qinghan complied, spreading her arms to embrace him firmly. Before long, the creature indeed loosened its grasp, and upon regaining its freedom, it sought to crush the man clinging to it like an unwelcome leech. Wang Xuan drew his short sword and lunged at its approaching claw. The monster's massive claw shimmered ominously, razor-sharp, yet it proved inadequate against the blade, which severed it effortlessly, startling the creature and causing its body to tremble. Wang Xuan, unyielding, struck at the creature's hind leg, drawing blood without daring to pierce a vital spot. Fearful it would succumb entirely. Where is this beast headed? Zhao Qinghan clung to Wang Xuan, her voice trembling as she gazed down at the earth from the night sky, feeling acutely the terror of heights. Aware that a single misstep could lead to their obliteration. It is likely returning to its lair. Do not worry. Consider it a moonlit journey in a secret realm. Wang Xuan reassured her, one hand gripping the creature's leg while the other wielded the short sword, contemplating his next move. Clang, clang, clang. He swiftly severed the sharp claws from the monster's hind legs, akin to trimming its nails, thus preventing it from thrashing dangerously. Regrettably, the front claws remained too distant for him to reach, and he feared that in leaping to attack, he might inadvertently hurl Zhao Qinghan away. The creature let out a deep, guttural roar, its first vocalization, as its cold eyes glinted with fury at the unsolicited manicure it had received. What are you shouting about? Being personally groomed by Wang Jiaozu. You could boast of it for a lifetime. Wang Xuan jabbed the sword into its leg again, imparting a lesson as blood flowed. However, you shan't have the opportunity to boast for long. Tonight, I shall be the one to dismantle you. Wang Xuan deliberated on how to drain its strength gradually, hoping it would willingly descend to the ground. Yet, this creature was fiercely tenacious. After being pierced by the short sword, it thrashed violently, attempting twice to flip in midair to dislodge them. Wang Xuan dared not press too hard, opting instead to await its inevitable descent. Meanwhile, he reminded Zhao Qinghan to hold on tightly, urging her to notify him if her strength waned. Zhao Qinghan nodded, asserting, I can hold my own. I am no novice and will not tire easily. This was an experience she had never encountered, riding atop a monstrous creature alongside Wang Xuan. Traversing the mist-laden expanse of the night sky, Zhao Qinghan, her focus momentarily diverted, felt her tension dissipate, and with a furrowed brow, she inquired, What is it that you have on you? Why is it so hard? Wang Xuan, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, at this point, Are you still indulging in such fanciful thoughts? Am I truly that kind of person? Zhao Qinghan's feelings of gratitude and emotion had to be set aside momentarily as she shot him an exasperated glance. What nonsense are you thinking about? She raised her voice, tilting her head to look at him, revealing a fair and enchanting visage beneath the moonlight, though a faint blush began to creep across her cheeks. Her hair dancing in the wind. It's steel plating, for protection. Wang Xuan suddenly realized and responded promptly. Zhao Qinghan, wrapping her arms around his waist, gently tapped twice. Discovering indeed that beneath his clothing lay steel plates, producing a metallic resonance, each nearly 2 to 3 inches thick. Not only was Wang Xuan clad in protective gear, but he also bore steel plates, a prudent measure in such perilous surroundings. Under the moonlit night, the creature carried them across the sky, startling numerous nocturnal birds. Wang Xuan remarked, This beast is evidently far more formidable than its kin, having undergone a profound transformation. Surely, it has consumed some extraordinary entity. Perhaps there are rare herbs near its lair. Zhao Qinghan's expression darkened with concern. This fierce creature possessed the strength of a master, and should it land, they might be torn apart in an instant. She harbored doubts, speculating that the monster was leading them to feed its young. If this beast descends, we must scatter and flee. Do not concern yourself with me this time. If one of us can survive, it is better than none at all. Do not think of turning back to save me. Zhao Qinghan sighed softly, despite Wang Xuan's impressive demeanor and abundant courage. Facing a master-level beast would render him no match at all. Primarily, she was unaware of the intricacies within the realm of ancient arts, such as the hidden paths of celestial herbs, thus unable to accurately gauge Wang Xuan's true strength. Wang Xuan assured her, The short sword I wield is crafted by a master, exceedingly sharp. Just before we land, I shall strike at its vital points. We may yet carve out a path to survival. Zhao Qinghan had indeed taken note of the peculiar short sword in his hand, feeling a sense of intrigue. Now, having glanced at it again, she could not restrain herself from asking, Its design resembles that of the ancient fish intestine sword, does it not? Wang Xuan replied calmly, It is a replica made by a master from the old land, far sharper than the genuine fish intestine sword, for it is forged from a special alloy, not mere bronze. In the distance, a beastly roar echoed, as another master-level creature pursued them, rapidly closing the gap. A male and female pair of ferocious beasts were about to converge. Wang Xuan sighed. Tonight is destined for battle. The moonlit exploration of this perilous realm, adorned by the blood of fierce beasts, can be deemed a form of sanguine romance. He surmised that he would inevitably have to reveal his own master-level prowess. Chapter 131. A miracle under the moonlight. A monstrous creature approached, its gaze fierce. Even from a distance, it had already spotted its mate's claws, now trimmed, and unleashed a roar that reverberated through the night sky. Meanwhile, the beast carrying Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan also growled, seemingly responding to something. What are you staring at? I'll deal with you shortly. Wang Xuan glared at it. Zhao Qinghan clung tightly to his waist, her anxiety palpable. With a deep sigh, she pondered whether they could truly evade their fate, ultimately resigning herself to the notion that there was no escaping this calamity. She believed that the convergence of two master-level monstrosities left them with no avenue for survival. She had steeled herself for death. One must believe in miracles. Wang Xuan replied calmly, brandishing his short sword, ever vigilant and prepared for battle. To alleviate the tension, he feigned nonchalance, adopting a demeanor of indifference. For us, this may not be a misfortune, but rather an opportunity. We shall venture into their lair to harvest ethereal herbs. For now, hold on to me tightly, and let us navigate this mysterious expanse of the night. Should you feel uneasy, simply close your eyes. As Zhao Qinghan listened to his words, she could not help but sigh. Her classmate was remarkably composed, displaying an unsettling calmness at such a critical juncture. For a fleeting moment, doubts crept into her mind. Could Wang Xuan have ascended to the master level? Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was implausible for him to have traversed multiple realms in mere months, from energy absorption to mastery. With a roar, the second monstrosity approached, hurtling towards them. A miracle is about to unfold, Wang Xuan shouted, his eyes glowing with intensity as two tangible beams of light erupted forth. He resolved to unleash his full might, striking down the creature with the ferocity of a thunderclap. Zhao Qinghan felt a tremor in her heart. Witnessing his expression and the brilliance emanating from his eyes sparked a thought. Had he truly stepped into the realm of masters? Boom! A brilliant golden light surged forward, splattering blood in all directions, droplets raining down upon the earth as turbulent air swirled from the recent explosion. Wang Xuan, sword in hand and momentarily stiffened, realized he had yet to make his move. The monster had vanished. His spiritual domain surged, capturing a horrifying image. At that critical moment, a golden raptor streaked past, moving with astonishing speed, like a blinding flash of lightning cutting through the darkness before disappearing into the distance. Undoubtedly, it surpassed the speed of sound, as the night sky erupted with a deafening sonic boom, shrouded in swirling mist. As the golden raptor disappeared into the night, only a fading glimmer of gold remained, vanishing into the realm of impossibility. The depths of the night were terrifying. What manner of creature was this? A roar erupted from the creature that had been carrying them. Its body trembled in fear as it plummeted towards the ground, evidently frightened. It was splattered with the blood of its fallen companion, trembling in sheer terror. What manner of beast is this? Is it truly the miracle he spoke of? Zhao Qinghan's voice quivered slightly. She could hardly fathom that Wang Xuan's prediction of a miracle had come to fruition. A miracle has indeed arrived, Wang Xuan thought. His mouth parched as he prepared to showcase his master-level prowess. However, at that crucial moment, a mysterious being overshadowed him. Simultaneously, a chill coursed down his spine. The golden raptor was formidable. In a single gulp, it devoured the monster and crushed it, as effortlessly as a swallow swoops through the night to consume insects. As the ground rushed to meet them, Zhao Qinghan urged, "We must not dwell on this. We need to prepare for our escape." As the monstrous creature plunged towards the earth, it began to flap its wings mere dozens of meters above the ground, slowing its descent in an attempt to land gracefully. Miraculously, it has returned, Zhao Qinghan exclaimed in astonishment. Beneath the nocturnal sky, a radiant golden light approached at an astonishing speed, surpassing the speed of sound. Thus, no sound accompanied its arrival, only the sight of a beam slicing through the moonlit night, akin to a flying sword severing the darkness. "Descend swiftly. Land quickly," Wang Xuan commanded, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the golden being, which seemed to regard even master-level monsters as mere prey. The creature below was equally frantic. Gripped by an overwhelming fear, and dove vehemently into the dense forest. There was no time. Zhao Qinghan's face turned ashen, for the golden raptor was now perilously close, its speed far exceeding that of the monstrous being. Wang Xuan watched as it opened its golden beak, preparing to feast, his heart racing, for it seemed intent on swallowing both him and Zhao Qinghan whole. In a critical moment, Wang Xuan brandished his short sword, severing the creature's hind leg, which sent it into a furious rage, its eyes aflame with pain as it emitted a piercing howl to the heavens. In that instant, its primal instincts surged forth, the excruciating agony shattering its reason as it violently flapped its wings in a frenzied response. This bought precious time for Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan. As the creature momentarily hovered in the air, they plummeted directly into the forest below. Hold tight. Protect your eyes from the branches, Wang Xuan urged at the last moment. The creature, momentarily driven mad by pain, quickly regained its composure and ceased its frantic flapping, now plummeting towards the woods. Yet, no matter how it attempted to flee, it could not evade the relentless pursuit of the golden raptor, which merely afforded Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan a fleeting chance for survival. With a resounding crash, the creature vanished from sight, leaving only a spray of blood that fell upon the forest floor. A golden flash streaked close to the ground, colliding with the massive crowns of ancient trees, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that left naught to withstand its might. Soon thereafter, a sonic boom echoed from the area behind it, shaking the mountains with an immense tumult, causing numerous ferocious beasts to scatter in terror. Wang Xuan sheathed his short sword and grasped for the branches of the ancient trees below. The benefits of his mastery of the golden body technique manifested at that moment, rendering him impervious to the impacts. However, he needed to ensure that Zhao Qinghan avoided the thick branches ahead. In their rapid descent, he snapped several branches and collided with some trunks, continually decelerating until he nearly caught hold of a branch to stabilize himself. With a sharp crack, the branch broke, and he fell to the ground with a thud, shattering a stone upon impact, largely due to the steel plating on his back. He had done his utmost to shield Zhao Qinghan, yet she still felt disoriented from the jarring impact. How could we survive this? Zhao Qinghan mused, feeling as though this night was filled with miracles. In the distance, the roars of beasts echoed, frightened away by the golden raptor, and the surrounding forest fell into an unusual tranquility. Will it continue to hunt, considering us as potential prey? Wang Xuan's expression turned grave, for such a possibility loomed, as the golden raptor had a penchant for circling back to kill. No sooner had he spoken than a streak of golden light blazed across the sky, followed by a thunderous explosion. The two were taken aback. It truly lingered nearby. Could it be that it intended to devour them both? In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped them as they lay side by side on the ground, waiting. After a quarter of an hour, they exhaled in relief as the golden raptor did not reappear. It was not a miracle. Something significant must have transpired. Under the moonlight, Zhao Qinghan's eyes sparkled as she tilted her head to gaze at Wang Xuan beside her. Chapter 132. Humanity, now available, seeking subscriptions and support. Miracle? My back is broken. Wang Xuan sighed, remaining motionless on the ground. Zhao Qinghan exclaimed, sitting up swiftly to assist him. No need. I probably just bumped into a tree. It's nothing serious. I'll just lie here and rest, Wang Xuan insisted, refusing her help. While the various ferocious beasts have fled, you should take a moment to rest. At dawn, we shall hasten our departure, Zhao Qinghan advised. Wang Xuan nodded and promptly surrendered to slumber, striving to maintain his utmost condition in this perilous terrain to brace for any unforeseen events. As the moonlight cascaded down, Zhao Qinghan watched him, unable to find sleep for a long while. She was beset with numerous questions, and her astute mind conjured various associations. Primarily, it was Wang Xuan's composed demeanor in such a critical moment that captivated her. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Xuan's daring leap to rescue her at the last instant etched itself into her memory. He was a friend to whom one could entrust their life. She felt gratitude and emotion wash over her as she closed her beautiful eyes beneath the moonlight. After 2 tumultuous nights, she had hardly slept, but now, lulled into tranquility, she quickly drifted into slumber. At dawn, Wang Xuan remained immobile, his entire arm pinned down. He wished to extricate it, but feared waking Zhao Qinghan. He thought it best to let her sleep a while longer. Eventually, Zhao Qinghan's eyelids fluttered, and she gradually awoke, suddenly aware that she was clutching an arm. Startled, she released her grip and adjusted her clothing. It's nothing. You didn't drool much while sleeping, Wang Xuan teased, easing the awkwardness. You are the one who drooled. I never do that. Zhao Qinghan's face flushed. Then why is my hand damp? Wang Xuan stood up, then froze, realizing that indeed. His right hand bore some moisture. Could it be? What are you staring at? That's just dew. Zhao Qinghan rose. The two discerned their direction, aiming to retrace their steps and reunite with the larger group. Although merely abducted by that creature for a brief moment, Wang Xuan felt they had traveled at least several dozen miles. They had missed the creature's lair and an elusive medicinal herb. What a pity. Wang Xuan sighed. Zhao Qinghan remarked, let us not dwell on extraordinary artifacts. We must return swiftly. This operation requires reflection. The dangers of the dense terrain far exceed my expectations. This contradicted the information she had received. The area was now significantly more perilous than before, indicating some unforeseen changes. Cautiously, they embarked on their return journey, confirming their bearings as they traversed mountains and valleys. Along the way, Wang Xuan utilized his formidable spiritual perception to evade several hazardous zones. This region still constituted the periphery of the dense terrain. The appearance of an extraordinary creature like the golden raptor was indeed unexpected. Someone. Wang Xuan halted, spotting a figure ahead in the forest, seated by a lake. It was a human. The middle-aged man bore the stains of blood upon his attire, with his protective gear damaged. Yet he appeared largely unscathed. At that moment, he turned sharply and discovered Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan. He waved his hand towards them, signaling them to approach. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Wang Xuan inquired, nonchalantly striding forward. He discerned the man's condition, a master-level gene-enhanced individual, uninjured and in excellent form, presenting no threat to Wang Xuan. I am but an explorer, having lost contact with my team. Here, I have discovered some spiritual herbs awaiting maturation for harvesting. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, replied with a faint smile. Fate has brought us together. There are 5 spirit-nurturing lotuses in this lake. 3 for me, 2 for you. What say you? A delicate fragrance wafted from the lake, where 5 lotuses emitted a radiant glow, their shimmering halos unmistakably extraordinary. The spirit-nurturing lotus, beneficial for both body and mind, is particularly advantageous for enhancing mental prowess. However, the optimal effects are only realized upon the flowering of the lotus pods, when the lotus seeds can be consumed for nourishment. The blossoming flowers also possess some efficacy, albeit to a lesser extent. Any seasoned explorer would be unable to wait for the pods to mature. Time is of the essence. Wang Xuan felt that consuming the spirit-nurturing lotus would undoubtedly lead to a breakthrough in his abilities. Young man, you should go and gather the lotuses, the man urged. I sense there is something amiss in this lake. You do not even dare to enter it yourself, Wang Xuan retorted, his heightened senses alerting him to the lake's anomalies. Thus, he boldly confronted the man, recognizing the evident malice in his demeanor. This place, far removed from civilization and devoid of regulatory constraints, had transformed some individuals into beings unbound by moral shackles, running rampant in this desolate expanse. Veteran explorers had warned that if one were to become separated from their team and encounter other adventurers in the wild, caution is paramount. Some individuals possess a moral depravity that surpasses even the most ferocious beasts. Go if you're told to. Stop wasting time. The man snapped, rising to beckon Zhao Qinghan. Come here. We shall wait for him to gather the herbs. Despite his smile, his intentions were unmistakably sinister, a blatant disregard for the well-being of others. He perceived himself as a gene-enhanced entity, believing he could easily manipulate the two before him. It was clear he harbored intentions to eliminate Wang Xuan, coercing him into the treacherous waters to meet his demise. He left Zhao Qinghan behind, his gaze filled with a fervent intensity that would repulse any young woman. It was a raw and unmasked display of his intentions. Where can the depths of human nature be most vividly revealed? In such desolate areas, free from the laws of human society, both virtue and depravity are laid bare. Regrettably, you are devoid of goodness, showcasing only the most repugnant aspects of humanity. Wang Xuan spoke coldly, showing no mercy. A gene-enhanced individual dared to act with impunity, seeking to engage in heinous acts in such a place. When confronted with someone who has crossed moral boundaries, there is no need for compassion. Do you know who you are speaking to? The middle-aged man sneered, showing no fear. For contemporary master-level experts were all over 30 years old. This young man, merely in his early 20s, dared to challenge him? A mere youthful aberration has emerged from the old soil, and yet it remains tethered to the celestial expanse above. You are confronted by a master," he intoned coldly. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Qinghan's expression shifted subtly as she grasped Wang Xian's hand, eager to retreat. Although she had her suspicions regarding Wang Xian's strength, her apprehension was palpable. The individual before them was undoubtedly a seasoned master. Wang Xian chuckled and remarked, "Qinghan, you nearly fell into his trap. This man is grievously wounded, yet far too solitary, unwilling to share the spiritual herbs here, intending to deceive both of us." The genetic superbody approached, finding this young man adorably naive, enough to elicit a smile even from a master whose hands were stained with blood, mercilessly slaying even his companions. Wang Xian released Zhao Qinghan's hand and strode forward confidently, saying, "You are a paper tiger, trying to deceive whom? I shall expose your facade." The middle-aged master laughed. Yet a glimmer of cold ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he reached for Wang Xian, intent on shattering his arm. Wang Xian countered, seizing his hand with swifter and greater force, producing a sickening crack as he broke the man's arm. He turned to Zhao Qinghan and said, "See, he's merely posturing. His arm is broken and not yet healed. How dare such a person commit wickedness?" The genetic superbody was drenched in sweat, initially stunned, then overwhelmed with horror. What manner of monster was this? He attempted to assert his mastery, but with another crack, his other arm met the same fate, his words devolving into muted groans. This charade was absurd. Anyone could masquerade as a master. Wang Xian shook his head in disbelief. The middle-aged man longed to declare his authenticity, insisting he was a true master, but before he could, the young man struck again, fracturing his shoulder. He gasped for breath. Yet a formidable mental force stifled his voice, rendering him terrified and on the brink of madness. The narrative unfolds slowly, with 3 brief chapters released. As I continue to pen the next installment, subscription and support are earnestly requested. Chapter 133, Lovers, for updates. Subscription and monthly ticket support requested. The genetic superbody was drenched in cold sweat, fully aware that he had not merely encountered an iron wall, but rather a cremation furnace. In the presence of this being, he felt utterly fragile. He struggled to comprehend the level of this monstrosity. A mere brush against his severed hand resulted in shoulder fractures. This was the direct manifestation of Wang Xian's mastery over the golden body technique, having reached its pinnacle at the 6th level, rendering his physical form astonishingly powerful. What vexed the genetic superbody most was the fact that he was denied the opportunity to speak. Why was that? As he attempted to utter a word, he felt his bones fracture, searing pain coursing through him. Now, he was further subdued by a mental pressure. Had the opponent created a mental domain? It was overwhelmingly terrifying. "I have something to say," he managed to croak out, yearning to negotiate, to plead for mercy, lest he perish without closure. Who was this being? Bang! The terrifying young man smiled as he caressed his chin, and with a sickening crack, his jaw shattered, tears streaming down his face in agony. Life was arduous. Even the simple act of speaking was denied him, and he was not afforded the chance to humbly apologize or inquire about the identity of this formidable figure. As for engaging in fierce confrontation, he dared not even contemplate it, fully aware of the vast disparity between himself and his opponent. This young man could break his bones with a mere touch. Should he dare to retaliate or employ other so-called deadly techniques, he would likely meet an immediate demise. He preferred to endure the agony of survival rather than face an untimely death. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinghan was taken aback. Initially, she assumed the individual was genuinely injured and merely putting on a show, but as she observed further, a sense of unease grew within her. A significant issue loomed. Was this truly a master? She harbored grave doubts. Even if Wang Xian possessed remarkable prowess, it seemed implausible that he could casually incapacitate a formidable opponent of such caliber. Zhao Qinghan, with her graceful stature, approached with a lightness of step, intent on uncovering the truth. The genetically enhanced individual perceived her as a potential savior. His ruthless demeanor and acute observational skills led him to believe this girl seemed familiar, as if she wished to inquire about something. Thus, he endeavored to present himself favorably, hoping this exceptionally beautiful young woman would temporarily halt the man's malevolent actions. However, what awaited him was an exquisitely executed kick to his chest from the strikingly attractive girl. Zhao Qinghan sought to ascertain the extent of his injuries personally. Direct examination was the most authentic method. With a resounding thud, the genetically enhanced individual felt as though his head were spinning, Had he stumbled upon a couple that relished violence as a form of amusement? Why had he not been gravely injured? Zhao Qinghan questioned Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan, equally surprised by Zhao's direct approach, feigned concern, examining the genetic powerhouse's sternum, and remarked, "He had no injuries here, but your kick has fractured his bones. They are on the verge of breaking completely. If you doubt it, feel free to try again." The middle-aged man felt on the brink of madness. It was clear that it was Wang Xuan who had pressed so forcefully, a formidable young monster indeed. In that moment, he suspected Wang Xuan might be some sort of demonic entity. Considering they were in a concealed location thick with mythic mists, anything was conceivable. Do not torment him further. He is rather pitiable. I've noticed that wherever you touch him, he fractures, Zhao Qinghan remarked, her gaze bright and discerning, rendering ordinary tricks utterly ineffective. At that moment, the genetically enhanced individual yearned to weep. Finally, someone spoke a word of justice, and he nodded fervently in agreement. Yet, Zhao Qinghan's subsequent suggestion plunged him into despair. "I think you should grant him a swift end," she proposed. The genetically enhanced individual felt he had encountered a couple of fiends, devoid of any kindness. The woman, appearing remarkably beautiful amidst the terror of monstrous beings, resembled a celestial being, yet her words portended his demise. Zhao Qinghan was not of a meek disposition. Having determined that the middle-aged man was no virtuous soul, intent on harming Wang Xuan and harboring ill intentions toward her, she believed that eliminating such a person was an act of righteousness. She had heard of female explorers who ventured alone into desolate regions, enduring nightmarish experiences and surviving only to face a lifetime of suffering. This individual before her was a demon, lacking any moral compass, as had been made abundantly clear. Wang Xuan sensed that Zhao Qinghan was indeed not easily deceived. Despite his attempts at concealment, she had grown suspicious and likely believed him to be a formidable master. He halted, addressing the man. "I shall inquire, and you shall respond. Refrain from uttering nonsense. Do you comprehend?" The middle-aged man, cradling his fractured jaw, nodded in fear, fully aware that those devoid of moral bounds are easily subdued by those far more ruthless. "What is your situation? Which expeditionary organization have you joined? Why have you come here? Where is your team?" "I have joined the Song family's expedition team." He introduced himself, explaining that the patriarch of the Song clan had rallied numerous experts, resolutely seeking to penetrate a specific area of the dense land, hoping to partake in the essence of the earth and achieve rebirth akin to Zhongyong. However, deep within the abyss, they encountered a terrifying horde of monsters, resulting in the annihilation of their formidable grandmaster, the Moonlight Bodhisattva. Upon witnessing such horror, this middle-aged man fled, unaware of the subsequent events. He escaped to this location, discovering spiritual herbs and attempting to harvest them. Yet two monsters lurked in the lake, rendering him helpless and anxious. "How many have you killed along the way?" Wang Xuan inquired. "None," he stammered, but as Wang Xuan unleashed his mental domain to exert pressure, sweat cascaded down his brow, his mental fortitude on the verge of collapse. "I killed 6. He gritted his teeth, then clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication. "I have divulged everything. Esteemed ones, please grant me a chance. The dense land is perilous. I can serve as your scout." Wang Xuan chuckled softly. "You are quite articulate." Zhao Qinghan shot him a glance, stating, "You should grant him a swift end." Wang Xuan nodded, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the man flying, his chest caving in, clearly fatal. Demon couple. The gene's superhuman gritted his teeth, harboring resentment and bitterness, as he took his last breath. "I had thought you would send him to lure the monsters from the lake," Zhao Qinghan remarked. "Given his frailty, he would surely be torn to shreds, staining the lake with blood. I fear it would be unpalatable when harvesting the spiritual herbs." Wang Xuan responded, approaching the water's edge, attempting to step into the lake. "Be cautious, there are monsters within." That man was a grandmaster, and he sensed the water was exceptionally perilous, Zhao Qinghan warned. "He is not a grandmaster," Wang Xuan countered. Zhao Qinghan scoffed at this juncture. "I find it hard to believe you." Suddenly, Wang Xuan spotted a golden shadow charging towards him, its gaping maw poised to rend him apart. It resembled a crocodile, adorned with a pair of horns, its body a pale golden hue, robust and stretching 6 meters long, creating massive waves as it surged forward with alarming speed. Wang Xuan retreated a step as the creature leaped onto the shore, shimmering with a faint golden glow, ready to strike. With a decisive kick, Wang Xuan sent the beast sprawling, nearly fracturing a rib in the process. He discerned that this creature possessed strength surpassing that of the earlier Qin superhuman, yet remained within the Grandmaster tier, posing no threat to him. See, it is quite ordinary, not even a Grandmaster-level creature, but rather 2 tiers below that, Wang Xuan declared, charging forward to deliver a flurry of blows to the creature's head. The monster was taken aback. Who was this person? Much smaller than its own massive form, yet possessing immense strength, even more ferocious. It approached without hesitation, aiming to smash its head. It was not a monster, merely a mutated crocodile, far from being a master. Quite weak indeed. Wang Xuan delivered a series of blows. Observing as the creature lay still, he commented thus. As the 4th hour approached, he resolved to strive for the 5th and 6th hours upon waking, seeking subscriptions and support for his monthly tickets. Thanks to all the readers, the leader remarked. I haven't even had a chance to post this. I can't hold on any longer. I shall rest first, and upon awakening, I will organize everything. Thank you all for your tremendous support. In the early morning, the dense energy in the hidden realm was palpable, mist swirling like ribbons of light in the forest. Zhao Qinghan approached the lakeside, her slender figure beautifully highlighted by the vibrant mist of the forest behind her. She scrutinized the pale golden creature on the ground. Prior to entering the hidden realm, she had perused numerous materials, compiled by both adventurers and major organizations, detailing various herbs and exotic beasts. This is a crocodile dragon. She cast a glance at Wang Xuan, astonished that he had the audacity to downplay such a creature as merely a crocodile. Wang, you are quite the exaggerator. The most critical aspect was that he had actually used his fists to fracture the entire body of this dragon. Although it was not dead, it was unlikely to survive. Is this truly a dragon? Impossible. Wang Xuan displayed a look of astonishment, his expression betraying his disbelief to Zhao. He gently touched the head of the pale golden creature, revealing a different hue. If this were indeed a dragon, it would be a treasure in itself. Zhao Qinghan was somewhat speechless. Watching him caress such a large crocodile dragon with such tenderness, akin to petting a dog or stroking a cat. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "What are you doing? I've never even tasted crocodile meat before." Wang Xuan had lived a rather ordinary life, devoid of material excess. In the presence of the materially privileged Zhao, he remained unperturbed, not feeling embarrassed, now fixated on the dragon at his feet. "Upon our return, I shall treat you to a grand feast," Zhao proposed, her demeanor softening at the thought of his remarkable leap. If this is indeed a dragon, it would be particularly nourishing. Wang Xuan felt a surge of anticipation, as various accounts praised the merits of dragon meat. He turned to Zhao Qinghan and inquired, "Can you cook?" "Why?" Zhao sensed something amiss, yet ultimately nodded, stating, "I only occasionally try my hand at cooking." "Very well, we need not wait until we return. Let us roast the dragon." Wang Xuan circled around the creature on the ground. Zhao Qinghan, feeling unusually awkward, replied, "I've only boiled a few dishes. I've never cooked meat for anyone, so it will have to suffice." As long as it is cooked, Wang Xuan thought, it would surely be better than the charred wild game he had consumed on the Misty Plateau. He did not forget the main objective. The most precious treasures were the 5 spirit lotus plants in the lake. To avoid any unexpected occurrences, he planned to dive in and gather them first. "Be cautious of the crocodile dragon," Zhao Qinghan advised. A golden shadow glided in the lake, watchfully observing, occasionally revealing a chilling gaze fixed on Wang Xuan. Having witnessed the fate of its companion, it dared not approach the shore. Wang Xuan unfastened his protective suit, extracting several thick steel plates from various parts of his chest and back. This sight left Zhao Qinghan feeling dizzy. How much could this weigh? And it wasn't over yet. She soon discovered that he removed some thinner steel plates from his arms and thighs, revealing an astonishing level of defense. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but think that it was no wonder he felt discomfort. His entire body was encased in steel. Once he had dismantled his armor, Wang Xuan entered the water with a short sword in hand, for such a heavy load would undoubtedly drag him to the lake's depths. "You are being too reckless." Zhao Qinghan voiced her concerns. Fighting underwater was an entirely different matter compared to land. "Fear not. These WIRMs are merely juveniles, weak and ineffectual. Much like that genetically enhanced creature. All show, no substance," Wang Xuan replied confidently. Having mastered the golden body technique, he feared not the creature's bites. Armed as he was with a sharp blade, defeating it would not pose much difficulty. With a splash, Wang Xuan plunged into the water. The crocodilian WIRM, sensing its prey, lunged forward with icy intent, resembling a massive golden spear skimming the surface, sending waves crashing alongside it in a furious rush. Underwater, it reigned supreme, opening its jaws wide to seize the human and execute a deadly roll. Wang Xuan focused on it, glancing at the palm-sized sword in his hand, knowing that piercing its mouth would be but a trivial annoyance. The golden body technique endowed him with remarkable agility, allowing him to evade effortlessly. The WIRM's gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth over a foot long, swept past him. With a swift motion, Wang Xuan struck, delivering a powerful blow to its side, toppling the 6 or 7 meter long creature and sending waves splashing violently across the lake's surface. On the shore, Zhao Qinghan turned pale with worry. Engaging in battle with such a monster underwater was perilously dangerous, and she vehemently disapproved of his actions. Wang Xuan dove deeper, mercilessly driving the short sword into the WRM's abdomen, then slicing fiercely. In an instant, crimson blood flowed through the water, painting it a deep scarlet. The creature, in pain, thrashed its tail and attempted to flee, a gaping wound now marring its belly as it sensed death approaching. This creature possessed a certain instinct. It did not fight to the bitter end. Severely wounded, it darted toward the lake's center, aiming for a cluster of spirit lotus flowers. Initially, it had ample time to wait for the lotus pods to mature and nourish itself with their seeds. Little did it anticipate that it would be bested by a mere human. Now, without hesitation, it sought to devour the flowers prematurely. Wang Xuan, ever vigilant, grasped its tail and followed it to the lake's heart. Leaping onto its back, he swung his short sword without mercy. The WIRM's eyes turned red with rage. This persistent human clung to its back, drawing forth its lifeblood as he carved multiple wounds into its flesh. Though it neared the spirit lotus, the WIRM felt that it might perish here. It had sunk to the lake's bottom, yet that relentless human remained latched to its back, refusing to let go, the sword continually plunging into its flesh. The creature went into a frenzy, thrashing underwater, blood and waves swirling around them, causing the surface to erupt as it lashed its tail, severing 2 of the spirit lotus plants in its desperate struggle. Wang Xuan's expression shifted. Fearing the spiritual herb might be compromised, he released the crocodile and surged to the water's surface, hastily seeking to pluck the lotus flowers. The crocodile, filled with resentment, recalled how effortlessly it once hunted explorers in the lake, now despondent, realizing it was no match for that monstrous being. With eyes aflame, it cast a lingering glance at Wang Xuan before submerging and racing away into the depths. Wang Xuan acted swiftly. Before the 2 glowing lotus flowers could descend into the lake, he successfully harvested them, soon acquiring all 5 of the spiritual herbs. After returning to the shore to set them down, he dove back into the lake to unearth several segments of lotus root, uncertain of their potential medicinal properties. Dripping wet, he emerged onto the bank. Zhao Qinghan hurried over, concerned for his safety, having witnessed the tumultuous commotion beneath the water with great anxiety. The combination of spiritual herbs and crocodile meat should be considered a potent tonic, Wang Xuan thought, his face alight with joy, convinced that his strength would surely be enhanced. Zhao Qinghan, observing him closely, noticed a faint blush on her exquisite features, primarily due to Wang's incessant talk of nourishment. She was acutely aware of the private circumstances surrounding her relatives, who spared no expense in their quest for rare and precious ingredients, all under the guise of promoting health in middle age, as if everyone were oblivious to the true nature of their pursuits. Wang Xuan, oblivious to such complexities, suggested Zhao. Let us gather these. They are all exceptional restorative items, surely beneficial for beauty and health. From afar, a strange roar echoed, imbued with an indescribable emotion. It was the crocodile, having departed the lake to enter the nearby great river. Wang Xuan's demeanor momentarily faltered before transforming into a grave seriousness as he listened intently. Zhao Qinghan turned to gaze at the distant river, her brow furrowing slightly as she mused. Could that crocodile's calls be summoning its kin? Indeed, a situation was unfolding. He had heard a deep, thunderous response from downstream. His expression shifted again, for he had caught the second booming roar. Zhao Qinghan, not having reached the master level, couldn't discern the distant rumble, but her intuition was sharp, leading her to make the astute observation. Could there be an even more formidable crocodile? According to ancient records, crocodiles were extraordinary, not mere monsters. Let us go. They both exclaimed simultaneously, realizing they could not linger. They needed to depart swiftly. They gathered the 5 spiritual herbs, and Wang Xuan, unable to resist the temptation, swiftly sliced off a substantial piece of crocodile meat, fixated on the prospect of nourishment. The members of the expedition team possessed specially designed collection bags to store spiritual herbs and peculiar items, eliminating concerns of aromatic spills that might attract monstrous entities. Observing his deep fixation, Zhao Qinghan couldn't help but roll her eyes, urging, "Let's go. Move." Wang Xuan and she dashed into the forest, racing away. He didn't even bother to reattach the steel plate. Time was of the essence. A thunderous roar erupted from the great river, shaking the earth, waves soaring to heights of over 100 meters. Indeed, a larger crocodile was present, its presence resonating through the mountains with thunderous echoes. A massive golden figure darted swiftly from downstream, approaching the lake. Truly a behemoth, Wang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, now convinced of Zhao Qinghan's assertion. This was a type of crocodile that, upon maturation, could transcend the ordinary. The enormous serpent is certainly beyond what he can contend with at present. It has transcended the realm of ordinary life forms, at the very least, existing above the misty tier of beings. The waves crashed against the heavens as a colossal serpent, measuring over 30 meters in length, surged forth from the waters, reeking of malice, having undoubtedly slaughtered countless souls. Its roar reverberated throughout this region, instilling unparalleled terror in all avian and terrestrial creatures. Wang Xuan grasped Zhao Qinghan's hand and sprinted, having already traversed several miles through the mountains and forests. However, it was evident that the goddess was struggling to keep pace, entirely reliant on him to guide her forward, narrowly avoiding collisions with the towering trees. A thunderous roar erupted from behind as a gargantuan creature appeared atop a mountain, casting a menacing gaze in all directions. With a flick of its tail, it shattered the cliffside, causing the earth to tremble. Wang Xuan peered through the trees and glanced back, his scalp prickling upon sighting the monstrous figure on the distant mountaintop. The extraordinary serpent was on the hunt for him. "Little Zhao, this won't do. You're too slow. I'll carry you," he whispered urgently. Zhao Qinghan, panting heavily and visibly exhausted, shot him a glance, questioning whether he was belittling her once again. Without hesitation, he scooped up her legs and hoisted her onto his back, prioritizing their escape above all else. That serpent was terrifying, capable of annihilating entire expedition teams. Zhao Qinghan lay against his back, hesitating momentarily before finally correcting him in his ear. "Please refrain from calling me Little Zhao, especially in the presence of Wu Yin and the others, as it is considered disrespectful, even derogatory, within our circle." "Ah, I see. So, is Xiao Zhong a typical example?" Wang Xuan immediately made the connection, but soon realized his misstep. Chapter 5 has arrived. I shall continue writing. This does not imply that he was unaware of the underlying context. Indeed, Zhao Qinghan's body stiffened slightly against his back. She had not anticipated that Wang Xuan was privy to the details. "You mustn't be." He quickly rectified himself. Yet, he found his words only deepening the misunderstanding. Such discussions were best left unspoken. The more one explained, the more complications arose. He began to run frantically, for there was no time to ponder other matters. The extraordinary serpent, after surveying the mountaintop, seemed to catch a whiff of their presence and began to pursue them. The telepathic monster was indeed terrifying. It was becoming aware of their location. Wang Xuan's complexion shifted. In the distance, ancient trees erupted as the colossal serpent displayed its might in pursuit, an awe-inspiring sight. Thorny underbrush was completely obliterated, and even the mightiest trees were instantaneously shattered in its wake. Wang Xuan understood that the two crocodilian serpents he had encountered earlier were merely juvenile forms. A realization he had unwittingly articulated. Am I speaking prophetic words? He felt compelled to curb his expressions, as they seemed to manifest with uncanny accuracy. In truth, he knew it was not mere coincidence. The primary reason was the multitude of monsters dwelling in the depths of the uncharted territories, where various extraordinary species resided. It was closing in. Zhao Qinghan, resting on Wang Xuan's back, beheld the terrifying beastly silhouette atop the distant peak, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping her. The serpent effortlessly tore apart a mountain turtle towering 3 stories high along its path, staining the forest with blood, a shocking visual spectacle. The mountain turtle, renowned for its formidable defenses, could not withstand the might of the serpent, being shattered into pieces in an instant. Wang Xuan was drenched in cold sweat, utterly astonished. Despite having reached the level of a master in this perilous terrain, He was merely akin to a juvenile of certain extraordinary species, an insurmountable disparity. Should they be discovered and pursued, a single sweep of the great serpent's tail would render him and Zhao Qinghan into a mere amalgamation of flesh, devoid of any suspense. As he fled for his life, he pondered whether mastering the golden body technique to the 9th or even 10th tier might enable him to turn back and crush the great serpent instead. The only consolation was that although the serpent was in pursuit, it had yet to definitively ascertain their trail, occasionally straying from its course, only to correct itself moments later. As Wang Xuan leapt from a high vantage point and sprinted over a mile, the cliffside erupted behind him, revealing the serpent's formidable form. Numerous stones plummeted into the nearby forest, sending various ferocious beasts into a panicked retreat. Fortunately, after a close call, the serpent veered off course once more. Could it be the scent of serpent flesh? The thought struck both of them simultaneously. Despite the presence of a special collection bag that masked the odor, there remained a possibility that the great serpent might still possess a trace of awareness. Wang Xuan swiftly pursued a feline creature, measuring over 2 meters in length. Its speed and agility remarkable. He dashed forward, subdued it, and quickly bound the serpent flesh to its body before turning to flee once more. Zhao Qinghan, feeling dizzy, had only recently perceived Wang Xuan's swiftness without a tangible concept of its magnitude. Now, witnessing him chase down a big cat akin to a tiger or leopard, she immediately recognized his extraordinary prowess. This time, Wang Xuan remained silent, exerting himself to the utmost as he fled, occasionally crashing through thorny shrubs, pushing his speed to its limits. Despite his formidable strength, having cultivated the golden body technique to its zenith at the 6th tier, he was now drenched in sweat, utterly drained, truly racing for his life. At that moment, his heart pounded like a drum, its rhythm echoing loudly. Zhao Qinghan, clinging to his back, could distinctly feel the powerful beats, a remarkable vitality coursing through his youthful form. Wang Xuan was pouring with sweat. He dared not pause or glance back. Having recently encountered the very real threat of death, he could only flee recklessly. At times, he would leap from low cliffs, the tremendous impact sending Zhao Qinghan into a whirlwind of sensations. Yet her companion remained unscathed, his feet smashing against the ground, slightly stumbling before regaining his balance and continuing to run. She wrapped her arms tightly around Wang Xuan's neck, fearful of being flung away. Feeling the rush of wind by her ears, and noticed Wang Xuan accelerating, his body seemingly tireless. Wang Xuan traversed mountains and valleys, leaping over streams and cliffs. While he himself felt no ill effects, yet Zhao Qinghan, who specialized in mental cultivation, began to feel a sense of motion sickness, having witnessed Wang Xuan tumble down steep slopes several times. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Xuan slowed his pace. Having not heard the serpent's roar for an extended period, had they finally shaken it off? As he continued to run for a while longer, he gradually decelerated until he finally came to a halt, panting heavily, uttering, "We should be safe now, right?" Zhao Qinghan quickly dismounted from his back to alleviate his burden. Throughout their harrowing escape, Wang Xuan's clothes, once dampened by lake water and dried by the wind, were now soaked anew with sweat. He had nearly exhausted his physical strength and was undeniably fatigued. However, he soon regained his spirits, eagerly anticipating the consumption of the miraculous elixir. Though it was a pity that he had missed out on the dragon meat, Zhao Qinghan lowered her head, feeling rather awkward as she noticed her clothes were dampened by Wang Xuan's sweat. She could only feign ignorance and casually tidy herself up. Shortly thereafter, the fastidious Wang Xuan sought a pristine spring, donned his clothes, and rinsed himself off. "Aren't you going to wash up?" he inquired upon his return. Zhao Qinghan shot him a glare, and before long, she too returned from the spring in her soaked attire. The moment for the division of spoils, or rather, treasures, had arrived. Wang Xuan, preoccupied with enhancing his strength in this perilous realm, hardly took the time to admire her dampened figure. Zhao Qinghan settled down, hugging her knees and feigning calmness. Wang Xuan, beaming with joy, stuffed his mouth with the resplendent lotus petals while offering her a spirit-nurturing lotus. Teeming with a sense of accomplishment and delight, he was almost tempted to elevate Zhao Qinghan's status once more, having previously demoted her. But the name Da Zhao lingered on his lips, and he swiftly swallowed it back. Addressing her as Old Chun or Old Qing was one thing, and calling Old Zhang was somewhat acceptable, given Zhang Daoling's current unlikelihood of reappearing. However, exclaiming Zhao Qinghan's name in such a jovial moment could lead to complications. After stifling those two words, Wang Xuan urged, "Hurry, consume it while it's fresh, or its efficacy will diminish." Zhao Qinghan, with her damp hair cascading around her delicate, fair face adorned with a smile, replied, "You eat first. If it proves immensely beneficial for you, then you should consume it all. In this treacherous wilderness, enhancing your strength is of utmost importance." "Am I someone who hoards food?" Wang Xuan pressed, pushing it into her hands. Zhao Qinghan shook her head, water droplets glistening on her hair, her neck and face shimmering as if adorned with dewdrops, resembling a lotus emerging from the water. Yet, she appeared more vibrant than the radiant spirit-nurturing lotus before them. "If your strength increases, my safety will also be assured." "Stop the back and forth, Wang Xuan, be decisive," Zhao Qinghan stated earnestly. She was not of a feeble disposition. She made decisions with resoluteness. However, as she pushed back with both hands and slightly rose, she momentarily lost her usual composure, forgetting her soaked state. Quickly, she settled back down, concealing her curves and falling silent. Wang Xuan flashed a brilliant smile. Choosing not to speak further, he took large bites of the spirit-nurturing lotus and then closed his eyes, silently savoring its essence. Soon, the medicinal properties of the lotus activated, causing his mental realm to vibrate, manifesting autonomously and beginning to expand. Truly, it was a miraculous herb. The effects of this spirit-nurturing lotus exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had only formed a partial mental realm, which was insufficient, but now his mental powers surged, the herb awakening his innate spiritual energy and unleashing his mental prowess. Wang Xuan sat cross-legged, diligently reciting the ancient scripture, Yuan Lu Duan Shun, which he had glimpsed from Qin Hong during the new moon. Ultimately, his mental realm fully formed, and his mental strength grew immensely, laying a solid foundation for the incandescent realm of the extraordinary. He continued to consume the second flower of the spirit lotus. But after devouring half of it, he paused, feeling the effects diminishing. His mental realm was quite stable, with no significant changes observed. As he set the flower aside, he noticed Zhao Qinghan staring at him with an expression of surprise and bewilderment. "What is the matter?" Wang Xuan inquired, puzzled by her reaction. "Your skin is peeling," Zhao Qinghan exclaimed. Startled, Wang Xuan touched his face and immediately realized that while he had focused on his mental realm, his physical body was undergoing a gradual transformation. His golden body technique was transitioning from the pinnacle of the 6th layer to the 7th layer. After years of practice, his flesh and blood cells had memorized this martial art, and now, nourished by spiritual substances, the golden body technique was breaking through alongside his body. "How could your skin peel?" Zhao Qinghan observed that not only was Wang Xuan's face shedding skin, but also his neck and hands were beginning to do the same. Wang Xuan recognized that some of his secrets had been unveiled. This girl was remarkably perceptive and must have formed various accurate speculations. "The sun is quite intense today," he replied calmly, while slowly adopting the stance of the golden body technique, stretching his body as he felt a significant surge in his strength. Zhao Qinghan stared at him, speechless, thinking, "Are you trying to deceive me?" Ultimately, her composure faltered as she gazed at Wang Xuan's newly smooth face. It was exceptionally sleek. She could not resist the urge to touch it, feeling that this technique suited her perfectly. Thank you all. The 6th update has concluded. I appreciate everyone's tremendous support. Deep Space Beyond has just been launched. I kindly ask those who can subscribe to do so. Please also cast your guaranteed monthly votes for Deep Space. I am grateful to all my readers. Additionally, many leaders have been generously donating today, with numerous individuals contributing multiple times, such as Zonlia. I am immensely thankful to everyone. Your overwhelming support places great pressure on me. I can only strive to manage the plot well and construct the world I envision, diligently working on the subsequent story. Apart from expressing my gratitude to all readers, I would like to extend my thanks to today's leaders as well. Thanks to the Silver Alliance, Sansheng Yuan Zone Lai Jia, Elena, Chaotic Thoughts, Heavenly Court Yi Fan, Sansheng Yuan Mao Mao, Chkui 1203, L5. Thanks to the leaders, Brother Jing, Invincible Monarch, Wei, Reader 2018016012218225, Byron Myasamia, Oho Ovio, Time Traveler, Jiutian Xian Fei Sha, Sighing Heavenly Prisoner. Observing Life from 20 Years Hence, Pig King Himself, No Updates Today, Sansheng Yuan Xiao Dao, LWZ 1208, Mystery and Pride Y. She, Dream's Name, Summer Rainland's life. Reality of despicable men. ZC naturally peerless. Actually, I am young Master Yuan. Reader 2019110-320-4916596. San Sheng Yuan Shadow. Codeman Xiao Xian. 10 years of starry confusion. Cold moon clear sky drunk. Brother Hua majestic and powerful. Invincible monarch. Fish leaping at this moment into the sea. Lu Chenghe. Underlies. Promises a Lu on foot. Thunder song. Blessings to her. Years of splendor. Carefree in the mortal world. Big potato and little grape. Reader 150717232436700. Book friend 20210512004148575I. Tu Shan Xiaoyao. I come here with great determination. Book friend 20210520082909655. Solitary and lonely. Flower pollen catalyst. Book friend 20201130232122636. Lotus Pond green light. Oo Xian Yuan battle god Oo. Book friend 13564186196072611184. Tang Samu. Lemon CC. Whispering from a short distance. Book friend 20210702201657740. Dream by the stream. How fan the heavenly emperor. Demon ancestor. Book friend 20210702213935951. Flowers bloom in their own time. Book friend 20210702201657740. Zilun. 3 lives fate 99. Divine weather 4444. 3 lives fate solitude. Book friend 20210702213935951. A quiet today, Arthur. I am profoundly grateful for everyone's unwavering support. 7017K Chapter 136. The Grandmaster. Zhao Qinghan's eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance, almost radiating light, filled with envy. After Wang Xuan shed a layer of skin, the new dermis appeared as smooth as jade, delicate and flawless, exuding an invigorating aura of renewal. Without hesitation, Zhao Qinghan reached out to inspect him, eager to ascertain his condition, gently tugging at Wang Xuan's skin. Wang Xuan turned to her, puzzled by Zhao's unexpected touch on his face. She was drenched, her hair still dripping, embodying a fresh, ethereal beauty, albeit with an overly radiant gleam in her eyes. This hardly seemed like a playful act, and besides, Zhao Qinghan was not of such a temperament. She was typically aloof and composed. What martial art are you practicing? Zhao Qinghan swiftly released her grip, her usual calm demeanor momentarily faltering, her eyes sparkling with eagerness to learn. Wang Xuan, with an air of mystery, whispered as if revealing a momentous secret, the dual cultivation technique of Taoism. He spoke with a smile, his face aglow. Zhao Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, then playfully punched him, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Why do you ask about that? Wang Xuan continued unabated, stretching his body as he practiced the golden body technique, reveling in his newfound strength. He felt capable of effortlessly overpowering a monster at the master level, brimming with boundless energy. Zhao Qinghan remarked, after shedding your skin, your exterior has become remarkably delicate, far surpassing any beauty remedies. I believe this martial art is truly worth mastering. Wang Xuan was at a loss for words. The seriousness on her face might lead one to believe she was addressing a matter of life and death, when in reality, her concern was merely for beauty. She had previously mentioned similar sentiments, claiming that practicing old techniques was essential for maintaining a good figure, which soon led her to successfully cultivate her inner energy, defeating Qin Cheng in the process. Your perspective is flawed. Enduring hardship in martial arts merely for the sake of an attractive physique, pale skin, and beauty? Zhao Qinghan nodded earnestly. Indeed, this is crucial. It fuels my motivation to persevere. Mastering old techniques to a profound level can extend one's lifespan, enabling a longer, youthful existence. Do you not aspire to transcend the ordinary? Wang Xuan inquired. Indeed, both aspirations are not contradictory, Zhao Qinghan stated solemnly. I shall advance, drawing ever closer to both goals. What more could Wang Xuan say? The young lady possessed a clear vision. She sought beauty alongside extraordinary prowess, pursuing both in tandem. Her resolve bolstered by her initial motivations. Should she succeed, it is likely she would boast for many years to come. claiming her journey into cultivation was merely to maintain her physique. Wang Xuan did not conceal the truth, revealing to her that this was the art of the golden body. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinghan's expression shifted dramatically. She gazed at him with a peculiar look and exclaimed, "You mean to say that one can practice until one's flesh is impenetrable, as hard as iron? I shall not pursue this any further." Initially puzzled, Wang Xuan soon understood upon glancing at her alluring, damp curves. Was she truly concerned about becoming as rigid as a block of iron? He decided against further explanation, for typically, most individuals could not endure the rigors of the golden body technique. It demanded an immense investment of time and energy, rendering it nearly unattainable under normal circumstances. I shall return and meticulously select some physical techniques, solidifying my future course, Zhao Qinghan declared, revealing that she was currently honing her old skills while simultaneously learning new ones. However, she was taken aback by the remarkable prowess of her classmates, who had elevated their former techniques to an extraordinarily enigmatic level, igniting her anticipation for her own practice. You should quickly consume the spirit-nourishing lotus. 2 blossoms should suffice, or else the efficacy will diminish significantly, Wang Xuan advised. He too consumed the half-blossom he had left uneaten, otherwise it would be a waste. Once detached from its roots, the lotus would continuously lose its spiritual essence unless promptly transported back to the spacecraft for proper handling. For him, this half-blossom offered only a slight benefit, far less pronounced than its initial impact. Wang Xuan reached a critical juncture as he transitioned the golden body technique to its 7th layer, his strength surging to the pinnacle of mastery. It is noteworthy that he had only recently established himself in this domain, and now he was experiencing a remarkable surge in power, surpassing the mid-stage of mastery to stand at the absolute zenith, a truly astonishing feat moreover. He speculated that he might soon break into the realm of Grand Masters. He could only marvel at the rich mythological essence of the hidden lands. This journey had proven worthwhile. Undoubtedly, the spirit-nourishing lotus was an extraordinary elixir meticulously prepared by the colossal creature for its offspring, yielding remarkable results. Wang Xuan felt that with his current strength, he would not fear even a true Grand Master. He found himself in a unique state, with his physical attributes exceedingly formidable, surpassing even those of a Grand Master in certain aspects. By his current constitution, he could easily be considered a Grand Master. However, upon reaching that level, peculiar transformations would soon manifest, traits that were yet to surface within Wang Xuan. Signs of nearing extraordinary capabilities began to emerge, such as the ability to unleash a beam of energy from his mouth, severing his opponent's head. Some could condense flames from within, launching a brilliant true fire that could severely injure an adversary, even reducing them to ashes. Others could summon a thunderous roar from their internal organs, unleashing lightning to obliterate their foes. Old Shun had demonstrated the art of thunder, its power formidable enough to shatter various secret techniques in the realm of new arts. Wang Xuan is capable of resonating with his internal organs, yet he can only produce a faint sound and a subtle glow, which is insufficient to unleash a lethal beam of light against his adversaries. Consequently, he does not consider himself a Grand Master. However, he feels no disappointment. This indicates what? His foundation is exceptionally robust. He is currently in the accumulation phase, and when he is able to exhibit the traits characteristic of a Grand Master, the results will undoubtedly be astonishing. Moreover, his current strength is not intimidated by Grand Masters. He eagerly anticipates the transformations that await him when he truly steps into that realm. As for the Great Dragon, perhaps by the time I attain the Grand Master level, I will have no desire to trouble you. It is best we refrain from crossing paths for the time being. Clearly, he harbors thoughts about that extraordinary creature. Wang Xuan cast a glance at Zhao Qinghan, who, having consumed the spirit-nurturing lotus, sat quietly with her eyes closed, a luminous glow emanating from her forehead. He realized that Zhao possessed an extraordinary mental discipline, and the spirit-nurturing lotus likely benefited her immensely. He moved aside and struck the cliff face with a palm to test his strength, then promptly turned and fled. The cliff crumbled, and the precipice above collapsed with a thunderous roar. For beings at the ordinary master level, a single strike would likely reduce them to mere pulp. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xuan returned and noticed something unusual about Zhao Qinghan. She cast several glances at him, her expression becoming unnatural before she diverted her gaze elsewhere. Initially perplexed, he then observed a wisp of glowing mist flicker across her forehead, and he suddenly grasped the situation. The mist resembled a mental domain, but it was evident that she was still some distance from fully forming it, and her progress was inferior compared to his earlier attempts. Zhao Qinghan's mental prowess is exceptional and somewhat unique. During her time as a new star, she had once hypnotized him mentally. When Zhao family members intermarried with the indigenous people, her pupils would shift to a violet hue whenever she harnessed her mental energy. Could it be that she possesses certain abilities even before fully forming her mental domain? Wang Xuan speculated. Indeed, whenever Zhao Qinghan glanced at him again, her face remained strained until she completely retracted the mist from her forehead, her eyes returning to their normal hue before she regained her composure. Wang Xuan remained speechless. The goddess of Zhao seemed to possess a profound curiosity. Was she peering into him just now? Subsequently, she settled back into her tranquility, refraining from tapping into that surging mental energy any further. Wang Xuan discreetly decided against confronting her. After all, who among them did not experience curiosity upon initially acquiring remarkable mental perception abilities? They resumed their journey, hoping to reunite with their companions. An anomaly emerged. This region surprisingly harbored stone dwellings. Wang Xuan spotted a cluster of structures, constructed from stone, evidently serving as habitation. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a small village, yet it was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Are there indigenous people resembling humans in this dense forest? Wang Xuan inquired. Zhao Qinghan shook her head, her expression grave, indicating that no expedition from their families had ever discovered such a place. This rendered the situation even more peculiar, as they had stumbled upon an expanse of buildings. However, the silence was unsettling, suffused with a sense of deathly stillness. Ultimately, they chose not to approach and turned away. That place felt strange, in such a perilous new world. Excessive curiosity could prove fatal. At that moment, the great dragon was in pursuit, and in our panic to escape, we mostly ran in the wrong direction. Zhao Qinghan assessed the situation. Since previous explorations had never uncovered any dwellings, it suggested that this direction had remained untouched by human presence. Thus, they sought a way back. The vast expanse of wilderness was filled with numerous wonders, and as Wang Xuan and his companions ventured forth, they managed to gather but a single spirit lotus, which was already a notable achievement. Should they come close to the fabled destiny nectar or the earth immortal grass, he would undoubtedly transcend, elevating his strength to astonishing levels, making future conversations with the great dragon effortless. However, reality proved harsh. They indeed discovered several locations rich with extraordinary phenomena, yet nearby lurked signs of extraordinary beings. This perception was gleaned from Wang Xuan's profound spiritual awareness. To approach recklessly without understanding could lead to dire consequences. Zhao Qinghan was convinced that they were still within the outer regions of the wilderness, having not crossed any boundaries. A fierce battle erupted. The scene was chaotic. As the forest was continuously shattered, at least Grandmaster-level creatures were engaged in combat. Wang Xuan gazed ahead, where thunderous sounds and radiant lights erupted, cliffs crumbled, and from a distance, swathes of trees fell. Were those celestial steeds? Truly a myth come to life, a herd of heavenly horses? Both were taken aback as a multitude of horses soared from the mountainous terrain. A group of pure white horses, devoid of any blemish, possessed magnificent snowy wings, traversing the air over the mist-enshrouded mountains. Meanwhile, on the ground, some horses shimmered with golden light, their coats resembling golden satin as they galloped through the forest, moving with remarkable speed, even leaping directly over the sheer cliffs in pursuit of the herd above. Once the horses had departed, Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan approached, finding the forest floor ravaged by hooves, many grand trees shattered beyond recognition. One horse appeared gravely injured. Celestial steed? They hurried over. Amidst the forest, a white horse, resembling jade in its brilliance, lay there, majestic yet bleeding from its head, staining the ground crimson, softly whimpering. Its eyes reflected a profound sadness. Gazing longingly in the direction the herd had vanished, reluctant to avert its gaze. Clearly, this horse had engaged in battle with the flying steeds or the golden horses racing below, wreaking havoc upon this woodland. This horse was formidable. Though it bore no wings and could not fly, it seemed still to be a young colt, not yet fully grown, which elicited a look of astonishment from Zhao Qinghan. Many in the New Star community were fervent horse gamblers, having bred numerous exotic breeds, and one of her uncles owned several exorbitantly priced specimens. Evidently, the The so-called extravagant horses her uncle boasted of paled in comparison to the magnificent creature before them. Wang Xuan gaped in realization. Although the injured white horse was not diminutive, it indeed appeared more juvenile than the departing herd. Yet the battlefield bore the marks of a grandmaster-level conflict. He found himself questioning existence. Could an entire herd of horses be grandmaster-level beings? It was conceivable that the more formidable individuals among them were extraordinary entities. Were they truly still in the outer regions? The situation was amiss. They had encountered a group of grandmaster-level celestial steeds, perhaps even an extraordinary lead horse. Wang Xuan sighed. He then approached the foal on the ground, which had only sustained injuries to its head and seemed to be slightly dazed, unable to rise. Upon noticing Wang Xuan's approach, its eyes widened, and it began to struggle. "Fear not. I mean you no harm. Come with me. I possess a divine herb that you may consume." Wang Xuan crouched down, attempting to soothe the white horse. Zhao Qinghan, too, was filled with anticipation. If a grandmaster-level spiritual horse could be tamed and transported to the new star, it would undoubtedly drive some gamblers to madness. Moreover, possessing a mount of such caliber in this dense terrain would greatly enhance their convenience. Suddenly, with a powerful kick, the spirited horse struck Wang Xuan, despite still lying on the ground. Just as Zhao Qinghan expected Wang Xuan to patiently calm and subdue the spirited steed, he unexpectedly delivered a sharp slap. The ensuing scene was far from picturesque, devoid of any aesthetic charm. Wang Xuan communicated with the foal through the lens of violent aesthetics, ultimately forcing the spirited creature to bow its head in temporary submission. Clearly, the horse possessed a strong will to survive, and, after realizing it could not overpower Wang Xuan, ceased its resistance. Half a day later, Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan successfully mounted the magnificent steed, traversing the mountains in search of familiar faces. The grandmaster-level spiritual horse exhibited astonishing stamina, effortlessly navigating various terrains with remarkable speed and efficiency. Wang Xuan remained vigilant, continually educating the horse, as it attempted to flee on multiple occasions and even assaulted him, each time being suppressed. Clinging to its mane, he seemed glued to its back, delivering heavy blows whenever it misbehaved. He was, however, quite satisfied, for not only did he possess grandmaster-level combat prowess, but his mount could rival the Moonlight Bodhisattva. Zhao Qinghan sat behind him, grasping the sides of his clothing, but as the horse leaped over the uneven terrain, the jarring motion compelled her to wrap her arms around Wang Xuan's waist. In the afternoon, they discovered their way back to their original location. Yet the individuals they sought were no longer present, leaving behind traces of blood and signs of struggle. Zhao Qinghan sensed they were nearing familiar faces. She gently embraced Wang Xuan's waist and whispered in his ear, "I will help you keep your secret." As evening approached, just before sunset, they spotted some acquaintances. Through the dense forest, Wang Xuan beheld Zhong Cheng and Zhou Yun, both covered in blood, accompanied by only a handful of individuals. Simultaneously, he caught sight of the group of flying horses, a breathtaking sight. Their broad, snow-white wings soared through the sky, creating a divine spectacle as they traversed the mountains amidst the twilight. On the ground, a herd of golden horses leapt over the cliffs in pursuit. "Are those celestial horses?" Zhong Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. "Can such horses be tamed? If we could cultivate a few of them on the new star, it would be wonderful." Zhou Yun marveled. If one could acquire a single horse and participate in gambling, who could possibly outrun it? An experienced member of the surviving expedition team dampened their enthusiasm, stating, "Don't even think about it. There was once a grandmaster who attempted to tame one, only to be crushed by a single kick, meeting a gruesome end. It bears some resemblance to old Wang." Zhong Cheng sighed. Upon hearing such remarks, Wang Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against him. Zhou Yun nodded and remarked, "I have also heard about that formidable explosive hoof from the old earth." The steed upon which Wang Xuan sat remained silent, yet melancholic, gazing longingly at the distant group of horses as it slowly wandered out of the forest. "Xiao Wang, Sister Zhao." Zhong Cheng was taken aback. How could the two individuals abducted by the monsters have returned alive? Zhou Yun was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Heavenly horse? Xiao Wang, that is impressive. Sell it to me." Suddenly, a few of the flying horses from the departing group turned back, casting a long, mournful cry in this direction. Could it be a collective demise? Wang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly covered his mouth, fearing that his words might unwittingly manifest once more. Gratitude is extended to Chen Fan, San Sheng Yuan Jianfeng. Book friend 20210703014042479. The disciple responsible for closing the door, dream cycling and dreams. Blood Red Cherry Blossom Festival X, QJGG, DR 3ZU1. Book friend 20210502230354623. The adorable Dream. Thank you to all the aforementioned leaders for their support. 7017K Chapter 137. The Dark Enclave. These flying horses possess a gentle temperament and typically do not harm others, an experienced member of the expedition team remarked. However, upon seeing the steed that Wang Xuan was mounted upon, he fell silent. A gust of wind swept through as 3 flying horses descended, causing leaves of various kinds to swirl through the air. Among them, 2 adult flying horses bore cold, piercing gazes directed at Wang Xuan, their hooves striking the ground with such force that they shattered the rocks beneath. Before approaching Qin Cheng and the others, Zhao Qinghan had already dismounted, leaving only Wang Xuan atop the white steed, who now felt a surge of anxiety. These 2 adult horses were undoubtedly beings of at least the Grandmaster level. And most crucially, a group of horses had landed on the peak in the distance, observing this scene. What did this signify? A congregation of horse Grandmasters. Even if he possessed remarkable fighting skills, it was inconceivable that he could single-handedly vanquish such a multitude of monsters, at least 60 or 70 horse Grandmasters. Not to mention the possibility of extraordinary horses. This was an unwinnable battle. Thus, Wang Xuan decisively dismounted, his gaze softening as he appeared reluctant, gently stroking the head of the young steed and saying, "Go and reunite with your parents." To his surprise, the white steed did not leave. Its initial sorrow and reluctance transformed into stubbornness as it glanced at the 2 adult horses, then took a few steps back. It then turned its attention to another flying horse, which was also a young steed of similar size, its broad wings stained with blood, tainting parts of its white feathers. The 2 young steeds regarded each other with hostility, exhaling white radiant mist from their nostrils, nearly charging at one another. Ultimately, the young flying horse with white wings stepped back, raising its head high as if signaling for the young steed beside Wang Xuan to join them. The isolated young steed exhaled white light, resolutely holding its head high and ignoring the invitation, casting a final glance at the 2 adult horses and continuing to retreat. Rejecting the return. Without any hesitation, Zhao Qinghan placed the last spirit lotus into the young steed's mouth. The white steed hesitated momentarily, but ultimately began to chew the spiritual herb, consuming it. 2 magnificent steeds glanced at Zhao Qinghan and ultimately directed their fierce gaze towards Wang Xuan. One of the horses radiated an extraordinary luminescence, dazzling and resplendent, emanating an aura that caused Zhong Cheng and Zhou Yun to collapse to the ground in a faint. The other members of the exploration team succumbed similarly, unable to withstand the overwhelming presence. In this moment, Wang Xuan found himself astounded. It was indeed a transcendent horse. He feigned weakness, retreating backwards and resting against the small pony, while Zhao Qinghan genuinely supported the little horse, maintaining her stance. Eventually, the trio of 2 large and 1 small horse took flight, merging with the main group, with the young flying horse shielded at the center. Wang Xuan gradually began to comprehend the situation. Were these 2 horses vying for the position of heir? The wingless pony, stubborn in its defeat, wandered away alone. A surge of fervor ignited in his heart. After a period of nurturing, it could potentially become a transcendent horse, for it dared to contest for the future throne. "I bid farewell to the transcendent horses and the esteemed masters," Wang Xuan proclaimed. Around him, those who had just risen from the ground were perplexed. What was this title? The group of flying horses finally departed, not looking back, and everyone exhaled in relief. One seasoned member of the exploration team spoke gravely. "Previously, I encountered this group of flying horses deep within the concealed regions. How have they migrated out?" A sense of dread enveloped the crowd, as the older individuals accompanied by experts had ventured into those depths, and their current circumstances remained uncertain. Given the myriad of abnormal signs within the concealed area, something catastrophic may have transpired. "What are you doing here? Where are the others?" Zhao Qinghan inquired. "They were scattered. Today, we stumbled upon a rare herb and intended to harvest it, but we were besieged by countless monsters and had no choice but to flee." "Do you know what kind of monsters they were?" Zhou Yun interjected, his face etched with indignation. "A swarm of mantises." He seemed to feel a deep sense of disgrace. having been pursued for miles by a horde of insects. Zhong Cheng added, "These are not ordinary mantises. They resemble some form of beast, each measuring 4 meters in length, covered in dark fur, with forearms as sharp as blades, glistening in the light. Ordinary individuals cannot withstand them. Our team suffered a devastating loss of 20 to 30 members at their hands. They recounted that even a master-level genetic superbody was bisected by a unique silver mantis, causing immediate panic and a chaotic retreat. Your sister is missing, and yet you remain so nonchalant, without a thought of rescue?" Zhao Qinghan turned her gaze to Zhong Cheng. Upon hearing this, Zhong Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, replying, "In the chaos, my sister urged everyone to scatter to increase the chances of survival. I separated from her, and those experts all pursued her instead. Look around, there isn't even a quasi-master by my side." Zhou Yun echoed his frustration. "I too fled separately from Wu Yin, yet the master-level genetic superbody didn't even spare me a glance, following Wu Yin and the others. Not only masters, but even quasi-masters were absent from his side." Zhao Qinghan found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't very well suggest that their personal charisma was lacking. "We all survived. They must be fine. That type of mantis beast guards that peculiar entity and seems unwilling to stray far," Zhong Cheng remarked. He was indeed discontented. Even the formidable protector assigned to him had ultimately fled with his sister. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? In the face of death, some instinctively seek fortune while avoiding misfortune. Zhao Qinghan consoled him, having once experienced such an ordeal herself, captured by a monster and lifted into the air. Even the skilled individuals who had accompanied her faltered, hesitant to soar up and rescue her. "What extraordinary object have you discovered?" Wang Xuan inquired. "A black gold jujube tree," Zhou Yun replied, tears almost spilling from her eyes. "Do you know? This 4-meter-tall jujube tree bore no less than 100 black gold jujubes. I've never encountered such a prolific spiritual herb." At that moment, they were all immensely excited, ready to rush forward and pluck the nearly ripe jujubes, which promised that each of them could partake in the spiritual treasure. However, a swarm of mantis beasts suddenly attacked, nearly slaughtering them all. Over 100 spiritual jujubes, within arm's reach. "Forget it. Let us not dwell on it," Zhou Yun sighed. She turned to Wang Xuan and leaned in closer, attempting to ingratiate herself. "Little Wang, sell me this white horse. We can negotiate a fair price." Wang Xuan chuckled. "Are you certain? I must inform you that this is a monster, a spiritual steed of the Grand Master level, capable of crushing a person with a careless kick. Why is it following you?" Zhou Yun expressed skepticism. "It was injured. We saved it on our journey, and now it insists on accompanying us," Wang Xuan explained. In truth, the white horse had consumed the nourishing lotus in Zhao Qinghan's hand, and its affection was not as fervent as anticipated. It had already begun to stride toward the forest, clearly intending to depart. "See, I share a special bond with this spiritual horse," Wang Xuan said as he hastily pursued it, clasping its neck tightly to prevent its escape, appearing to outsiders as if they were quite close. "Sister Zhao, how did you survive?" Zhong Cheng asked, a question that lingered in the minds of everyone present. As the creature soared through the forest, it was ambushed by a seemingly extraordinary golden bird of prey, which devoured half of its body. "I and little Wang fell into the river within the forest, miraculously surviving," Zhao Qinghan recounted, her expression laden with emotion, reflecting the exhaustion of having survived a calamity. "Those who survive great tribulations shall surely be blessed." The crowd believed wholeheartedly, not considering that the two could have vanquished such a monster on their own. Otherwise, they would not have been captured. As the sun set, the forest grew dim, and everyone casually consumed some food, preparing to rest there. Zhong Cheng began to sigh, feeling a sense of fear creeping in, worried that something might have happened to his sister. They had parted ways in the afternoon, and now darkness enveloped the landscape. Still, there was no word from her, and none of the others had appeared. As he gazed into the increasingly dark forest, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. "Is this truly a Grand Master-level spiritual horse?" Zhongqing asked, somewhat bashful yet excited. Finally, he gathered his courage, grasping Wang Xuan's hand. "Could you ride this horse and search for those people? I'm genuinely feeling frightened. If you can assist with this, I promise to reward you handsomely upon our return to New Star." In this critical moment, Zhongqing's concern for his sister shone through. His eyes reddened as emotion welled up within him, his voice trembling. "Brother Wang, is this truly a Grand Master level horse? If it is, please lend a hand." Zhou Yun chimed in, displaying a sense of camaraderie. I will go take a look. Wang Xuan nodded. If he possessed the ability to save a life, he would not wish to remain indifferent. Be careful. Zhao Qinghan observed his resolute decision and cautioned him to prioritize his own safety. Master Ma has entrusted this to you. Zhong Cheng rambled on at the white steed, nearly receiving a kick for his troubles. Under the moonlight, Wang Xuan rode the reluctant horse toward the direction specified by Zhong Cheng. 20 miles away, he indeed encountered a bloodied figure, helplessly gazing at the moonlight while seated beneath a tree. How could this happen? Where are the others? Wang Xuan dismounted and immediately noticed the bloodstains on the tattered clothing of the man, with his right shoulder and arm grotesquely absent, a result of human brutality. Not a monster's doing. The Qin family is orchestrating this, the man, struggling to speak, uttered. Why? Wang Xuan inquired swiftly. This afternoon, we encountered the Qin family, who deceived us into returning to collectively harvest black gold dates. They were already familiar with that location and well acquainted with the mantis beasts tampering with us. Many of us became bait, chased by those monsters while the Qin family members turned to gather herbs, even sending the Moonlight Bodhisattva after the remaining survivors among us. Wang Xuan promptly mounted the horse, charging forward. The leader of the Qin family had lost his mind, mercilessly coercing people into peril and subsequently seeking to silence them. He sighed, reflecting on the darkness and bloodshed within this hidden realm, where even legitimate exploration teams exhibited such brutality, readily willing to eliminate rival groups. In the past, no such news had reached the new star. It appeared they had operated with great discretion. In the distance, Wang Xuan spotted a luminous figure, shattering a quasi-master and subsequently dismantling the surrounding mantis beasts. However, the unfolding scene defied his expectations. The glowing middle-aged man was evidently a Moonlight Bodhisattva, a Grand Master, cornering a pale young man. What do you intend to do, rebel? The young man, visibly shaken, was devoid of color. The Moonlight Bodhisattva's voice dripped with iciness. Ridiculous. Do you think your cruelty and cunning make you a person of significance? Using those individuals as bait to send them to their doom, only to force us into silence afterward. Yet, do you not consider what this place is? It is no longer New Star. Do you still regard us as mere blades or dogs? Indeed, we have not spared those people. But what are you? Why should we grant you the spiritual medicine? You fail to comprehend. This is a hidden realm, a new world, governed by an entirely different set of dark rules that you cannot fathom. The Moonlight Bodhisattva advanced, delivering a kick that obliterated half of the young man's body, eliciting a piercing scream as he hovered on the brink of death. My brother will not spare you. He uttered his final threat before succumbing. Are you suggesting I hunt down your brother? The Moonlight Bodhisattva scoffed. Chapter 138. Single-handedly penetrating the enemy camp, the same individuals exhibited entirely different demeanors between the new star and the hidden realm. The young man from the Qin family, lying in a pool of blood, had been courteous in the new star, displaying gentility and humility at gatherings, whether at banquets or private dinners with friends. Upon reaching this place, it felt as though he had nurtured a demon within his heart. The Moonlight Bodhisattva, upon entering the hidden realm, transformed from silence and rigidity into a figure of cold ruthlessness, shattering the limbs of the young members of the Qin family. Freed from the constraints of order and having severed the moral shackles within, each individual emerged altered. Who? It must be said that the Moonlight Bodhisattva's extraordinary physique was indeed remarkable. Even though the white steed landed lightly on its hooves, he still sensed its presence. With a single leap, he soared several meters away, departing the scene and standing at a distance, gazing back. An ethereal glow of pure white moonlight seemed to envelop him, bestowing an otherworldly aura, yet the blood splattered across his face marred that elegance, and his garments bore stains of crimson. What of the others? Wang Xuan's voice was icy. He had just heard that those individuals seemed to have been exterminated. In other regions, there are bodhisattvas of extraordinary physique. I can guide you in their direction. I have not killed many. They are all here. As he spoke, he retreated. The middle-aged man was exceedingly cautious, observing Wang Xuan, who appeared to be just over 20. He deduced that he was not even a master, yet he harbored no intention to strike. Before Wang Xuan could utter a word, the man quickly continued. This mountainous forest possesses a complex terrain. Without my guidance, you might search for 1 or 2 hours and still find nothing. I am not your enemy. See, I personally eliminated members of the Qin family. Then lead me to them. Wang Xuan realized where the complication lay. He had been too composed on the white steed. and this man might have recognized its origin. You still wish to kill me? The moonlight bodhisattva stepped back, sighing. In truth, you need not resort to violence. I may not survive regardless. Without the genetic stabilizers provided by the Qin family, my physical form is likely to collapse. All I seek is to exist as a wild man in this desolate region, enduring until I can approach the extraordinary, or perish silently if I cannot endure. I can spare you. Hasten and show the way. Wang Xuan feared time was of the essence. I do not trust you. It is best to hold one's fate in one's own hands. He shook his head, veering toward a pile of rubble. Wang Xuan, unwilling to delay any longer, leapt forward in pursuit. Stop. He raised his hand, pausing on the slope behind the pile of stones, stating, Look, below the slope lies a great river, filled with various monsters. I would rather leap into it than place my trust in another. Wang Xuan hesitated, frowning. Having encountered a resolute moonlight bodhisattva now prepared to risk a fatal jump into the river. Below the slope, the river was wide, and at intervals, terrifying shadows could be seen, along with glimmers of silver scales illuminated by the moonlight, both mysterious and fearsome. The middle-aged man remarked, Seeing you, I am reminded of my former self. When I first ventured into this hidden realm, I nearly lost my life trying to save others. However, in this desolate land, if one's heart is not resolute, death will come swiftly. Wang Xuan looked at him and said, You have been to this hidden realm years ago. Did not the exploration teams often meet their demise? The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed, they frequently perish, yet sometimes it is the exploration teams from other families that are annihilated. What each family publicly discloses about their circumstances may not always be the truth. Those individuals are darker and more formidable than you might imagine. I became fearful. Thus I sought to escape. Allow me to share a secret. The Qin family maintains a stronghold in this area. Wang Xuan's gaze shifted, revealing that this new world was far more intricate than he had anticipated. The individuals he wished to rescue had retreated into a labyrinthine terrain, characterized by lakes, marshes, and stone forests, adjacent to the lairs of extraordinary beasts. They were desperately seeking survival amid death. The moonlight bodhisattva gestured toward a direction and remarked, If I do not indicate this, you are likely to miss the path if you descend as you came. He then looked at Wang Xuan and stated, Let us part ways here. Perhaps in the future, we may find ourselves facing the Qin family together. Please share half of the black gold dates you possess. Wang Xuan advanced resolutely. The middle-aged man shook his head, saying, I cannot give them to you. The black gold dates will not benefit you much, but they could save my life. Why does the Qin family insist on harvesting them? Because they are a crucial ingredient for a significant genetic potion. Suddenly he struck, lifting a massive stone weighing 1,000 pounds and hurling it forcefully toward Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan, his expression cold, shattered the stone with a single kick. The middle-aged man sighed. Indeed, you have reached the level of a grand master, yet you are remarkably young. Which laboratory has achieved such a breakthrough to produce a creature like you? Fearing intimidation, he felt compelled to act. Now confirmed, it was evident that this was indeed an adversary capable of challenging him. With unwavering resolve, he turned his body, leaped, and plunged into the river below, disappearing with a splash, the water swirling around him. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow. This man was indeed ruthless, exhibiting no hesitation in his desperate bid for survival. He wasted no time, mounting his white steed and galloping away. This extraordinary steed could navigate the undulating terrain of the mountains with remarkable stability, racing like the wind, scattering a flurry of leaves in its wake. Along the way, he encountered several corpses. Some were familiar faces, individuals he had previously met on a spaceship to this mysterious land, companions with whom he had once fought against the earthworms. Now, their bodies lay mangled, their deaths tragic. Some had been bisected, while others had been blown apart, their faces smeared with blood, eyes filled with despair and terror, forever unable to close in death. These souls were undoubtedly unwilling to accept their fate, filled with desolation and helplessness in their final moments. They were not slain by beasts, but hunted down mercilessly by their fellow human explorers, questioning why until their last breath. Most of these individuals were novices, having ventured into this realm for the first time. Although they were psychologically prepared, they had never anticipated that their own kind would turn against them so brutally. Wang Xuan observed a pair of young lovers who had died in each other's embrace, a blade piercing through their chests, their bodies drenched in blood. Their expressions in death reflected both sorrow and a semblance of relief. Subsequently, He noticed an elderly member of an exploration team, his head severed, his temples already graying with age. His body lay separated, his murky eyes wide open yet dim. At that moment, a fiery rage surged within Wang Xuan, a murderous intent enveloping him, as he felt the heat of fury coursing through his veins, threatening to explode from his chest. He could no longer endure the sight. The horrors he witnessed were too ghastly to bear, inciting righteous indignation. Scoundrels, devoid of any humanity. He was consumed by a profound rage. Never having fathomed that some individuals could be so malicious and cruel, more terrifying than the fiercest beasts or the most grotesque monsters. There was no hatred within him. Yet they inflicted such brutality upon their own kind, exhibiting a cold-blooded ferocity that surpassed even the most fearsome creatures of the dark. A low rumble echoed within Wang Xuan's chest. He resolved to spare no one, to leave no villain unpunished. Whether they were the Moonlight Bodhisattva or prominent figures from the Qin family, he would eradicate them all. The white steed seemed to sense his imminent danger, becoming remarkably docile, galloping forward with great speed as they entered the treacherous terrain. Ahead, he spotted figures, clearly the perpetrators, bloodied and wielding knives, mercilessly delivering fatal blows to those already fallen in pools of blood. In that moment, Wang Xuan's body trembled with increasing intensity. These individuals were nothing short of demons. Though their victims lay lifeless, they remained unsatisfied, severing heads with chilling detachment. "Stop!" a voice commanded, as they noticed a lone rider, brandishing an alloy knife to block their path. The white steed surged forward without pause, while Wang Xuan drew his long blade, its edge glimmering like a flash of lightning under the moonlight. "Kill!" Though Wang Xuan had yet to utter the word, several adversaries shouted in unison, eager to engage him. Swish, swish, swish. The bright glint of blades erupted in the forest, but Wang Xuan's speed eclipsed theirs. With 4 swift strokes, 4 bloody heads were sent flying. Their varied stances faltered as they stood frozen, before they all collapsed, blood gushing from their severed necks. The white steed reared up, shattering the long knives of 2 attackers and crushing their chests, demonstrating the undeniable power of a grandmaster. The pair surged forward, their dual grandmaster prowess rendering the lesser cultivators utterly defenseless. "Who goes there?" In the distance, someone caught wind of the commotion and peered over, despite the considerable distance, spotting the white horse carrying a young man. How peculiar, to ride so freely through the dense forest. What breed of horse is that? Stop them, but do not harm the horse. The speaker was a youth of about 16 or 17, unaware of Wang Xuan's lethal prowess, thus maintaining an air of confidence. Nearby lay several corpses, yet he appeared indifferent. Wang Xuan's gaze turned icy. Indeed, the Qin family had established a foothold nearby, as even a youth had come to oversee their base. Surrounding the boy were 7 or 8 others, one of whom was a quasi-grandmaster, all of them formidable and obedient to the boy's commands. "Be cautious. Though it has no wings, it resembles a flying horse. Let them through, do not obstruct." Someone shouted from behind the group. Wang Xuan glanced over, spotting an open area with 20 to 30 individuals, among whom were 2 moonlight bodhisattvas. Upon locking onto their target, they radiated a brilliant white light. The youth complied, turning to flee, but no matter how swift he might be, he could not outpace a grandmaster steed. Boom! The horse, at Wang Xuan's signal, galloped fiercely forward, tearing through the ground and sending 3 men flying in its wake. A gaping wound, akin to the size of a bowl, appeared on the bodies of the 3 individuals, and it seemed they were beyond salvation. With a swift motion, Wang Xuan closed the distance and delivered a lethal blow, severing the head of one youth, sending it soaring several meters away, while the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Wang Xuan exhibited no mercy, resolutely determined to eradicate this stronghold, sparing no thought for the youth's age. He would slay without hesitation. He believed that none among the occupants of the Qin family stronghold were innocent. Their hands were stained with blood, and even the youth, standing amidst the corpses, wore a smile that spoke volumes of his nature. "You dare!" A middle-aged man's anguished and furious voice echoed from ahead, filled with palpable heartache. Wang Xuan did not even blink. Was this what heartache felt like? When calamity befalls others, one can laugh coldly, yet falters when faced with their own misfortune. He regarded the scene ahead with indifference before turning his horse around, charging back the way he came. The middle-aged man, mistaking Wang Xuan's retreat for flight, commanded loudly, "Stop him! He must not escape today, I will personally deliver him to the laboratory for dissection. A cold smirk graced Wang Xuan's lips. He had no intention of fleeing. His return was aimed at eliminating the few who had stood alongside the youth, leaving no one alive. This night, he would unleash a massacre, leaving not a single executioner alive. Swish, swish, swish. Behind him, a group of individuals moved in unison, silent yet resolute, armed with alloy blades, clearly seasoned veterans. They spread out, preparing to take alternate routes to ambush Wang Xuan. Among them, one moonlight bodhisattva pursued, leaping a remarkable distance of over 10 meters. Poof, poof. Upon turning back, Wang Xuan's long blade cleaved through the ranks of his pursuers with ease. Even the aspiring grandmaster met a tragic fate, split in twain. Such prowess at such a young age raises suspicion. Capture him. We must uncover which laboratory has made a breakthrough to unleash this monstrosity. Someone exclaimed. Kill. Wang Xuan bellowed, showing no inclination to flee. After dispatching the few, he actively turned back to confront the remaining foes. This time, he set his sights on a master-level genetic superbody. Launching himself from his white steed, the blade's brilliance akin to a bolt of lightning illuminating the entire forest. Poof! No matter how the master-level superbody attempted to evade, he could not escape the terrifying blade's glow, which cleaved him at the shoulder, leading to his immediate demise. At this moment, all present were awestruck. To slay a master with a single stroke, what manner of beast was this? Kill! Without prompting, another moonlight bodhisattva charged forth, enveloped in a resplendent glow, appearing extraordinarily otherworldly in the night. Two moonlight bodhisattvas, like twin comets, surged from different directions, aiming to annihilate the young man. Come, none of you shall leave, tonight. I will cleanse you all. Wang Xuan stood firm with his blade, undaunted by the two formidable grandmaster-level adversaries. Gratitude, a beam of light. Oh, thank you for the support. Alliance Leader. Chapter 139. Salvation. The two moonlight bodhisattvas, in the darkness, resembled shooting stars traversing the forest, converging upon a single point with lethal intent. They could not fathom that someone in their 20s could possibly contend against two grandmasters. Wang Xuan remained vigilant, his entire being taut as a faint golden glow enveloped him. He pushed his golden body technique to its limits, eager to gauge the true strength of the so-called grandmaster. In his hands, the gleaming long knife trembled slightly, nearing its breaking point under the immense secret power he was unleashing. Wang Xuan sensed that this alloy blade would shatter after just a few strikes. With a swift motion, he unleashed it, cleaving towards a grandmaster, the blade's radiance seemingly intertwining with the celestial bodies above. A thunderous roar erupted from the moonlight bodhisattva, sending many staggering backwards, faces pale as their blood surged, nearly collapsing to the ground. With a decisive punch, he shattered the alloy blade, shards flying in all directions, eliciting screams and bloodshed from those nearby. Another grandmaster appeared, executing a fierce kick imbued with brilliant white light aimed at Wang Xuan's back. Yet, before he could react, another formidable presence intervened. Grandmaster Ma, with his back turned, delivered a powerful kick with both hooves. The collision was deafening, resulting in Wang Xuan's face contorting as he was sent flying, landing awkwardly with a slight limp. Though his foot bones remained intact, the pain was overwhelming. For Grandmaster Ma's hooves could crush alloy blades and puncture steel. The moonlight bodhisattva realized he had become the target of the white steed, which pawed at the ground, ready to launch a few kicks should he dare to move. Meanwhile, Wang Xuan discarded the knife hilt and charged forward, fists raised. With a resounding boom, it was as if thunder had struck, as their fists collided, uprooting surrounding flora and rock with a surge of secret power, creating a scene of chaos. Though still merely a master, Wang Xuan's strength was formidable enough to match the moonlight bodhisattva, leaving the grandmaster in disbelief as blood seeped from his shattered hand, droplets falling between his fingers. Nearby, a middle-aged man from the Qin family wore a look of astonishment before hastily ordering his associates to encircle the young man, preparing for an ambush. Suddenly, the moonlight bodhisattva unleashed a blinding beam of white light from his mouth. Upon reaching the grandmaster level, he exhibited some extraordinary traits, capable of employing nearly supernatural means. Wang Xuan deftly sidestepped as the blinding light severed a row of ancient trees ahead, a truly astonishing display. The fallen giants crashed to the ground, their sheer weight breaking branches of surrounding elder trees, leaves swirling in disarray. Wang Xuan regarded him coolly. assessing the Moonlight Bodhisattva's true caliber. Indeed, he could contend with him, yet there was no need for a prolonged struggle. They clashed once more. The opponent could wield special techniques, unleashing sword-like beams of light. This was the sole aspect Wang Xuan needed to be cautious of. Silently, a mist of light emerged from Wang Xuan's forehead, representing his perfected spiritual domain, as he charged directly at the Moonlight Bodhisattva. Previously, during the new moon, he had studied how to counter such gene-enhanced beings. While their physical form had ascended to the Grandmaster realm, their mental fortitude was evidently lacking, a notable vulnerability. If it were merely another Grandmaster, it might have been tolerable. However, encountering someone like Old Chun or Wang Xuan would starkly reveal the vulnerabilities and shortcomings of the Moonlight Bodhisattva. The Moonlight Bodhisattva screamed in agony, clutching his head as if his skull were being cleaved open, his brain threatening to burst forth, pain rendering him nearly lifeless. Most critically, his mental acuity began to blur. Wang Xuan leapt into the air, poised to crush him beneath his foot, but at the last moment, he altered his approach. As he descended, his palm pressed against the adversary's head, causing the skull to cave in, leaving him on the brink of death. Even the band of ruthless outlaws nurtured by the Qin family, now devoid of any moral constraint, were left paralyzed in terror. How could a Grandmaster be so effortlessly subdued by a youth barely in his 20s? This spectacle was utterly horrifying to them. Nearby, the Moonlight Bodhisattva, who was locked in confrontation with Master Ma, could scarcely believe his eyes. His companion had been dispatched so swiftly. With a flash, he transformed into a beam of white light and fled, feeling no shame in his retreat. Who could withstand such a monstrous foe? To confront a being capable of such feats was to court death itself. In a moment of reckless bravado, charging forth to engage was not valorous but rather foolish. Thus, he disregarded even the middle-aged man from the Qin family and fled. Wang Xuan had vowed to eradicate this band of heartless executioners and would allow no one to escape. Not even a Grandmaster. He pursued relentlessly, his mental domain erupting like a torrential waterfall, illuminating the darkened forest. The Moonlight Bodhisattva finally comprehended the ordeal his companion had faced. He too could not bear the burden, his fragile mental state shattering, leading to an involuntary, harrowing scream. Simultaneously, his body lost balance, staggering precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wang Xuan caught up, delivering a crushing blow that caved in the man's skull. Embedding it partially within his chest, survival was no longer an option. He moderated his force, unwilling to completely shatter the man's head and splatter his hands with brain matter. Master Ma, you take care of the 7 here, while I will pursue the 14 over this way. Not a single one must escape, Wang Xuan declared coldly, signaling his assistant to continue the hunt. Today marked a day of unrestrained slaughter. He could not afford to let even one slip through his fingers. Should a survivor emerge, he would have to seek refuge in hidden places, never to return to New Star. As for the middle-aged man from the Qin family, he had been swiftly approached by Wang Xuan, who shattered his legs to keep him alive for interrogation. During the chase, Wang Xuan picked up a knife from the ground, initially intending to behead his targets. He swiftly caught up to 7 or 8 individuals, dispatching them with brutal efficiency. Subsequently, he broke the knife into pieces, hurling them like projectiles to pierce the remaining foes. His speed was astonishing. Those who managed to flee the farthest had barely covered 100 meters, while the closest had taken but a few steps before meeting their end. Had they dispersed into the forest, it would have been an arduous task for Wang Xuan to locate them all. Master Ma had indeed become attuned, for as Wang Xuan resonated with his mental domain and communicated with him, he comprehended the majority of the intent. 7 individuals were pierced through by him, while the 8th was saved by Wang Xuan. Aside from the middle-aged man from the Qin family, only such a ruthless criminal remains alive. Wang Xuan conducted separate interrogations of the 2 individuals. The middle-aged man from the Qin family, who had previously been gloomy and cold-hearted, trembled in fear after witnessing Wang Xuan execute 2 Moonlight Bodhisattvas and decapitate a group of skilled fighters. His complexion drained of color, he revealed everything when questioned. Indeed, the Qin family possessed a base in this area, which had existed for many years, housing a group of elite individuals who were remnants from various expeditions. They were not permitted to return to the New Star. With a flicker of his gaze, Wang Xuan pressed further, using his mental domain to nearly shatter the man's resolve, prompting him to divulge everything instantly. This base also functioned as a laboratory. In earlier years, Apart from gene editing and analyzing the flesh and blood of ancient bodhisattvas, the later phases involved nurturing bodies using supermaterials, gradually cultivating them. The supermaterials, discovered by individuals in the realm of new techniques in a mysterious location, were also referred to as divine particles, much coveted by major research institutions. However, upon entering the hidden realm, the divine particles were subject to erosion. For the past few years, they had been cultivating a new type of moonlight bodhisattva based on X material within the hidden realm, believing it to be the correct path. Moreover, even higher-level solar bodhisattvas were being developed within the hidden realm. In truth, this laboratory lacked sophisticated instruments, as any equipment brought in would be damaged by various mysterious energies. The base primarily supplied the experimental subjects with naturally occurring X material. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan contemplated storming the base to eradicate it. However, he soon learned a crucial piece of information. The so-called deranged elder from the Qin family had not ventured deep into the hidden realm, but was instead hiding within the base. Accompanied by a group of skilled fighters lying in wait, Wang Xuan's gaze turned icy. This cunning old man had indeed sheltered himself in the rear. A group of young individuals had followed, relying on the older generation to pave the way, only to be brutally educated by the harsh realities. What of Wu Yin, Zheng Rui, and Zhong Qing? Were they captured at the base, or had they truly been killed? Wang Xuan pressed. They were driven into the great chasm ahead, replied the middle-aged man from the Qin family. The members of the Qin family were indeed ruthless, treating lives as inconsequential. Once they were certain they could silence witnesses, they would dare to do anything. Recently, they had observed injured extraordinary beings escaping from the depths of the hidden realm into this vast canyon. Upon settling there, a mysterious extraordinary being engaged in a fierce battle with an ancient serpent, which was rapidly growing a horn, lasting for most of the day before falling silent. If those two extraordinary beings annihilate each other, it would be ideal. The Qin family coveted the remains of the extraordinary beings. However, they dared not investigate, thus forcing the surviving expedition members into the Great Canyon not long ago. "You truly are malicious," Wang Xuan exclaimed, delivering a blow that shattered the man's shoulder. Despite the trembling of this middle-aged man before him now, he had been exceptionally cunning and cruel during his rise to power, employing various underhanded tactics. Earlier, before hostilities had escalated, he had feigned benevolence, deceiving a group of young individuals with promises of collaboration to harvest black gold jujubes. As a result, he secretly had the blood of the mantis hatchlings sprinkled on Wu Yin and some members of Zhong Qing's expedition team, provoking the pursuit of the mantis beasts. Later, after the facade was torn away, he forced the survivors into the canyon to scout ahead. On the way, I encountered a young man from the Qin family accompanied by a moonlight bodhisattva. The young man claimed his brother was nearby, yet I saw no one but him. The middle-aged man spoke bitterly, asserting that there were no loose ends left. Wang Xuan swiftly dealt with him, striking him down in a single blow. The testimony of another assailant closely mirrored that of the middle-aged man from the Qin family, the sole distinction being their initial intention to capture Wu Yin and Zhong Qing alive, only for the latter to flee into the great rift of their own accord. Consequently, this group of assailants took the opportunity to drive the others in as well. Wang Xuan ensured none were left alive. He did not attend to the corpses. By nightfall, various monsters and beasts would be drawn by the scent of blood, leaving nothing behind. In fact, some ferocious beasts were already revealing themselves, their emerald eyes fixated on this direction. The canyon's fissure extended for dozens of miles, profoundly deep, serving as the only exit in the area. Should any extraordinary creatures stir within the canyon, there would be ample time to retreat safely from such a distance. Wang Xuan sighed. Deciding to search around the periphery of the Great Rift, he dared not venture too deeply, fully aware of the vast disparity between himself and the extraordinary beings. To challenge them directly would surely lead to his demise. He could only proceed a short distance inward, not from a lack of will, but rather from a recognition of his limitations. He estimated that a single ambush from an extraordinary creature could spell his end. He traversed through the stone forest, passed by the lakes, and soon discovered an expansive swamp ahead. Upon reaching this point, Master Ma felt a sense of unease, his nose exhaling white light incessantly. After advancing several miles, Wang Xuan indeed discovered living members of the expedition team, hiding in the muddy pits of the swamp, their faces barely breaking the surface for breath. Had it not been for Wang Xuan's remarkable mental acuity, They might have gone unnoticed in the darkness. Come out. The people from the Qin family have left. Wang Xuan called out. Zheng Rui nearly cried out in fright, and upon realizing it was Wang Xuan, he was taken aback, almost swallowing mud in his shock. He had witnessed Wang Xuan rescuing Zhao Qinghan, who had been abducted by a monster. How could he possibly be standing before him now? Had he also perished? And they met in the underworld? Hurry out, or if the Qin family returns, you won't be able to escape. Wang Xuan urged. I can't get out. If no one comes soon, I will sink completely and suffocate, Zheng Rui strained to say, lifting his head with effort. Wang Xuan found a branch and extended it to him, pulling him out, though he emerged completely covered in mud, looking quite disheveled. Not far away, Master Yang Lin of the New Techniques realm was also discovered, similarly hiding in the muck. Wang Xuan continued along the swamp, uncovering 6 more individuals covered in mud. The 7th was surprisingly Zhong Qing, in a dire state. Her once beautiful hair, now a mass of mud, her body submerged in the mire up to her neck, on the verge of sinking completely. Beside her, a few water snakes swam by. She, inherently fearful of serpents and insects, paled in terror, her lips trembling. Wang Xuan struggled to pull her up with a branch, as the girl trembled and lacked strength. Once he managed to bring her up, her arms and legs felt limp. Displeased by her muddy appearance, resembling a dirty monkey, he refused to carry her and instead tossed her onto Master Ma's back. However, Master Ma stumbled, causing Zhong Qing, who was clinging to him, to be flung off and land back into the muck with a splat. The young girl nearly burst into tears. It was the first time she had been so rejected, and to think even the horse found her distasteful. Wang Xuan fished her out, enduring the foul stench of the mud, pinched his nose, and attempted to carry her, but as soon as he made contact, he too was unable to withstand it and tossed her away. What do you have on you? It's not only uncomfortable, but also prickly, Wang Xuan exclaimed. Having mastered the golden body technique, he was impervious to harm, merely feigning injury. The usually articulate Zhong Qing now felt utterly humiliated and could not voice a word. She finally recalled her situation and silently turned away, extracting 2 spiked steel plates from her clothing, one for her chest and one for her back. Wang Xuan was speechless. This girl was excessively fierce, even more so than he was. While he merely had a few thick plates, she had opted for ones with spikes. The others looked on in silence. Wang Xuan pondered that this might be related to him, back in the old world. Zhong Qing had once been struck by one of his punches, nearly fainting from shock. Had she activated her self-defense mechanism? This time, when she was placed back on the horse, although Master Ma still showed signs of disdain, snorting with discontent, he did not throw her off again. The atmosphere grew heavy as Wang Xuan searched the area, only to find several bodies, all lifeless and severely injured, devoid of breath. What about Wu Yin? He inquired. She must have retreated inside, replied Master Yang Lin of the New Technique domain. The area ahead was no longer a swamp, but rather a terrain of fissures and pits, filled with numerous caves. Soon after, Wang Xuan rescued a female explorer who had been following Wu Yin, her face pale, as though she had endured great terror. Where is Wu Yin? He asked her. The woman broke down in tears, saying, Sister Wu Yin was eaten by a monster. What did you say? Wang Xuan stared at her in disbelief. Impossible. Zhong Qing, regaining some composure, found it hard to accept such news. She was taken away by a creature emanating dark light, and there was blood falling from the air. I couldn't move, the woman sobbed. Indeed, there was blood on the ground, and some stained the clothing of the female explorer. Wang Xuan sighed deeply, feeling a profound silence envelop him. He searched the area for a long time, but found nothing. The group remained silent. Far too many had perished today, and their hearts were heavy with sorrow. Sister Wu, did she leave any last words? Zhong Qing asked. Although she had always been in competition with Wu Yin, the thought of her possible demise filled her with sorrow. We hid separately in different fissures, Wu Yin had said. If the Qin family finds us, I will take my own life. The female explorer choked up again at this point. Then she seemed to recall something and remarked that Sister Wu had inscribed words in the fissure where she was hiding, likely akin to a final message. Upon entering that crevice, Wang Xuan indeed discovered some carvings, and Zhong Qing leaned closer, nodding, affirming that it was Sister Wu's handwriting. The words left by Wu Yin contained 6 sentences related to her family, expressing her longing for them and her fear of never seeing them again. The final line, which she had written and then scratched out, was eventually restored, a simple yet profound request, to deliver a scripture she had found to Xiao Wang, Wang Xiao. Upon reading this last sentence, Wang Xuan felt as though his heart had been tightly grasped, for she had mentioned him, yet she had departed completely. Chapter 140. Not extraordinary. But dust in Wu Yin's last words. Astonishingly, the final sentence was connected to him, a request to send a scripture to him. At that moment, Wang Xuan was engulfed in profound silence, feeling an emptiness within. In the old world, he had assumed the name Wang Xiao, being the sole master in the realm of ancient arts following old Qin, endowed with exceptional talent. Wu Yin had specifically sought a scripture for him, foreseeing her potential demise, and even mentioned this, instructing her family to deliver the scripture to him. First, you all exit the Grand Canyon. I will search a bit longer, Wang Xuan said, advancing forward alongside the white steed. This time, he ventured deep for over 20 miles until he encountered a dark abyss that obstructed his path. Progress was impossible. This marked the deepest point of the canyon, with swirling mists enveloping the air. Furthermore, the cliffs bore evidence of fierce battles. With shattered silver scales and remnants of black beast fur littering the ground, large patches of dried blood still exuding a menacing aura. The cliff face had collapsed for hundreds of meters, riddled with numerous black fissures, indicating that an extraordinary battle had indeed occurred. Wu Yin, he murmured. She had been seized by a monster. After such a long time, how could she possibly still be alive? Logically, she should have perished. Had he not seen her final words, it might have been easier to bear. Witnessing her last message weighed heavily on his heart. He stood there for a long time, gazing into the abyss, motionless. Finally, he slowly turned to depart. The white steed remained silent, deeply apprehensive of the place. I am still too weak, Wang Xuan whispered in the night. Ultimately, it was a matter of strength. He truly wished to descend into the abyss, even if it were merely to retrieve Wu Yin's remains. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to do so, and the feeling of helplessness gnawed at him. Zhong Qing, Zheng Rui, Master Yang Lin, and others had not left. They waited at the same spot. The experiences of that day would linger in their memories for a lifetime. Familiar faces had been hunted by their kind, heads severed, one after another, collapsing into pools of blood, while they themselves had narrowly escaped death, as if they had traversed through hell. Is Qing Han still alive? Zheng Rui broke the silence. He had witnessed Zhao Qing Han being snatched into the air by a monster, and at the critical moment, he had hesitated, failing to charge forward. Now, he felt deeply despondent. He pondered, if he were to relive that moment, would he dare to rush in? Alive, Wang Xuan replied, noticing the others looking his way. He recounted what he could about the events they had experienced. The group felt an authentic gratitude towards Wang Xuan for daring to seek them out. Thank you, Brother Ma. Without it, I would not dare to approach. Wang Xuan shook his head, humbly rejecting the accolades he rightly deserved. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. Could it be that this was a horse of Grandmaster caliber? The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. Wang Xuan recounted, it fell wounded in the forest, and Qing Han staunched its bleeding and treated its injuries. After that, it chose not to leave, perhaps out of a desire to repay its debt of gratitude. The Grandmaster horse snorted a glimmering white light, turning its head to gaze at Wang Xuan, as if to inquire, is it permissible for me to depart now? Wang Xuan paid it no mind. As the group emerged from the canyon, they reached the area where the Qin family had blocked the path, the stench of blood overwhelming. The corpses had vanished, and pairs of glistening green eyes peered out from various corners of the forest. Clearly, a lavish feast had recently concluded in those areas, with the remains of the deceased carried away by ferocious beasts. A monster is approaching, someone whispered in alarm. From the darkness, a creature with white fur advanced, a feline face, a robust simian physique, an upright posture, blood still trickling from its jaws. It had just feasted on the dead, yet its appetite remained unquenched, now seeking to prey upon the living. The tiger-faced ape, a creature of immense strength and at the level of a grandmaster. A seasoned member of the expedition team gasped, his heart sinking. However, as the creature drew near and sensed the anomaly of the grandmaster horse, it promptly turned to flee. Thud. Yet, it still received a kick. For the grandmaster horse was not known for its patience. It pursued, raising its foreleg to deliver a blow. The tiger-faced ape howled in agony. A bone in its arm shattered, and it fled without looking back. In the shadows, the other green eyes extinguished, and in an instant, the sounds of various creatures fleeing filled the air, leaving the entire forest in silence. It was then that the group truly believed in the formidable prowess of the little horse brother, which indeed reached the level of a grandmaster. You injured once. Mount the horse, Wang Xuan instructed, having noticed that 3 individuals were wounded and struggling to keep pace. The 3 were taken aback at first. Then their faces lit up with immense gratitude. For both Zheng Rui and the slightly recovered Zhong Qing, heirs of wealthy families, there had been no opportunity to ride the grandmaster-level steed. Soon after, Wang Xuan observed that Zhong Qing was lagging behind. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "What seems to be the matter? You are swaying with each step. Are your legs feeling weak? Do you wish to join them on the horse?" In truth, Zhong Qing was uninjured, primarily startled by the water snakes, and yet to fully regain her composure. Upon hearing his words, she ground her teeth in annoyance, convinced that Wang Xuan was teasing her with such unflattering remarks. Wang Xuan, however, had no ulterior motives. He spoke and then drifted into his thoughts. Today had been a tumultuous, emotional journey for him. Witnessing familiar expedition members being hunted down, their heads severed one by one, had ignited a tempest of fury within him, resulting in the slaying of more than 20 foes in a single breath. Reflecting on it now, he knew that if given another chance, he would still act with the same ferocity. He had compassion for the weak, a softness in his heart. Yet, when confronted with individuals who, devoid of hatred, coldly sought to massacre the innocent, his heart hardened, and he struck without mercy. "We must hasten our pace," Wang Xuan declared, concerned that if they continued into the depths of the night, they might fail to reunite with Zhao Qinghan, Zhou Yun, and the others. With that, he lifted Zhong Qing, placing her behind the horse's neck. Zhong Qing nearly gasped in astonishment. What an insufferable, steel-hearted man. She felt that, by all accounts, she was a renowned beauty. Yet, in the swamp, Wang Xuan had initially expressed utter disdain for her, preferring to let a horse carry her rather than offering his own back. Later, he had unceremoniously tossed her into a muddy pit, and now, he casually lifted her to hurl her over a horse's neck. She found herself at a loss for words. After all, this man had saved her. Before midnight, the group returned unscathed, finally reuniting with Zhao Qinghan, Zhou Yun, and the others. "Sister, why do you look like a filthy monkey?" Zhong Cheng's teasing was promptly met with a swift reprimand from his sister. Even in the late hours, the atmosphere was lively. Having escaped peril, they were filled with joy. Yet, some were weeping, mourning the loss of dear friends. Zhou Yun sighed, feeling an unusual melancholy. The Zhou and Wu families shared a good relationship, and now, with Wu Yin deceased, it would be difficult to face the Wu family upon their return. With a touch of sorrow, he expressed his gratitude to Wang Xuan. Although they hadn't retrieved the missing person, the risks involved in such a rescue were immense. "Brother Wang, I will remember this favor. Should you need anything upon returning to Xinxing, do not hesitate to seek me out," Zhou Yun declared earnestly. After receiving a reprimand from his sister, Zhong Cheng approached to offer his formal thanks, lamenting, "The Wang family is truly remarkable. Upon my return to Xinxing, I shall present you with an extraordinary tome of wisdom. Should you require anything, please feel free to ask." As for the rescued individuals, they had already expressed their gratitude to Wang Xuan multiple times during the journey. Naturally, Master Ma was regarded as a divine beast ensuring their safety, with people even bringing him fresh bundles of tinder grass in the dead of night. Wang Xuan quietly informed Zhao Qinghan about the situation concerning the Qin family stronghold. Upon returning to Xinxing, it was likely that several families would converge upon the Qin family to exert pressure. Zhao Qinghan replied, yet her brow furrowed in thought, pondering that the Qin family might not be the only one with a stronghold. Upon reflection, the intricacies of the situation in the secret realm were quite complex, and such occurrences must have happened in the past without causing a significant uproar in Xinxing. In the dead of night, all were abruptly awakened, feeling as though a mountain had descended upon them, their scalps prickling with fear. The sky had darkened extensively, obscuring the stars, leaving only the blood-red moon hanging ominously. Moreover, there were 2 blood moons, low in the darkened sky. A gust of wind howled, scattering leaves wildly, and many branches were snapped by the ferocity of the storm, sending a chill to the bone. The 2 blood moons moved swiftly, retreating deeper into the secret realm. For a long while, silence enveloped them, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. How can there be 2 blood moons? Someone trembled, voicing the horror. That is a terrifying monster. Flying low and blocking the stars and moon, Wang Xuan replied solemnly. He felt a profound sense of his own insignificance. No wonder old Chun had said that in ancient times, grandmasters were not considered true practitioners but merely amateurs. This reasoning held merit. Without reaching the extraordinary level, one could not be deemed to have truly embarked on the path. What had just passed was a creature resembling a bear, adorned with a pair of jet-black wings at its ribcage. With a gentle flap, the ground erupted in fierce winds, ancient trees swayed violently, and leaves danced in the air. It seemed to be in a great hurry, passing through their vicinity. Not only Wang Xuan, but half of the group had caught a glimpse of its outline. Now overwhelmed by a wave of helplessness, such a creature would likely require a warship to confront. Regardless of the circumstances, after the colossal creature passed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire forest, extinguishing the anguished wails of various monsters. Once tranquility returned, the people succumbed to a deep slumber. At the break of dawn, resonant thunder echoed, and distant woods erupted in violent chaos, signaling the onset of a fierce battle. Subsequently, the sound subsided, and two figures shattered the sound barrier. Soaring across the sky, traversing ancient trees, and gliding over treetops, akin to two great birds in flight. In their wake, white mist billowed, and the trees they touched shattered explosively. A creature pursued the two figures. Upon closer inspection, it resembled an oversized rodent, cloaked in pure black fur. It measured over 2 meters in length, its whiskers quivering, and its golden, bead-like eyes gleaming with intensity. Aside from its size, it bore an astonishing resemblance to a rat. Remarkably, it ran upright on its hind legs, darting across the tree canopy in relentless pursuit of the two. With a thunderous thud, the two figures landed atop a mountain peak, causing the vegetation to explode once more, igniting another fierce clash that fractured the cliffside, a display of extraordinary combat. "Old Zhong," Wang Xuan murmured, casting a glance at Zhao Qinghan, realizing she had indeed surmised correctly. Zhong Yong had not departed, but had been lurking in the dense underbrush. Moreover, it appeared that Zhong Yong had grown immensely powerful, his strength amplified after extending his life, now a being of extraordinary caliber. Even more astonishing was the presence of another elder by his side, equally extraordinary, rendering the situation all the more terrifying. For there was another individual as deeply concealed as old Zhong. Goodness, old Zhong has always been fearful of death. I never imagined he would dare to confront such formidable creatures. Zhou Yun gasped in shock, then urged, "We must flee. If the battlefield shifts our way, we will surely perish." In truth, a throng of individuals had already begun to sprint, desperate to avoid becoming fodder in this extraordinary conflict, especially with that fearsome giant rat on the prowl. "Zhong Yong, you've betrayed me," bellowed the other elder. "Xiao Song, if you think I have betrayed you, then cease your pursuit and save yourself," Zhong Yong retorted. Yet, he continued to flee, with the nonagenarian Xiao Song hot on his heels, terrified of being left behind and falling victim to the monstrous rodent. "Is this the elder from the Song family? I thought he had perished 2 years ago. His grave is well known. How is he here in the dense underbrush, and transcendent as well?" Zhou Yun murmured. He then turned to Zhong Cheng, exclaiming, "Your family's old Zhong is quite the troublemaker. This chaos is all his doing. I've finally realized he won't cease until he obtains the earth immortal herb." Little Zhong and Zhong Cheng furrowed their brows, ignoring his outburst. Yet, even as old Zhong transformed into an extraordinary being, he was still being pursued by a rat. What heinous deeds had he committed to warrant such wrath? Zhou Yun fled, astonished. At this moment, Wang Xuan felt a profound sense of urgency, a compelling desire to grow stronger, to enhance his own abilities. Only through greater strength could he venture into the depths of that vast canyon to seek Wu Yin. If he could not gaze upon her one last time, his heart would remain heavy with regret. He aspired to become an extraordinary being. With swift strides, old Zhong, embodying the long-legged stature typical of the Zhong family, was unexpectedly racing toward their direction. Zhou Yun exclaimed, "Old Zhong, this is not only about killing my son, but also about dooming my descendants, ensuring that the Zhong family remains unchallenged for generations." In Chapter 141, Marrying and Having Children in a Foreign Land, the elder from the Song family seemed to glide over the grass, chasing after Zhong Yong's long legs with relentless fervor. A group of young people felt overwhelmed, fearing their complete annihilation. The enormous rat, standing upright and measuring 2 meters in length, was unstoppable and more terrifying than a heavy tank. As Zhou Yun fled, he lamented, "One is surnamed Song, the other Zhong. This is a deadly duo. We cannot escape." Exhausted from their frantic escape, The group felt increasingly despondent upon hearing his words. As they approached their destination, Zhongyong suddenly halted, tossing two radiant purple peaches towards Zhongqing and Zhongcheng, clearly intended for them. Fools! Is this a place you should be? A significant upheaval is occurring deep within the dense area. Immediately contact the spacecraft and return to New Star. Zhongyong commanded sharply. He then turned to confront the extraordinary creatures, issuing a stern warning. Send the signal without delay. I will also leave with you. The urgency in Zhongyong's demeanor was palpable. The offering of spiritual medicine was merely a secondary action, primarily a warning, as he sought to escape the impending danger. He deemed the young ones too weak to be of any use against the formidable foes. A single dive from the extraordinary creatures could obliterate them all. Ultimately, the two elders became entangled in battle with the monsters, gradually fading from view. Everyone felt as though they had fallen into an ice pit. The situation surpassed their wildest fears. Even someone as powerful as Zhongyong was contemplating escape, having relinquished all attachment to the earth immortal grass. Yet they had plunged into this perilous situation, initially hoping to seize an opportunity. The group of young people quickly regained their senses. Indeed, the string of tragedies had already instilled a desire to retreat within them. In just 3 nights, nearly 100 had perished, leaving only around 30 survivors. Zhao Qinghan, Zheng Rui, Zhongqing, and Zhou Yun gathered together to retrieve their signal transmitters. Without hesitation, they resolved to cut their losses and leave immediately. Moments later, their faces turned pale with distress. Each of their signal devices had failed, all rendered inoperative. The dense area was saturated with various energetic substances, incessantly eroding the delicate electronic components. Though the signal devices were compact and heavily sealed, based on past experiences, they should have endured longer. Yet, after merely 3 nights, they could no longer establish contact with the nearby Brown Star base. Pale and shaken, they realized the gravity of their predicament far exceeded their expectations. Death loomed ominously, and they were at risk of becoming trapped here, facing annihilation. What upheaval lay deep within the dense area? Had the energetic substances grown even more potent? After washing away the mud, Zhongqing's exquisite face was devoid of color. She pondered the fate of other teams, with Zhao Qinghan fearing that all families might be facing similar tribulations, leaving no one to escape. Zheng Ruidao remarked, if no one can send a signal, I believe the personnel at the spaceship base will realize the predicament and actively descend to rescue us. My concern lies in whether we can endure for many more days. Zhongqing bitterly replied, it has only been 3 days, and they are already teetering on the brink of death. I cannot even fathom what might transpire next. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as the distant cliffs fractured. Lao Zhong reappeared, breathless, furiously striking the back of an extraordinary creature, his actions chaotic and fierce. Unfortunately, it was merely a rat, rendering the scene less than picturesque. Have we launched a signal? He inquired from afar. All signal transmitters are damaged. Zhongcheng answered with a grimace. Zhongyong sighed. I knew it. The worst has come to pass. Other teams are encountering similar issues. In a fit of rage, Lao Zhong struck the extraordinary creature violently, causing blood to ooze from the rat's ears as it squealed incessantly. Old Song joined in, delivering powerful punches that made the creature bleed profusely from its mouth and nose, finally inflicting significant injury. Great-grandfather, what shall we do? Zhongqing shouted. Prepare for the worst. We may never return. Think of the foodie. Old Song yelled. Keep your distance and take care of yourselves. I can't look after you. There are 2 of these extraordinary rats, Lao Zhong shouted, noticing a commotion in the distance. They had no choice but to flee again, carrying the 2 extraordinary rats away. Wang Xuan was perplexed. What was this foodie all about? Zhao Qinghan, Zhongqing, and Zheng Rui had some understanding, and their faces paled instantly. Foodie was a life-rich planet, brimming with various energy materials and abundant resources, Zhao Qinghan briefly explained. Foodie had been discovered before Moody, and New Star had developed it for some time, yielding great rewards. However, 5 years ago, a cataclysm struck Foodie, with a surge of energy materials rendering the spaceship unable to approach, lest it crash. Those expedition members left on that planet could never return and lost all contact. Wang Xuan was taken aback. If this comparison held true, could he truly be stranded on this planet forever? This was unacceptable. His parents were on the old Earth, and he could not bear such a permanent farewell. Additionally, he had a promise with the female sword Immortal to return within 3 years. The expedition members became restless, filled with unease. Who among them did not have family or parents? If given a choice, no one would wish to be marooned in a foreign land, especially since this world was perilous. An entire expedition team could be annihilated in mere days or weeks. I do not wish to remain here, Zhou Yun admitted, genuinely frightened, his hands trembling. For someone of his affluent background, Moody's monstrous inhabitants were far less comfortable than the vibrant allure of New Star. Cheer up, perhaps in this foreign land. We could marry and have children, achieve the extraordinary, and perhaps one day we might return home, Zhong Cheng suggested, taking a different perspective. His past desire to seek shortcuts from Master Wang on the old earth stemmed from his long-standing yearning for the ancient world of celestial beings. Then, he was swiftly knocked down by Zhongqing once more, a harsh reminder of his limitations. If I cannot even defeat myself, how can I aspire to be a celestial being? He lamented internally. Little Zhong had practiced for a shorter time than her brother, yet she could easily subdue him. A constant source of pain in Zhongcheng's heart. Sister, one must accept the reality. Consider the circumstances of the blessed land. You may truly need to marry and bear children here, for returning may no longer be an option. Confront the future. Zhong Cheng, though stubborn, faced another reprimand. Wang Xuan continued to inquire, asking if New Star possessed a profound understanding of the blessed land and whether it had been analyzed to ascertain its true condition. It is shrouded in mystery, inhabited by extraordinary beings and fraught with peril, resembling the depths of the hidden lands. Zheng Rui sighed and conveyed what he had learned. Likewise, the development of the blessed land remains confined to its peripheral areas. No one has ventured deeper. The people of New Star are unaware of the conditions in the core region, where the energy and essence are most concentrated, enveloped in mist and haze. Wang Xuan expressed intrigue, questioning whether there might be fortified cities within the depths of the blessed land, inhabited by humans, sects, and true practitioners. Zhongqing shook her head, stating that this is uncertain. Various detectors fail to capture the conditions at the depths of the hidden lands, and any attempt to approach results in a downfall. Zhao Qinghan interjected, stating that research has been conducted, proposing various hypotheses that suggest the core region may indeed harbor humanoid races, possibly some extraordinarily powerful primate beings. After all, extraordinary species already exist in the peripheral areas. Deep within the hidden lands, there must be even more formidable beings. Moreover, any extraordinary creature, regardless of its essence, possesses a certain degree of sentience. According to the rules of the hidden lands, the mightier the extraordinary entity, the more intelligent it tends to be. Many species may not be inferior to humans. Hence, researchers in New Star believe that both the blessed land and the hidden lands must harbor a highly developed intelligent race, positioned at the apex of the extraordinary planetary hierarchy. Some even posit that within the core region lies a resplendent, extraordinary civilization with a well-established societal system. Yet, why have they never emerged? Wang Xuan questioned. Zhao Qinghan replied, perhaps they have emerged but deemed us unworthy of their attention. Or perhaps this upheaval is a result of their evolution, wishing to deter outsiders from intruding further. She added that all conjectures possess flaws and struggle to justify themselves. Otherwise, they would not be mere conjectures, but truths. Zhou Yun sighed, expressing his despair. You cannot truly be preparing to remain here, can you? At this moment, I wish to weep uncontrollably, longing to return to New Star, to escape this wretched land plagued by monsters. Zhongcheng offered consolation, Brother Zhou. Prepare for the worst and strive to flourish here for the sake of humanity, aiming to claim another life-bearing planet. Leave me be. I refuse to converse with someone who is not in their right mind, Zhou Yun retorted, unwilling to engage. Thus, I shall be among the transcendent. While you remain an ordinary individual, Zhongchen countered. Zhao Qinghan remarked, there may still be an opportunity to return. If the personnel at the Brown Star base discover the anomaly promptly and dispatch a ship to retrieve us, we might yet escape. She believed that the situation may not be as dire as it seems, and that some ships could still approach this planet. Let us pray for a miracle. Zhou Yun sighed. Wang Xuan asserted, regardless of the circumstances, we must prepare on all fronts, and at this stage, gathering extraordinary items to enhance our strength is of utmost importance. Zhongqing extended her hand, offering the purple peach tossed by the old clock to Wang Xuan. As a token of gratitude for his life-saving intervention, Wang Xuan shook his head in refusal. As a near grandmaster, a single peach held little significance for him. but it would undoubtedly possess remarkable effects for the Zhong siblings. Furthermore, there was the possibility that the old clock would become suspicious should he learn of this exchange. Wang Xuan found himself reminiscing about old Chun. Had he been present in the secret realm, he would certainly have wielded that black sword to slay a couple of extraordinary creatures to satisfy his cravings. Most importantly, areas inhabited by such creatures often harbored exceedingly rare treasures and unique extraordinary herbs. In truth, old Chun had arrived. After receiving Wang Xuan's message, he underwent a transformation through the machinations of relevant authorities and integrated himself into a new expedition team. However, he now found himself in dire straits. Despite having attained the status of a true extraordinary human powerhouse, he was embroiled in a desperate escape spanning miles. Two creatures resembling national treasures, with dark circles around their eyes, were relentlessly pursuing him. Not long ago, they had merely unearthed a glowing bamboo shoot to consume, with 3 remaining, yet they were unforgiving, intent on annihilation. Old Chun was in a precarious situation, wounded and bloodied, with claw marks marring his body as he fled for his life. He lamented the absence of his black sword, primarily due to its conspicuous nature. Even with a new appearance, standing at a height of 1.50 meters, it remained too recognizable, raising the risk of suspicion. Upon returning to his homeland, he vowed to deliver a sound thrashing to those distant relatives in Sichuan. Zhong Cheng spoke up, stating, "Since Master Ma is present, I believe it would be significantly easier to gather spiritual herbs. Yesterday, we discovered several locations rich in extraordinary items. Unfortunately, they chose to approach a black gold jujube tree and met with a tragic fate. Subsequently, the group set forth, regardless of their chances of escape. Wang Xuan was resolute in his determination to penetrate the extraordinary realm as swiftly as possible. Soon after, they arrived at a valley, meticulously observing the surroundings. Within the valley stood 6 spirit trees, their trunks and branches dull gray, yet their leaves shimmered with an extraordinary blue hue, suggesting their remarkable nature. Each tree bore 4 or 5 luminescent blue fruits. The previous day, the group had scrutinized the area without detecting any lurking monsters, yet they had hesitated to venture inside. The presence of so many spiritual fruits on the trees was undoubtedly enticing to some creature, leading to their reluctance to enter. Could there be extraordinary beings lurking within? Wang Xuan pondered, his brow furrowing at the thought of a catastrophic encounter resulting in everyone's demise. He refrained from making any rash movements, instead lying atop the mountain to observe the valley. Shortly thereafter, astonishment and commotion erupted from behind. The woman whom Wang Xuan had rescued from the canyon, who had witnessed Wu Yin being abducted by a monster, gasped in surprise. Members of the expedition team used a reagent kit to test the blood splattered on her clothing, concluding that it was not human blood. Does this imply that Sister Wu Yin wasn't injured during her abduction, but rather that the creature itself bled? The woman exclaimed in disbelief. She then recalled in detail how the creature, exuding a dark aura, had lifted Wu Yin into the air before flying away, leaving behind the blood. While she had not seen who the blood belonged to, her preconceived notions led her to believe that Wu Yin had sustained severe injuries. This is indeed positive news. At the very least, Sister Wu Yin was unharmed at that moment. Zhong Qing remarked. A tremor coursed through Wang Xuan's heart. This was undoubtedly something to anticipate. Perhaps the monstrous creature was gravely injured, presenting significant issues, and Wu Yin might still have a chance at survival. Simultaneously, the witness, who was not far from Wu Yin, had not been slain or devoured by the beast. This indicated that at that moment, the creature did not seem inclined toward carnage, or there was something peculiar at play. Wang Xuan believed there existed a slender thread of hope for Wu Yin, albeit one that was still rather faint. He observed the valley for an extended period and found no anomalies. Certainly, there was no large creature present. Exercising caution, he tentatively released wisps of mental energy, ensuring there were no extraordinary beings in the vicinity. Subsequently, he fully employed his mental domain, scrutinizing the surroundings until he finally discerned the situation there. On the 6 fruit trees, there were over a dozen peculiar insects, which was quite unusual. They glimmered a vivid blue, some resting on the leaves in slumber, while others were audaciously gnawing at the blue fruits. The sight of these insects consuming the spiritual fruits pained Wang Xuan's heart. In fact, he noticed several fruit pits scattered on the ground, clearly indicating that there had once been more spiritual fruits, all consumed by these pests. Most astonishingly, these insects emitted an aura of mysterious factors, and their presence was remarkably potent. Within the secret realm, a plethora of mysterious factors perpetually descended, whereas they were seldom found in the real world. The secret domain was indeed unique, abundant in various energy substances, primarily comprising X materials, with mysterious factors being quite scarce. Wang Xuan had encountered numerous monsters in the secret realm, yet this was the first time he sensed creatures, or rather, these peculiar insects, specifically feeding on mysterious factors. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him. What on earth was so strange about them? He was certain they were not extraordinary beings, and with that conviction, he felt emboldened. Preparing to venture closer, I shall ride in with Master Dezong, and should the situation turn dire, I can make a swift escape, Wang Xuan declared. He added, you should keep your distance from this area. I wouldn't want to inadvertently provoke any creatures. Isn't it too reckless for you to enter? Perhaps it would be wiser to let Master Dezong go in alone, suggested Qin Cheng. Wang Xuan replied, you overestimate Master Dezong's character. If left to its own devices, it would likely emerge with a mouthful of fruit pits to present to us. The group fell silent, while Master Dezong huffed, exhaling a mist of white light and fixing Wang Xuan with an indignant glare. Zhao Qinghan, aware of the creature's nature, nonetheless urged him to exercise caution and to flee if the circumstances seemed unfavorable. The group promptly departed. Having endured various harrowing events, they were all exceedingly cautious. Unwilling to act recklessly, Wang Xuan rode into the valley but soon dismounted, instructing Master Dezong to keep a safe distance, for the nature of the insects remained unclear. Should they prove to be venomous, little Master Ma could find himself in dire straits. With his golden body technique, he harbored no fears. Old horse, wait here. I shall fetch you some fruits to enjoy. Do not run off, for if I catch up to you later, you shall be treated to roasted horse legs, he jested, eliciting an exasperated glare from Master Dezong. As he approached, he heard a faint buzzing sound. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his back, as if struck violently. With a hissing sound, arcs of blue light surged toward him, resembling bolts of azure lightning, moving with astonishing speed. Wang Xuan took a sharp breath. Had it not been for his mastery of the golden body technique, a mere ordinary individual would likely have been pierced through by such a creature. He seized one of the insects, twisting it with force, and with a resounding pop, it burst open like shattered blue jelly. Its interior was soft, while its exterior was as hard as iron. Astonishingly, as the creature disintegrated, an incredibly dense, mysterious essence wafted into the air. Wang Xuan channeled the primordial techniques of the pre-Qin alchemists, but he could only gather a fraction of the essence. A significant amount had already dispersed into the distance at the moment of the explosion. He was taken aback, murmuring to himself, if this insect is not deemed repulsive, it must be far more precious than these spiritual fruits. Utilizing his mental domain, he shattered the feeble minds of the insects, causing a cacophony of crackling sounds as a dozen or so fell to the ground, lifeless. Wang Xuan collected them all, each measured 2 inches in length, glimmering like sapphires. He examined them closely and decided to temporarily store them away. Even a grandmaster might be pierced through by these creatures. Indeed, even Master Ma, if he ventured too close, could face a gruesome fate. The nature of these insects was difficult to define. They possessed formidable physical lethality, yet their vulnerabilities were glaringly obvious. Any individual capable of projecting mental energy could easily eliminate them. Wang Xuan harvested the fruits, 19 intact and 8 gnawed upon, a remarkably bountiful yield of spiritual fruits. He prepared to test whether he could elevate his strength further. There were insect eggs on the tree, which he chose to leave undisturbed. Mounting Master Ma, he departed from the valley. Upon reaching the outside, he spotted Zhao Qinghan and her team of explorers confronting a group of 10 unfamiliar individuals. Wang Xuan quickly discerned something amiss. The 10 individuals bore distinctly different attire from the new stars, their garments shimmering with metallic luster, presenting a novel style. Some had black hair, others silver, yet all appeared youthful, speaking in a tongue that was utterly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng and the others attempted to communicate, but the 10 merely frowned and exchanged perplexed glances, clearly not understanding. Wang Xuan's heart raced. Just moments ago, they had been speculating whether there were cities or humanoid beings within the depths of the mysterious land. Had they truly encountered them now? What origins did these beings possess? Chapter 142. New humanoids of the mysterious land. Had they not just discussed the possibility of intelligent humanoid races existing in the depths of the mysterious land? Wang Xuan approached closer. This group was garbed in peculiar attire, reminiscent of neither ancient nor modern times, their heads and faces adorned with elaborate protective gear. It was not cumbersome helmets, but intricately patterned, breathable designs resembling flowers and birds, affixed to their heads, combining both functionality and aesthetic appeal. Wang Xuan marveled. This was no simple craftsmanship, but rather a complex art form, impressively layered and astonishing even by the most discerning modern standards. A voice from across the way called out, "Giliola." They spoke at length, yet only the final word resonated clearly, suggesting it held significance. Zhao Qinghan whispered. They suddenly emerged from the forest, displaying intense hostility upon seeing us, yet they hesitated, not initiating an attack. Are these beings truly entities that have emerged from the depths of the mysterious land? To harbor animosity upon first encounter is hardly auspicious news. Wang Xuan extended his mental domain, scrutinizing the individuals before him. Instantly, he sensed their formidable strength. None among them could be deemed weak. Should conflict arise, it would likely result in tragedy for his side. Some among them, though their auras were subdued, undoubtedly possessed the prowess of grand masters. A sense of foreboding settled within him as he instinctively reached for his dagger. If confrontation was truly inevitable, he would have to brace himself for a fight. One man across the way seemed to sense his scrutiny, turning to meet his gaze. The shimmering mist upon his forehead spoke volumes of an exceptionally vigorous mental capacity. Wang Xuan felt a pang of alarm. This group possessed grand masters and individuals with extraordinary mental strength, none of whom would be easy adversaries. He pondered with concern the potential casualties on his side should conflict erupt. The individuals before him appeared remarkably youthful, akin to his own companions, with some even looking barely past their teenage years. Yet, he was not taken aback. It was only natural for beings emerging from the depths of a concealed realm to exhibit such formidable powers. What manner of place was this? An extraordinary planet, teeming with wondrous entities. In a domain where the extraordinary reigned supreme, the presence of beings of varying tiers was hardly surprising. Wang Xuan dismounted his steed, caressing the mane of the white colt, and urged it toward Zhao Qinghan. He signaled to her that should the situation turn dire, she was to mount the horse and flee without hesitation. Zhao Qinghan perceived the gravity in his glance, her heart sinking as she recognized the menacing nature of the 10 individuals before them. Even Zhongcheng refrained from speaking out of turn, opting instead to express goodwill, suggesting they were all humans, perhaps even sharing a common ancestry, possibly originating from the same ancestral land. The attention of the group opposite shifted to Wang Xuan. He did not shy away, releasing his mental domain to survey the 10 before him. A deeper examination only weighed upon his heart further. Each of these individuals bore unique characteristics and were exceedingly formidable. Some harbored within them strange powers that flowed like dormant volcanic lava, poised for explosive release. Others exhibited a metallic sheen upon their skin, akin to a protective technique reminiscent of a golden body. However, some among them regarded Wang Xuan with astonishment. Simultaneously, several whispered amongst themselves, deliberating on the newcomers from the star. Wang Xuan's mental domain fulfilled its purpose, allowing him to glean fragments of their thoughts through the fluctuations of their mental waves. It was not that he comprehended their words, but rather that he attained insight into their mindset. A band of primitives. The disdain with which they regarded his group made Wang Xuan's eyelids twitch. These beings, seemingly emerged from a concealed realm, exuded an air of profound arrogance. Those mounted on the heavenly steed displayed an extraordinary mental prowess, possibly surpassing his own perception. Had they formed their own domain? One individual, with a serious demeanor, issued a warning to his companions, having fixated on Wang Xuan. Surely, the domain was intricately tied to the extraordinary, was it not? Silence. I fear he may discern our thoughts, came the hushed caution. In that moment, the 10 individuals fell silent, all eyes fixated upon Wang Xuan, their mental energies evidently subdued through some arcane method. Their comprehension of cultivation and the extraordinary far exceeded that of the newcomers from the star. 10 individuals exchanged gestures, ultimately casting a glance at Wang Xuan before they gradually retreated, vanishing into the forest. What primitive beings are these, hailing from such a backward planet? Their protective gear is not only fragile, but their aesthetic sense is profoundly lacking, their attire utterly unappealing. Silence now. That individual might still be perceptive. Should we not take action against them? Patience. The 10 disappeared as if they had never existed. Their prowess far surpasses that of the moonlight bodhisattva. Wang Xuan fixed his gaze on their departing figures, exhaling softly, astonished at encountering such a group. He had nearly urged Zhao Qinghan and the others to flee first. It is understandable. Having practiced diligently since childhood, their strength is inevitable, he murmured to himself. Yet, he found their arrogance intolerable, their self-obsession excessive. It was one thing to look down upon others from a position of strength, but to disdain them based on aesthetics was truly outrageous. The most egregious aspect was that these 10 considered themselves superior, viewing others as mere primitives from an uncivilized world. Nevertheless, relatively speaking, the inhabitants of the new star are indeed feeble. Wang Xuan had only recently ventured into the realm of ancient arts, having practiced for merely a few years. The others were not dedicated practitioners either. Some had even taken up ancient arts merely to maintain their physique. The group of explorers was now unsettled. Having encountered a new breed of humanity, the discussions from earlier had materialized. This marked the first instance of the new star's people encountering humanoid beings in this secluded area, affirming the presence of a highly intelligent race. Alas, they could not relay this news back home. It was a groundbreaking discovery, Zheng Rue lamented. I sense hostility from them. Could we be in danger? Zhong Qing voiced her concerns. Wang Xuan noted that little Zhong seemed to be developing a tendency for ominous predictions. He stated a stark reality. Those 10 young men and women may very well be at the Grand Master level. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent. The disparity among them weighed heavily on their minds. Most critically, that group had exuded murderous intent. If they were to strike, the scene would be unimaginable. For days, they had lingered on the brink of life and death, feeling distressed even at the sight of master-level monsters. Now, facing 10 terrifying humanoid entities, who could possibly stand against them? If they were to act, it was likely that everyone present would perish. Zhao Qinghan suggested, let us depart swiftly. It would be fortuitous if we could contact Elder Zhong and Elder Song. If possible, we should seek their whereabouts. Currently, Elder Zhong and Elder Song might be their only protective talismans, both endowed with extraordinary combat prowess. Zheng Rue nodded, stating, we shall pursue the traces of battle left by Elder Zhong and his companions. However, this course of action is perilous. Encountering extraordinary vermin could result in dire consequences. The group deliberated, agreeing to follow at a safe distance. Everyone present felt that, given the hostility of the 10, it was only a matter of time before they would strike. They entered the forest, running swiftly. For several days, they had been fleeing, their nerves taut, unable to find a moment's peace. In this instant, all yearned for the new star, the bustling metropolis, the rich wines, delectable delicacies, and the comfort of soft beds. In the face of despair, people inevitably long for the comforts of the past. Zhou Yun contemplated deeper matters, immersed in a world of vibrant nightlife, luxurious cars, and enchanting women. He often took beautiful companions aboard a small spaceship for leisurely excursions among the clouds. Thoughts of his 3 girlfriends flooded his mind, evoking a desire to weep as he fled, sighing and reminiscing. Not far from him, Zhong Qing, with her slender figure and swift pace, sneered upon hearing his musings. Zhao Qinghan, with her long legs, moved faster than many, keeping pace alongside Wang Xuan. At that moment, Master Ma, the foremost expert among them, bore no one on his back, embodying the hope of the group as they prepared to confront their adversaries. Eventually, exhaustion set in, and the group could no longer maintain their pace. After traversing countless mountains and valleys, their lungs felt as if they might burst. Gasping for breath, they slowed their steps, gradually adapting to their state, until many simply collapsed onto the ground. Consume the spiritual fruits to replenish your strength, Wang Xuan proclaimed, opening his collection pouch to distribute the glistening blue fruits that exuded a delightful fragrance, appearing utterly delectable. Many gazes transformed. These were rare elixirs, scarcely tasted by few, and their worth was astronomical in new star currency. As Wang Xuan distributed the fruits, many hesitated, feeling unworthy to accept them, knowing they had contributed little to their acquisition. Wang Xuan handed one to Zhao Qinghan before taking a bite himself. It was pleasantly sweet and crunchy, yet for him, it was merely a trivial matter. His physical form was so formidable that ordinary elixirs held little effect on him. He had long anticipated that the value of the insects he bore far surpassed that of the spiritual fruits. Many refrained from taking the fruits, believing they had not earned them. Wang Xuan remarked, perhaps it is insufficient. There is less than one for each person. Let us share. If those 10 truly pursue us, we are likely to face annihilation. Now is our chance to restore our strength and enhance our capabilities. We must consume them promptly. The group fell into a solemn silence as they partook of the spiritual fruits. Some felt guilty and suggested giving extra fruits to Master Ma and Wang Xuan. Little brother Ma has said he does not relish such fruits. One is sufficient, Wang Xuan asserted. Master Ma shot him a glare, clearly displeased. For who could claim he did not enjoy them? Sweet and crisp, he could devour them all. Wang Xuan believed, however, that at the master level, consuming them would yield minimal effects, better reserved for others. Without hesitation, he took another fruit, but instead of consuming it himself, he offered it to Zhao Qinghan. Much like the nurturing lotus, the efficacy of consuming 2 spiritual medicines would diminish thereafter. As the group rested, awaiting the effects of the elixirs, Wang Xuan chose not to observe the others, instead sitting beside Zhao Qinghan. Watching the faint blue halo that appeared on her fair visage as she closed her eyes in stillness, he understood that this time, Zhao Qinghan was poised to establish herself within the quasi-master realm, as she was already on the cusp of that threshold. Subsequently, he rose and approached Master Ma, producing a bug resembling blue agate, intending to offer it to him. Master Ma's eyes widened in indignation, feeling that he was being gravely insulted. As Wang Xuan slightly tore a corner of the bug's skin, Master Ma narrowed his eyes, ready to snap at Wang Xuan's finger, and in one swift motion, swallowed the bug whole. Then, it wagged its tail and lingered around Wang Xuan, implying that it wanted more to eat. Wait a moment, what if it's poisonous? Let us see if any reaction occurs. Wang Xuan pushed its massive head aside, unwilling to watch it sway before him. The Grandmaster horse, increasingly attuned to the situation, nearly stood on its hind legs, ready to stamp its frustration upon him, thoroughly vexed. No worries, with your size, even if it is toxic, you'll survive, Wang Xuan remarked nonchalantly. The Grandmaster horse yearned for a duel, but ultimately succumbed to Wang Xuan's firm grip on its neck, begrudgingly settling down. Onlookers might have thought he was conversing with the horse, their bond seemingly deepening. Zhou Yun sighed, stating, "Little Wang truly possesses talent. Managing to be so close to a spirit horse of such formidable caliber, it's enviable." "I tame horses with virtue," Wang Xuan replied calmly. The Grandmaster horse snorted, emitting a white light from its nostrils, disdainfully regarding the man before it. Shortly thereafter, they prepared to set off again, unwilling to linger. As this was a matter of life and death, the group began to sprint for their lives. Suddenly, Wang Xuan slowed his pace and glanced back. He then approached Zhao Qinghan, gazing intently at her, guiding her to stand before the white colt. "Look at all these worms. If you can protect this girl, you can have them all later," Wang Xuan said, producing a handful of shimmering blue worms, then gestured towards Zhao Qinghan, helping her onto the horse's back. Wang Xuan, Zhao Qinghan's expression shifted, filled with concern. She shared an unspoken understanding with him, sensing something imminent. "I know what I'm doing," Wang Xuan whispered, urging the Grandmaster horse to hurry before drawing his short sword. He hid behind the edge of the woods, waiting for the impending threat. Soon after, figures began to appear, whispering amongst themselves. "These natives are peculiar. From which planet do they hail, and why are they so weak? Do you think they could be the indigenous people of this planet? Perhaps a group that failed to leave long ago, leaving behind some uncivilized descendants?" Upon perceiving their discourse through his mental faculties, Wang Xuan was astounded. Their origins deviated from his earlier conjectures. Chapter 143. Slaying the aliens. His earlier assumptions had been mistaken. These were not the natives of the region. They were, in fact, extraterrestrials from the depths of unknown space. This group seemed well acquainted with the area, suggesting they possessed an extraordinary background. Previously, the explorers of the new star had discussed the races deep within the region, leading to a fixed mindset. Despite his astonishment, Wang Xuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. His mood lightened, a burden lifted from his heart. Should a conflict arise with the natives, resulting in a bloody battle, even if he triumphed temporarily, it would likely end in tragedy. This was an extraordinary planet. If natives resided in the depths, it was uncertain what formidable powers might exist. Now, he felt reassured, ready to strike back. Since these 10 intended to hunt them, there was no reason for him to hold back. He would employ every means necessary to counterattack and fight for survival. There would be no countless indigenous tribes pursuing him, nor would there be inscrutable sects encircling him. It was merely a collision among extraterrestrial beings. Wang Xuan mused, acknowledging that he, too, could now be considered an alien. Although his heart was no longer burdened, he remained utterly serious, bracing himself for what lay ahead. These individuals, though youthful, were masters of formidable prowess, undoubtedly challenging adversaries. Silently, Wang Xuan traversed the dense forest, on a quest for what he sought. Thus far, he had only encountered 3 individuals, while there should have been 10 skilled fighters. Were the others absent? He searched thoroughly, yet found no additional signs. The woodland was profound, teeming with various creatures. Stealthily, Wang Xuan followed the trio, seeking an opportunity to strike. One man spoke. The first rule of survival in this realm is to kill any humanoid beings encountered. However, these uncivilized natives seemed to pose little threat. In his words, he displayed considerable disdain for the newcomers. The sole woman among them was cautious and remarked, "That individual with exceptional mental prowess seems problematic. Although we have confirmed he is not an extraordinary being, we should remain vigilant." Wang Xuan could not comprehend their language. All he grasped was a vague sense through the mental domain he had sensed. Zhuiyang instructed them not to act rashly, advising them to observe the traces left behind to ascertain whether there were indeed no other formidable fighters among this group, presumably wary of the individual with extraordinary mental faculties. The 3 whispered among themselves. The one named Zhuiyang, along with the others, had discovered some extraordinary herbs and needed to wait a while before proceeding. "I believe they are overly cautious. These uncivilized natives are weak. If we had not overthought it, a single charge would have swiftly annihilated them. There is no rush. We will strike when we are all gathered." Though they held a sense of superiority, looking down upon the newcomers, their actions betrayed a remarkable caution. Wang Xuan grew increasingly solemn and serious. The enemy was formidable, yet they remained so wary. This group had retreated upon witnessing his display of mental prowess. Now, as the 3 masters conversed, their words were unsettling, yet they showed no inclination to attack prematurely. Wang Xuan silently followed them through the dense forest, observing their patterns. The trio would occasionally disperse to search and then regroup, their intervals exceedingly brief, reflecting their vigilance. Wang Xuan resolved to act, fearing that the other 7 might join, leaving him without any chance. Ahead, a 3-meter-tall silver-furred creature was startled and fled, causing the 3 to scatter once more. At that moment, Wang Xuan drew near. He unleashed his full potential, dashing forward like lightning, his right hand wielding a dagger that gleamed coldly, silently poised to sever the head of the isolated man. Simultaneously, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, his left hand was also ready to strike down. The man, extraordinarily keen, was far beyond the capabilities of the Moonlight Bodhisattva. Sensing danger at that critical juncture, he swiftly evaded. He swiftly sidestepped and lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, thus escaping decapitation. However, the blade of the dagger grazed the back of his neck, leaving a grievous gash from which blood erupted, nearly severing his cervical spine. Wang Xuan lunged forward, intent on delivering a decisive strike with his sword, while simultaneously unleashing a powerful chop with his left hand. This extraterrestrial being was a genuine grandmaster, possessing extraordinary skills honed through systematic training and practice. In a remarkable display of agility, he evaded the thrust aimed at his back, swiftly shifting his body to the left. However, he found it exceedingly difficult to avoid Wang Xuan's left hand. The impact of Wang Xuan's palm strike landed heavily upon the Grandmaster's head, resonating with a thunderous sound, accompanied by a rapid burst of light. The intricate hollow armor adorning his head emitted a soft, ethereal glow at this critical moment, effectively absorbing the force of Wang Xuan's blow. What was happening? Wang Xuan felt a surge of alarm, fully aware of the immense power behind his strike, capable of shattering solid iron. After unleashing his full strength, his entire being radiated a faint golden light. His left hand trembling with energy, a palm strike enhanced by the golden body technique, delivering an extraordinarily formidable attack. With a resounding thud, the armor upon the man's head finally yielded, compressing under the force, resulting in a significant blow to his skull. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The man was propelled backwards, the force of Wang Xuan's strike compounded by his own forward momentum. It was evident that his occiput had sustained severe damage, forming a terrifying dent. Yet, this true grandmaster possessed an indomitable vitality. He did not succumb to death, but instead leapt back into action. For an ordinary person, such resilience would seem monstrous. Who could survive a dented skull and continue to fight? Nevertheless, he staggered slightly. Wang Xuan could not help but sigh. When compared to this individual, the moonlight bodhisattva seemed lackluster. The prowess of the man before him was truly formidable. Despite Wang Xuan radiating a faint golden light and exerting his utmost effort, he was unable to completely vanquish his opponent. This was undoubtedly influenced by the exquisite armor that adorned the man's head. It appeared decorative, yet possessed the ability to emit light at a critical moment, with intricate patterns and the essence of birds flowing through it. This was the first instance Wang Xuan had encountered such an artifact. Without any hesitation, he surged forward like a beam of golden light, determined to eliminate this opponent. In the distance, the extraterrestrial woman appeared, her voice piercing through the air as she swiftly approached, intent on providing aid. Wang Xuan, having already missed his chance, sought to avoid further mistakes. He could not allow the other two to return, for that would likely invite even greater peril. As he advanced, he activated his mental domain. A luminous mist swirling at his forehead, launching a fierce assault on the opponent's consciousness. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, the armor upon the man's head. The bird motif seemed to awaken, casting a hazy glow that astonishingly countered Wang Xuan's mental onslaught. Wang Xuan was taken aback. Such a delicate and intricate piece of armor could possess such capabilities? To him, it was undoubtedly a treasure, yet it seemed commonplace among his adversaries, which was far from favorable news. It was no wonder that upon realizing Wang Xuan's extraordinary mental prowess, they had dismissed him as a non-superhuman, confident in their protective artifacts to shield their consciousness. However, in the final moments, the ethereal glow emanating from the bird dimmed. This was due to Wang Xuan's previous palm strike, which had laboriously dented a portion of the armor, leaving it somewhat compromised. Continuous mishaps transpired between the combatants. The man let out a painful groan, his head throbbing with agony. Initially, he had opened his mouth to unleash a portion of his true fire, intending to incinerate his foe. However, the flames receded, and he was unable to expel them. The fire that had earlier burst forth and splattered onto the ground had scorched a piece of bluestone, rendering it red-hot and nearly molten. Wang Xuan's expression shifted. Encountering such an adversary was already challenging, let alone facing 10 of them. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced, his short sword slicing through the air. With a sickening sound, the blade, akin to one forged of bronze, cleaved through the man's neck, and blood sprayed forth as his head fell to the ground. Although the encounter was brief, it was fraught with unpredictability, culminating in the man's demise. A woman charged towards him, shrieking, her face contorted with murderous intent. Her once beautiful features twisted in a vow to kill Wang Xuan, rapidly closing the distance. Moreover, she employed mental energy, using a peculiar secret technique to erode his defenses. A cold smirk graced Wang Xuan's lips as he surged forward, unleashing his mental domain. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he realized something was amiss. The woman had deliberately drawn his attention, while a real threat loomed behind her. As his mental energy pressed forward against her, another assailant struck. This individual had been lurking nearby, now erupting into action with astonishing speed, their hands pressing against Wang Xuan's back. Wang Xuan sighed. These three adversaries were formidable, seasoned warriors with terrifying experience and combat awareness. In comparison, the moonlight bodhisattva seemed like a tender sprout in a greenhouse, utterly outclassed. Fortunately, Wang Xuan possessed confidence. Despite the male and female duo's seamless coordination, intent on ambushing him, he remained undaunted. He had mastered the golden body technique, rendering him impervious to sneak attacks. What harm could a hit inflict? Like a scorpion striking back, he kicked backward, bracing for the impact of their assaults. Both parties succeeded in their strikes, yet their reactions diverged. Wang Xuan's astonishment was evident. His kick had struck the opponent's leg, causing their body to tremble violently. Yet no sound of bone fracturing echoed. He quickly realized he had encountered a kindred spirit. The adversary had cultivated protective techniques, rendering their body as resilient as iron. He doubted the opponent had accessed their inner landscape. It was likely they had harnessed various extraordinary objects and elixirs to achieve this. The man who had attempted to ambush Wang Xuan possessed formidable strength, nearly attaining an indestructible form in the eyes of ordinary mortals, yet his complexion paled drastically. Wang Xuan had endured a heavy blow to his back, propelling him forward as the overwhelming force resonated within him. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure, emerging unscathed. In contrast, the man behind him screamed in agony, his bloodied hands riddled with gaping wounds, resembling a sieve. He could scarcely believe that his once invincible hands now flowed with blood, peppered with countless tiny holes. What transpired? Wang Xuan was equally astonished as he beheld this scene. Then, as if a revelation struck him, he felt an overwhelming incredulity. When he rescued Zhong Qing from the marshes, she indignantly extracted 2 spiked steel plates from her body, insisting on taking them along until the very end. Ultimately, it was Wang Xuan who bore the burden and carried them on the journey. Later, when Wang Xuan returned them to her, Zhong seemed quite conflicted, feeling averse to wearing something that he had touched. Wang Xuan, noticing her disdainful expression, promptly retaliated by strapping the flat plate onto his own back. At that moment, Zhong Qing was infuriated, but ultimately, she felt too embarrassed to ask for them back. Wang Xuan had never anticipated that these items would serve any purpose. Given his physique, those slender steel plates merely shielded a small area of his back. However, he could never have imagined that the sharp spikes would pierce the palm of an adversary who had successfully refined their body. This was no ordinary special alloy. Wang Xuan exhibited a look of astonishment, genuinely taken aback by such an astonishing outcome. Today's brief skirmish was rife with unexpected occurrences. The man glared at Wang Xuan, astonished to encounter such a ruthless opponent who had forged such insidious protective gear from rare secret metals. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of sympathy for himself, glancing down at his hands, which bore 22 puncture wounds, trembling uncontrollably. The woman naturally rushed forward, speechless. Her companion's practice of the diamond technique, a premier defensive art, had led to such a dire outcome. The man's physical prowess, his most formidable attribute, had been rendered nearly ineffective, leaving him grievously injured. "Come, let us clash palms and see who possesses the mightiest strike," Wang Xuan declared, sheathing his short sword and gesturing with his hands. Although the alien man could not comprehend the words, he understood the meaning, and his eyes reddened. This was a blatant provocation. Did he think to take advantage of his injuries? Yet, he was unafraid, despite the wounds. The diamond technique remained formidable. He swung his hands forward, intent on obliterating Wang Xuan. However, he was no brute. A cold smirk curled at his lips as his right foot silently lifted, aiming a vicious kick between Wang Xuan's legs. Wang Xuan, well aware of his intentions, had anticipated this ambush, as this man had recently collaborated with the woman in a covert attempt on his life, revealing his duplicitous nature. With a thunderous crash, their feet collided, echoing like thunder and sending dust and debris flying. At that moment, when their hands met in a clash, the resulting force was even more terrifying, creating a shockwave that shattered nearby trees. Wang Xuan managed to suppress a grunt, while the alien man, once fearless, found himself overwhelmed. Blood gushed from the 22 wounds on his hand as they tore anew upon impact. He felt a profound sense of despair as excruciating pain coursed through him, his facial muscles twitching in agony as he decisively retreated, casting another glance at his bloody hands. The woman, seizing the opportunity, surged forward in an instant, brandishing a curved blade aimed directly at Wang Xuan's neck, intent on severing his head. Simultaneously, her internal organs trembled, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck towards Wang Xuan. Chapter 144, Countless Treasures of the Little Bell. The curved blade, forged from a specialized alloy, sliced through the air like the scythe of death, exuding an icy chill that pierced to the bone, distorting the very fabric of reality. Despite having cultivated the golden body technique, Wang Xuan was reluctant to test the blade against his neck. He reacted swiftly, evading the curved blade, yet the distortion it created still grazed his skin, tearing at his flesh. Had it not been for the golden body technique, the force could have easily stripped away a significant portion of the flesh from his neck. A heaviness settled in Wang Xuan's heart. He had only encountered 3 individuals, none of whom were easily dealt with. Most hailed from an extraordinary planet, their secret arts astonishing. His body shimmered like pale gold, moving rapidly to evade the curved blade, yet he could not outrun the oncoming thunderbolt. With a thunderous crash, he was struck on the shoulder by a bolt of lightning emanating from the woman's core, leaving it charred and blackened. Were it not for the golden body technique, his shoulder blade would have been shattered. Though his shoulder bore a slight darkness, he withstood the blow, feeling a mild numbness in one side of his body. From a distance, he gazed intently at the woman. These extraterrestrial grandmasters were indeed formidable. He needed to ascend to this realm post-haste. Whether it was the fiery breath or the resonating lightning from the internal organs, both belonged to the traits of a grandmaster. gradually approaching the extraordinary. Suddenly, Wang Xuan unleashed his mental domain to strike at his opponent. The exquisite, hollowed-out armor upon the woman's head required no activation. It revived autonomously, its patterns and birds aglow. Warding off the impact, Wang Xuan's heart raced. This truly was a treasure. He became increasingly certain that these individuals' home planet was remarkable, their extraordinary civilization profoundly advanced. The glint in the woman's eyes flickered with coldness. She too felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that her hollow helmet might falter, leading to significant trouble. As the two clashed, they employed various lethal techniques. Wang Xuan discovered that the hollow armor upon her head could also interfere with his perception. Otherwise, he could have evaded some of the lightning strikes in advance. He felt a chill. He was ultimately not yet a grandmaster, and his situation was exceedingly perilous. His shoulder, arms, and legs were engulfed in darkness, his clothing torn asunder. Were it not for his resilience, he would have been struck down by the thunder. Nearby, a man hastily bandaged and treated his wounds before charging in again, yet he had no intention of launching a surprise attack on Wang Xuan's back. However, to his fury, this shameless opponent even neglected to defend his chest, deliberately colliding into him with both hands. He immediately grasped that the opponent bore spikes on both his front and back. Thus, he abandoned the idea of attacking the front and back. In truth, Wang Xuan's chest bore little protection, just a single plate on his back, entirely a ruse. The man found himself constrained, fighting with great difficulty, eventually discerning that his opponent's limbs bore no spikes, prompting him to target the head and limbs instead. Wang Xuan struggled mightily. Had he not worn the man's hands to tatters, his situation would have been far worse. The only solace for him was that the man's approaching extraordinary traits seemed to be solely manifested in his physical form, lacking the ability to breathe fire or unleash thunder. Wang Xuan repeatedly endured lightning strikes, leaving him in a state of disarray. This was far too passive. Upon severing his opponent's curved blade with a short sword, a surge of electricity struck his right arm thrice, rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the weapon, which clattered to the ground. Wang Xuan inhaled deeply, his eyes dark and profound. As a sudden roar emanated from his body, he activated the martial techniques inscribed in the 5 pages of the Golden Tome. His internal organs radiated light, resonating continuously, the mystical energy circulating within him, significantly enhancing his vitality. He first engaged fiercely with the man, their palms colliding with great force. With a resounding thud, the man was propelled backward, his face contorted in agony. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he beheld 22 gaping wounds spurting blood, with flesh violently shaken off, exposing his finger bones in a gruesome display. Unable to contain himself, he let out a howl. Since mastering the diamond technique, he had never suffered such a devastating blow. After inflicting severe damage, Wang Xuan once more retracted his mystical energy, restoring a sense of calm around him. He was gathering strength, for after employing old Zhang's technique thrice, it could not be activated again within 30 seconds. Having just utilized it once, he sought to cool his overheated body, preparing for a complete 3-hit sequence against the woman. At last, after being struck by lightning twice more, Wang Xuan felt his body turn cold, prompting him to again invoke the martial arts from the Golden Tome. His body reverberated, unleashing his utmost power as he charged towards the woman. Failure to eliminate his adversary would spell danger for him. His flesh emanated light, his mystical energy surging, as he braved the lightning while engaging in close combat with her. In an instant, the woman suffered grievously, her arm nearly torn apart, her palm drenched in blood. Crucially, amidst their clash of life and death, Wang Xuan managed to dent the hollow armor upon her head, ultimately sending it flying off. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she exerted herself to shake her internal organs, launching a lightning-fast strike towards Wang Xuan, retreating rapidly to create distance. Behind her, the man, with his finger bones exposed, disregarded his injuries and advanced once more. Wang Xuan, despite his heart being struck by lightning, was determined to subdue his opponent. His forehead glowed as he summoned his mental domain, unleashing a full frontal assault. The woman screamed, suffering grievous harm. She could not withstand such an aberrant mental energy, her head pounding with pain. At that moment, after being struck in the heart by thunder, Wang Xuan's searing body became rigid, nearly immobilized. The man approached with ruthless intent, striking toward Wang Xuan's lower back and aiming a vicious blow at his head. Wang Xuan narrowly evaded the head strike, but his waist took a heavy hit, propelling him forward in a fierce counterattack. He seized the disoriented woman, exerting all his strength, twisting her neck with a crack, silencing her screams as her head hung to the side. Just then, the man closed in, his terrifying foot descending to crush Wang Xuan's back, wishing to obliterate him instantaneously. Alas, he was met with disappointment. Though Wang Xuan felt excruciating pain, his perfected golden body technique absorbed the fatal blow. Blood trickled from his lips, but his body remained intact, unscathed. He retaliated with a sweeping strike, and as the man attempted to evade, Wang Xuan leapt into the fray, prepared for a fierce confrontation. The man, witnessing the cold determination etched upon Wang Xuan's face, felt a chill run through his body, and in an unexpected turn, he fled. Wang Xuan picked up the short sword from the ground and delivered a swift strike to the woman before striding forward in pursuit. Such formidable foes, if allowed to escape, would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the near future. However, he soon cursed the multitude of lakes and rivers within the dense terrain. As the man ran ahead, he leaped into a broad river with a splash. Wang Xuan observed as a creature adorned with silver scales clamped onto the man's left leg, yet he continued to submerge, gliding downstream. After watching for a while, Wang Xuan turned away, realizing he could no longer pursue this man. He returned to the battlefield to assess his spoils. The two bodies bore various flasks filled with liquids of diverse hues. Upon opening them, he detected scents of sandalwood and others that were slightly pungent. But he dared not taste them, opting to collect them instead. Most notably, he prized the intricate headgear worn by the two, which possessed an extraordinary quality. Regrettably, both treasures had been partially crushed, and though he managed to reshape them, their efficacy was likely diminished. He donned one of the ornate headpieces, instantly feeling his perception sharpen. Additionally, the peculiar garments worn by the two shimmered with a metallic luster, being both soft and remarkably durable, impervious to ordinary blades. Looking down at his tattered clothes, which had been ravaged by lightning, he decisively stripped off his old attire and donned a set of the novel black and gold garments, setting aside his fastidiousness. One must wear what is necessary, especially when anticipating more intense battles. He fully armed himself from head to toe. Subsequently, he gathered the woman's protective gear and battle attire, preparing to bestow them upon another. Despite his victory, a heavy weight lingered in Wang Xuan's heart. These three were undeniably powerful, and he had narrowly escaped disaster. Had he not preemptively attacked one, and had the man skilled in diamond martial arts not been pierced in the palm, the outcome could have been dire. How could they possess such extraordinary strength? He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet had only managed to slay two of them. With the prospect of 8 more formidable adversaries seeking retribution, he could not suppress a sigh. Were all young individuals from extraordinary planets this formidable? He felt an unprecedented pressure. Furrowing his brow, Wang Xuan muttered to himself, "Perhaps they are deemed formidable young talents on their own extraordinary planet." This line of reasoning seemed plausible. After all, those daring enough to venture into the dense terrain were undoubtedly not ordinary individuals, but rather elites. It was conceivable that they were seed-level young experts from an extraordinary organization. If that extraordinary planet harbored sects, these 10 might very well be direct descendants and disciples of a specific lineage. In that light, he had accomplished something remarkable, having taken down 2 of their core members single-handedly, Wang Xuan remarked, displaying a confident and radiant smile. Furthermore, he was merely a nominal grandmaster, yet had not truly undergone transformation. He needed to expedite his entry into that realm. Rising to his feet, he contemplated how advancing further would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. He began to ponder the nature of these individuals' own planets. The overall environment might not be inferior to the dense terrain. Had they come solely to harvest rare items? Did they arrive via interstellar spacecraft, or did they possess some other extraordinary mode of transportation? These individuals possess an intimate knowledge of this mysterious land, treating it as if it were their own backyard, or perhaps a long-abandoned medicinal field, or harboring ulterior motives. Moreover, has that extraordinary celestial body sent only this contingent of people? Wang Xuan shook his head. For now, it was imperative to address the immediate crisis. He had gleaned from the trio that among the 10, a young man named Zhuiyang appeared to be the leader. Currently, the 7 were preoccupied with seizing the extraordinary herbs, and it was likely they would not arrive in the short term, granting him some respite. Such peculiar entities typically dwell near the nests of extraordinary creatures. He fervently hoped for their annihilation. Suddenly, he heard the sound of flapping wings and witnessed several enormous, bull-sized venomous bees soaring above the mountainous terrain. Farther afield, a dense swarm, resembling ominous clouds, surged toward his direction. Was this a disturbance in their nest? Even someone as formidable as Wang Xuan dared not confront this overwhelming horde of monsters directly and promptly fled. He traversed mountains and valleys, escaping for an unknown distance until the dark mass of bees was finally out of sight. The sight of such creatures was indeed disconcerting. To his surprise, he encountered several members of an expedition team, evidently having altered their course to evade the bees, with some having fled to this area. The crowd had dispersed. If those 8 were resolute in their pursuit, it was likely that few would survive. He decided to change his direction in hopes of diverting the pursuers. Wang Xuan could only exert himself in this manner, refusing to tread the same path as that group. Regrettably, he did not find Zhao Qinghan in this area. Had he done so, he could have bestowed upon her protective gear and a special battle suit. Shortly thereafter, his mental domain sensed 2 familiar presences. It was the Zhong siblings. Initially, he intended to depart without delay, but recalling the remarkable effectiveness of Xiao Zhong's steel plate, which had seemingly altered the course of their battle, he felt compelled to greet them. "They're chasing us." Upon seeing a figure clad in peculiar attire, Zhong Cheng jumped up in alarm. Just as he was about to flee, he realized it was Wang Xuan and exclaimed, "Xiao Wang, how have you donned their garments? Have you vanquished them?" He was filled with excitement, yet struggled to comprehend the situation. Wang Xuan calmly shook his head and replied, "Those individuals were rather unfortunate. 2 were overwhelmed by the venomous bees and perished. I merely scavenged their remains." "Good riddance." Zhong Cheng gasped, collapsing onto the ground, clearly exhausted from the relentless escape. Zhong Qing, equally fatigued, bore a sheen of sweat upon her innocent visage, yet her gaze was peculiarly fixed upon Wang Xuan, as if harboring doubts. "Where's Qinghan?" Wang Xuan inquired. Before arriving in this mysterious land, Zhao Qinghan had assured him that as long as she remained unharmed, she would guarantee his safety and keep him close. Since their arrival, she had indeed adhered to this promise, insisting that he remain near her even during their nightly rest. Thus, Wang Xuan had diligently protected her from harm, though he now felt a twinge of concern. However, recalling that Master Ma was by her side, he hoped she would be safe. Zhong Cheng explained, "The venomous bees appeared suddenly, and we all panicked, fleeing in every direction. Qinghan pulled an injured person onto a horse and urged my sister and me to hurry. However, Master Ma became flustered and hastily fled with them. As the venomous bees swarmed, even the monsters within the mountains would flee, rendering this area relatively safe. Find a cave to take shelter," Wang Xuan advised, handing a hollow protective gear and another battle garment to the siblings. "These will serve as your defense." Initially intended for Zhao Qinghan, but with Master Ma having taken her away, it seemed a waste to keep them. So he decided to gift them to acquaintances for their protection. He then retrieved the steel plate from his back and returned it to Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing, usually quick-witted, found herself at a loss upon seeing the object. Her face flushed crimson, and in a fit of indignation, she exclaimed, "Wang Xuan, what is the meaning of this? Isn't this my sister's?" Zhong Qing's eyes widened in shock. "Sister, you actually let him wear that?" Zhong Qing, increasingly embarrassed and furious, scolded him, "Be quiet. That's the one you had on your back." She glared at Wang Xuan, demanding, "You didn't put on the other piece, did you?" His gaze fixed intensely on Wang Xuan's chest, he accused, "What have you done to my sister?" Wang Xuan regarded him, bemused by the extent of his imagination. In a swift motion, Zhong Qing pushed her brother down, unwilling to endure his nonsensical ramblings. Zhong Cheng sighed in grievance, lamenting, "The sister I raised, like water spilled. As the ancients say, now you're siding with an outsider against me." Despite her eloquence, Zhong Qing found herself mortified, choosing to ignore her brother. "What material is this?" She pondered. "The size of a horse. The venomous bee's stinger pierced my back like a spear, yet it was the steel plate that inflicted harm upon it." Gazing at Wang Xuan, she finally concluded, "It contained some solar gold." Wang Xuan was instantly astounded. Prior to entering the secret realm, he had witnessed the exorbitant valuations placed on various oddities by organizations at the base on Brown Star. 50 grams of solar gold could be exchanged for 500 million new star coins. Such an outrageous price. He later learned that weapons used by the celestial beings often incorporated solar gold. "Zhong Qing, you truly are remarkable, so extravagant with solar gold." Wang Xuan was indeed shaken. The materials used by celestial beings, infused into the spiked steel plate, were undeniably lavish. What did you call me? Zhongqing's eyes widened in fury, flames of indignation sparking within them as she realized Wang Xuan had called her that in her presence, undoubtedly a frequent address. Nearby, Zhongcheng interjected anxiously. What are you talking about, Solar Gold? Sister, you're exploiting the precious materials from great-grandfather's study, turning them into something like this? Wang Xuan quickly grasped the situation. Old Zhong was collecting solar gold, preparing to forge powerful weapons. He also understood that Zhongqing had free access to Zhong Yong's study. Looking at her was akin to gazing upon ancient golden bamboo slips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhongqing defended herself. I came to save great-grandfather. Entering the secret realm necessitates survival, so of course I needed to utilize some fine materials. I will melt it down and return it to him later. Then she fixed her gaze on Wang Xuan, questioning, what did you just call me? Big Zhong. Wang Xuan responded without hesitation. In his view, Xiao Zhong was akin to a mobile repository of knowledge, making it worthwhile to cultivate a favorable relationship. Chapter 145, The Hunt for the Extraordinary. Upon hearing the term Big Zhong, Zhongcheng was utterly taken aback. It was novel, as no one had ever referred to his sister in such a manner. As for Zhongqing, her delicate visage bore little expression, appearing quite tranquil, yet her slender fingers, tightly clasped, betrayed the serenity she attempted to project. This head-mounted hollow protective gear possesses extraordinary attributes and could be sent back to the Zhong family for research. I believe that if reverse-engineered, it might spark a significant transformation. All I require are some special scriptures, and I hope Wang Xuan will speak up. His abrupt shift in topic left Zhongcheng astonished and somewhat disoriented. He had assumed there was a complicated relationship between Wang Xuan and his sister, yet the young man calmly broached the subject of collaboration. By the way, are there any more of these protective devices? I mean those that safeguard the arms, calves, and similar areas. Do they come in this style? Wang Xuan pointed to the steel plates being returned. I am serious. With no ulterior motives, he clarified. Ultimately, Xiao Zhong did indeed detach two elongated, spiked steel plates from her arm. Zhongcheng's eyes widened. This extravagant young woman was truly audacious. I will offer you some vials and jars in exchange for these two steel plates for the time being. Wang Xuan produced a portion of his spoils, revealing they were obtained from the deceased, and cautioned that careful verification and experimentation were necessary to discern their true utility. He affixed the slender steel plates to his own arms. He couldn't shake the feeling that the man who had jumped into the river would not perish. After all, having mastered the art of indestructibility, the creatures in the water likely could not harm him. Should this individual return to the team and thoroughly inform others of his circumstances, he hoped for another surprise involving steel plates upon their next encounter. Be cautious, Wang Xuan urged as he turned to leave. Zhongcheng muttered to himself. This fellow is growing increasingly confident. What does he intend to do alone? Then he quietly remarked, Sister, did you not notice his earlier compliment towards you? Are you feigning composure by remaining silent? Upon hearing this, Zhongqing felt an impulse to strike him with the steel plate, exclaiming, he is driving me to the brink of madness. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she raised the steel plate returned by Wang Xuan, scrutinizing it in the sunlight. She detected traces of blood. Although treated, remnants were still discernible under the sun, with nearly invisible streaks of blood, whereas a poison BS sting would not leave any blood. Sister, what are you examining? Zhongcheng inquired. Is there a scent on the steel plate? Xiao Zhong gestured for him to take a whiff. What scent could there be, but that of a man? Sister, you cannot be serious. Have you truly taken a liking to Xiao Wang? I was planning to introduce you to Lao Wang, a young master in his 20s who will undoubtedly become extraordinary. Ah, stop it. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Xuan chose to retreat in the direction opposite to that of the New Star exploration team, leaving behind unmistakable traces characteristic of his level of expertise. Most significantly, he disposed of the two individuals he had slain, casting their bodies upon the road, separated by several miles. This act was a provocation, a blatant declaration of the path he had traversed. He meandered through the forest, taking a considerable detour, before charging towards the direction of that group. Should they have already embarked on their journey, they would be following in his wake. If they had yet to set off, he would join them, curious to uncover the extraordinary herbs that lay ahead, adapting to the situation as it unfolded. The group was not difficult to locate. as the three formidable masters had left an abundance of traces in their wake. With each step, the Grandmaster covered a distance of at least 10 meters, his speed shattering the ground beneath him, leaving deep imprints. An hour later, he traversed mountains and swamps, finally discovering the trail of the group. Their audacity was astounding. They sought to harvest rare specimens near the lair of an extraordinary creature. Were they attempting to provoke such a formidable beast? The surrounding vegetation thrived abundantly, yet the monster's dwelling was barren, a desolate expanse. Within this arid landscape lay a cavern, its walls adorned with vibrant crimson vines, the sole sign of life, bearing clusters of red-purple fruits that exuded a delicate fragrance even from a distance. Wang Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this creature endure such temptation? Did it guard the extraordinary herbs without consuming them, allowing them to perish? Or perhaps it had grown weary of this fruit, having feasted upon it for years? Then, he beheld the extraordinary creature itself, resembling a serpent, yet not quite. It was robust, measuring over 4 meters in diameter, yet its length was disproportionate, extending approximately 15 meters. Its body clad in scales the size of large fans. Overall, it bore semblances of both a serpent and a massive green silkworm. It appeared clumsy, yet moved with the swiftness of the wind. Shortly after emerging, it returned from the nearby woods, clutching 2 bears, each exceeding 3 meters in length, as though they were mere mice. Before the 2 bears had even succumbed to their fate, 2 slightly smaller extraordinary cubs burst forth from the cavern, each with a waist diameter of 2 meters and a body length of 7 to 8 meters. Amidst their piercing cries, they voraciously devoured a bear, swallowing it whole, reminiscent of a serpent's feeding habits. Once they had feasted upon their sanguine meal, the 2 cubs exhibited caution, each locating a cluster of purplish-red fruits among the fiery vines. Exercising restraint, they refrained from devouring the entire fruit, instead using their tongues to delicately extract a single red fruit. Wang Xuan comprehended the truth. The extraordinary herbs were not abandoned for the serpent's satiation, but rather preserved for the growth of the cubs. This creature had consumed these herbs since childhood, making its strength inevitable as it matured. Did the group truly intend to claim the herbs within this extraordinary lair? They were utterly deranged. Wang Xuan did not perceive this extraordinary beast as an easy target. A single misstep could lead to annihilation. He refrained from employing his mental domain, fearing detection by the extraordinary serpent, and instead observed from a distance, across 2 mountain peaks, keenly watching all that transpired. As he approached the group, he sought to discern their intentions, concealing himself in the shadows, meticulously observing their every move. Soon, he came to an astonishing realization. This group not only sought to harvest extraordinary herbs, but also intended to hunt the formidable creature itself. Such audacity was utterly insane. Even if they were the pinnacle of masters, united, they would still stand no chance against that beast. Wang Xuan dared not approach, nor did he recklessly wield his mental domain, fearing detection. Instead, he extended wisps of his consciousness from afar, capturing fragments of critical information. After considerable time, he gleaned a rough understanding of the situation. The opinions among these individuals were far from unanimous. They had already altered their plans several times, which explained their hesitation to act. Ultimately, they aimed to lure the creature to a specific location. If successful, they would not only obtain the extraordinary herbs, but also slay an exceptional monster. From their discussions, Wang Xuan learned that this creature was known as the Silk Serpent, a name that aptly matched its appearance. Before long, he departed, searching the vicinity meticulously for that special place. It was an area shrouded in mist, and upon nearing it, he felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. Despite the sun shining brightly in the sky, this particular region was enveloped in thick fog, emanating an air of mystery. Moreover, as Wang Xuan circumnavigated this peculiar area, he stumbled upon an even more shocking fact, along with the Silk Serpent. There were 8 extraordinary creatures nesting around the misty zone, positioned strategically around it. Were these individuals playing with fire? To dare stir up trouble in a concentration zone of formidable monsters was a perilous endeavor that could lead to ruin. It was no wonder they had yet to make a move. They were meticulously surveying the terrain, preparing thoroughly while also scouting for the best escape routes. Wang Xuan became invested in the situation, his footsteps tracing the contours of the area as he identified various escape paths for potential emergencies. Indeed, he too was poised to participate. However, his target was not the serpent, but rather to intercept this group. When Wang Xuan returned to the mountainous region where the silk serpent resided, he encountered a familiar face. The man who had jumped into the river had indeed survived, returning bloodied and battered. Clearly, he had faced a terrifying creature in the waters, narrowly escaping death before finally reuniting with the group. The members were extremely agitated. Some wielded curved blades while others pointed skyward, uttering fierce declarations. Wang Xuan, with a subtle extension of his mental domain, quickly grasped the essence of their words. They sought vengeance. Their arrogance persisted as they derisively referred to the newcomers as savages, yet to be civilized, destined for a bloody reckoning. They regretted their earlier retreat, having feared that the man with unusual mental prowess was a quasi-superhuman expert, and now they planned a night raid. These savages were to be eradicated. Ultimately, their intentions coalesced into a singular conviction. Gradually, they calmed down, preparing to gather the wondrous herbs before pursuing the man with the peculiar mental abilities. A warning was issued: do not strike at his chest or back, for he wore armor forged from rare secret metals. The man who had returned cautioned them to target the limbs and head of the savage. Thus, they resumed their preparations, readying themselves for the hunt of the extraordinary creature. Were they truly intent on slaying that adult silk serpent? It was indeed a terrifying prospect. If it does not perish, even if we were to harvest miraculous herbs, we would be relentlessly pursued by it, embroiled in a struggle to the death. Thus, we must first eliminate it. Wang Xuan comprehended their strategy for dealing with the silkworm serpent. The vials they carried were meticulously chosen, containing potions designed to entice extraordinary creatures, particularly serpent-inducing elixirs, along with other concoctions capable of temporarily driving monsters into a frenzy. Wang Xuan remained vigilant. This group had evidently studied the habits of various beasts, demonstrating a profound familiarity with their extraordinary civilization. Furthermore, they did not appear entirely unfamiliar with the mysterious terrain, as if guided by ancestral wisdom and caution. At the very least, they were aware of the fog-shrouded zone, repeatedly referencing it with trepidation, as it had been warned by their elders to be exceedingly perilous. Alas, no one had successfully traversed it. It might be a hidden path, someone lamented. Wang Xuan, naturally, could not comprehend their speech entirely, and even when attempting to capture their thoughts through the mental domain, he struggled with certain terminology. However, upon careful contemplation and synthesizing the preceding sentiments, he was astounded to discern that they might be discussing the secret paths of ancient techniques. Moreover, he caught a glimpse of the keyword pertaining to the fog zone, which hinted at death, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Having completed their preparations, they commenced their journey from the fog zone to the dwelling of the silkworm serpent, scattering potions at numerous crucial locations along the way. They were poised to drive the serpent toward that terrifying place, harnessing the power of death to vanquish the extraordinary monster. Wang Xuan felt a surge of anxiety surpassing theirs, for he had to guard against not only the extraordinary beasts, but also the possibility of intercepting this group, necessitating even greater caution. A single misstep could lead to his swift demise. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted in the distance. They had made their move. Massive boulders, weighing dozens of pounds, plummeted near the serpent's lair, while ferocious beasts were being herded past, some captured monsters shrieking in distress as they were released by the group. The silkworm serpent, fierce and territorial, erupted from its lair, disappearing into the forest. Success! It has taken the bait. Our potions indeed prove effective. Quickly, let us gather the extraordinary herbs. One figure, a woman, moved like a wisp of smoke, swift and ethereal, rushing from the woods toward the extraordinary nest. Upon nearing, she swiftly harvested 2 large clusters of red-purple fruits, their fragrance intoxicating. The fiery vines bore several more clusters, yet 2 extraordinary juvenile beasts, incensed, charged forth from the cave to intercept her. Oh no, they are no longer mere juveniles. They possess the strength of grandmasters. The woman exclaimed in alarm. She dared not attempt to harvest further fruits and turned to flee. In the forest, 2 individuals were stationed to assist her. Upon hearing her signal, they glanced in the direction the adult silkworm serpent had departed, confirming its frenzy as it vanished into the fog zone, and together they rushed toward the extraordinary nest. The 2 confronted the not yet mature silkworm serpents, striking fiercely, aiming not only to thwart their pursuit of the woman, but also to eliminate them in order to harvest the remaining clusters of extraordinary fruit. The woman did not look back. Her mission was accomplished, and bringing back those 2 clusters of miraculous herbs made the endeavor worthwhile. At this moment, Wang Xuan made his move, intercepting what was destined to be a deadly rivalry without the slightest psychological burden. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. Emerging silently from the forest, he approached from the rear and struck at the woman with his sword. "That wretched rogue actually followed me," exclaimed the man, whose hands were pierced with 22 bloody wounds and who had been forced to leap into the river, his eyes now reddened with fury. Particularly, upon seeing the intricate protective gear adorning Wang Xuan's head and the novel black and gold attire he wore, his anger intensified. In fact, the other onlookers were equally incensed at this audacity. How dare this barbarian provoke their group? Was he courting death? Wang Xuan's sudden assault was remarkably successful. Although he did not behead the woman, he struck her left shoulder, causing blood to splatter. The short sword was exceedingly sharp. Even a mere graze had partially severed her scapula, inflicting unbearable pain upon her. Her left arm trembled, causing the extraordinary elixir she held to tumble to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xuan snatched it away. He had successfully intercepted the first batch of extraordinary fruits. The woman was incensed. How could someone dare to attack her at such a critical moment and make her lose half of her precious elixirs? Consumed by rage, she unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Wang Xuan. "Do not strike his chest or back," the man who had jumped into the river shouted from afar. Chapter 146. The kiss of the extraordinary. This barbarian had audaciously intercepted her extraordinary elixir. The woman was beside herself with fury, wishing to strike Wang Xuan dead with a single blow. Her delicate palm radiated a faint white light, originally aimed at her opponent's heart, but upon hearing the distant warning, she altered her trajectory. Wang Xuan, ever the opportunist, feigned to protect the blood-red fruits, using his arm as a shield. The woman, adorned with intricate armor and a dress of metallic texture, was strikingly beautiful, yet her face was now marred by murderous intent. Channeling a special energy through her resonating organs, she directed it towards her palm. She unleashed her most formidable technique, intending to shatter the arm Wang Xuan used to block her attack. At the level of a Grand Master, one experiences peculiar transformations. The light from her organs could generate immense force, enhancing specific parts of her body. Boom! The air exploded with the force of her strike as it connected with Wang Xuan's arm. Her gaze was icy. Anyone daring to seize her extraordinary items would meet their demise. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted as the situation unfolded contrary to her expectations. A searing pain radiated from her palm, twisting her once pretty features into a grimace as she looked down in disbelief. Blood splattered, a vivid crimson, not the blood of the interloper, but her own hand was mangled. Her strongest strike had not shattered the barbarian's arm, but had instead inflicted grave injury upon herself, the tearing pain almost unbearable. As she recoiled in agony, she swiftly adapted to the unfolding chaos. Wang Xuan, moving silently, delivered a kick aimed at her abdomen. As a grandmaster, the woman reacted with remarkable speed, swinging her right leg to meet his force head-on, using the momentum to retreat. Her body still hung in midair. A murderous gaze cast towards the forest, pain and rage causing her form to tremble. In the dense thicket, the man stood speechless, at a loss. The intelligence he had procured at a great cost had turned out to be gravely erroneous. This scoundrel, all he could do was curse. For there was no time to elaborate. Outside the extraordinary nest, Wang Xuan seized the opportunity to pounce forward, intent on eliminating this woman. Since she was destined to be an enemy, it was best to eliminate her while he could. The fighting within the cave had ceased, and 2 others rushed out, charging towards Wang Xuan. The woman also halted, her face a mask of cold fury, her gaze fixed on Wang Xuan with unbridled hatred. Even with her palm pierced and her bones injured, she was determined to join her comrades in slaying this detestable foe. If she could not rid herself of this interloper, she would find no peace. She whispered an urgent command: "Focus all efforts to kill this barbarian." Wang Xuan's body radiated light as he activated the martial arts recorded in the 5 pages of the Golden Book. The adversaries bore an inexhaustible intent to kill, and he too yearned to engage them in battle. It was a matter of life and death, and he sought an opportunity to strike. As a faint golden aura enveloped him and his organs resonated, the woman launched a swift assault. With one of her companions leading the charge from the direction of the cave, brandishing a curved blade with lethal intent. Suddenly, Wang Xuan pivoted, turning his back to the woman, brandishing his short sword against the approaching assailant. a choice that was utterly unexpected. Utilizing Lao Zhang's martial arts, his secret power surged, enhancing his vitality and physique significantly. His speed became astonishing, and his strength intensified, cleaving the curved blade in two. He advanced relentlessly, his short sword carving a terrifying arc. Cold and merciless, and with a sickening sound, it ripped open the man's chest, exposing his bones. Two of his ribs were even severed, the sword's edge remarkably sharp, combined with Wang Xuan's escalating strength and speed, rendering his attack formidable. The sudden shift in his target caught them off guard. As the woman aimed to strike at his head, she noticed him leap forward, evading her attack and leaving his back exposed. In that fleeting moment, she recalled the words of the man who had jumped into the river. This barbarian's back held a secret. Thus, at the last moment, she hesitated, her speed diminishing. Unnerved by the thought of being pierced by that barbed steel, and she adjusted her aim, striking his shoulder instead. Clearly, her final hesitation had diminished the force of her blow. In truth, Wang Xuan had deliberately presented his back to her, anticipating that she would find herself restrained. However, in the chaotic melee of battle, unpredictable events could unfold, and he too could miscalculate. Yet, with the golden body technique protecting him, even a solid blow from her would not inflict grave harm. Evidently, his prediction had borne fruit. He utilized the force of her strike to propel himself forward. Lunging at the man ahead, the latter felt a searing pain in his chest as Wang Xuan's short sword sliced through his ribs, opening a wound above his heart, leaving him in sheer horror. In a sudden ambush, he had nearly met with disaster. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. His two companions, one behind him and the other behind the malevolent foe, were poised for action. At that moment, Wang Xuan unleashed a more ferocious assault, his blood surging with fervor, his short sword humming as it cleaved toward his adversary. In times of peril, instinctive reactions arise, and this man was no exception, his internal organs roaring as he summoned his utmost strength. Yet, with a sudden burst, blood jetted from his chest, staining everything crimson. The resonance had torn open the relatively shallow wound upon his heart. His nearly supernatural prowess was abruptly curtailed, and he stifled a groan, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, his vision dimming as he nearly collapsed to the ground. The glimmer of his opponent's sword approached menacingly, and as terror gripped him, he evaded swiftly, sidestepping just in time. Though he escaped the fate of decapitation, his left arm was grievously injured, severed by the blade. Wang Xuan sighed. Despite his various anticipations, he had failed to eliminate his opponent and refrained from pursuing the kill. This was due to the woman behind him, her face ashen, striking towards his head. While another man advanced from across the way, he had no desire to engage with these individuals. Should they encircle him, it would spell tragedy, especially with a few more lurking in the distant woods, ready to strike at any moment. In a narrow escape, he broke free from the imminent encirclement. "I shall slay him," a voice from the distant summit growled, eyes cold as ice. Witnessing Wang Xuan intercept their extraordinary elixir and severely wound their companion was intolerable. "We should have dealt with him sooner," others echoed in a chorus of rage. This was a veritable amalgamation of old grievances and newfound enmity. Once regarding these so-called savages with disdain, they now found themselves suffering repeated losses. Do not act rashly. Should the extraordinary creature remain alive, it would spell disaster. "Maintain our established rhythm," one man cautioned. His teeth clenched as he added, "He will surely perish soon. Let him linger a while longer. Endure." Another echoed in agreement. Suddenly, from the outskirts of the misty zone, a piercing shriek erupted, nearly shattering eardrums. The previously frenzied extraordinary silkworm serpent, for reasons unknown, regained a semblance of lucidity and refrained from charging into the abyss. It turned tail and fled along the path it had come. "Trouble. We must retreat." The expressions of those on the distant mount shifted dramatically as the worst-case scenario unfolded. "They are three," someone exclaimed, gazing toward the direction of the extraordinary cave. "There's no time." They were positioned at a considerable distance, ensuring a swift escape if necessary. Each individual with their specific role. The woman, risking the greatest danger to gather herbs, would ultimately reap the most extraordinary rewards. The two accompanying her were not meant to enter the extraordinary lair for herb collecting as per their plan. Should an unforeseen event arise, it was likely that they could still survive. However, they had ventured forth, seeking to procure even more of the rare elixirs, thus deviating from the original strategy. "It will be fine. We can survive. Our escape route has long been charted." move, though a weight of seriousness hung over them. The trio, 2 men and a woman, rushed toward the forest, where they had previously scattered various potions along the path, likely enough to deter the serpent's pursuit. Suddenly, they turned around abruptly, discovering that Wang Xuan had appeared once more, pursuing them in their flight. "That scoundrel!" the woman exclaimed, her anger boiling over at the sight of this uncouth man. In fact, the man who had lost an arm was even more agitated than she, his eyes reddening with fury. The trio yearned to turn back and eliminate Wang Xuan first. However, Wang Xuan paid them no heed, continuing to chase after them. To him, this was the optimal escape route. He had meticulously observed it beforehand, and indeed, great minds think alike. Moreover, as long as he could outrun them in a critical moment, it would suffice. Those who lagged behind could be left to face the impending doom. Yet, he did not immediately overtake them. Instead, he followed closely, wary of straying from the path, intending to surpass them only when the terrain ahead became clearer. At this juncture, he began to consume the fruit, savoring each bite as the luscious, purplish juice filled his mouth, fragrant and delightful. He would not save it for later. Seizing the moment to indulge was the safest course, for one could never predict the unforeseen. A faint blush adorned his face as he devoured the extraordinary elixir, firmly convinced that he must not let this opportunity slip away. The trio glanced back and were taken aback to see him voraciously consuming the red fruit. However, they remained composed, offering only a fleeting glance before turning back to continue their escape, uttering not a single word. Wang Xuan was astonished. Their demeanor was remarkably composed. They did not even utter a curse, resolutely focused on their flight. He chewed heartily, the extraordinary potion delightfully sweet and juicy, a rare and exquisite fruit. As he consumed the final morsel, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment, regardless of what transpired. At least he had ingested the precious elixir. Yet, the words that followed from the trio nearly shattered his composure. He had consumed it all, and indeed, these uncultured savages suggested that one should not ingest it directly. Within 3 days, he would surely transform into a monster. The blood grapes should have been fed to beasts first, allowing them to filter it, before humans consumed the spiritual flesh. These unsophisticated creatures truly understood nothing. The trio murmured, "Wang Xuan, what? Why didn't you mention this earlier?" His fury surged. Even with a heart of considerable fortitude, he could scarcely endure such a shock. Humans were not meant to consume such extraordinary potions directly. He felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate the 3 of them. No wonder they remained as calm as ever, not uttering a word as they witnessed him consume the strange potion, turning back to flee. These treacherous individuals. Wang Xuan cursed, violently coughing, desperate to expel it. But it was too late. It had dissolved upon entry, and the primary effects had already been absorbed. What kind of monster would he become? The trio reveled in their schadenfreude, delighting in the prospect of his impending transformation. Behind them, a piercing, shrill cry erupted. Extraordinary beasts were closing in, pursuing them relentlessly. Wang Xuan could not afford to wallow in regret. He cast aside all thoughts and dashed forward, utilizing his formidable golden body technique to maintain his vigor. He surged ahead with newfound speed. How could he possibly accelerate further? Perhaps he was on the brink of becoming a monster. Upon hearing this, he longed for them to fall silent forever. It cut deeply, and he could not foresee the nature of the transformation awaiting him. Thunderous roars echoed around him. Amidst the tumultuous waves, a vast lake lay ahead within the thicket, its waters parting to reveal a monstrous creature emerging. Wang Xuan abruptly halted, a shiver coursing through him. How had the silkworm snake made its way to the lake? The piercing cries approaching from behind sent chills down his spine. He quickly realized that there were 2 silkworm snakes. The other 3 stood frozen, their composure shattered. They had diligently observed the extraordinary lair for an extended period, meticulously scanning the surroundings, convinced that only one silkworm snake was tending to its young. Now, the revelation of a second adult silkworm snake was a harbinger of doom. One individual bitterly remarked, "According to records, only the female silkworm snake cares for the offspring, while the male departs. Who would have thought it resided in this area?" Wang Xuan, too, felt overwhelmed. No matter how well-crafted the plan, it was all thwarted by unforeseen variables. He might transform into a demon, yet before that, he was ensnared by 2 extraordinary beasts, leaving him with scant hope of survival. The 2 silkworm snakes flanked them within the forest, their cold, merciless eyes emanating a chilling presence, accompanied by the stench of blood. Towering above, the formidable serpents gazed down upon them, instilling an oppressive dread. The man with a severed arm, unable to withstand the tension, attempted to break free. However, as he moved, a swift serpent's shadow darted forth, and in an instant, the silkworm snake struck, ending his life. The remaining man and woman, along with Wang Xuan, dared not breathe. The disparity was stark. Their adversaries far surpassed even the most formidable masters. The enormous serpent lowered its head, seizing the alien man in its jaws. His horrified struggles were futile as the beast's razor-sharp teeth pierced his abdomen, rendering him silent and motionless. The woman's countenance turned pale, frozen in place. Wang Xuan's expression darkened considerably, yet he recalled a scene from not long ago, where a silkworm snake had fed its young with two long-haired bears, sparing their lives. Did the silkworm snake possess a penchant for live prey? Contemplating this, he remained still. Indeed, the other silkworm snake lowered its head, simultaneously engulfing him and the woman without piercing them with its fangs. He experienced the serpent's kiss. The woman, stricken with terror, turned pale when she saw Wang Xuan beside her. Now within the serpent's maw, her eyes widened with fury. Wang Xuan remained expressionless and motionless, disregarding her. The woman took a deep breath, resolutely transforming herself into a mere wooden figure, silent and still. Soon, the two silkworm snakes returned to their lair, clutching them in their mouths. The two younglings emerged swiftly, screeching softly and crawling about. The three were unceremoniously tossed onto the ground, and the ravenous younglings, now famished, approached with gaping maws. The man and woman nearly screamed, deeming such a demise utterly horrific. Wang Xuan remained silent, cooperating with one of the younglings as he willingly leaped into its mouth, all for the sake of survival. There is no alternative, since one cannot prevail. The only option is to choose to join the fray voluntarily. It is far better to enter the maw of a serpent than to be slain by the extraordinary serpent itself. By willingly stepping into the jaws of the young snake, there exists a glimmer of hope. However, the stench emanating from the serpent's mouth is unbearable, causing Wang Xuan to nearly retch. For a person with a penchant for cleanliness, this is akin to 1,000 tortures. He manages to endure, taking several deep breaths of fresh air outside. The woman feels an immense bitterness. Is this truly the manner of her demise? The young serpent crawls over, its gaping maw wide open, and ultimately, the woman mirrors Wang Xuan's action and leaps into the serpent's mouth. Have you lost your mind? The last remaining man exclaims, seemingly having mastered a technique akin to the indestructible arts. He is agitated, even gesturing towards the serpent and pointing at Wang Xuan. Suddenly, a full-grown serpent strikes, killing him instantly and swallowing him whole. A master-level practitioner stands no chance against extraordinary beings. Wang Xuan casts a final glance at the world outside, his heart heavy with indescribable emotions. He never envisioned a day where he would be sacrificed to feed a serpent. The young beast is voracious, swallowing whole. Wang Xuan does not resist. He is as still as a wooden figure, allowing himself to be engulfed by the serpent's belly. Inside the warm belly of the serpent, he is surrounded by slime that corrodes flesh, capable of digesting even bones. He recognizes the earlier long-haired bear, now a grotesque mass, not yet completely dissolved, alongside a large feline whose remains have been mostly consumed. He closes his eyes, seeking solace in his mental realm. He is uncertain how long he can hold his breath in this dreadful environment, thick with corrosive slime. His body emits a faint golden light, safeguarding him from digestion. He recalls the ancient tale of Shakyamuni being swallowed by the great golden-winged bird, only to emerge from its belly and attain enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. Wang Xuan draws inspiration from this story, reassuring himself that it is not a disgrace. Even the Buddha was once consumed. What does it matter if he endures such an experience? If he survives, he shall share renown with Shakyamuni. This can be viewed as a mutual recognition of kindred spirits. Reflecting upon the past and present, Wang Xuan's spirit remains resilient. Though he has been swallowed, he does not succumb to despair, continuously comforting himself. At that time, Shakyamuni had yet to reach enlightenment. Was he truly swallowed by a great bird? Perhaps it was merely an oversized creature. What has consumed me? In comparison to the Buddha, his was a rock, while the entity that swallowed him is the ancestral dragon. As Wang Xuan fortifies himself with brilliant convictions, he is suddenly attacked. An adult silkworm serpent employs its mental force, probing the belly of the young one, sweeping through with vigor. Wang Xuan instantly becomes as silent as stone, allowing the young serpent's stomach to contract fiercely, digesting him without resistance. He dares not move, his mental realm dissipating in fear of provoking the adult serpent. As for the hollow armor atop his head, he has long since lost track of its whereabouts. The mental power of extraordinary creatures is formidable, yet it seems to only extend so far. Wang Xuan feels a splitting headache, yet this alone cannot vanquish him. Faintly, he perceives movement from within another young beast's belly. It appears the woman is struggling. He remained vigilant, swiftly rolling and struggling, only to fall into a profound silence once more. After a brief interlude, the sweeping presence of the great serpent came to a halt. It seemed wary of certain prey. Leading to this cautious treatment, Wang Xuan was enveloped in an aura of tranquility, relying heavily on his golden body technique, fervently wishing for the serpents to depart. Soon, the lair trembled as the male serpent slithered away. However, the female serpent remained, basking in the sunlight outside the cave, an ominous aura radiating from her, dominating the territory. Time passed, 1/4 of an hour, then 2. Wang Xuan had waited for a full 2 hours, beginning to feel discomfort in his body. After all, he was merely a highly accomplished master, and holding his breath for such an extended period was no easy feat. Why did the female serpent not move? Anxiety began to gnaw at him. If this continued, he would surely meet a tragic end. Should he emerge in another form, he would not find peace even in death. As the 3rd hour approached, Wang Xuan contemplated a desperate resolution. He would first eliminate the hatchling serpents. At that moment, 2 young serpents stirred, seemingly calling out and crawling about, expressing their hunger for their mother. Just as he was ready to embrace a fatal confrontation, he sensed the ground tremble. The female serpent had finally departed. Extending a thread of his mental domain, he confirmed that there were no threats outside. Drawing his short sword, he refrained from immediately slicing open the serpent's belly. Instead, he launched a fierce mental assault on the young serpent's consciousness, needing to render them unconscious. If one were to cry out, it could easily summon the mother serpent back. With utmost determination, he struck suddenly. Although the young serpent possessed formidable physical strength, its mental fortitude was quite average, leading to its instantaneous collapse, unconscious on the spot. Wang Xuan wielded his sword, emerging from the serpent's abdomen, gasping for fresh air, having nearly suffocated within. He then turned his attention to the other young serpent, which had sensed something amiss and was gazing in his direction. With all his might, he unleashed a mental strike, overwhelming it into unconsciousness as well. Wang Xuan breathed deeply, grateful for his survival. On the 1st day of the 1st month in the 1st year of the Earth calendar, he emerged from the belly of the ancestral dragon, seeking to transcend in the human realm and challenge the Buddha. Today had been harrowing, a brush with death, yet he remained optimistic, bestowing a bright and resplendent conclusion to the ordeal. After uttering these words, he inhaled deeply and dashed away, his body covered in a sticky substance, continuously falling to the ground. Wang Xuan was acutely aware of the lightning-fast hunting speed of the serpent. It would not be long before it returned. To survive, he needed to distance himself from this area in the shortest time possible. "Look, that scoundrel is still alive," a man on a distant hill exclaimed. The same one whom Wang Xuan had forced to leap into the river. He called for his companions. After a group fled, they returned once the storm had calmed, clinging to the hope of finding a survivor among them. However, after observing for half an hour, they were astonished to see the man with extraordinary mental prowess emerge unscathed. How could he still be alive? Had he defied the heavens? They had just witnessed the great serpent depart. How could he possibly have survived until now? The group was incredulous, utterly astonished. "Behold, his body is slick with mucus, clad in our battle attire, now tattered and corroded beyond recognition." A few individuals, struck with awe, surmise how he managed to survive. This native is indeed ruthless. He concealed himself within the belly of a young serpent, utilizing his indestructible physique to endure the ordeal. When the great serpent departed, he seized the opportunity to escape. The group exchanged glances, signaling one another, preparing to embark on a hunt. "You may evade the serpent's jaws, but you cannot escape our grasp," came a chilling voice. Wang Xuan sprinted fiercely, feeling a sense of revulsion towards himself. He was dreadfully foul, with remnants of undigested flesh from a long-haired bear still clinging to his shoulder. The sticky residue made him feel nauseous. He understood the peril he faced, leaving behind a trail of slime and scent. If the serpent truly sought to pursue him, Following the scent would undoubtedly lead them to him. He needed to wash away the odor. Fortunately, the dense mountainous forest was dotted with rivers and lakes, and soon he spotted a pool of water. With a splash, he plunged in to cleanse himself. The native was erasing traces of his presence, anxious about being hunted by the mother serpent. Let us not hasten the hunt. Should we inadvertently encounter the mother serpent, it would be akin to shielding him from disaster. In the distance, several figures stood atop a peak, gazing out, remaining composed and deciding to guard the periphery of this area. Before long, Wang Xuan emerged from the pool, generally cleansed, yet he felt an unsettling, lingering odor. There was little else he could do, save for shedding a layer of skin. He swatted at the numerous strange fish clinging to him. Even a simple bath resulted in various creatures attacking him, their bites ineffectual yet persistent. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. The mother serpent's commotion was cataclysmic, shattering vast expanses of forest as it charged forth. Both of the younglings had fainted, inciting its wrath. Simultaneously, the male serpent, roused by its cry, became enraged. Its power was even more terrifying. It soared through the forest as if flying, relentlessly pursuing. Wang Xuan felt as though his head was about to explode, his hair standing on end. Could he possibly escape? He remained convinced that some scent still clung to him. Furthermore, he sensed an unsettling change within his body. He felt feverish, his skin burning. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find red markings appearing on his skin, one after another, and simultaneously, his vision seemed to sharpen. What was happening? In an instant, he recalled the cluster of blood grapes. Could he truly be on the verge of transforming into a monstrosity? In the distance, the sound of an explosion resounded. The male serpent was terrifying, far mightier than the female, traversing the forest with unparalleled speed, landing on a low hill and causing its walls to collapse. It was sweeping through the surrounding woods with its extraordinary perception. The mother serpent shrieked, its malevolence palpable, causing all creatures to flee in panic, plunging the entire mountain range into chaos. It appeared to be signaling the male serpent, alerting it that something had befallen its young. Wang Xuan felt an icy chill envelop him. He believed that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was likely to perish. For there was no way he could match the speed of those two extraordinary beings. As long as they followed the scent, they would surely uncover his whereabouts. He felt that life today was shrouded in darkness, fraught with peril at every step. Just as he narrowly escaped from the jaws of death, he found himself on the brink of falling into the depths of hell. The relentless pursuit of two extraordinary beasts left little room for evasion. Indeed, amidst the thunderous explosions echoing through the mountains, colossal trees crashed to the ground, and the formidable serpent descended from the summit, honing in on him with acute precision. Wang Xuan, I have yet to seek out your remains, he sighed, pondering whether this day would mark his end. Qinghan, I hope you can return to the new star. With unwavering determination, Wang Xuan fled with all his might. Old Zhong, I never found the opportunity to peruse your study. With its golden bamboo slips and colorful jade books, such a pity. Fueled by desperation, he sprinted toward the peculiar mountainous terrain, realizing he had no choice but to fight for survival in a final, desperate gamble. In the fog-laden region at the heart of this area, 8 extraordinary beasts had established their lairs. I promised to return to the old world within 3 years. How could I possibly perish here? Wang Xuan murmured. As he charged toward the abyss, the scenery blurred past him. Behind, the 2 extraordinary creatures loomed larger, their massive forms now visible as they followed the scent to his vicinity. Let me discover what lies within this abyss. As long as I remain alive, I shall return to settle the score with you. Wang Xuan strode purposefully toward the silent, enigmatic land. At the fringe of this place, an eerie stillness enveloped him. Even the chirping of insects was absent. Turning back, he beheld the colossal serpent gliding along the ground, its cold, merciless gaze firmly fixed upon him. With a thunderous crash, the great serpent landed, shaking the earth and shattering the tranquility of the area. Shortly thereafter, the female serpent arrived, rising up and casting a domineering glance at Wang Xuan. I shall not perish. The world awaits my brilliance, he declared resolutely, stepping boldly into the mist. Chapter 148. Becoming a demon, previously mentioned, was the peacock. Corrected within 2 seconds, Wang Xuan plunged into the fog. Everything transformed. The mist seemed to embody the very essence of life and death. Outside, the sun blazed. The mountains and forests were magnificent, lakes abounded, and monsters roamed freely, filling the air with the sounds of life. Yet within this realm of life and death, a solitary moon hung high, enveloped in profound night, silence reigning supreme. Wang Xuan pondered whether he had entered a new world. Had he inadvertently stepped into the unknown after one misstep? He had seen tales of traversal, but he hadn't been struck by a vehicle nor leapt from a rooftop. How had he crossed over? His will to survive surged as he grappled with the extraordinary beasts. It felt as though he had lost his hearing. He could not even hear the sound of his own footsteps in this soundless world. Simultaneously, a wave of discomfort washed over him. His body ached, and he noticed blood seeping from numerous wounds. A deep sense of unease settled within him, as the atmosphere felt distinctly unnatural. Turning around, he was stunned. Where had the mist gone? It had entirely vanished, leaving only the enveloping darkness. Had he truly arrived in a brand new world? Skeptical, yet curious, he gazed down at the barren ground, where not a blade of grass grew. Only faint footprints marking his passage. Resolutely, he retraced his steps back along the path he had come, until he was engulfed by darkness and reached the end of the footprints. He believed he could traverse the barrier and once again behold the blazing sun. However, a suffocating sensation overwhelmed him, rendering him breathless, as though he were drowning. Most terrifying of all, his mental clarity began to blur, threatening to unravel. Wang Xuan retreated swiftly, gasping for air, incredulous as he stared vacantly into the night. Unable to retrace his steps, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar realm. The most dreadful part was the excruciating pain coursing through various parts of his body, as crimson spots on his skin oozed blood, a remnant of the aftereffects of consuming blood grapes. Was he truly on the verge of transforming into a monster? His eyelids itched and then throbbed. Two faint lines of blood streaming down from the corners of his eyes, resembling tears of blood. Neither the ancient methods of preaching sorcerers nor the physical techniques inscribed in the 5-page golden manuscript could halt this transformation. The silent expanse of this new world seemed to accelerate his demonic metamorphosis. The red spots on his skin began to swell, as if something was striving to emerge. Wang Xuan felt a piercing pain as blood and cold sweat flowed outward. The agony was unbearable. Even the golden body technique could not stave off this aberration. It was as if something within his very being was tearing itself free, striving to burgeon into something inexplicable. At that moment, deep within this new world, something seemed to beckon him, stirring the primal instincts of a demon within. For, as he ventured inward, the pain within his body appeared to ebb slightly. He took a step forward, and in an instant, his long crimson hair surged dramatically. The shoes upon his feet were punctured and torn as sharp, claw-like toenails sprouted forth. As he continued to advance, a searing pain erupted in his shoulders, swelling as two diminutive heads began to break through. Although the sensation of pain subsided somewhat, the sheer horror of this transformation left him shaken, his heart quivering. He was a flesh and blood individual, living in modern society, with no desire to become a monster. Wang Xuan had encountered grand spectacles before, having spent time with a female sword immortal and confronted a red-clad demoness across a great curtain. Yet none of those experiences impacted his soul as profoundly as this one. In mere moments, his body had undergone such a violent transformation. How could a human life form change so swiftly? He retreated hastily. Was there a substance in the depths of this so-called foggy area that could expedite a human's transformation into a demon? Earlier, he had heard several extraterrestrial beings discuss the possibility of a secret path here, which had ignited his anticipation, but the stark reality of his current experience chilled his heart. The demonic traits within Wang Xuan became increasingly pronounced as he swiftly retreated to the fringes. Was it irreversible? He extended his hands, only to discover that his nails had lengthened into sharp, hooked points, unbeknownst to him. Not only was his physical form trembling, but even his spirit resonated, seemingly yearning to plunge deeper into this new world. He struggled to suppress the urge, navigating along the dark periphery, unwilling to be driven by such a terrifying impulse. For he sensed it was the instinct of demonization, not his true self. Within the span of mere breaths, Wang Xuan let out a desperate cry. As the will of the mind formed within the realm of consciousness was unbearable, an agony beyond comprehension. The crimson patches upon his skin had torn apart. His entire body felt as if it were being flayed, and he could sense that it was not merely flesh that was in turmoil, but his very bones were undergoing transformation. Was this metamorphosis into a demon accompanied by the excruciating peeling of skin and extraction of bones? Having traversed the path of ancient techniques, Wang Xuan had endured numerous tribulations. However, this experience was uniquely harrowing, as the torment originated from within himself rather than from an external adversary. Suddenly, he felt an intense heat radiating from his entire spine, which then split open, compelling him to glance back. In that fleeting moment, despair enveloped his heart. What emerged from his back were bone spurs, crimson and protruding over 2 feet long, reaching skyward like a finger pointing towards the moon. Such grotesque growths were not characteristic of a normal human. He was on the verge of becoming a monster. Then, his garments were pierced, and from the outer sides of his arms and thighs sprouted vivid red feathers, each exceeding a foot in length. What kind of abomination was he destined to become? He vehemently rejected this transformation. Wang Xuan continuously stretched his body, practicing fundamental techniques, employing the martial arts of the venerable Zhang, in hopes of suppressing this demonic inclination. Was this not a physical manifestation, but rather pure energy? He touched the bone spurs on his back, then the crimson feathers adorning his body. Was there still an opportunity to halt this escalating metamorphosis? As his body exhibited these anomalies, the yearning for an unfamiliar world deepened within him, akin to an insect's attraction to light. He struggled to restrain this primal instinct. Wang Xuan broke into a furious run, circling the dark periphery, only to discover that this so-called exotic realm was not vast. A mere few dozen miles encircled in a single lap. The distance was similar to his previous ventures around the mist-laden areas of the outside world. Blood oozed from his shoulders, where 2 energy-formed heads emerged, each the size of a fist, their shapes still indistinct, leaving him uncertain of what creature they would ultimately become. Then, a searing pain seized his head as a pair of horns sprouted forth. If death were to come, so be it. Ultimately, Wang Xuan resolved to venture towards the very heart of this bizarre territory. Even if he managed to control his instincts and remained on the outskirts, he would still succumb to the demonic transformation. There was no stopping this trend. Thus, he boldly decided to plunge into the depths. Seeking a swift resolution, anything would be preferable to the slow torment of a dull blade against flesh. In the central region, a few low hills stood barren, obstructing his view. The silence persisted, enveloping this desolate world. Indeed, as Wang Xuan drew near, he felt himself becoming increasingly demonic, scales beginning to emerge upon his skin, and a serpent-like tail of energy unfurling behind him. After traversing the low hills, Wang Xuan found himself entranced. The entire desolate expanse was devoid of life. Yet this particular place stood in stark contrast. A small lake shimmered with a blue luminescence, radiating an intense, peculiar energy, within which several lotus flowers thrived. Vibrant and full of life, glistening dewdrops rolling off their emerald leaves. Above, a resplendent moon hung high, its silvery light cascading like water, enveloping the entire lake in a delicate mist. What a serene scene it was, reminiscent of the tranquil beauty of moonlight upon a lotus pond. Utterly unlike the fearful and treacherous terrain Wang Xuan had envisioned. Here, an overwhelming sense of peace prevailed, imbued with an ethereal quality. Moreover, sounds filled the air once more. He was no longer deafened. Boom! His body reverberated, and his crimson hair surged, cascading down to his feet, while his scales clinked and shimmered as they opened and closed, yearning to transcend from mere energy into tangible reality. Similarly, the feathers adorning his form grew increasingly corporeal. Upon his shoulders, 2 heads swelled suddenly, their eyes snapping open, slowly turning to gaze at him with a chilling and terrifying intensity. Wang Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. The 2 heads, though still human in appearance, exuded an unsettling strangeness, one resembling an ancient figure adorned with bamboo hairpins, while the other, a male with flowing hair, bore an uncanny beauty reminiscent of a demon's transformation. The presence of these 2 inexplicable heads, glaring at him with such frigid scrutiny, was profoundly disconcerting. As Wang Xuan cast his gaze downward, he beheld his own shadow beneath the moonlight, and in an instant, a wave of dread washed over him. For that shadow appeared 100 times more grotesque than his own perception. The shadow began to writhe, revealing hundreds of hands, like a legion of vengeful spirits reaching skyward, yearning to seize the moon. The shadows behind him loomed vast, displaying dozens of enormous heads, some resembling beasts, others birds, and still others bearing the horns of demons. Wang Xuan's hair stood on end, his own head remained bowed, yet his shadow danced wildly, conjuring forth various monstrous visages. He surmised that this was certainly not an effect attainable merely by consuming blood grapes. It was intrinsically linked to this malevolent realm. What sort of secret path was this? Perhaps a demonic one. Wang Xuan felt that this place was exceedingly hostile to humanity. Far from being a sanctuary, it seemed intent on transforming individuals into monsters. I refuse to become a demon. I cannot perish here, Wang Xuan shouted, startled to discover that even his voice sounded fearsome, piercing, shattering stone. His very cries echoing like those of a great demon. He realized he had lost control. His physical form remained still, yet the terrifying silhouette behind him, like a frenzied host of demons, propelled him forward. His feet carved deep impressions into the ground as he attempted to anchor himself, yet he was driven by the shadow. His corporeal body moving sideways, inexorably drawn closer to the azure lake. Behind him, the sounds of beastly roars and avian calls rose and fell, as if a horde of great demons were writhing and roaring in turmoil. He was but a fragile mortal, yet 100 shadows emerged behind him. What in the world was happening? Wang Xuan was horrified, unable to comprehend. Approaching the blue lake, he found the scenery abruptly transformed upon reaching its shores. Boom! The waves crashed heavenward. What did he behold? A vast ocean, tumultuous waves battering the shore. Along the coastline stood towering platforms, each teeming with countless beings. I shall become the golden-winged Peng. From beneath one platform, a humanoid entity roared, surrounded by both humans and monsters, all chanting fervently, their spirits aflame. Upon that high platform, a mass of golden light hovered, within which a Peng bird rested with closed eyes, silent and still. Under another platform, yet another frenzied throng of beings shouted, waving their arms in fervor. I shall become the thousand-handed true God. They cried, bowing in reverence. Upon this elevated platform, a sacred radiance enveloped the scene, where a nebulous figure sat cross-legged, adorned with a myriad of arms. Upon reaching the shore, Wang Xuan felt as though he were on the brink of being torn asunder. Behind him, shadows writhed incessantly, tugging at him, urging him to descend beneath various lofty pedestals. There were hundreds of such platforms, each housing a legendary and formidable entity, emanating an ethereal glow, surrounded by throngs of pilgrims below. This is not real. What I perceive is but an illusion. I reject it, Wang Xuan bellowed. Yet, his corporeal form bled profusely, the shadows clawing at him, threatening to rend him apart amidst excruciating pain. If you wish to become demons, go on your own. Wings, horns, tails, demonic appendages, get away from my body. Wang Xuan's voice was hoarse as he struggled desperately, unwilling to be taken or transformed into one of those grotesque beings. As he resisted, the vast ocean crashed against the luminous moon above. He caught sight of a slender boat in the depths of the sea, glimmering with golden specks, tossed aloft by the surging waves, occasionally seeming to touch the moon itself. This vessel was crafted from the hollowed-out bamboo of the ethereal divine species. He had witnessed such a creation before, in the subterranean laboratories of the greater Xing'an range, where the corporeal form of a female sorceress lay within a bamboo boat, thriving for 3 millennia. Now, he beheld this extraordinary vessel once more, albeit much larger. The bamboo's diameter reached 3 meters, undulating amidst the ocean's embrace, never succumbing to the tumultuous waves. Chapter 149. The ferryman of transformation. In this realm, the ethereal divine bamboo was omnipresent. Despite the agony of his body being torn apart, Wang Xuan's mind wandered, surmising that this divine bamboo must hold immense significance within the transcendent domain. How else could 2 such enigmatic boats appear in succession? Furthermore, the most mysterious and powerful scriptures from the pre-Qin era were inscribed upon such bamboo. Pain. Wang Xuan could not afford to dwell on these thoughts. His flesh was on the verge of being shredded, blood staining his entire being, as the demons behind him relentlessly pulled him towards those towering platforms. Who can tell me what this cursed place is? He shouted. At the shore, beneath the hundreds of platforms, countless beings thronged, their voices rising in a cacophony. Yet none turned to acknowledge him, nor did any respond. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, trapped in a web of anguish and helplessness. In this bustling place, was there not a single compassionate soul? Simultaneously, he pondered the true nature of this region. Was everything he encountered genuine or merely a mirage? However, upon touching his own flesh, he discerned that it was undeniably real, blood seeping forth amidst various mutations. Ultimately, Wang Xuan took a step toward the platform crowned with a golden-winged rock. yearning for clarity about the situation at hand. Behind him, a horde of demons roared and clawed. Yet many of the larger fiends eventually relinquished their grip and faded away. Only one fierce bird let out a triumphant cry. Wang Xuan lowered his gaze. Observing through the shadows cast upon the ground, it resembled a great rock. "Good sir, may I inquire?" Wang Xuan greeted, eager to seek guidance. Yet, those around him seemed oblivious, disregarding his presence entirely. He could not restrain himself and approached a frail figure, gently tapping the man's shoulder in preparation for an inquiry. In an instant, the individual transformed into a cascade of light and vanished. Wang Xuan stumbled backward, inadvertently colliding with a woman, who too shattered into luminous particles, evaporating into thin air. He gasped in astonishment. Who were these beings? They were untouchable, unapproachable. Surely he had not taken a life. They must not have been genuine life forms. The frail man and the woman maintained a fervent demeanor even as they disintegrated, devoid of any semblance of pain. At that moment, upon the grand dais, the golden-winged rock abruptly opened its eyes, causing the entire realm to seem suspended in time. Enveloped in profound silence as all sounds faded away, it cast a glance at Wang Xuan before closing its eyes once more. A voice reverberating with an ethereal quality. "Do you choose the path of the golden-winged rock?" Subsequently, Wang Xuan felt a surge of warmth in his hands, energy bursting forth and manifesting as a pair of golden wings. Concurrently, the crimson feathers, serpentine tail, horns, and multiple arms adorning his form began to dissipate, replaced by a flow of energy that coalesced into golden plumage. Was he undergoing a transformation into the golden-winged rock? Fortunately, it seemed to be merely a rehearsal in the guise of energy. "I do not choose." Wang Xuan vehemently shook his head. Though the golden-winged rock is a paragon of mythical prowess, he ultimately wished to remain human. He continued to retreat, the cries of avian creatures echoing behind him, as the immense shadow of a bird on the ground let out a prolonged cry, struggling in defiance. The momentum of his transformation ceased, reverting him to a state of bleeding and silence. He gazed ahead, observing numerous beings beneath the dais morphing into forms akin to the rock. Yet, most of them erupted with a cacophony, flesh and bone disintegrating, leaving no trace behind. Among the multitude, only a handful ascended to the heavens, transforming into golden avians, flapping their wings as they ultimately soared away. These golden birds were extraordinary beings, possessing the lineage of the rock, yet they were not true golden-winged rocks. They had merely set a course for the future, and upon attaining the pinnacle of power, they would approximate the essence of the golden-winged rock. Wang Xuan was moved. Amidst the hundreds or thousands of beings, only 5 succeeded, one of whom was human. In those ancient myths, were some demons born from humanity? Not only fierce beasts could transform into demons, even humans could tread such a path. Regardless of success or failure, these individuals donned ancient attire, reminiscent of a bygone era. Wang Xuan made this observation, simultaneously recalling the words of several youths. The keywords associated with this place included the notion of passing. Was it all that had perished? He pondered. Events from many years ago resurfaced, yet still possessed a certain extraordinary power. He believed that had he nodded in agreement to transform into the rock, he would indeed have become a demon. At that moment, behind him, the fierce avian emitted one final, resounding cry before erupting into a burst of light, leaving no trace of its presence on the ground. As he advanced, a chaotic throng of phantoms danced behind him, the earlier dissipated shadows re-emerging, clawing at him, inflicting excruciating pain upon his body, causing blood to flow incessantly. A flicker of insight crossed Wang Xuan's mind as he stepped toward the second high platform. Indeed, as he had surmised, the multitude of demons dissipated, leaving only a singular shadow of a malevolent spirit behind him, incessantly howling. On the platform, the colossal figure of the thousand-armed true god resonated from within a nebulous orb of light. "Do you choose the path of the thousand-armed true god?" In an instant, an abundance of arms burgeoned from both sides of Wang Xuan's body, all thrashing about, rendering him dizzy with the overwhelming sight. "I do not choose," he declared loudly. Swiftly retreating, he beheld the creatures below the platform, all transforming, sprouting numerous arms, until only 7 beings succeeded in this grotesque metamorphosis. Among them, an elderly monk stood as the sole genuine human, manifesting 18 arms, enveloped in a radiant mist, gradually receding from view. Could the Buddhist lore of the 3-headed 6-armed, and the thousand-handed divine power have such origins? Wang Xuan pondered in bewilderment. Below the platform, the remaining failures exploded, leaving no trace but a ground soaked in blood. Even though these were ancient tales, witnessing the carnage sent shivers down Wang Xuan's spine. Thousands of formidable beings had perished. At that moment, the thousand-handed demon behind him roared, and the shadow left on the ground vanished entirely. With this realization, Wang Xuan felt a sense of certainty within him as he approached one high platform after another, continuously refusing, and the demonic shadows behind him diminished. Would you walk the path of my kin? The supreme clans of the mortal realm may take on human forms, revealing their true selves at will. A grand platform bore a great demon cloaked in purple light, who spoke with an air of persuasion, seemingly aware of Wang Xuan's concern for human form. I refuse, Wang Xuan reiterated, and soon, yet another shadow of a demon dissipated from behind him, until, upon a high platform, he encountered a figure exuding an ethereal presence. Shrouded in white mist, appearing as if a celestial being. Would you tread the path of the human demon? The man inquired, a gentle smile gracing his face as he cast several glances at Wang Xuan. Human demon? This was still not of the human race. Moreover, at this moment, Wang Xuan sensed a transformation within himself. Though his exterior remained unchanged, a tumult raged within. He gasped in shock. The human demon race bore an appearance akin to humans. Yet their internal structure was entirely distinct. This was merely an evolution of energy, the flesh remaining unaltered. From this point onward, Wang Xuan had no further deliberation. He resolutely rejected all offers, regardless of their human-like appearance. These were indeed demons. Eventually, he even encountered a being of the celestial race. Upon scrutinizing its internal structure, he discerned no correlation to humanity whatsoever. He traversed hundreds of high platforms, witnessing numerous mythological races, yet he steadfastly declined them all, until at last, no demonic shadows lingered behind him. Wang Xuan gazed at himself. Although stained with blood, he had reverted to his human form. This is the secret path of the demons, Wang Xuan murmured, having resolutely rejected this clandestine route. He caught a whiff of medicinal aroma emanating from his own blood. Was it the expulsion of the medicinal properties of the blood grapes he had consumed? Such an unexpected transformation. Indeed, could it be purged in this manner? Hundreds of high platforms still stood, but the multitude of creatures below had vanished, leaving the entire coastline in tranquil silence. The vast ocean had calmed, no longer raging against the heavens, and a boat crafted from ethereal bamboo had drifted ashore. Aboard the vessel, suddenly, a voice called out. Wang Xuan was startled by the abruptness of it, and looked up in surprise. To his astonishment, a figure appeared on the golden bamboo boat, garbed in a rain cloak, wielding a fishing rod fashioned from the ethereal bamboo, facing away from the shore as he sat at the bow. The voice did not emanate audibly, rather, it was conveyed through a mental transmission. Why should I board the ship? Wang Xuan inquired. Did you not reject the paths of supreme, true forms? The man replied, bewildered. Wang Xuan immediately comprehended that the true forms referred to the powerful embodiments of beings like the golden-winged roc and celestial immortals. If one did not pursue the path of elite true forms and, as an anomaly, instead took the path of transformation, why hesitate to board? The man in the rain cloak remained turned away. Wang Xuan felt a twinge of regret for having been deceived by those extraterrestrials. He could now ascertain that this was indeed a secret path of demons and monsters. He murmured to himself, as a human, must I truly board the ship? His heart was unsettled. What if this man was a formidable demon, intending to devour him as a mere morsel? What he had experienced today was utterly unfathomable. The man, calm and composed, still did not turn around, stating, both humans and anomalies can tread upon the path of demon true forms, and naturally, they can also traverse the path of transformation. As a human, you should still be able to embark upon it. Wang Xuan sensed a hint of uncertainty in the man's voice. Steeling himself, he resolved to board the vessel, having encountered all manner of demons and strange beings. What more could he possibly fear? However, as he approached the bamboo boat, the man immediately expressed disdain, exclaiming, in my years of ferrying passengers, those I have encountered, be they human or demon, have either been fragrant like orchids or musk, or at the very least, the weakest of beings newly embarking on the path of cultivation would not be so foul. Wang Xuan, upon hearing this, felt an urge to strike him. Yet, he sniffed himself. After escaping from the serpent's belly, he indeed had not cleaned himself. The The man's candor was almost unbearable. Wait, you are not even a practitioner. Merely a mortal. How did you manage to enter here without perishing? The man spoke again, employing mental expression once more. Wang Xuan quickly realized that when the man referred to a newly initiated practitioner, he meant someone who had just stepped into the extraordinary, in ancient times. This was merely the beginning stage. Ah, intriguing. You possess a rich essence from the inner realm within you. So that's how it is, the man remarked, urging him to board. Your ancestral patriarch has shown remarkable care for you, a mere mortal, guiding you into the inner realm on several occasions. The man sighed, sensing the situation, and then suddenly turned around, exclaiming, Surely, you have acquired a treasure from the inner realm, have you not? What is a treasure from the inner realm? Wang Xuan asked. It is when a patriarch-level powerhouse unexpectedly perishes, refining a fragment of the inner realm before death, merging it into a treasure of the real world, thus creating an extraordinary artifact. Wang Xuan was moved, responding, a miniature version of the inner realm? You may understand it that way. The man nodded, and at that moment, he had finally turned to face Wang Xuan. However, Wang Xuan did not see the figure of the man. It was merely a straw cloak, hollow and devoid of life, shrouded in a faint mist swirling in the darkness. Was it unexpected? The mist within the cloak rippled, and then coalesced into a vague visage of a man. He sighed, remarking that after such a prolonged passage of time, where could one find living beings, both human and supernatural? Everything was merely in service to the pact. In your terms, it signifies that extraordinary powers are at play, guiding, ferrying, and maintaining this realm. I am but a remnant of that extraordinary force. He exchanged simple words with Wang Xuan, gradually becoming accustomed to modern vernacular. In that case, I can take you to a transaction. I believe someone will be very interested in the treasures of the inner realm. At this juncture, he emitted a faint glow, and the bamboo boat stirred, commencing its voyage across the sea. Who are we trading with? Wang Xuan inquired, his brow furrowed, sensing the mystery surrounding this ferryman. We shall arrive shortly. The bamboo vessel glided like a streak of light across the boundless ocean, ultimately reaching the depths of the vast waters. He casually glanced at Wang Xuan's short sword and remarked, This dagger appears to possess some significance. Would you care to trade with me? Though he feigned nonchalance, Wang Xuan had an instinctual feeling that this short sword was far more precious than he suggested. I am not inclined to exchange it at this moment, he declined. The man nodded, stating, According to an ancient agreement, I have brought you here. You may engage in trade with them. But where are they? Wang Xuan saw no one around. Be patient. With a flick of his wrist, the ferryman brandished a fishing rod fashioned from ethereal bamboo, then cast it forcefully, sending the line and hook soaring into the moonlit sky. Wang Xuan was speechless. Was this individual planning to fish in the air? Then he noticed that the line and hook had not descended, seemingly caught on something above. After a quarter of an hour, the air shimmered, revealing a hazy halo. Wang Xuan was astonished. What did he see? A grand curtain with what seemed to be celestial beings behind it. How did this ferryman cast his rod to hook something beyond the grand curtain? What kind of entity was he? Surely of the ethereal level. There are those who are quite interested in trading with you, the ferryman stated. Wang Xuan had a multitude of questions to ask, but suppressed them all. He feared engaging with beings that had left significant imprints in antiquity. Now, it appeared that the ferryman had indeed connected him with celestial beings for potential trade. Gratitude. Thank you, Sister Corn, for your support. Chapter 150. Trading with celestial beings. The heavens were profound, the bright moon casting a soft, hazy glow like thin smoke. The vast ocean gently undulated, shattering the moon's reflection and creating shimmering flecks of gold. I possess no treasures of the inner realm, Wang Xuan spoke, unwilling to face beings that might very well be celestial. Even through the grand curtain, he felt trepidation. Such entities were unfathomable. After the incident with the red-clad enchantress, he refrained from easily entering the ancient realms left behind by those beings. No matter, meeting his fate. This boat has remained desolate for many years. It is rare to have someone aboard again. It would not hurt to converse. Perhaps an opportunity for collaboration will arise. The ferryman was quite amiable. He then glanced again at Wang Xuan's short sword, adding, Moreover, you possess notable artifacts. The sea was calm, and the bamboo boat remained steady. The ferryman, holding a fishing rod, sat at the bow of the boat, gazing into the void. The grand curtain approached, slowly descending from the heavens, gradually aligning with the horizon. Shrouded in a mist that lingered not far away, a bamboo boat, imbued with ethereal light, was tethered to the Grand Curtain by a fishing line. Someone wished to collaborate with your esteemed ancestor, offering a tome of transcendent scriptures. The ferryman turned and spoke, yet within the raincoat, there was no one. Only a pitch-black void, suffused with swirling mist. Such a grand overture left Wang Xuan in awe. Had he been unaware of the truth, he might have been swayed. However, having witnessed the fate of the sect leader deep within the moon's crater, hearing such a proposition now sent shivers down his spine. He immediately became alert. These beings were formidable, seeking to hunt the very founder of his sect. My esteemed ancestor is in seclusion and will likely remain so for a while. Wang Xuan responded with measured seriousness. In this place, he dared not act recklessly, his expression grave and sincere. The ferryman nodded, saying, "Indeed. Some have heard of your resolute decision to abandon various pinnacle paths of true essence after many years, becoming yet another boarding passenger. They find you commendable and wish to mentor you. Are there any conditions?" Wang Xuan asked cautiously. The ancient transcendent being's teachings, should they be disseminated, would likely incite frenzy among practitioners. To study in the world beyond the Grand Curtain for 3 years, you must accomplish 3 tasks for him in the future. The ferryman stated, clad in his raincoat. The sect leader is here. I cannot wander far. I am uncertain if, after his prolonged seclusion, he will successfully take that next step. I dare not stray, Wang Xuan asserted solemnly. The ferryman smiled, but said nothing. Wang Xuan, puzzled, inquired, "Can we, mortals of the mundane world, also enter the realm beyond the Grand Curtain? Your spiritual consciousness may enter temporarily, but the physical body finds it exceedingly difficult," the ferryman replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan's heart raced. If he were to enter, would he still be himself upon return? He felt this was too passive and spoke up. "As a lowly cultivator, I doubt I possess anything worthy of the ancients' attention. Perhaps I should inquire with the esteemed predecessors if they have any unfulfilled wishes in this world, to see how I might assist and collaborate." Upon hearing the ferryman's recounting, those behind the Grand Curtain fell into silence, their inscrutable minds seemingly recalling some bygone events. Steeped in nostalgia and reminiscence, a dense fog lingered before the curtain, obscuring their true forms. "Can your esteemed ancestor slay the black prison bird of the earthly immortal level?" someone asked. Wang Xuan felt overwhelmed. To suggest that his ancestor should confront that accursed black prison bird was preposterous. He shook his head in refusal, unable to comply. The ferryman remarked, "What a pity. It is rare to have such beings below the transcendent level requesting your ancestor's assistance in slaying, which, by calculation, would be a relatively manageable task." Wang Xuan was rendered speechless. To slay an earthly immortal was considered a task of lower difficulty? Yet, contemplating the origins of these individuals, it was somewhat understandable. Why did such a powerful predecessor not confront his enemies himself back then? Wang Xuan queried. The ferryman explained. That earthly immortal was separated from him by several eras, having obliterated his dojo in later generations, which bred his resentment. Wang Xuan fell into contemplation, after transcending to immortality. Even his own path had been usurped, a truly tragic fate. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, recognizing the profound constraints of the grand stage, where he had become utterly devoid of influence over the earthly realm. Wang Xuan spoke, addressing the elders. "If any of you harbor adversaries, do not seek my ancestral patriarch for assistance. The times have irrevocably changed. The celestial environment has undergone a tremendous transformation, and the ascension to immortality has become a relic of the past. Even beings of the earthly immortal tier have faded into legend. All communications between the parties are now mediated by the ferryman." Behind the grand stage, those individuals fell silent. Indeed, many regions had reached such a state. Wang Xuan continued, "Esteemed elders, should there be any descendants in need of care, do not hesitate to inform me." The ferryman shook his head and replied, "They all refuse, fearing that your ancestral patriarch might annihilate their progeny, coveting the treasures they have bequeathed." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The thoughts of this group were truly dark. However, he could comprehend their perspective. Those who had ascended to such heights must have navigated through numerous tempests and the treacheries of the mortal world. Otherwise, they would not have survived to attain immortality. It was no wonder that after the dissolution of the earthly realm, they sought to leave traps for future generations. None of them were easy to deal with, Wang Xuan mused. Then he spoke again. "Esteemed elders, are there any cherished ancestors or beloved ones you long to remember? I can assist in locating their old graves." to pay respects and honor their memory. Even the ferryman was left speechless. This ferryman seemed rather unconventional, prepared to undertake grave visits and search for individuals amidst the mundane affairs of life. Alas, I am still but a mortal, Wang Xuan responded helplessly. They had proclaimed that all that is lost becomes void, and the ascension to immortality severs the ties to the earthly realm. Even if thoughts linger, they remain confined to the heart's memorial. The ferryman remarked, then added, I believe they fear you might engage in grave robbing. Wang Xuan lamented. What dreadful epochs have these elders endured to harbor such a grim view of human nature? The ferryman remained silent. After a moment, he revealed an unusual expression, saying, Someone inquired if your planet has entered the interstellar age and whether one can traverse the depths of space. Wang Xuan nodded in affirmation. The ferryman continued. This is a straightforward task. Someone will provide you with stellar coordinates, offering a substantial reward to deal with a mortal. Crossing the cosmos? That seems too distant. I shall decline this task. Wang Xuan rejected the offer, pondering where such a journey might lead. He was still merely a mortal. Even an extraordinary being feels insignificant in the vastness of the universe. The ferryman advised against hasty refusals, stating, the life-bearing planet has now fallen into decline, with scarcely any practitioners remaining, and she will present you with an irresistible reward. What reward? Wang Xuan inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the grievance that would attract the attention of an ascended being towards a mortal. Moreover, any earthly adversaries should have aged and passed. Should they not? Was it possible that new enmities had recently arisen? His heart stirred with speculation. The ferryman conveyed. She mentioned that she can provide you with a portion of the precious medicinal soil once possessed by an unparalleled demon immortal. Should you ever tread into the realm of herb gathering, you will understand its significance. Is medicinal soil truly that important? Wang Xuan questioned, perplexed. Trust me, her words hold truth. I am aware that behind her stands an extraordinary demon immortal. The remnants of her medicinal soil are indeed treasures, the ferryman expressed with admiration. Then, he added, the medicinal soil is not true soil. More accurately, it represents a certain medicinal quality. I harbor doubts that the extraordinary immortal left behind this medicinal soil containing the essence of celestial medicine. What if she deceives me? Wang Xuan pondered, questioning the necessity of such grand gestures against a mere mortal. He found it rather dubious. The ferryman spoke calmly, stating, I am the guarantor, with my presence. I can assure a fair transaction, and there will be no issues. Wang Xuan nodded, responding, fine. Inquire about whom she intends to target and how I should proceed. She wishes to deal with a mortal named Wang Xuan. When the time comes, you simply need to insert a feathered divine bamboo, inscribed with runes, into his body, avoiding vital areas, and the task will be deemed complete. If you accept, she will provide you with detailed information and also grant you a lethal weapon capable of dispatching primary extraordinary beings for self-defense, though it can only be used twice. Afterwards, she will bestow upon you the unparalleled medicinal soil. Wang Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, yet a tempest surged within him. Even in the depths of space, there are those who wish to conspire against him. Was he so renowned among the immortals? It was evident that his ability to autonomously unlock the inner realm as a mortal had caught their attention. Some immortals, restless, desired to return to the mortal realm. Forget about offering medicinal soil. If they could truly return, they would likely offer even more significant treasures. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, is it appropriate to intervene in the mortal realm for the sake of a mere mortal? If the immortals persist in such actions, wouldn't chaos ensue in the human world? The ferryman replied nonchalantly, you are overthinking. Such transactions can only occur in this unique location, and it has been centuries since anyone last boarded this vessel. Wang Xuan exhaled in relief. He composed himself and nodded, stating, that is acceptable, but I must first obtain the medicinal soil. The ferryman shook his head, saying, the other party has made it clear, the medicinal soil is too precious, and without completing the task, the transaction cannot proceed. Wang Xuan resolutely replied, next time, I may not have the opportunity to return here. If I do not secure my reward now, I shall never attain it. This was indeed true. Traversing the secret path was no easy feat, the ferryman nodded. In the end, after much negotiation, the powerful individual agreed to provide a portion of the medicinal soil up front. The ferryman solemnly informed him, be content. Such medicinal quality requires only a small pinch to alter your fate. That will suffice. Wang Xuan stated, I have one condition. Under all circumstances, my safety must be ensured before I consider taking action against that Wang Xuan. Otherwise, I reserve the right to refrain from acting, and it shall not be deemed a breach of this agreement." Agreed. The other party consented, as the ferryman conveyed. In an instant, a feathered divine bamboo, measuring the length of a finger and inscribed with intricate runes, materialized from behind the grand curtain, flying towards him along a fine fishing line. Following that, a silver hairpin emerged. Although it appeared to be a woman's adornment, it had been transformed into an extraordinary weapon through a simple ritual. Additionally, there was a piece of jade containing all the relevant information. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "These items are sourced from the Immortals, and I worry about potential tampering. What if they end up being used against me?" "Do not fret. I have inspected them, and these items are in perfect order." Fully adhering to the ancient covenant, the ferryman assured. The ferryman remarked, adding that these artifacts are accessible to all, thus one must not misplace them. With this assurance, Wang Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Well, the old covenant has been witnessed, and the transaction is complete," the ferryman proclaimed, as a terrifying thunderclap reverberated across the heavens. He then warned both parties that the old covenant had recorded all, effective immediately, and that no one was permitted to retract. Each must strictly adhere to the agreement. Behind the grand curtain, the trader suddenly experienced a moment of unease. At this instant, she contemplated offering an exorbitant commission to the ferryman, wishing to dispel the fog and glimpse the trader beyond the curtain. As day and night blended, I continued to write, hoping to expedite the second chapter, striving to adjust my pace. I humbly request your continued support for the base monthly vote. Gratitude is extended to Sansheng Yuan Tian D, Yun Hai, and Sister Korn's alternate account. Thank you for the leader's backing. Chapter 151. A familiar encounter sparks jealousy. Wang Xuan felt a swell of joy within, his spirits soaring. Yet, in this place, he dared not express his delight, wearing instead a serious countenance, as though apprehensive about failing his mission. He meticulously examined these precious treasures, all crafted by the hands of the Immortals. This was his inaugural possession from behind the grand curtain, stirring a tempest of thoughts within him, leading him to deduce some exceedingly significant matters. The world beyond the curtain is not merely a realm of the spirit. Tangible objects from the mortal realm can also traverse into it, and the items in his hands stand as testament. The feathered divine bamboo, resplendent in golden hue and merely the length of a thumb, felt surprisingly weighty. Upon it were inscribed thousands of intricate symbols, densely packed and overwhelmingly complex, causing Wang Xuan to feel dizzy just gazing upon them. The effort invested by that enchanting immortal to ensnare him was truly remarkable. What might occur if such a sharply pointed bamboo were to penetrate one's body? Wang Xuan entertained various conjectures. Would it potentially unlock an inner realm, thereby summoning that enchanting immortal? He fantasized about the opportunity to insert it into a pig's head, wishing to infuriate that immortal. Yet, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts, deeming them wasteful. The golden bamboo, adorned with so many runes, was certainly no ordinary supernatural artifact. He believed that good steel must be put to the blade, and this bamboo would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. For now, it was prudent to preserve it, awaiting the moment it would be needed for someone. The silver hairpin was exquisitely delicate, evoking visions of being nestled among a woman's tresses, her glance enchanting. However, the mere thought that it belonged to a certain immortal made him chuckle with mischief. He had not anticipated that he would acquire the hairpin of that immortal, gently rubbing it with his fingers. Alas, this extraordinary hairpin was limited to 2 uses, classifying it as a consumable. Nonetheless, he harbored no dissatisfaction. The treasures bestowed upon him by his adversary were certainly worthy of careful utilization. Most importantly was the jade stone, which, upon the slightest touch, emitted a wealth of information, revealing intricate details about him. At that moment, it even encompassed coordinates of ancient lands. Of course, the most valuable items were those contained within the core region of the jade, sealing the essence of medicinal earth. This so-called medicinal earth was, indeed, not soil, but rather a form of medicinal potency, straddling the line between reality and the ethereal. It was a dense orb of golden light, truly just a mere handful. Wang Xuan mused to himself. That particular celestial being was rather stingy. However, the ferryman had mentioned that a mere pinch could alter one's fate, suggesting that this medicinal soil might possess some divine properties. "Are you satisfied with this transaction?" the ferryman inquired. I am exceedingly content. This exchange is remarkably fair. Wang Xuan responded earnestly. The ferryman, seated at the bow of the boat with his fishing rod in hand, remarked, "There is one matter to clarify. The hidden trader has just made a request to have the mist dispersed so that you may meet. Is it necessary?" Wang Xuan felt uneasy. He wished to depart promptly without confronting the celestial beings behind the curtain. The ferryman, taken aback, replied, "You may choose to decline." "I refuse," Wang Xuan decisively declared, fearing to provoke the celestial being cloaked in secrecy. For the sake of safety and prudence, he preferred to remain discreet. The ferryman continued, "It is quite normal for both parties to meet after a friendly transaction, and there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Though I am but a mere mortal, I aspire to ascend to the celestial realm, wishing to preserve a beautiful vision that will serve as motivation until I can meet her in my true celestial form." Wang Xuan remained resolute in his desire to avoid the encounter. Such ambition, the ferryman nodded, then added, "However, the other party is insistent on meeting you and is willing to offer an astonishing commission for the privilege. Let her pay the exorbitant commission then." Wang Xuan replied. The ferryman fell silent, turning away, his dark cloak swirling with mist, forming a hazy visage that regarded him. He instinctively sensed that an issue had arisen between the two parties. He ventured, "May I inquire your name?" Wang Xuan was reluctant to disclose it. Yet he realized this was likely a powerful figure, not lurking behind the curtain, but standing right before him. Thus, he honestly revealed his true name, whispering, "Wang Xuan." The ferryman made a gesture as if to touch his forehead, though it was shrouded in darkness, and he remained silent for a protracted moment. Wang Xuan felt apprehensive. The man capable of casting a fishing hook into the realm beyond was undeniably formidable. What if he were dissatisfied and dealt him a harsh blow? Finally, the ferryman spoke, "You need not worry. Under the witness of the ancient covenant, the transaction is complete, and all parties must abide by it, with no room for renegotiation." Wang Xuan exhaled deeply, reassured that with such an agreement in place, he need not remain tense. The ferryman informed him that the other party did not possess rare treasures at hand and would need to wait a while longer. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan realized the commission must indeed be substantial. He was tempted to inquire whether he might receive a share of the commission, considering it was for the sake of meeting him. Yet he ultimately refrained from speaking, deciding it prudent to maintain silence in such circumstances. The ferryman remarked, "Someone has taken an interest in your short sword. I informed them that you are not trading. Subsequently, another party has expressed interest in the secret gold upon you, inquiring if it is for sale." Wang Xuan was taken aback and retrieved the two spiked steel plates from his arm. Even beings of ascension were coveting them. No wonder there were rumors that celestial beings infused some solar gold into their weapons. Such tales were indeed true. What would they offer in exchange? Wang Xuan asked. The steel plates were not his own. He had merely borrowed them, but he felt he could compensate Xiao Zhong with something else in the future. Indeed, he was quite eager to exchange some mysterious artifacts with the celestial beings. In Wang Xuan's perspective, any object possessed by such elevated entities would be a treasure in the present world. The ferryman provided him with a list detailing what was available. As expected, the celestial beings offered extraordinary items, ranging from secret techniques to artifacts, and even maps leading to treasures buried in the contemporary realm. Treasures? Wang Xuan found that to be the least credible claim. After many years, who could ascertain their existence? Furthermore, who knows on which perilous planet those treasures might reside? Even with coordinates, one could hardly guarantee their survival long enough to retrieve them. Some of the secret techniques sounded astonishing, such as the demon immortal bone forging technique, the great sun purification method, and the void herb gathering technique, each name more impressive than the last. Though Wang Xuan had not delved deeply into them, he sensed that these methods likely belonged to sinister practices, likely ill-suited for him to cultivate. What is the fragment of the blessed land? Wang Xuan inquired about the artifact on the list, curious about its purpose. The ferryman replied, "These are remnants of the once whole blessed land, shattered by a supreme being." According to him, these small fragments possess a certain internal space, capable of storing everyday items, thus proving quite practical. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan's expression changed to one of astonishment. This object would undoubtedly be a rare treasure for the denizens of the present world, at the very least. He had never seen nor heard anyone speak of it. Of course, the wealthy might have other sources. Old Zhong's treasury could very well contain such wonders, as he possessed an abundance of curiosities. Are the secret techniques on the list more suitable for the cultivation of the demon race? Wang Xuan further inquired. The ferryman nodded without elaborating. Then I shall exchange for the fragment of the blessed land. Wang Xuan decisively resolved. From behind the great curtain, a small, unremarkable gray stone emerged, appearing rather inconspicuous, no larger than a fingernail. If it were to fall to the ground, surely no one would bother to pick it up. Fortunately, it was threaded through a chain, allowing it to be worn on the wrist. Otherwise, it would have been easily lost. This diminutive gray-brown fragment of blessed land required the sacrifice of more than 1.5 steel plates, the remaining portion being the ferryman's commission. For both transactions, that small remaining piece of steel served as the commission, as the ferryman adhered to the old covenant, meticulously following the established rules for extracting fees. In truth, he also collected from the powerful beings behind the great curtain. Wang Xuan sighed. It seemed that the rules of participation were universally profitable across time. Upon testing the fragment of the blessed land, he was thoroughly satisfied. The internal space measured 2 cubic meters, not vast, but ample for his needs. This artifact required mental focus to open and close its space. He stored his short sword, a jade stone containing medicinal soil, a silver hairpin, and a feathered bamboo inscribed with runes within it, proving to be exceedingly practical and convenient. In the contemporary realm, this was akin to a celestial rarity. The ferryman received some curious items from the fishing line and said, "She has already paid a hefty commission, and I must fulfill my duty." With that, he dispersed the mist before the great curtain, allowing the ethereal beings within to see those outside. Behind the great curtain stood 6 individuals, both male and female, all exuding vibrant life force, their appearances remarkably youthful, yet their true ages were difficult to ascertain. The world behind the great curtain was bathed in bright sunlight, with magnificent landscapes, marking the height of day. In a scene illuminated by the moonlight reflecting upon the azure sea, Wang Xuan found himself enveloped in the quietude of the night. Behind the grand curtain, a woman clad in white, possessing a certain beauty with her cherubic, plump visage, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration upon catching sight of him. Her fierce eyes widened, and flames seemed to erupt from within, a spectacle not of mere exaggeration but of genuine fury, as her gaze blazed forth, illuminating the backdrop with its intensity. She was incensed, realizing she had inadvertently aided the adversary. Most infuriating of all was the realization that the conditions proposed by the opponent had perfectly circumvented any risk, allowing him to remain secure under the old pact. Wang Xuan couldn't help but smirk, recognizing how truly vexed she was. Behind her, the imposing spectral form of a great white tiger emerged, exuding an aura of menace. Its fiery gaze locked onto Wang Xuan. "Have you known her before? What heinous deeds have you committed to provoke such wrath?" The ferryman inquired. "Nothing much. Merely an unexpected encounter. I mistook her for a mere cat, finding her rather adorable, and I couldn't resist petting her. Apparently, she harbors a grudge," Wang Xuan replied, downplaying the situation. The ferryman was at a loss for words. How could he have dared to treat such a fierce and formidable white tiger demon as a mere feline? A thunderous roar erupted from the enraged woman and her colossal tiger shadow, shaking the very air around them, as if they yearned to break free in fury. Wang Xuan stood in astonishment. Not only could she see him, but she could also hear him through the curtain? The ferryman had failed to inform him of this rather inconvenient detail. Within the curtain, 5 other figures, men and women alike, exchanged glances of disbelief. Some were astonished while others stifled laughter. One woman, clutching her mouth, erupted into fits of laughter, her body trembling with mirth, exclaiming, "The illustrious white tiger demon! A legendary being, reduced to being mistaken for a cat. What an indelible stain upon her reputation. I heard it with my own ears, ha." Wang Xuan was tempted to inquire about her identity and why she was so eager to provoke the situation, but upon reflection, he deemed it wiser to remain silent, suspecting that these individuals might be demon immortals themselves. "Be quiet. He was not referring to me. That was merely a fragment of my spirit left behind in my homeland." The white tiger demoness retorted, concealing certain secrets she would never divulge to these onlookers. Wang Xuan, having received his share of benefits, chose to exercise restraint. Deciding not to further provoke her, he turned to the ferryman and said, "You see, the transaction has been completed. It is time to guide me along the secret path. The hour is late, and I yearn to return." "You are currently traversing the secret path," the ferryman informed him, adding, "She has paid a substantial commission." She now possesses the right to meet you face to face, and the time should not yet conclude. Wang Xuan could only stare in astonishment, resigned to lingering there. Despicable villain, return my medicinal soil. The white tiger demoness was so infuriated that she felt the urge to strike herself. She had never anticipated encountering an enemy in this place. No returns. The transaction is complete, and there shall be no regrets. You have already sent me forth. Wang Xuan asserted defiantly, lifting his chin in refusal. That soil belongs to my master, and it is beyond your grasp. The woman's cherubic plump face was etched with indignation and fury, on the brink of a complete eruption. Do not be angry. I am acquainted with her as well. Clearly, fate has intertwined our paths, allowing us to meet even in the depths of the cosmos. Wang Xuan attempted to soothe her, concluding with a reflective sentiment. Ah, fate is indeed a wondrous thing. Who is fated to be with you? Ah, this is driving me insane. The woman in white felt an overwhelming urge to lose her mind. She despised herself for this bizarre turn of events today, a reality she could scarcely believe. Do not force me to descend upon this world and eliminate you, she threatened. Wang Xuan, no longer in the mood for pleasantries, retorted, then come over. It has been a while since I've had the pleasure of petting a cat, and I fear my skills may have dulled. The white tiger fairy felt as though she might shatter from frustration. Several other fairies, all formidable beings, stood nearby, their empty lashes betraying their vast experience as they scrutinized the scene, formulating their own hypotheses. White tiger celestial, cease your cries. We understand you are feigning anger and howling to mask certain truths, one male fairy intoned. A female fairy quietly inquired, this young man is quite extraordinary, isn't he? You wish to obscure the truths and secrets surrounding him. Give up. He is a favored individual of my master. Despite her round, cherubic face, the woman in white coldly declared, I shall summon my master. If you do not clarify matters with her regarding the elixir of earth, you shall have no favorable outcome. With that, the white tiger fairy vanished in a flash. May I leave? Wang Xuan inquired of the ferryman, reluctant to remain amidst the memories of the crimson-clad female fairy. Fearing what might occur if she were to emerge from this space, he wondered if the ferryman could shield him. The secret path is not yet finished. You cannot depart. The ferryman responded, shaking his head. What a broken secret path, Wang Xuan mused inwardly, feeling no sensation of it at all. After a moment's contemplation, he called into the depths of the curtain, White Tiger Celestial, inform your master that all matters are negotiable, provided she demonstrates sufficient sincerity. It remains to be seen if she possesses treasures, secret techniques, or rare artifacts that might pique my interest. Chapter 152. Encounter with the crimson-clad fairy within the Grand Curtain. Majestic mountains, lakes shimmering with ethereal light, and waterfalls cascading from floating islands intertwined in a breathtaking tapestry of beauty. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, shaking the mountains, mirroring the tumult within the heart of the woman in white, whose round, delicate face flushed to the point of near bloodshed. How dare that mortal make such demands of her? In that fleeting moment, she genuinely contemplated breaking free from the curtain. Today, she had been thoroughly humiliated by a mere mortal. This felt more degrading and shaming than the time she was pierced in the backside by his black sword, a memory she would rather not revisit. The other fairies displayed varied expressions. Some laughed, while others approached Wang Xuan with a gentle demeanor, harboring ulterior motives. The moonlight flowed like water, and the azure sea lay tranquil. Upon the golden bamboo boat, the ferryman turned, his dark, blurred visage emerging from within his rain cloak, quietly observing Wang Xuan. It had been centuries since anyone had boarded the vessel. Today, a person had finally arrived, their actions leaving the ferryman in a state of contemplation. What era is this? Is this how contemporary individuals behave? Senior, I am but a mortal, struggling to survive under the watchful eyes of the celestial beings. My plight is already pitiable enough. Please, allow me to leave, Wang Xuan murmured. Observing his humility, seriousness, and earnest expression, the ferryman felt a surge of emotion. A mortal causing distress to a fairy could be considered quite an achievement. Was this a typical case of taking advantage and then fleeing? Now that you are frightened, why did you provoke her earlier? The ferryman inquired. The clay figurine possesses a trace of earthiness. I find myself driven to desperation. The reality is that the weaker a person becomes, the more fervently they strive to bolster their courage with loud proclamations. Wang Xuan's forthrightness and candor compelled even the ferryman to regard him with heightened interest. Was it genuine? Perhaps not. The secret path is nearing its conclusion. Upon receiving such a response, Wang Xuan sensed a veneer of insincerity. He had yet to grasp the true nature of the so-called secret path, feeling no enhancement in his strength whatsoever. Could it be that this secret path is merely a figment of a dream? Perhaps to be told that the dream path has come to an end? Unable to contain himself, he spoke up. The ferryman responded with a serene demeanor, stating, "This is the land of departure." Indeed, the keyword contained the character for departure, aligning with what Wang Xuan had heard outside. The red-clad female demon had yet to appear, while several other celestial beings had repeatedly probed Wang Xuan, clearly with ulterior motives, leaving him in a rather passive position. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to inquire earnestly about the secret path from the ferryman, justifiably avoiding interaction with those individuals within the inner realm. The land of departure might well be the source of the extraordinary, the commencement of cultivation, the primordial ground where all things are deified, the most ancient of secret paths. He then added, "This is merely one perspective. Some believe that there exists an even more archaic secret path, where in the earliest times, sentient beings had alternative routes to traverse, allowing them to surpass ordinary humans and common beasts, stepping into the realm of the extraordinary." Wang Xuan was only familiar with the inner realm and the celestial medicines. He was entirely ignorant of the ferryman's discourse. The ferryman explained that upon the initial discovery of the land of departure, any entity that approached it was almost certain to perish. Yet, there are exceptions. Those few humans or creatures who survive the onslaught of the mysterious energies from the land of departure gradually attain extraordinary capabilities. Radiation? Wang Xuan was taken aback. Forming such an association, followed by concerns about potential deformities or the emergence of malignant diseases. The ferryman, upon grasping the modern terminology, shook his head. This transformative process would empower beings but would not result in ailments. In that era of primal savagery, where the weak were devoured by the strong, some organisms became extraordinarily powerful due to the land of departure, transcending to a higher plane. The land of departure primarily initiates from the transformation of the physical body, allowing both humans and creatures to become either deified or demonic. The ferryman expressed his belief that the strengthening of various beings originates from the corporeal form, leading him to surmise that the land of departure might be the earliest and most primordial of secret paths. Wang Xuan mused, "I had assumed that the discovery of the inner realm placed humanity at a unique temporal juncture, enabling them to triumph over various monsters. Yet, it appears that in earlier epochs, the land of departure existed as a secret path, with diverse races attaining mastery through its influence." In his understanding, the land of departure represents extraordinary radiation. This evokes a sense of mystery. How did the land of departure come into being? The ferryman shook his head, noting that few can elucidate the origins of the land of departure. It is termed thus because one occasionally glimpses shadows of species long extinct within its confines, creatures that have vanished from the current world. Hence, the land of departure is also referred to as the land of lost scenes, remnants of the past. Is there but one such wondrous place in this world? Wang Xuan inquired. The ferryman shook his head and replied, "Of course not. The 8 great realms of demise are the focal point, each presenting a distinct and renowned landscape. Additionally, there exist some lesser realms of passing. The crux of the matter is that formidable realms of demise are transient. They do not linger in one place for long. Based on my experience, since someone has successfully arrived here, this realm will likely depart from this planet within a year or so." Wang Xuan fell into a trance, realizing that the realms of demise were not fixed. Their movements were unpredictable. According to his newfound understanding, these realms symbolized vanishing vistas, capable of movement and imbued with extraordinary radiation. He pondered the source of their peril, eager for deeper understanding. Do you not sense it yourself? Upon first stepping into a realm of demise, your body undergoes extraordinary radiation, manifesting various characteristics of deification and demonic transformation, nearly tearing you apart. Normally, upon entry, 90% of individuals would perish immediately due to the overwhelming nature of this extraordinary transformation. Few can endure it. Wang Xuan felt a dissonance. He had only experienced demonic transformation, devoid of any signs of deification. That is because you consumed the inferior fruit of the demons, most likely the blood grape. Came the ferryman's explanation, leaving Wang Xuan momentarily speechless. The ferryman held no secrets regarding this place. Why is it that no vegetation grows on the periphery of this realm of demise? It is because countless beings have perished here, their essences now suffused with malice. 99% of those who enter disintegrate. Upon grasping this knowledge, Wang Xuan felt satisfied that his physical form had withstood the extraordinary radiation, proving sufficiently resilient. Are the various legendary and mythical beings residing atop those high platforms along the coast inherent to the realm? He inquired. No, replied the ferryman. All races regard the realm of demise as too perilous. Those are extraordinary methods left behind by past champions to guide future beings toward true paths and avenues of deification. Yet even so, the mortality rate remains alarmingly high. Indeed, one could say terrifying. Wang Xuan witnessed firsthand how, beneath each high platform, so many beings could accept the extraordinary radiation, yet few ultimately emerged alive. The ferryman lamented, the survival rate along this secret path of demise is exceedingly low, dissuading many from daring to traverse it. At that moment, a change occurred behind the great veil. Clouds swirled, obscuring the brilliant sun, and the world was instantly shrouded in twilight, misty and enigmatic. Predecessor, if she does not adhere to the rules, can you restrain her? Wang Xuan inquired softly, aware that the red-clad female demoness had arrived. The old covenant can contain her, the ferryman responded. Wang Xuan felt overwhelmed. The red-clad demoness had persistently sought to breach the limitations of the old covenant, challenging the very rules of the Great Veil. Within the veil, several demon immortals. Upon catching sight of the distant, graceful figure, all paid their respects, revealing their profound reverence for the strength and status of the red-clad demoness. She was a vision of beauty, donned in resplendent red, having discarded her oiled paper umbrella, strolling through the rain, her hair glistening with droplets. Her fair visage appearing almost surreal amidst the misty rain. Her eyes held an enchanting allure, exuding an otherworldly charm that caused the other demon immortals to lower their postures even further. With a gentle wave of her hand, they retreated, relinquishing the space before the great veil to her, distancing themselves in deference, unwilling to stand alongside her. The white tiger demon immortal stood a short distance away, poised for any summons. After a prolonged separation, the enchanting fairy radiated an even more captivating allure than before. Wang Xuan greeted her politely, aware that he could not simply strike at this smiling figure. He sought to ease the tension between them. The lady in red, indeed, possessed an extraordinary elegance. Her effortless poise and alluring demeanor inspired awe among other fairies and demons alike, setting her apart from the rest. Though she remained silent, her glimmering eyes exuded a natural charm, albeit with a hint of coldness that suggested she was not inclined to offer warmth. Her beauty was breathtaking. Whether smiling or maintaining a stoic expression, she exuded a unique allure that was utterly captivating. With a subtle smile, she delicately prodded the grand curtain with her fair fingers, instantly creating a slender fissure within it. This spectacle heightened the apprehension of several demons and fairies, who instinctively lowered their postures, bowing their heads slightly in deference. A vague visage emerged from the ferryman's cloak, fixated ahead. The lady in red was clearly transgressing the ancient covenant, displaying a rather audacious arrogance. Tell me, how do you intend to deal with me once I capture you? She inquired with a smile, her crimson lips revealing a charming set of pearly teeth, radiating an alluring charisma. Wang Xuan felt a shiver of alarm. Could this woman truly be capable of breaking free? What if she managed to ensnare him? He glanced at the ferryman, harboring grave doubts about whether this guardian of the covenant could ensure their safety. Under the ancient agreement, no one was exempt. This is a serious matter, the ferryman stated solemnly. Wang Xuan considered this declaration rather precarious. He believed it prudent to remain composed and avoid provoking the lady in red. My lady, I have sent word through the white tiger fairy. This is not mere idle chatter. I believe it unnecessary for our two parties to engage in conflict upon our meeting. I am aware of your intentions, and they do not conflict with my interests. I posit that we are not adversaries and could potentially collaborate. Wang Xuan spoke earnestly, aiming to dissolve the discord. The ferryman cast him a disapproving glance, an unkind expression upon his indistinct countenance, as if to say, have you gone too far? You dare discuss a breach of contract in the presence of the covenant's guardian? Wang Xuan replied, I genuinely believe that there is nothing in this world that cannot be discussed. We can transform enmity into friendship and coexist harmoniously. For instance, you could invest in me, allowing me to grow faster, and in turn, I could better assist you in the future. Surely, this is preferable to your constant desire to capture me and force my compliance? Do you take me for a foolish cat, nurturing potential threats while empowering the enemy? How naive, the lady in red remarked, casting him a fleeting glance. Meanwhile, the white tiger fairy, filled with indignation, glared fiercely at Wang Xuan. He sighed softly. I approached with sincerity, hoping for collaboration, yet it appears you grant me no opportunity and dismiss me outright. The white tiger fairy retorted, a deceiver. You must first return the medicinal soil, otherwise, what sincerity do you possess? Wang Xuan ignored her and continued to gaze at the resplendent lady in red. Collaboration is not out of the question. You may enter the grand curtain and remain by my side for 3 years, she proposed. 3 years. My physical form left outside would surely decay, Wang Xuan countered, seeking an excuse. Simultaneously, he pondered whether the 3-year term suggested that the lady in red was also wary of this time frame and could not force her way out. A slight smirk graced the lips of the lady in red as she replied, I can guide both your spirit and physical form into my realm. Forget it. With the guru present, I shall not venture forth. Wang Xuan declined. What a jest. If I were to enter, I would likely never emerge again. The white tiger demon Immortal stood at the back, her round face puffed in indignation, coldly laughing. You're deceiving a ghost. The red-clad demon Immortal smiled, instantly brightening the dreary, rain-soaked day, and said, let us change the terms. Send me the piece of bone that the sword Immortal has retained in this realm. Wang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he replied coldly, such a proposition lacks sincerity. How could he possibly relinquish the vibrant bone of the sword Immortal? It was intrinsically linked to her future. You must think carefully. Without you, I shall soon depart as well. Imagine a beautiful encounter awaiting us in the mortal realm. Are you looking forward to it? The red-clad demon Immortal smiled radiantly, exuding an enchanting allure. Yet, Wang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. Did she possess other means of escape? I vaguely overheard that you wish for me to perform a dance of the demon immortals. The red-clad demon Immortal furrowed her brows, gazing at him intently. Wang Xuan fell silent. Indeed, during the last escapade with Old Chun and Qing Mu aboard the spaceship to gather celestial herbs, he had uttered such words. Had she truly overheard him? The ferryman was speechless. This mortal lad was audacious enough to make a legendary demon immortal dance for him. Behind the scenes, several demon immortals were utterly astonished, reflecting silently on how long it had been since they had witnessed such fearlessness. Even those who entertained such thoughts had met their demise. Wang Xuan regarded her, initially silent, yet he sensed that collaboration was no longer possible. The veil of civility was destined to be torn. What was there left to care about? Thus, he calmly declared, one day, I shall compel you to dance the dance of the demon immortals. Chapter 153. An appointment in the mortal realm. At Wang Xuan's proclamation, silence enveloped both the backdrop and the azure sea, as if the very raindrops hesitated to fall. The demon immortals lowered their gazes to the ground, feigning ignorance, fearful of incurring wrath. Was there truly such a fearless soul in existence? Did he comprehend the gravity of his words? In terms of might, the red-clad immortal was a being of mythic legend among the celestial ranks. To dare request her to dance? Such audacity was unparalleled. The demon immortals were astounded. They had never encountered a mortal with designs on the red-clad demon immortal. I now believe you shall not cooperate with her. The ferryman nodded, recognizing that he was face-to-face with a most extraordinary mortal. To speak so boldly in the presence of an unparalleled demon immortal was a testament to the daring spirit of the youth of this era. The white tiger demon immortal roared, seemingly incensed on her behalf, wishing to make Wang Xuan pay dearly. Yet, the red-clad demon immortal remained unperturbed, maintaining a subtle smile. Had she truly cared, she would not have broached the subject. She gathered her damp, flowing hair, her eyes shimmering, her crimson attire swirling gracefully, and said, soon, I shall embark on a journey to the mortal realm in an unconventional manner, anticipating our meeting in this world. Wang Xuan, he felt as if he might explode. Wasn't he supposed to remain trapped for 3 years? He had thought he had more time to prepare and enhance his abilities. How soon will she come into this world? Is it even bearable? Wang Xuan's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, utterly taken aback. This unexpected encounter surpassed all his anticipations. If their meeting were to occur so swiftly, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. He fell silent, contemplating various possibilities. You adore the Yao Shenwu so much. When we truly meet, Prepare for a delightful surprise, the enchanting red-clad Yaoshan remarked with a charming smile before turning away. Wang Xuan stood rooted, staring at her retreating figure, pondering what to do. It had been ages since he last ventured into the mortal realm, and he found himself filled with anticipation. Her crimson dress billowed magnificently, a breathtaking sight as she gradually faded from view, casting a final glance imbued with myriad charms. Yet, Wang Xuan found himself incapable of appreciating the beauty, for he sensed an impending existential crisis. Did he truly believe the ancient covenant was merely a facade? The ferryman spoke coldly, as the other party brazenly declared their intent to breach the mortal realm before him, a blatant act of disdain towards the covenant, a flagrant provocation. Senior, should you not hasten to pursue and vanquish the demons? Wang Xuan looked at him, relying entirely on this covenant guardian. I cannot breach the covenant, the ferryman replied. Wang Xuan felt a twinge of apprehension. Was he too timid to enter? Fear not. Even though she appears before you through a great veil, she is utterly unaware of your current location on this planet, adrift in the vastness. The ferryman reassured him, asserting that the Yaoshan would not necessarily be able to find him in the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan paused, a sense of calm washing over him. He was now far removed from his former homeland, light years away from his birthplace. He refused to be superstitious. Could the red-clad Yaoshan truly locate him across multiple star systems? At the edge of deep space? Impossible. Thus, he spoke with composure. I shall await you in the mortal realm. Let us not part ways. He refrained from mentioning his old homeland, fearing that it might reveal his underlying concerns. The Yaoshan departed without a reply. Wang Xuan sighed, feeling a twinge of unease at being the object of attention of such an invincible Yaoshan. He worried that she might genuinely traverse numerous star systems to find him. Time is of the essence. I shall escort you away, the ferryman declared. Wang Xuan was reluctant. After all this time, he had yet to undergo transformation. And this was to be the conclusion? What a flawed secret path. Had you chosen the path of the supreme, true body, like transforming into a golden-winged rock, a thousand-armed true deity, or a demon, your power would have significantly increased, yet you refused. That is demonic transformation, Wang Xuan insisted. Entering the realm of the departed and experiencing extraordinary radiation can lead to both demonic and divine transformations. This time, you primarily consumed the fruit of demonic transformation, which is why divine transformation has not manifested. According to him, divine transformation could preserve one's essence, whether human or demon, allowing for the choice of this path. Of course, some changes would still occur, such as the emergence of elongated eyes, pointed ears, or a third vertical eye appearing on the forehead. Additionally, some beings undergo mutations in their organs post-divine transformation. For instance, their hearts may enlarge and become more powerful, turning silver. As individuals gradually divine, golden patterns may appear on their bones, rendering them robust and sturdy, towering several meters high. Though divine transformation does not deviate too far from the original form, some alterations remain evident. Is this divine transformation acceptable? Wang Xuan pondered. In an instant, he recalled the 5 pages of golden scripture, a relic left by Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism. The engravings on the golden scripture depicted humanoid forms. Moreover, the patterns depicted in the golden book concerning the resonance of organs do not exhibit any abnormalities. They align perfectly with those of an ordinary human. He immediately comprehended that, at this stage, there was no necessity for deification. The 5 pages of the golden book seemed to provide the answer. Wang Xuan inquired, in the realm of the deceased, is there only the option of demonization or deification for the transcendent radiation? I anticipated you would pose this question. The ferryman gestured towards the sea and remarked, there exists a more radical approach. Plunge into the water, envisioning your transformation into a certain creature. If you survive, you will ultimately undergo a profound metamorphosis into some form of life. With a stroke of luck, you may even achieve divine attributes in various organs. Wang Xuan was lost in thought. This was indeed a fusion of demonization and deification. He shook his head and replied, I merely wish to remain human. There is no need for me to leap in and reconstitute myself. The ferryman responded, therefore, I am merely rowing to ferry you across the sea. I have long perceived your obsession, which is suited for traversing the most serene path of the deceased realm. How so? The divine bamboo vessel offers protection, allowing you to gently absorb the transcendent radiation of the deceased, thereby enhancing your corporeal vitality. Once you depart from this place and engage in cultivation for a period, your strength will naturally and gradually elevate. Upon hearing this explanation, Wang Xuan felt dissatisfied. His intent in entering the realm of the deceased was to achieve a swift breakthrough. If he were to wait for a duration, he would opt for alternate routes. The ferryman continued, everything must adhere to a principle of balance. Deification and demonization arise from the intense radiation of the deceased, which subsequently provides mysterious energy. If you choose the tranquil path, while your physical form may be activated, the energy required must be replenished gradually from the outside world, hence immediate advancement is not feasible. He further elaborated, in truth, if you consume a greater quantity of blood grapes, and, upon your arrival here, reject demonization, then after expelling the demonic properties from your body, the residual normal medicinal properties may suffice to replenish the energy you require on the peaceful path, allowing for a swift breakthrough as well. Wang Xuan appeared contemplative as he remarked, so, the conclusion is that even the demon fruit can be purged of its harmful components here and attain purification. If the quantity is sufficiently ample, I can achieve a successful breakthrough? Indeed, the ferryman nodded. Wang Xuan lamented, recalling that during his escape from the cave of the silkworm serpent, he had the opportunity to gather the remaining clusters of blood grapes, yet he had disregarded them entirely. For at that time, he was already aware that they were demon fruits. Hurry, bring me to shore. Wang Xuan exclaimed. What is the rush? The ferryman queried, astonished. I shall return shortly. I intend to break through here. Wang Xuan resolved to immediately gather the demon fruits. He had meticulously calculated. When the adult silkworm serpent ventured forth to hunt, he would have ample time to harvest the blood grapes. Attempting to flee towards the distance was destined for failure. However, if he escaped from its extraordinary lair toward this realm of the deceased, the distance was minimal, and there would be no issues. Furthermore, there were 8 extraordinary beings nesting around this realm, and it was likely they would possess miraculous herbs. In an instant, Wang Xuan's eyes sparkled brilliantly. He yearned to leverage the secret path of the deceased to elevate himself, convinced that it would not be long before he caught up with old Chun. The ferryman interrupted his reverie, saying, do you think arriving here is a simple endeavor? Unless you possess an extraordinary treasure of inner scenery, or if your ancestral guardian has bestowed particular care upon you, refining the essence of that mysterious factor which accumulates within your flesh and blood. It is essential to recognize that the grand environment of the universe has transformed, the power of future spiritual masters has diminished, and they struggle to accumulate substantial essence. He is aware of the mysterious essence within Wang Xuan's body, linked to the inner scenery. Yet he adheres to the ancient covenant and refrains from employing his heart perception or celestial sight, remaining oblivious to its true depth. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan felt increasingly confident. Having once traversed the inner scenery himself, he essentially equated himself with a spiritual master. Moreover, alongside old Chun and Qing Mu, he had feasted on the flesh of the white tiger demon within the inner scenery, which the female sword Immortal had stated was composed of refined mysterious essence. This may very well be our final encounter. Take care of yourself, the ferryman remarked. Wang Xuan disregarded him, firmly believing he could return, and turned towards the great curtain. Addressing the celestial beings, esteemed immortals, do any of you wish to sample the wild delicacies of the mortal realm? I shall return shortly. If there is a desire for trade, feel free to place your orders. He was uncertain whether the wild game could be brought back intact. Wild game of the earth immortal level could be considered, one of the demon immortals responded. Wang Xuan, disinclined to engage further, urged the ferryman to set sail. The ethereal bamboo boat transformed into a streak of light, swiftly carrying them to the shore. Wang Xuan leapt from the vessel, discovering himself by a shimmering blue lake, with the golden bamboo boat anchored within its depths. He was momentarily stunned. Was this small lake the Azure Sea? This place of demise is merely a lake. The ferryman explained. Until we meet again, Wang Xuan exclaimed as he turned to flee. Do you truly believe this is your backyard? The ferryman shook his head, guiding the small boat away, gradually vanishing into the mist. Before Wang Xuan could entirely depart from this perilous land, he sensed a surge of vitality within himself, undergoing a transformation, albeit lacking some energy to sustain it. The residual energy from the blood grapes was insufficient. After pondering, he extracted several azure, luminescent worms, crushing them one by one against his body, while activating the primordial techniques of the ancient alchemists. Indeed, these worms were extraordinary, brimming with mysterious essence, greatly benefiting his physique. They surpassed ordinary spiritual herbs significantly. My apologies, Master Ma. I shall utilize these worms for now, and later, I will directly present you with the demon fruit. Wang Xuan mused. With the infusion of new energetic substances, he felt a tingling sensation across his body, signaling the onset of another shedding. In truth, it was not solely the mysterious essence of the worms at play. His own body had accumulated a substantial amount of mysterious substances, now surging forth. Moments later, Wang Xuan shed his tattered garments, shedding an entire layer of skin, emerging with a luminous sheen devoid of any unpleasant odor. Previously, his golden body technique was teetering on the critical threshold of the 7th level, barely entering it, but now he had ascended directly to the mid-7th level. Simultaneously, he had also transcended into the realm of Grandmaster. Wang Xuan quietly sensed the changes within himself. A slight tremor in his organs released a burst of lightning. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a flame shot forth, melting a stone upon the ground. His body had undergone a significant transformation. His constitution had vastly improved, and the secret power within his flesh had surged, a testament to his accumulation. He estimated that should he encounter those extraterrestrial beings again, he would be more than capable of dealing with them. None would escape. The Grandmaster is insufficient for my ambitions. Guarding the secret path of the departed while standing adjacent to the lairs of 8 extraordinary beings, I must advance into the true realm of the extraordinary here. Chapter 154. The outer changes. Wang Xuan silently contemplated the remarkable enhancement of his physique. With a gentle leap, he vanished from his original position with a swiftness far surpassing his previous speed. Each acceleration created explosive sounds in the air, effortlessly breaking the sound barrier. At the edge of the abyss stood towering stone walls, and instead of striking with his fists, he emitted a faint golden light from his body and crashed into them. The stone wall shattered, forming a humanoid crater at the point of impact, from which numerous black fissures radiated outward. Wang Xuan emerged from the damaged area, having thoroughly assessed his own strength. The golden body technique was indeed formidable, with both speed and power significantly amplified. He felt himself to be considerably stronger than the average Grandmaster. At that moment, he remained unclothed, as his tattered garments, having been swallowed by the serpent's belly, had absorbed an overwhelming stench. He had no desire to don them again. Shaking his head, he temporarily dismissed the thought. A powerful impulse surged within him, urging him to practice the body techniques of Zhang Daoling, curious whether he too could achieve a breakthrough. This urge stemmed from the vibrant life force emanating from his flesh and bones, as if his body had been reborn, with all metrics experiencing substantial enhancement. Most crucially, after traversing the secret path of the departed, the vitality of his flesh remained astonishingly high. Was this not the ideal moment to practice the 5-page golden book? Taking a deep breath, Wang Xuan assumed the posture of the 4th form, aligning his body and then following the secret of rhythm, allowing his blood, bones, and organs to resonate. The body techniques inscribed in the golden book required complete bodily coordination, vibrating at a unique frequency. A misstep could lead to self-injury. Some organs were delicate, yet a significant portion of the secret power was cultivated from such places, a paradoxical and mysterious phenomenon. Wang Xuan proceeded with caution, ready to halt at the slightest discomfort. After a considerable duration, he expelled a breath of stagnant air. He could barely execute the 4th form, but he dared not continue further, content with having reached this stage. Using his spiritual domain to examine himself, he noted the rich vitality within, with his organs glowing faintly, reminiscent of the glow of dawn and the tender shoots of spring breaking through the earth, symbolizing rebirth. This was a testament to his body's optimal functioning, and the practice of the 4th form from the golden book had not been impaired. He approached the discarded layer of skin on the ground and, for the sake of prudence, decided to dispose of it. It must be said that having mastered the golden body technique, the shed layer of living material was remarkably resilient. With a short sword in hand, he sliced through it and unleashed Grand Master-level true fire to eliminate it. After some hesitation, Wang Xuan incinerated the foul-smelling tattered clothing as well. He would rather venture out wrapped in tree bark. Upon his departure, the mysterious powers of the departed did not hinder him. As Wang Xuan stepped out from the mist, he was momentarily entranced by the blazing sun outside, where various energetic substances thrived, swirling amidst the mountains in a riot of colorful radiance. In stark contrast, The abyss behind him remained shrouded in deep night, a solitary full moon illuminating the distinctly different celestial phenomena. Wang Xuan, filled with ambition, resolved to rise in this newfound realm upon discovering the secret path to the land of the departed. However, reality swiftly imparted its harsh lessons. The jungle law of this mysterious territory was ruthless, and a moment's negligence could cost him his life. As he ventured forth, he oriented himself and studied the terrain. Realizing he was no longer in the area he had initially entered, suddenly, he beheld a mountain turtle, the size of a tabletop, perched on the opposite cliff. Its shell, adorned with intricate patterns, gleamed like brass as it basked in the sun. Having gone hungry for much of the day, the prospect of feasting on the turtle was tempting. Yet, Wang Xuan sensed something amiss. The creature's gaze, filled with a predatory glint, suggested it was eyeing him as a potential meal. In an instant, his instincts flared. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon one of the extraordinary beings that nested around the misty zone? Wang Xuan promptly turned to flee, even as a grandmaster. He dared not confront such a creature head-on. To engage recklessly would likely lead him to become mere sustenance for the turtle. The brass-hued turtle was surprisingly agile, leaping from the cliff with the grace of a swallow, its limbs swiftly navigating the treetops. It glided over the grass as if flying, covering considerable distance with each bound, and soon landed within mere meters of Wang Xuan. It opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that nearly engulfed him. He evaded with lightning speed, his pores shimmering with golden radiance, ultimately seeking refuge in the misty area. Behind him, the fiery blast scorched the ground, turning it molten and flowing with lava. Wang Xuan gasped for breath. In that brief moment, he had narrowly escaped death, realizing that one more misstep could have led to his demise at the jaws of the turtle. The harsh lessons of reality taught him that in this enigmatic land, one could never be too cautious, as extraordinary beings could emerge at any moment. The brass turtle cast a languid glance in his direction before slowly retreating. Wang Xuan recalibrated his mindset and engaged in deep self-reflection. Despite his ability to confront celestial beings on the grand stage, his confidence was bolstered by their absence. Otherwise, he would be obliterated in an instant. The real world was one of survival of the fittest, a brutal arena where even a venerable practitioner, who had toiled for over a century, could find themselves hunted by vermin. What grounds did he have for unwarranted confidence? With a newfound clarity, Wang Xuan adopted a more serious demeanor. At that moment, Zhong Yong and Old Song, exhausted to the point of nausea, their hair disheveled, gasped for air on the ground, drenched in the blood of extraordinary creatures. After a harrowing battle, they had finally slain a male and female pair of monstrous rodents, leaving the forest in ruins. A scene of devastation where all fearsome beasts had fled. Old Zhong, that final move of yours, the five-colored divine light shimmering between your fingers, did you derive that from your family's five-color jade book? Old Song inquired, his gaze intense with eagerness. No, that tome is incomprehensible and elusive. It is, in fact, the ultimate skill of Qin Tuan, Zhong Yong replied, shaking his head. Who is Qin Tuan? Old Song asked, astonished. He is a preeminent master in the field of inner alchemy, a successor to Zhong Li Quan and Lu Dongbin, who greatly expanded the path of the golden elixir. Old Song's heart stirred. Was Zhong Yong preparing to tread the path of the golden elixir in the realm of ancient techniques? Was that the five-colored golden elixir energy mentioned in Qin Tuan's teachings? The elder of the Song family, weary and embittered, pondered whether after a century of arduous cultivation, he might finally glimpse the dawn of enlightenment. Yet, he chastised himself for such fanciful thoughts. The five-colored golden elixir was merely a myth, a feat achieved by scarcely a handful in antiquity. Moreover, what level of cultivation did they currently possess? It was prudent to refrain from contemplating such lofty aspirations. Old Zhong sighed, his expression turning grave as he remarked, Young Song, you too sensed it, did you not? A formidable, extraordinary beast has communicated with us telepathically, delivering a stern warning. Either we withdraw or venture deeper into the sacred ground, lest we linger in this vicinity. The elder of the Song family turned pale upon hearing this. He had indeed heard it. What manner of creature was this, capable of conversing with humans? To what heights of power had it ascended? Why were beings of extraordinary nature prohibited from remaining in the outer regions? The elder was beset by numerous questions. Zhong's demeanor was decidedly somber as he continued. During our flight, I caught a distant glimpse of two groups of young individuals in confrontation. By their attire, They do not appear to be from our New Star faction. Are there others within the depths of the sacred ground? They have emerged. The elder of the Song family felt a chill run down his spine. Zhong added, "We have been warned, and now, finding ourselves unable to leave this planet, we must temporarily transition deeper into the sacred ground." He then stated, "I must locate my two descendants. A foreboding sense tells me that trouble is brewing in this area, and it is best to take them along." In a separate region, Old Chun concealed himself within a dense thicket, perched upon a gnarled tree. Having just consumed the last of the silver bamboo shoots. Earlier, he had only plucked one shoot, before being pursued for hundreds of miles by two creatures reminiscent of national treasures, sustaining deep scratches that stained his back with blood. In a fit of rage, he had seized the opportunity to pilfer 3 additional shoots, devouring them all. Now, his wounds had scabbed over and were nearly healed. The medicinal properties of the bamboo shoots were astonishing. He let out a satisfied belch, having finally vented his frustrations after such a lengthy pursuit. Upon returning to the ancient lands of Shu, I shall ensure to share these bamboo shoots with our distant relatives. He felt a peculiar energy coursing through him, beneficial to his being. Suddenly, a chill ran down Old Chen's spine, and he abruptly looked up to behold a white peacock, enveloped in a nebulous glow, perched upon a branch above, gazing intently at him. This creature was undoubtedly a formidable being among the extraordinary. Even Old Chun felt a tremor of trepidation at the thought of facing it. "Human, your strength has surpassed its limits. You must venture deeper into the sacred ground." The peacock's spirit resonated with intense agitation, issuing a warning. Old Chun was taken aback. Prior to entering the sacred ground, he had thoroughly examined a wealth of information. Yet none had mentioned such entities. He sensed that something significant was afoot. Wang Xuan, concealed and elusive, departed from the mist-laden area, focusing on the 8 extraordinary nests, poised to rush in and gather rare herbs. Some nests he abandoned after merely observing them for a moment, recognizing the futility of confronting certain creatures, such as a golden avian residing upon a precipice. Should one provoke such a flying aberration, escape would be impossible. Could it possess a rare lineage of the golden pung? Perhaps its ancestors were once human, transformed into a demon upon traversing the path of demise. Wang Xuan shifted his attention to the next extraordinary nest, intent on meticulous study. He had also observed the cave of the silkworm snake, where both offspring had survived, and even the male serpent had returned to reside there. Nevertheless, witnessing the harmony of their family, he decided against disrupting their joyful atmosphere, showing mercy as a gesture of goodwill. Ultimately, his keen attention gravitated towards the lair of the brass mountain turtle, where he discovered a peculiar tree resembling one cast from brass, adorned with several yellowed fruits. Though not yet fully ripened, he sensed their medicinal properties would be substantial. This, however, was merely one of his targets. 2 other extraordinary nests also appeared promising. One such nest was home to a rotund silver bear, which he presumed lacked speed. Nevertheless, given that the mountain turtle could traverse the trees with ferocity, he remained cautious regarding the seemingly spherical silver bear. To this end, he observed for an extended period, noting that the silver bear was not particularly swift during its hunts, likely the slowest among the 8 extraordinary creatures. "My apologies, dear silver bear," he mused, "but as you currently lack cubs to nurture, it seems you have grown weary of that cluster of white extraordinary herbs. I shall temporarily borrow them. Rest assured, I will not uproot them entirely. I will leave the roots intact so that, after some time, you may continue to partake in their nourishment." Having identified his target, he prepared to act. Before proceeding, he glanced towards the realm of the departed, which remained shrouded in mist, impenetrable by sunlight. He could not disregard the ferryman's warning that this realm might shift at any moment. Should he succeed in gathering the herbs and consume them, only for the realm to vanish, he would find himself in dire straits. After harvesting the rare herbs, he resolved to enter the realm of the departed before indulging. Prioritizing caution, with ample patience, he awaited the silver bear's next hunting venture, estimating that if it merely fled towards the misty expanse, he would have ample time. The ferryman had mentioned that once parted, they would never meet again in their lifetime, yet he believed he could surprise him soon. "I shall see you shortly. I have yet to fully relish the moonlit lake," he declared, his face radiant with joy. In a distant location, someone stood atop a mountain, gazing in astonishment at Wang Xuan, utterly dumbfounded. What manner of individual is this? They wondered, noting his lack of clothing, save for a rudimentary pair of shorts fashioned from tree bark, as he sprinted wildly, resembling a savage. Indeed, he was an uncivilized native, shamelessly darting about in the nude. A group of alien masters looked down upon him, filled with disdain. Do not underestimate him. This native possesses remarkable survival skills, having managed to endure, one warned. They were stationed in this area not only to eliminate Wang Xuan, but also to seek opportunities to continue their herb gathering. He dares to hide within the belly of the silkworm snake. I suspect he may even be concealed within the stomach of some large fish, floating along the current. Evading danger. That is plausible. Having mastered the golden body technique, hiding within a ferocious beast's belly is indeed a clever strategy, remarked a man who had once leaped across a river to escape. The others, with their cold gazes, conjured various scenarios of Wang Xuan's wild antics. Prepare to hunt him down. This time, he must not escape. The 5 of us who remain are determined to seek vengeance, harboring deep-seated animosity towards Wang Xuan. For his presence has led to the continuous attrition of our team. We are now reduced to a mere 5, utterly outmatched by other factions. Notably, I recently caught sight of the members of Yuhua Sheng. Their female leader demonstrated seemingly extraordinary abilities while battling a monstrous creature. Someone sighed, having witnessed it from a distance. They fled immediately, fearing detection. In the outer regions of the dense land, those who do not belong to our team are our mortal enemies, competitors who, upon encounter, will ensure that one side faces annihilation. Their spirits are utterly crushed. Even before the competition commenced, their numbers had halved. Now, they can only hope to survive by lurking near this extraordinary nest. Clearly, some individuals are capable of ascending to extraordinary realms, yet choose to remain stagnant, intending to monopolize the benefits of the outer regions before advancing to the extraordinary realm themselves, thereafter delving deeper into the dense land to engage in battles for the legendary treasures. The ambitions of certain factions exceed what you might imagine, remarked a man named Zhuiyang. He theorized that some wish to attain the maximum benefits in the outer regions before advancing into the extraordinary realm and subsequently venturing deeper into the dense land for extraordinary combat, competing for those mythical fortunes. In the extraordinary domain, these are regarded as legendary treasures, undoubtedly rare and precious. Such items can alter the destiny of a cultivator. Otherwise, ordinary treasures would not entice them to contend within the dense land. Wang Xuan seized the moment and dashed towards the silver bear's lair, having already caught a whiff of the fragrant silver-white herbs. Amidst the herbal aroma, there lingered an alluring, peculiar fragrance reminiscent of blood grapes, irresistibly beckoning one to approach and consume. In a moment of clarity, Wang Xuan realized that this place bordered the land of demise, and it was highly probable that the ancestors of the 8 extraordinary nests had traversed the path of true embodiment, achieving demonic transformation. Therefore, the herbs in their vicinity are predominantly demonic fruits. Suddenly, a stone weighing dozens of pounds plummeted from the sky, nearly striking him and creating a large crater upon impact. Subsequently, stones continued to rain down, creating a cacophony of noise. Wang Xuan swiftly turned, catching a fleeting glimpse of several figures vanishing atop a distant peak. They intended to use the bear to kill. Fury surged within Wang Xuan. Someone was sabotaging his opportunity. A success was within reach, yet now, the disturbance echoed through the mountains, alerting the silver bear. Despite being so close to the herbs, he resolutely turned away, rushing towards the misty area. To obstruct his herb gathering and hinder his ascension felt akin to a life-and-death grievance. Rage surged within him, yearning to pursue those individuals immediately. He clearly recognized them as those extraterrestrial grandmasters. They had not yet departed. They were fixated on him, intent on eliminating him without hesitation. There was nothing left to discuss, and he must retaliate soon. Deep within the forest, a violent aura erupted, and terrifying energy surged, causing many trees to shatter. The plump silver bear unexpectedly soared into the sky, its once bulky form visibly thinning as it trembled. It revealed a pair of fluffy, enormous wings, which it typically kept folded against its body, giving it a cumbersome appearance. As the wings unfurled, a silvery brilliance surged forth, resembling a streak of brilliant lightning slicing through the dense forest canopy, casting a gaze upon its lair. Wang Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. This creature, once the slowest of monsters, had now transformed into a bolt of lightning, swifter than the golden avian beast. Who could withstand such ferocity? Fortunately, he had acted decisively. retreating the moment he was obstructed and hindered, rather than stubbornly pursuing medicinal herbs. Had he not, he would surely have become a meal for the silver bear. The creature pursued him relentlessly, following the imprints left by Wang Xuan's footsteps, its senses extraordinarily acute. Just as it seemed perilous, Wang Xuan slipped into the mist, evading the bear, which could only glimpse his indistinct bare back. With a thunderous roar, the silver bear unleashed a bolt of lightning, creating a massive crater outside the perilous zone, dark and deep enough to engulf several colossal monsters without filling it. The edges of the pit were charred black. Wang Xuan was taken aback. Indeed, the most unassuming often harbors the greatest power. The plump silver bear was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. He mused that even two serpentine beasts combined would be no match for this bear capable of discharging lightning. However, he still believed that had those individuals not interfered, he could have procured the rare herb and escaped successfully, even under pursuit from the bear. Fuming, he thought, those who obstruct my path deserve to be fed to the bear. This had indeed squandered a golden opportunity for him. After a prolonged wait, he cautiously departed the misty fringes, using his formidable psychic domain to ensure no danger lurked ahead before entering the thicket. It was no longer feasible to collect the silver bear's fur. This tempestuous creature that could fly and unleash thunder was far too perilous, necessitating a change to a different extraordinary lair. He had no enmity with the silver bear, so he would no longer covet its extraordinary herbs. Grudges have roots. Debts have owners. I shall seek vengeance upon the mountain tortoise. Wang Xuan reassured himself. Before undertaking that, he aimed to deal with a few extraterrestrials. Otherwise, encountering them again along the way would pose a grave issue. Wang Xuan sat in the forest for an extended period, contemplating the origins of these extraterrestrials, the whereabouts of their spacecraft, and whether they had companions. Were they merely here for the demon fruits? He deemed it unlikely. This group, so young yet already grandmasters, indicated that their homeworld possessed immense resources, rivaling his own, with a mature extraordinary civilization unlikely to lack medicinal herbs. What could compel them to traverse the vastness of the cosmos? There must be something profoundly enticing, which he was now prepared to seize. As Wang Xuan pondered and prepared for action, those individuals revealed themselves, having stealthily navigated into the dense woods. They had found him. The five silently encircled him, resolute in their intent to eliminate this native, finally locking onto their target. Upon forming his psychic domain, Wang Xuan's perception sharpened, scanning his surroundings and immediately exuding an icy demeanor. He had not sought these individuals for retribution, yet they had appeared prematurely, intent on hunting him. Rising to his feet, he regarded the five encroaching figures with calm composure, which spared him the trouble of seeking them out. Perhaps this native's ancestors were indeed of our Olarian lineage, ultimately remaining upon this planet. One of them spoke, not even wearing a garment, truly regressing to a primitive state of savagery. They had little to say, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Wang Xuan, for he had slain one of their comrades. From whence do you come? Wang Xuan inquired, regrettably aware that, although the opposing party possessed formidable mental prowess, none had attained the ability to form a domain, rendering them incapable of comprehending his intent. With no other recourse, Wang Xuan pointed at them, addressing each in their own tongue, savages. Naturally, his grasp of their language was limited to a few words, gleaned through mental perception. The group erupted in outrage, astonished that these uncivilized beings dared to label them as savages. In an instant, hostilities erupted. Wang Xuan, at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm, faced adversaries of the late stage, yet he felt no trepidation. He had previously dispatched one among them, and had nothing left to fear after his breakthrough. Eager to test the might of his golden body technique, he charged forward, particularly fixated on a singular target, akin to a cannonball hurtling through the air. That individual retreated rapidly, unleashing a torrent of flame from his mouth. As a result, Wang Xuan's chest quivered, and a burst of lightning erupted, dissipating the flames and striking the man, rendering half of his body numb. With a thunderous crash, Wang Xuan, undeterred, propelled his entire form as a weapon against the incapacitated foe. The man felt as though he had been struck by a rampaging, extraordinary bull, enduring excruciating pain as several bones shattered, sending him hurtling through the air. Wang Xuan, moving with astonishing speed, swiftly pursued him, poised to deliver a fatal blow. However, he suddenly recalled his lack of clothing and refrained from splattering blood. Seizing the man, He swiftly twisted and snapped his neck, eliminating a challenger. He felt immense satisfaction with his current combat prowess. The remaining four were taken aback. How could one of their grand masters be slain so swiftly? Kill him, they roared, now fully aware of Wang Xuan's mastery of the golden body technique. They dared not confront him directly and unleashed the flames and thunder that could only be wielded within the Grand Master domain. Yet, they soon realized that even when lightning struck Wang Xuan, causing him to stagger, it could not vanquish him. His body shimmered with golden light, and the golden body technique enabled him to endure. Not only did they possess these arcane methods, but Wang Xuan did as well, adeptly wielding both lightning and flame. Ordinarily, within the Grandmaster realm, one could master but a single unique ability. With a resounding crash, Wang Xuan's organs glowed, and a bolt of lightning shot forth, sending one of them careening away. That individual's chest was charred, spasming uncontrollably, on the verge of losing all fighting capacity. Wang Xuan surged forward, intent on delivering a finishing blow. Among the five, the sole female screamed, launching a mental assault against him to thwart his onslaught. Her spiritual energy was formidable, yet it proved futile against Wang Xuan. Simultaneously, she unleashed a barrage of lightning, relentlessly crashing down upon him. Wang Xuan smirked, setting his sights on her. His body enveloped in golden radiance as he lunged forward. The woman summoned the lightning, continuously striking at Wang Xuan. In close quarters combat, how could she possibly contend with one who had perfected the golden body technique? She realized that she had fallen into a perilous situation. Gritting her teeth, she moved in close to Wang Xuan, intent on a desperate gamble to unleash a catastrophic explosion from within her own body, delivering a thunderous strike to shatter her opponent. Unfortunately, her calculations proved misguided. The moment she approached him, Wang Xuan ensnared her with his powerful arms. The sound of cracking bones reverberated as he crushed her, breaking several of her bones instantaneously. In such circumstances, her organs were nearly pulverized. How could she resonate and release thunder? With a sharp crack, Wang Xuan twisted her neck and cast her aside. Suddenly, a chilling gust sliced through the air. A glimmer of cold light surged forth. Despite Wang Xuan's remarkable reflexes and formidable physique, he could not evade it. A sickening thud echoed as blood stained his shoulder, a gaping wound carved into him. He was astonished. Even the golden body technique could not withstand that icy radiance. Behind him, a man named Zhu Yang felt his pupils constrict. This lethal blow had failed to vanquish his foe, sending chills down his spine and foreboding a dire outcome for the day. Clutching a short blade in his hand, the cold light emanated from the very blade itself. He activated it once more, mysterious patterns appearing on the knife, launching another beam of light toward Wang Xuan. This time, Wang Xuan was better prepared and evaded the attack. The cold light cleaved through the air, toppling 30 or more ancient trees, demonstrating its formidable might. Zhu Yang's complexion paled. He understood that this was the end. Today held ominous portents. The short knife was meticulously forged by an elder in his family, inscribed with unique runes, a near supernatural artifact. If discovered in this hidden realm, it would spark controversy, as the outer regions were meant for competition beneath the extraordinary. His short knife had indeed crossed a line. However, if he were to defend it, he might argue that it was not truly an extraordinary object. After unleashing the third beam of cold light, Zhu Yang discarded the short knife and fled, for he could only invoke 3 strikes resembling the extraordinary. Clang! This time, Wang Xuan was thoroughly prepared. His organs resonated as he summoned all his strength, unleashing a massive thunderclap that collided with the blade's light. It was indeed terrifying. The blade's light was not completely obliterated and continued to advance. Wang Xuan executed Zhang Daoling's martial technique, his palms glowing as mystical energy coursed through him, striking the dim blade's light and extinguishing it. He did so deliberately, wishing to gauge the ultimate intensity of that blade's light, ensuring he understood its power. Hence he did not evade. Boom! Wang Xuan's organs radiated light, striking the 2 individuals who had lagged behind, particularly one who had been previously struck and was still incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. The other was pursued and struck by Wang Xuan, coughing up blood and scent flying. In a critical moment, he held back, deciding to spare 2 individuals for their potential usefulness. He relentlessly pursued the man named Zhu Yang, and soon a fierce battle erupted in the forest. The prominent young warrior of the Zhou clan was mercilessly slain by Wang Xuan, his body shattered within the woods. Wang Xuan returned to the battlefield, stripping both the living and the dead of their garments, selecting the cleanest to adorn himself. He confiscated various bottles, jars, and weapons, all secured within the fragments of his blessed land. The individual, whose body had been battered and bruised, bore a distinctive metal plaque inscribed with intricate patterns. Wang Xuan interrogated 2 captives, one of whom was the adversary who had once leaped into the river to escape, now with 22 bloody puncture wounds adorning his hands. Communication proved utterly futile. Although Wang Xuan could perceive their thoughts and feelings, the captives lacked a mental domain to grasp his intentions. Ultimately, he discerned that more than one group had arrived, competing within the hidden realm, with the victor poised to attain great fortune. Frustrated by the lack of dialogue, Wang Xuan, in a fit of anger, silenced them, bringing them closer to the extraordinary lair. He observed the mountain turtle from a distance, patiently awaiting its departure to feed. Turning to the captives, he remarked, "You have rested long enough. It is time for your escape. Soon, I shall grant you the opportunity." He left them with only their undergarments, mirroring his own earlier predicament, as they stood bare-chested. Binding the 2, he brought them to the entrance of the mountain turtle's extraordinary lair, swiftly plucking 4 yellowed fruits from a tree resembling cast brass. "Mountain turtle, you wish to consume me. I shall not hold it against you. I shall merely take a few of your fruits." Noticing 3 fruit stems on the small tree, he noted that 3 fruits had already ripened and been consumed by the mountain turtle itself. "Very well, let us each flee for our lives. May fate allow us to meet again." He released the captives and took off running. He feared not 1,000 dangers, but rather the unforeseen mishap of sharing the burden of harm with the 2. Wang Xuan dashed towards the misty area, fleeing with fervor, aware that the mountain turtle moved swiftly and could pose a threat if it detected him. Indeed, misfortune struck. The mountain turtle returned shortly after its brief meal, roaring furiously in pursuit. Consequently, a silver bear was startled, ascending into the sky, where it spotted Wang Xuan and the 2 bare-chested individuals fleeing in separate directions. Believing the earlier intruder to be a barebacked human, it lunged towards one of the captives. Wang Xuan glanced back, contemplating that had the 2 not drawn the creature's attention, the silver bear would likely not have caught up with him, though risk still lingered. As for the mountain turtle, it had already vanished from sight. Entering the misty zone, he began voraciously consuming the demon fruits, their flavor a delightful balance of sweet and sour, their juices abundant, and the taste exquisite, filling his mouth with a rich aroma. His body gradually grew warm, emitting a faint glow. Especially when he stepped into the desolate, lifeless expanse, his form felt as if it were being torn apart. The terrifying experiences of the past resurfacing with greater intensity. Wang Xuan endured the pain, undeterred, charging towards the azure lake. Everything unfolded as before. The high platform emerging until the end of the azure sea, sprinkled with golden light, and a bamboo boat was set to emerge from the mist. A smile graced Wang Xuan's lips. They were to meet once more, heralding another significant enhancement of his powers. Curiously, others had successfully breached the realm as well. This life planet was indeed extraordinary, awakening from centuries of silence to reveal remarkable beings traversing the path of the departed. The ferryman, recently awakened from a deep slumber, found himself profoundly moved, pondering whether this new soul would prove to be as unconventional as the last, who had dared to provoke the crimson-clad female demon. Chapter 156, titled The Eternal Night Unending, reveals a moon perpetually suspended in the heavens, the realm of the departed seemingly unchanged from antiquity to the present. The night was profound, with no sign of the sun's ascent. Perhaps, the very moment the sun breaks the horizon, this realm of the departed would vanish forever. The tranquil azure sea reflected a golden streak as a bamboo boat sliced through the water mist, racing toward the shore. The ferryman stood at the bow, gazing at the night sky, and sighed. The eternal night lingers on, the bright moon hangs high. Eras come and go, dynasties rise and fall, and the immortals ascend only to fade away. The only constant is you. He felt a deep sense of nostalgia, staring into the vast expanse. The interminable night offering no hint of an ending, illuminated only by that solitary moon which had witnessed both ancient and modern times, unchanged. Generations of prodigies had come and gone. He wondered how they fared now and whether they still shared in the appreciation of this moon. He remained here, bidding farewell to countless souls, most of whom were vibrant, new, extraordinary beings. Whether they chose the path of true form, transforming into golden-winged rock, demons, or myriad-handed deities, or retain their original forms only to ascend to divinity. He had never seen them again. The ferryman gazed at the heavens, reflecting that even if someone were to ultimately raise a divine kingdom, it would merely be a flickering candle in the endless night. Regardless of who it might be, intervening in the present world was a formidable challenge. Thus, some expressed regret, while others continued to seek their way forward. The ferryman sighed, acknowledging that the waves of an era would eventually dissolve into the vast ocean of time. He stood at the bow, gazing toward the shore, softly murmuring, "Another newcomer has arrived. Let me see what manner of person this is." Little did he know, yet another generation of extraordinary talents had passed through this place. All merely transient visitors. He had seen so many depart, yet none had returned. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The individual on the shore was gazing serenely at the moon above, lost in thought, exhibiting none of the anxiety or eagerness typical of newcomers, appearing even more composed and tranquil than himself. Although he had not employed his divine vision and the distance between them was vast, he recognized that figure at once. How could it be him, reappearing again? The ferryman was taken aback, having just lamented that those he had sent away would never return, only to now encounter a familiar face. He then saw the figure turn, flashing a brilliant smile and greeting him with an ease that suggested no formality. "A bit slow. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Wang Xuan approached the shore, not allowing the ferryman a moment to speak, and with familiarity, leaped onto the boat. Sitting within, he remarked, "In this ephemeral scenery, how few can truly appreciate it. Here and now, if there were a jug of celestial brew, toasting the moon and traversing the sea to meet the immortals, it would indeed be a matter of profound elegance." The ferryman observed him for a long while, astonished that this young man had returned once more. Had he been possessed by some great demon? The ferryman appeared somewhat entranced. This young man was still an ordinary mortal, not a true practitioner, yet he managed to return. Was this a case of words becoming actions? A vague visage emerged from the straw cloak, his gaze a vivid green. "Senior, how do you pass your time here alone? Do you not indulge in a drink now and then?" Wang Xuan inquired. The ferryman regarded him in silence. Wang Xuan candidly expressed, "My abilities are modest, and I fear that it won't be long before the crimson-clad female specter finds me, with dire consequences. If there exists any elixir among the celestial brews here." His honesty was palpable. Indeed, he harbored such thoughts. The individual before him appeared to be a transcendent being, and any pill he possessed could utterly transform a person's fate. Faced with a figure like the Crimson Spectre, a myth even among the immortals, not only Wang Xuan, but even the ferryman must feel immense psychological pressure. The ferryman shook his head, stating, "I am merely a remnant of extraordinary power. There is no corporeal form left, nor any material essence. No one can endure in this world indefinitely. However, you have truly surprised me by returning in less than a day." He scrutinized Wang Xuan, tempted to breach the agreement and peer into his essence. "I shall come often," Wang Xuan declared. "Are you serious?" The ferryman shot him a glance. The bamboo boat set sail, traversing the waters. Wang Xuan understood that it was merely a small blue lake, not an ocean. "Senior, do you have any unfulfilled wishes from the mortal realm? I would be glad to assist you in achieving them," Wang Xuan offered, sensing the ferryman's unusual silence, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. "None. I have decayed and dissipated, let alone any matters or individuals from the mortal realm. What you see before you is merely a remnant of mysterious power. Do not expect to barter with me. I am of no assistance," the ferryman replied, shaking his head. "Do you possess any celestial scriptures to pass down? The loss of such texts is a misfortune for humanity, and I can help you restore them to the world," Wang Xuan proposed. During his previous visit, he had not considered such matters, but now, more familiar with the surroundings, he realized the ferryman must be a member of the celestial beings, a living treasure. The ferryman chuckled, amused at encountering someone daring enough to tread the paths of the departed. Not only had this young man boldly claimed a trove from the White Tiger Spectre, but he also dared to confront the Crimson Spectre, declaring he would await her arrival in the mortal realm. Now, he even had his sights set on the ferryman. The key was that this youth maintained a serious demeanor, an embodiment of immense inner strength. The ferryman remarked, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. I am a keeper of agreements and must adhere to the rules, refraining from interfering with the cultivation of any beings who step onto the secret path." He then inquired with a smile whether Wang Xuan wished to engage in a transaction with the celestial beings, nearing the climax of the encounter. Wang Xuan shook his head, saying, "No, I have little to offer in exchange. Moreover, it is best to remain discreet. I cannot let them know I can return a second time." He pondered and sought the ferryman's counsel on the probable means by which the Crimson Spectre would enter the mortal realm, hoping to prepare himself accordingly. It is difficult to ascertain the means by which she might traverse into the mortal realm. Nonetheless, it is certain that such a journey demands a considerable cost. She hesitates to fully immerse herself, for the strength of individuals crossing into the human world is likely not formidable. Otherwise, she would not be able to withstand the repercussions of the old covenant. Wang Xuan pondered and mused. Their power should not be excessively daunting. If I were to capture her and compel her to remain in the human realm, could I not use this to restrain the enigmatic figure behind the curtain? The ferryman gazed at him, wondering how audacious he must be to entertain such thoughts. "Are you serious?" Wang Xuan nodded resolutely and replied, "One must have dreams. What if they come to fruition?" He resolved to elevate his strength as much as possible in the near future. Should the enchantress possess limited power in the mortal realm, it would allow him to surprise her magnificently. As they traversed the sea in their bamboo vessel, the ferryman did not establish contact with the entity behind the curtain. Yet he discerned an anomaly upon the water's surface, which Wang Xuan also observed. A message in a bottle? Such things still exist? Wang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, as he spotted a glimmering silver vial drifting towards their boat. The ferryman nodded. Indeed, it has been cast forth from beyond the curtain. Upon opening the silver bottle, a luminous stream erupted, which he captured, revealing its contents. Someone is willing to pay a hefty price to thwart the red-clad enchantress and is currently seeking collaborators. The ferryman conveyed the information directly from the bottle. Moreover, this message in a bottle had not merely appeared here. It was manifesting in various realms beyond. Excellent news, Wang Xuan declared with joy. "Do you wish to contact this individual for collaboration?" The ferryman inquired. "No, I prefer to observe their conflict without participating," Wang Xuan declined. Then added, "Who knows if the red-clad enchantress is merely orchestrating this to lure me into a trap?" The ferryman was taken aback, pondering if the youth of this era had become so cynical, learning far too early from a cadre of ancient beings. Wang Xuan rose, feeling a tingling sensation coursing through his body. His vitality surged, and his constitution improved. He began practicing the golden body technique, eager to grow stronger. "Predecessor, what lies upon that bright moon in the sky? Have you ever ventured there?" Wang Xuan inquired while stretching his limbs and engaging in conversation with the covenant keeper. His thoughts drifted to the moon of the old Earth and the new crescent revolving around the new star, both marked by deep craters, one associated with advanced technology, the other with celestial beings. He wondered if the bright moon within the realms also harbored peculiarities. "I have never been there. The rules prohibit my proximity," the ferryman replied. "Ah, it does indeed appear suspicious. Predecessor, do you not think that full moon resembles a moon gate, leading to another realm?" "You've lost your composure," the ferryman interrupted, pointing at Wang Xuan's face. Wang Xuan dismissed it nonchalantly, saying, "It's nothing, merely a normal shedding of skin. I've grown accustomed to it. And by the next time I return, you will too." The ferryman was left speechless, wishing to say, "Can you even return?" However, he had previously thought the same, only to find the individual appearing once more. Wang Xuan lamented that shedding a layer of skin had only elevated him to the late stage of Grand Master, without reaching the extraordinary level, which he found regrettable. The ferryman was exasperated, having traversed the secret paths of the realm twice in one day, moving from a mortal master to a late Grand Master stage, yet still dissatisfied. It was primarily because most of the medicinal properties of the demonic fruits had been expelled from his body. One must learn to be content. Wang Xuan sighed and remarked, "What more can be done? I shall have to return another time." The ferryman, desiring silence, finally cautioned him not to truly regard this place as a sanctuary. With the slightest misstep, calamity would likely ensue. He promptly ejected Wang Xuan from the vessel, not wishing to see him again in the near future. Wang Xuan discarded the shed skin and practiced Zhang Daoling's martial techniques along the way. The fourth form was no longer a struggle, but had been fully comprehended. He could now seamlessly execute the first four forms in one breath, showcasing his utmost defensive prowess. Furthermore, having advanced to the latter stages of the seventh level of his golden body technique, his defensive capabilities had once again been enhanced. This martial art is seldom pursued by many, not to mention the first 6 levels. Even mastering the 7th level under normal circumstances demands 64 years. Apart from those in the extraordinary star realms who might utilize herbs to aid their training, ordinary individuals see no glimmer of hope. Yet, having traversed the secret path of the departed twice, Wang Xuan was on the verge of fully mastering the 7th level. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly leave others astounded and in utter disbelief. Upon reaching the outskirts of the perilous realm, it was already late at night. The sky was adorned with countless stars, while distant howls of various monstrous creatures echoed eerily. Wang Xuan, having collapsed at the edge of the realm, slept through the night. When dawn broke, he awoke to observe his surroundings, feeling somewhat helpless. His previous encounters with the extraordinary creatures, the silkworm snake, the silver bear, and the mountain turtle, had heightened the vigilance of all beings in the vicinity, making it unlikely to revisit their lairs for several days. Early in the morning, he spotted a bronze-hued mountain turtle patrolling, gracefully traversing the cliffs and treetops as if gliding upon the waves, or perhaps practicing the ethereal steps of the spirit turtle. It moved with such lightness that it seemed almost airborne, scouring the forest for any sign of him. Undoubtedly, it bore a grudge, intent on uncovering Wang Xuan's whereabouts, for it was convinced that he had not perished but was lurking nearby, having witnessed his comings and goings without consequence. Wang Xuan, resigned, circumvented the misty edge, evading the mountain turtle, and escaped the perilous area from another direction, deciding against returning for the following days. He surmised that any humanoid beings approaching this location would inevitably encounter misfortune. He pondered the fate of Zhao Qinghan and the others with concern. A day and night had passed. Although he had successfully diverted the great threats and ultimately dealt with those extraterrestrial grandmasters, he later learned that more had arrived. Despite his apprehension, he believed that with Grandmaster Ma accompanying them, Zhao Qinghan would not face danger, though he feared unforeseen events. Retracing his steps, Wang Xuan's expression grew grave as he indeed encountered another group of youthful, formidable beings, all within the realm of grandmasters. Listening to their discourse, he utilized his mental domain to capture valuable information. In the depths of space, 3 extraordinary planets were interconnected. Having agreed to converge upon the hidden realm to vie for its treasures, which were left behind by the celestial immortals and were worthy of pursuit by future generations. In the external regions, a non-extraordinary battle unfolded, and the victor would claim the relics of the celestial immortals, a boon that could alter the fate of those yet to attain the extraordinary. Wang Xuan was deeply moved, yet he set aside his emotions for the moment. Resolved to seek out Zhao Qinghan first, he expressed his gratitude to the contributors, Sansheng Yuan and Zhong Lizhe, and acknowledged the support of the alliance leader. It appeared that both accounts were associated with Zhong Lai, for which he was thankful. Chapter 157. Reunion at Dawn. Wang Xuan set forth under the rosy light of morning, on a quest to find those familiar faces from the new star. His thoughts drifted to Wu Yin, who had been taken by a monster and had since vanished without a trace. I am not far from the extraordinary. I shall venture to that great canyon. Once I achieve the extraordinary, I must witness it for myself. On that morning, others ventured deeper into the mysterious land, far removed from the outer regions. Old Zhong, I never expected you to care so much for the younger generation, remarked the elder from the Song family, glancing over at a short distance. At that moment, Zhong Qing and Zhong Cheng were roasting rodent meat. Despite it being an extraordinary creature, their expressions remained expressionless. It was the first time in their lives they had been forced to consume rodents. Zhong Yong sighed, saying, I can no longer rely on my son and daughter. I must cultivate from the 4th and 5th generations onward. The elder from the Song family scoffed, You cowardly old man, aspiring for the 5-colored golden elixir. I believe if these 2 little ones do not step into the extraordinary realm, you will exhaust them. Zhong Yong replied, Little Song, I leave them in your care. Take them into the ruins of the Earth Immortal City, and do not let them come out for now. They had never anticipated that such a mysterious land would attract individuals from extraordinary planets who sought to compete here, catching them off guard. A white peacock informed them that reaching this extraordinary stage was no easy feat if they were unwilling to partake in the extraordinary battle. They could remain in the Earth Immortal City without fear of attack. The new star had explored this mysterious land for many years, but had never realized that it housed the remnants of an ancient city once inhabited by Earth Immortals. The elder from the Song family advised, Old Zhong, take care. You are over 100 years old. What more could you possibly desire? Why must you involve yourself in the extraordinary battle? Sometimes, your actions are incomprehensible. When Zhong Yong made his decision, it astonished the old song. In his memory, the elder from the Zhong family had always sought to avoid danger, striving for longevity. Yet now he displayed an astonishing resolve to participate in the extraordinary battle. If I do not act recklessly one more time, I shall truly grow old. Zhong Yong gazed towards the horizon, his voice resolute. The elder from the Song family regarded his middle-aged face, longing to curse. Not long ago, you escaped in a lifeboat. You just extended your life. And now you speak of aging? Old Zhong, if you do not embrace old age, your family will go mad, sighed the elder from the Song family. Zhong Yong shook his head, asserting, when I speak of aging, I refer to the stagnation in my cultivation. If I see no further path and cannot achieve rapid progress, my journey in this life will reach its conclusion. The elder from the Song family replied, there is no necessity for you to participate in the extraordinary battle. It is far too perilous. Those who emerge from the 3 extraordinary planets appear formidable. I am not easily intimidated. My cultivation techniques surpass theirs, and my foundation built over a century is deeper. I do not aspire for the top 10. I simply seek the reward for the 20th position, Zhong Yong declared, radiating confidence and a clear understanding of his own capabilities. His greatest regret was that New Star lacked extraordinary materials, leading him to miss countless opportunities. Old Song was rendered speechless. To elaborate, although the New Star was not an extraordinary planet, the venerable Master Zhong had amassed an astonishing collection of scriptures. From the esoteric texts of the Taoist ancestral grounds to the legendary 5-colored jade books and the golden elixir Tao of Qin Cheng, the Zhong family had meticulously archived them all. I seem to spot a familiar face. Xiao Song, you bring the 2 children into the celestial ruins ahead. I shall take a look. Upon finishing his words, Zhong Yong hurried after them. Old Chen vanished in a flash, never anticipating to encounter Master Zhong deep within the secret land. At this juncture, he had come to believe in the legend. Old Zhong, after a century of arduous cultivation, was indeed a paramount figure in the realm of ancient arts. Xiao Chen, I see you. I knew all along that you were not dead. Who would have thought we would reunite here? Do not flee. Let us team up and collaborate to seize extraordinary opportunities. With long strides, Zhong Yong sprinted after him. Old Chun felt quite vexed. In this era, only this old demon would dare to call him Xiao Chun. Deep within the secret land lay the celestial ruins, a sanctuary for those who had withdrawn from extraordinary battles, where no conflict was permitted, ensuring the safety of its inhabitants. However, such protections did not extend to the outer regions. Those who had not stepped into the extraordinary realm were unprotected, whether within the secret land or on the 3 extraordinary planets. As long as one remained mundane, they would not garner the attention of extraordinary civilizations. Wang Xuan raced forward at breakneck speed, encountering individuals from the 3 extraordinary planets along the way, whom he chose to ignore as he surged through the forest. The individual from Euler Star was quite formidable. Someone caught sight of him from afar, harboring trepidation and daring not to act. Wang Xuan, now adorned with intricately crafted hollow armor and clad in metallic battle attire, was mistaken for a young powerhouse from one of the 4 great organizations of Euler Star. After a lengthy search, Wang Xuan had yet to catch sight of anyone from the new star, only encountering some bloodstains that weighed heavily on his heart. Individuals from Euler, Yuhua, and Helua, the 3 extraordinary planets, had successively appeared in several groups. Ultimately, there would be 12 organizations and 120 young powerhouses roaming the outer regions of the secret land, marking the most perilous moment. However, Wang Xuan had already eliminated one organization from Euler Star in advance. The outer and deeper regions of the secret land were delineated by the density of energy. Although the outer region was relatively sparse, it still housed terrifying beasts. A day and night had passed, and it was difficult to predict what might transpire. Master Ma was exceedingly cautious, most often moving with silent hoofs, making it challenging to track him. Without hoofprints, there were no clear clues. When Wang Xuan exerted himself to sprint, each step would cover a distance of 10 to 20 meters, causing the ground to shatter beneath him, leaving very conspicuous footprints. In the afternoon, Wang Xuan finally discovered the hoofprints of Master Ma. The ground was fractured, and the area surrounding the hoofprints was riddled with cracks. Wang Xuan's expression shifted slightly, as this indicated that Master Ma was in peril, hence the frantic sprinting. This was not good news. This time, he pursued relentlessly. occasionally finding that the hoof prints would vanish, indicating that Master Ma had indeed entered a state of spiritual communication, concealing his tracks after running a distance. Before the sun set, Wang Xuan caught a distant glimpse of Master Ma amid the dense forest. A sudden heaviness enveloped his heart as he noticed the wounds on the white steed, particularly the gash on its flank that seemed to have been inflicted by an arrow, still oozing blood. Zhao Qinghan was not by its side. Had something dreadful occurred? The master of the horse snorted, emitting a bright mist from its nostrils, gnawing angrily at the fresh grass, as if harboring a profound frustration. Wang Xuan approached swiftly. The master, being an extraordinary beast, possessed acute senses and abruptly lifted its head to gaze in his direction from afar. Simultaneously, Wang Xuan, using his mental domain to perceive through the dense foliage, sensed that Zhao Qinghan was also in that vicinity, which eased his anxiety. As he drew nearer, the master of the horse raised its head and cast a sidelong glance at him, then gestured towards Zhao Qinghan in the distance, as if to take credit for her safety. Subsequently, it leaned its enormous head closer, seemingly seeking something. Wang Xuan gently pushed its sizable head aside and continued forward, the sound of his footsteps resonating in the air. Zhao Qinghan was gathering herbs, grinding them against a stone to prepare a poultice for the master when she suddenly heard footsteps. Alert, she deftly evaded, clutching a metal dagger, and concealed herself behind a large tree. Wang Xuan, her beautiful eyes sparkled with radiant joy after enduring numerous perils over the past day and night. The sight of a familiar face filled her with elation. In her previous experiences in the New Star, she had never faced such dangers, always exuding calm and poise, often appearing aloof, yet when she smiled, her beauty was strikingly vibrant. However, she seldom revealed her true emotional fluctuations. In this dense wilderness, fraught with monsters and the pursuit of foreign assailants, she no longer masked her feelings. "Are you unharmed?" Wang Xuan inquired. "I am fine," she replied, "but one of the expedition members has perished, and the white steed has been wounded by an arrow." She sighed softly. A fearsome archer from a foreign land struck. The master of the horse managed to carry another injured female team member out of sight, yet from such a distance, the archer's arrow still reached the white steed. Moreover, that female team member was also hit. Had the distance not been so great, both she and the master would have been slain. Zhao Qinghan was not a fragile woman. After a brief moment of sorrow for her fallen companion, she quickly regained her composure. "Why are you wearing the garb of the foreign people? You weren't injured, were you?" she asked, scrutinizing him closely. "I encountered some extraordinary creatures, and a group of foreign assailants was annihilated. I narrowly escaped from near the extraordinary nest," he explained. At that moment, the master of the horse leaned its head closer, its expression one of displeasure, as if it had something to convey. Wang Xuan pushed the horse's head aside and continued conversing with Zhao Qinghan. The master, however, grew irate, stubbornly wedging its head between them, glaring at Wang Xuan. Zhao Qinghan chuckled and remarked, "It is yearning for the insects you promised it." Her protective gear was torn by thorns, and leaves clung to her hair. Yet, amidst such a disheveled escape, the goddess Zhao retained an extraordinary allure. Against the backdrop of her tattered attire, her tall, graceful figure, long and slender legs, and delicately beautiful fair face presented a unique charm. The master of the horse nodded, implying that he should fulfill his promise promptly. The insect was interrupted by Wang Xuan, who had not yet finished speaking, as Master Ma was eager to practice his leg techniques. Wang Xuan hastily pushed it aside, saying, "Do not rush. I have something extraordinary for you." He produced 4 golden fruit pits and attempted to place them into Master Ma's mouth. "Do you know what these are?" "These are demon fruit seeds, which I specifically saved for you." Master Ma's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly followed by fury. "What about the flesh? You devoured it, and left only the pits for me. This is an egregious affront." Flames of anger ignited in its eyes as it opened its mouth to bite Wang Xuan's fingers. Feeling utterly wronged, Wang Xuan swiftly dodged. One must admit, Master Ma was truly evolving, signaling for Zhao Qinghan to mount, intent on carrying her away. Unwilling to leave her by Wang Xuan's side, Zhao, the goddess, laughed heartily, quickly soothing the creature and tending to its wounds. Despite having faced numerous dangers, her smile radiated youthful exuberance and a sweet brilliance, her large eyes sparkling with sunlight's essence. "Dearest horse, have you truly transformed? Are you contemplating abducting someone?" Wang Xuan playfully slapped it, saying, "This is demon fruit. Do you think I would dare to consume the flesh?" I risked my life to retrieve these pits for you. The kernels within contain a fragment of extraordinary energy. If you do not desire them, I shall offer them to the beasts instead." With a crunch, Master Ma bit into one of the pits, chewing rapidly, its eyes widening in astonishment as it succumbed to the law of irresistible allure. In the next moment, it crushed the remaining 3 pits in quick succession, scampering away to consume them. One cannot deny the remarkable effect of demon fruit on beasts with extraordinary bloodlines. That night, Master Ma thrummed restlessly nearby, glowing with burgeoning strength. Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan roasted some game by the campfire and picked berries, chatting as they dined. Wang Xuan resolved to lead Zhao away from this area at dawn, leaving the battlefield to the inhabitants of the 3 extraordinary planets, choosing not to intervene. Yet, he would return at the critical moment to collect his due. After all, these individuals had pursued Zhao Qinghan, injuring Master Ma and slaying several expedition team members. The external region, laden with treasures left by the Celestials, artifacts capable of altering destinies, was not something he intended to relinquish to the denizens of the extraordinary planets. After feasting on game, the two lay closely together on the grass, gazing at the star-studded night sky. Meanwhile, Master Ma glowed beside them like a lamp, undergoing a gradual transformation. The beings from other realms were formidable. Any one of them could pose a threat to the young steed, indicating they were all great masters. Zhao Qinghan, fully aware of the multitude of young masters, felt an acute sense of concern, fearing they might never return to New Star. "Do not fret," Wang Xuan reassured her. "It will not be long before we can safely depart the dense woods and return to New Star." Zhao Qinghan turned her body to face him, noticing the brightness in his eyes as he gazed at the starry sky, filled with confidence, which brought her a sense of comfort. As dawn broke, the sun rose, and the shimmering energy in the forest was bathed in a spectrum of colors, rendering the scene breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Xuan abruptly rose to his feet, sensing the approach of others, likely having spotted the conspicuous Master Ma from afar, now encircling them. Master Ma, too, sensed the danger, his nostrils flaring as he emitted a faint glow, exhibiting signs of agitation. Zhao Qinghan had awakened, slowly sitting up and adjusting her attire, only to immediately notice the approaching foreign figures. Each of the 4 directions bore an adversary, including a formidable archer, who wielded a mighty bow with an iron arrow nocked and ready. Though initially tense, she gradually relaxed, standing beside Wang Xuan, remarking, "Ultimately, we have not evaded our fate." Wang Xuan remained silent, pulling her behind him, his attention fixed on the bowman. He was the one to watch, to prevent any sudden release of the bowstring. "Once again, you find yourself in perilous circumstances, standing before me," Zhao Qinghan murmured, her usual sharp intellect dimmed by emotion. She sighed softly, embracing Wang Xuan gently before letting go, saying, "Thank you." Then, she attempted to step forward to stand alongside him, believing that if a cruel fate awaited them, there was no point in hiding. "Do not move," Wang Xuan cautioned her, his focus unwavering on the archer. Chapter 158. Strength exposed as dawn broke. Various energy particles thrummed with vitality, mingling with the fresh aroma of foliage, shimmering in the sunlight with vibrant hues, revealing the essence of the new day. Yet tranquility was swiftly shattered by the arrival of uninvited guests. Wang Xuan faced the 4 formidable foes, his demeanor calm and silent, as the morning glow bathed him, casting a delicate golden sheen upon his tall, imposing figure. "Are you from the Euler Star?" One of the adversaries questioned coldly, his speech awkward and difficult to imitate, diverging from the language of Euler. Through the realm of his mind, Wang Xuan discerned the man's intent. He was from Hoa Star, another batch of young grandmasters entering this secret domain, possessing immense power. "Euler," he responded loudly, uttering the key term of the extraordinary planet, confident that his interlocutor would comprehend. "Bring the woman behind you forward, leave that steed, and you may depart," declared the bowman, a hint of frostiness gracing his lips. Clad in azure armor forged from a peculiar alloy, his visage was partially obscured by a blue-gold visor, emanating an air of chill. The 4 adversaries donned similar alloyed protective gear, their demeanor somber and foreboding, with the bowman as their leader, the strongest among them. Wang Xuan's gaze swept over them, feigning ignorance, yet a surge of murderous intent bubbled within him. Did this man dare to covet Zhao Qinghan? Upon entering this secret realm, these competing factions began to shed their facades, some instinctively acting upon their inner natures. Among the quartet, a woman expressed her discontent with the archer's demand, letting out a scoff, yet she did not intervene. "Geely Euler," Wang Xuan exclaimed, feigning confusion. He sought to lower the bowman's guard, hoping for a gesture or signal to indicate the archer would release his grip from the bowstring, for that would be the moment he would strike with thunderous force. Within this brief distance, both Zhao Qinghan and the white steed found themselves under the ominous threat posed by the archer clad in azure alloy armor. This formidable marksman, possessing keen perception, refrained from immediate action, feeling an unsettling disquiet emanating from the man before him, a sensation that stirred his heart. His demand for Zhao Qinghan and the white horse served as a veiled threat, insinuating his capability to swiftly and effectively eliminate them both. Simultaneously, he sought to test the resolve of this individual from the Ula race, pondering whether hesitation or doubt would take root. A young man from another direction gestured towards Zhao Qinghan, beckoning her with a playful laugh, which caused her countenance to shift. Typically composed and adept at navigating various challenges, she now found herself in a confined space, confronted by a master from a foreign land, rendering her usual tactics futile. "I'll carry you to safety. Hold on tight," Wang Xuan whispered, swiftly placing the intricately designed headgear atop her head. He observed that the archer remained vigilant, his fingers never straying far from the bowstring, indicating that he faced a formidable adversary. Wang Xuan, unwilling to linger any longer, decided to act decisively. Although Zhao Qinghan saw little hope, she complied with his instructions without hesitation, clinging tightly to his neck as she lay upon his back. "Are they resisting to the end?" came a languid voice from another direction. Yet, the archer grew increasingly serious, warning, "This individual from Ula is not to be underestimated." The other three men paused, fully aware of their leader's strength, particularly his formidable mental prowess and acute senses. Trusting him implicitly, they promptly adopted a defensive stance, advancing to encircle their prey. "Be cautious," Wang Xuan advised the master Ma, then began to stride deliberately towards the archer. The man from Hulua Star, his alloy armor emanating a cerulean glow, drew his longbow, the iron arrow shimmering with a blue luminescence. "Kill!" The other three, in perfect synchrony, launched their assault, unleashing thunderous strikes or wielding their spears, all aimed at Wang Xuan's vital points. In a critical moment, Master Ma leaped forward, intercepting one adversary with a swift kick. Boom! The ground where Wang Xuan stood erupted, shattered by the tremendous force of his feet, as he appeared to teleport to a location 20 meters away. Zhao Qinghan, clinging to his back, felt the fierce winds slicing past her like blades, the speed overwhelming as she closed her eyes, silently awaiting her fate. An iron arrow whizzed past Wang Xuan's temple, its shaft glowing like a searing brand, radiating an intense heat and an unusual energy that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality. This arrow, imbued with strange energy, held the potential to rend flesh even in close proximity, exhibiting a terrifying lethality. During his time on Hulua Star, this archer had once single-handedly faced 5 opponents of equal caliber, and after creating distance, he had dispatched all 5 Grand Masters within a mere quarter of an hour, achieving an astonishing feat as the iron arrow flew by. The peculiar energy failed to harm Wang Xuan. A faint golden light flickered upon his cheek and temple, rendering him impervious to injury. The iron arrow pierced through 7 towering trees in succession, and upon striking the 8th, the entire trunk exploded with a thunderous roar, the massive crown collapsing like a seismic tremor. Wang Xuan surmised that such arrowheads would struggle to breach his skin. The pinnacle of his 7th-layer golden body technique could withstand such a terrifying secret arrow. However, he harbored no desire to become a target. He feared that the immense force of the impact might cause excruciating pain to his skin or even slightly disturb his balance. He needed to be vigilant, ensuring that the arrowheads did not approach Zhao Qinghan too closely, for even a mere brush could yield dire consequences. "Come on, Euler." Wang Xuan's greatest concern was that the marksman might suddenly unleash a flurry of arrows at Master Ma. He provocatively pointed to his own head and heart. The man clad in azure alloy armor, wielding a great bow, with eyes as cold as steel, swiftly loosed arrow after arrow, the iron projectiles streaking through the dense forest like bolts of light. Moreover, he was deftly maneuvering, not only maintaining his distance from Wang Xuan, but also adjusting his position to align Wang Xuan and Master Ma in his sights, allowing one arrow to threaten both man and horse. Wang Xuan would not grant him this satisfaction. He shifted his position, denying the marksman the opportunity for a double kill. The arrows were formidable, each one emitting a thunderous crack as it flew by, akin to a series of thunderclaps resonating through the woods. Great trees toppled, obliterated by the barrage. Lines of light streaked through the thicket, each arrow dazzling like interwoven lightning. The marksman's expression changed. His earlier unease had materialized. The man's perception was so acute that it sent chills down his spine as he deftly evaded all the arrows. What did this signify? The opponent's mental energy was astonishingly formidable, surpassing even his own. Coward of the Oiler's Star, will you only flee with that woman on your back? Come, let us engage in battle. I could crush you with a single hand. The followers behind grew restless, eager to provoke their adversary into halting. Stop shouting. He cannot comprehend. Another retorted, in pursuit. Wang Xuan's expression remained impassive, ignoring the pursuers behind him as he zigzagged, shifting his position, and closing the distance to the marksman to approximately 80 meters. For Master Ma, this was an exceedingly perilous distance. The speed of individuals at this level was astounding. They could close the gap in mere steps. The sound of bowstrings reverberated incessantly. In an instant, the marksman notched 5 arrows simultaneously. The very act of drawing the bow causing it to tremble, resulting in 5 arrows being released at once, sealing off all of Wang Xuan's possible avenues of escape. Initially, it was with this very skill that he had slain several masters without sustaining a scratch, eliminating all opponents from a considerable distance. Wang Xuan's gaze shifted. This marksman was indeed formidable. Anyone of equal caliber would have surely fallen by now. He chose a direction to break free. A glowing arrow imbued with peculiar energy approached, and with remarkable swiftness, Wang Xuan grasped the shaft. However, this was the marksman's secret arrow, imbued with an enigma, runes illuminated along the shaft, momentarily causing his grip to slacken, and the shaft, as smooth as a fish, slipped from his fingers, sailing past him. The arrow pierced Wang Xuan's heart, and he grasped the arrow shaft in astonishment, silently lamenting the formidable secrets of the extraordinary planet, which were indeed elusive and unpredictable. This was a true lethal shot. Under normal circumstances, a staggering 99% of grandmasters would find it nearly impossible to evade such a lethal arrow. Haha, you've been struck. You've brought this upon yourself. Your woman and your celestial horse will not meet a favorable fate. Someone laughed from behind. Zhao Qinghan opened her eyes. Witnessing Wang Xuan gripping the tail of the arrow with one hand, the tip embedded in his chest. Wang Xuan, she exclaimed, extending her delicate white hand, trembling slightly as she yearned to touch his wound. At that moment, the archer's reaction was markedly unusual. He was retreating rapidly. This individual was remarkably perceptive, fully aware of the devastating power of his shot. Even the most elite grandmaster would suffer a grievous wound, a gaping hole the size of a basin in their chest. Yet, despite Wang Xuan's staggering stance, no blood spurted forth, a fact that did not escape the archer's keen senses. The arrow had not pierced through. It was a ruse to lure him in. In the next instant, Wang Xuan steadied himself and pursued relentlessly. His opponent, seasoned and experienced, was not easily fooled. The forest erupted in chaos as the two formidable figures raced through, their path marked by deep craters, the immense force shattering stones beneath their feet. The archer's complexion paled. He realized he had encountered a most fearsome nemesis, one who had undoubtedly mastered a protective technique akin to the diamond body, reaching an unparalleled level among mortals, capable of withstanding his secret arrows. Such individuals were scarce in the realm of grandmasters. Once he closed in, there would be no favorable outcome. With a thunderous roar, foliage shattered as Wang Xuan caught up to the archer, striking mercilessly. The young grandmaster from Hala Star was indeed formidable, even in close combat. But in the relentless clashes with Wang Xuan, he ultimately faltered. His arm was shattered by Wang Xuan's palm, imbued with golden light, culminating in a roar of defiance. Wang Xuan delivered a powerful blow to his head, collapsing the skull and killing him instantly. He refrained from obliterating the skull entirely, reluctant to ruin the splendid metal armor that offered commendable defense. The two pursuers arrived just as the battle abruptly concluded. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They harbored grave suspicions that they had been lured into a trap. Wordlessly, they turned and fled. Wang Xuan, with resonating vitality and without reservation, employed the martial techniques of old Zhang to pursue one individual with full force, fearing that any delay would allow the other to escape. The techniques inscribed on the 5 pages of the Golden Book, once unleashed, represented Wang Xuan's utmost combat prowess. Without fail, he shattered the skull of the fleeing man with a single strike, sending him crashing to the ground. Naturally, he held back, not wishing to be drenched in blood and brain matter. In a fleeting moment, he caught up with the other, swiftly dispatching him as well. Zhao Qinghan, now fully awake, found the scene surreal. Wang Xuan had just slain 3 grandmasters in succession. She could no longer maintain her usual composure and tranquility. Wang Xuan pressed on, determined to eliminate the 4th. In the original forest, Master Ma was exceptionally formidable. The kernel of the demon fruit appears to have transformed its physical form, causing it to glow throughout the night, enhancing its strength significantly. It engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with the Grandmaster, showing no signs of weakness. Wang Xuan slowed his pace, glancing back at Zhao Qinghan, and asked, "Now that you are aware of my true strength, what do you think I should do?" Chapter 159. Not quite lovers. Wang Xuan turned to face Zhao Qinghan, their faces so close that they could catch the faint, delicate scent she exuded. Zhao Qinghan looked at him with bright eyes, her gentle breath brushing against his face. Unfazed, she was about to speak when Wang Xuan abruptly set her down. As the Grandmaster horse was becoming increasingly agitated, the Grandmaster horse, emitting white light from its nostrils, was visibly frustrated, having noticed its own fierce battle with the adversary. It attempted to prevent the enemy's escape, yet the 2 individuals seemed entirely unaffected, merely exchanging glances. It neighed in dissatisfaction, nearly giving up on the fight altogether. Contemplating letting the intruder go, Wang Xuan swiftly approached, causing the Grandmaster from Ha Star to feel a chill run down his spine. Since witnessing the return of this individual from Euler Star, his heart had sunk, realizing that his 3 companions were likely dead. He yearned to flee, but the horse was relentless. As he turned, it unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck him directly, leaving him momentarily numb. After consuming the kernel of the demon fruit, the Grandmaster horse's thunderous power had surged tremendously. With a resounding boom, Wang Xuan advanced, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying flame shot forth, striking the man and turning his metallic armor a fiery red. He let out a cry of agony, hastily resonating his internal organs and employing secret powers to fend off the flames. In an instant, he nearly succumbed to the fire. Seizing the opportunity, the Grandmaster horse unleashed a bolt of lightning, sending the man hurtling away. It sprang into the air with unmatched agility and grace, swiftly closing the distance and executing a powerful kick. It landed triumphantly on the man, relishing the success of its maneuver, which it deemed exceptionally skillful. Then, it began to frolic, delivering a series of kicks that swiftly drained half the life from the Grandmaster of Euler Star. Wang Xuan decided to refrain from intervening further, fully entrusting the battle to the Grandmaster horse. As the sun rose, heralding the dawn of a new day, dewdrops glistened on the leaves of grass and vines, sparkling in the morning glow, while the flora thrived with vibrant vitality. The sun-drenched forest, shrouded in misty energy, appeared serene, yet held an undercurrent of danger. A colossal raptor soared through the morning sky, emitting a piercing cry, and distant creatures suddenly howled, shattering the tranquil beauty of the dawnlit forest. This was the dense wilderness, a reminder for all to remain vigilant. Zhao Qinghan, tall and graceful, approached with measured steps, seemingly oblivious to the calls of birds and beasts deep within the woods. Her exquisite, fair visage glowed in the morning light, and her shoulder-length hair seemed to radiate brilliance. She drew nearer to Wang Xuan, her bright gaze fixed upon him, remaining silent. "Are you not afraid that I might kill you to silence you?" Wang Xuan withdrew his gaze from the Grand Master Ma and turned to look at her. "Fear not." Zhao Qinghan approached him, standing before him with an elegant stature of over 170 centimeters, her head tilted upwards as she smiled. "I shall keep your secret." Typically aloof, her smile now radiated with a dazzling brilliance, exuding an air of youthfulness and sweetness. "No one will know that you have ascended to the rank of Grand Master in such a short time. This will be our secret," Zhao Qinghan said cheerfully, clearly delighted to harbor a secret that belonged solely to the 2 of them. Today, witnessing Wang Xuan's prowess in swiftly dispatching the foreign Grand Masters left her in awe, unable to fathom that her classmate had reached such extraordinary heights. In that moment, her mind was momentarily adrift, grappling with disbelief. For this was someone she was familiar with, someone she understood well, yet his true capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Beneath the gentle rays of the rising sun, A smile graced Zhao Qinghan's lips as she placed her hands on Wang Xuan's shoulders, gazing at him intently. She gently rose onto her toes and quickly pecked his cheek, then retreated, her crimson lips appearing even more alluring in the morning glow. This unexpected gesture took Wang Xuan by surprise. He had jested about silencing witnesses, a joke both understood, and he trusted she would not divulge his secret. To him, Zhao was rational and astute, possessing her own principles and adeptly handling matters. Yet she treated him with genuine kindness. Before arriving at the secret place, she had assured him that as long as she remained unharmed, he would be safe. Since their arrival, she had indeed kept him close, even sharing the same sleeping quarters at night. It was precisely this bond that compelled Wang Xuan to take risks to save her, traversing the night sky together under the moonlight, escaping the clutches of monstrous threats. Within the confines of the secret place, their relationship naturally deepened, having faced life and death trials together while being pursued by the Great Serpent, fostering significant growth in their bond. They could be regarded as true comrades who had weathered adversity, their friendship blossoming into a profound trust. However, when contemplating the possibility of a romantic relationship, Wang Xuan felt there was still an insufficiency. He approached this matter with rationality and clarity. He believed Zhao Qinghan to be even more level-headed and composed. Though they had shared tribulations, and he had done his utmost to save her, it would be an oversimplification to assume such experiences translated directly into romantic affection. On this front, he understood Zhao Qinghan well. She possessed a clear vision for her future and maintained an extraordinary calm. Even during their student years, she had been responsible for managing various affairs of the Zhao family. Living in a modern metropolis empowered by advanced technology, she wielded a portion of her family's resources with great autonomy. Long ago, Wang Xuan had advised Qin Cheng that an ordinary person could hardly match the prowess of the Zhao goddess, urging his friend to remain realistic and clear-headed. In truth, that was his own lucid acknowledgement. Thus, Zhao Qinghan's recent action took him slightly aback. Upon reflection, the two individuals have shared numerous experiences in their secluded haven. Wang Xuan has rescued Zhao Qinghan from the brink of death on several occasions, perhaps inspiring the latter to reveal a rare, sentimental side of herself. However, Wang Xuan remains acutely aware that their time spent together has been relatively brief. He does not indulge in self-admiration. He perceives their bond as one that transcends mere friendship, yet it falls short of romantic entanglement. Zhao Qinghan took a couple of steps back, her body slightly tensing at the fleeting moment when she brushed her lips against Wang Xuan's cheek. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, displaying a grace that belied any embarrassment. Under the gentle embrace of the morning sun, she smiled, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and remarked, "Though we have known each other for some time, our genuine connection is still in its infancy. Your repeated acts of heroism have left me profoundly grateful and touched, and for a moment, my heart fluttered. However, I must concede that while we are indeed more than friends, we are far from being lovers. We have yet to reach that threshold." She candidly admitted that within this secluded space, amidst the perilous environment where her life was under threat, she felt considerably more vulnerable. Moved by the rescue and now privy to his secret, she had acted impulsively, kissing his cheek. What could Wang Xuan say in response? He could only sigh, acknowledging Zhao, the goddess, for her remarkable calmness and poise, contrasting sharply with the typical shyness exhibited by other girls. "Do you have anything to say?" Zhao Qinghan, with her elongated figure and exquisite visage, smiled. "You've articulated everything that needed to be said. What more do you wish for me to express?" Wang Xuan gazed at her, captivated by the subtle curve of her lips, which appeared even more alluring in the dawn's glow. He felt an overwhelming sense of passivity, as though she held the reins of their interaction. "I sense that you have playfully teased me, and I must retaliate." With that declaration, Wang Xuan confidently cupped her face and pressed a fervent kiss upon her delicate, fair cheek. He then leaned towards her strikingly red lips. But his advance was gently intercepted by her graceful fingers. Not one to force the issue, he redirected his attention to the other side of her face. In that moment, he felt he had restored his dignity among his fellow men, having reciprocated her advances. Zhao Qinghan retrieved her compact from her bag and peered into the mirror. Noticing her cheeks flushed for the first time, each adorned with a rosy imprint, she shot Wang Xuan a playful glare, exclaiming, "What was that for? Do you possess superior strength from your body refinement training?" Wang Xuan responded with a radiant smile. At that moment, both became aware of an unusual presence. Swiftly turning to find Master Ma peering at them with an enigmatic expression, his head curiously bobbing as he eavesdropped. This horse has truly become extraordinary, silently approaching us. What could it possibly be contemplating? Wang Xuan playfully swatted the creature aside. Zhao Qinghan, taken aback by the sight, remarked, "Oh, the white stallion seems to be swelling on either side. Could it be on the verge of sprouting wings?" Wang Xuan observed closely and mused. "It appears to be undergoing a second development. If it does transform into a heavenly steed, it could carry us across the skies and delve deeper into this secluded realm." Master Ma stood proudly, lifting his head in a haughty manner, seemingly indifferent to Wang Xian's musings. Wang Xian cast a glance at the ground not far away, where the Grandmaster from Hala Star had long since breathed his last, trampled to death by a frolicking white horse. Subsequently, Wang Xian navigated through the dense forest, not only stripping the armor from the four Grandmasters, but also searching their bodies for other valuable spoils. Soon after, he seized an opportunity to extract a piece of battle attire from the fragments of the blessed land, which he bestowed upon Zhao Qinghan. "There is ample armor. I shall also drape Master Ma in it later," Wang Xian remarked. Zhao Qinghan accepted the garments and armor, requesting Wang Xian to remove the battle attire of the Illyrian from his form, as she wished to meticulously cleanse these armaments in the crystal-clear spring. It was then that she caught sight of Wang Xian's inner garments, surprisingly fashioned from tree bark, which elicited an uncontrollable laugh from her. What could Wang Xian say? He turned away to scour the forest for the iron arrows, feeling it was time to leave this place behind. He deemed the weapon of the sharpshooter quite commendable and wished to retain it for future use. Upon his return, he found Zhao Qinghan diligently washing each piece of attire and armor, prompting him to exclaim, "No need to wash the armor for Master Ma." Master Ma's irritation flared. The more he observed Wang Xian, the more he found him disagreeable, contemplating whether to sever ties and part ways. However, recalling the mysterious insects and the cores of the demon fruits he had recently consumed, he hesitated, understanding that these had greatly benefited his transformation. "Let us ensure they are clean," Zhao Qinghan suggested. Master Ma nodded fervently, yet in the next moment, he found himself averse to the sight of the two. Zhao Qinghan smiled, saying, "After all, we must sit upon him." As Wang Xian tended to his spoils, he suddenly noticed a peculiar metallic plaque among the various items retrieved from the sharpshooter. Having encountered a similar piece from the Illyrian, he had extracted it from the fragments of the blessed land. Both metallic plaques, no larger than a palm, were silver gray in hue, ancient in design, and etched with intricate patterns, possessing an extraordinarily hard texture, reminiscent of some alloy. Initially, he had paid little mind to them, but now, curiosity compelled him to delve deeper. Expanding his mental domain, he scrutinized the two plaques, sensing an unusual condition within the metals. As he probed with his mental energy, he encountered a strange force that resisted his exploration. Taking a deep breath, he exerted a forceful push, only to withdraw his mental domain hastily. A sense of the bizarre washed over him. He had inadvertently drawn forth a portion of mysterious essence from within the plaques. Each plaque contained a dense core of enigmatic substance. Could it be that during the skirmishes, these factions were vying to collect and seize each other's metallic plaques? Wang Xian's expression shifted, and he turned to inquire, "Qinghan, what do you think these two plaques resemble?" Zhao Qinghan, gracefully bending by the spring to wash the armor, turned to glance at him and replied, "They resemble keys, akin to an ancient set designed to fit into a series of notches." In an instant, various associations sparked within Wang Xian's mind, and a look of delight graced his features as he murmured to himself, "Is there a hidden chamber that requires mysterious essence for access? If so, I am the key. There is no need to gather the metallic plaques. In the outer regions of the secret domain, could there be a dilapidated inner scene, or perhaps a treasure from within?" Wang Xian was struck by a remarkable conjecture. Was there some extraordinary artifact left behind by the celestial immortals, concealed within an inner treasure? His gaze sparkled with brilliance. He expressed his gratitude to Sister Korn and her alternate account, thanking the leader for their support. It was likely the alias of a close friend, who had cast a series of votes for the leader. Chapter 160. Following from the old earth who could remain unmoved by the extraordinary relics left by the celestial immortals? The elites from the extraordinary planets of Ula, Hala, and Yuhua were willing to fight and compete fiercely, journeying into the depths of the starry cosmos, all in pursuit of these relics to alter their fates. Wang Xian caressed two metallic plaques, examining the intricate patterns upon them, yet he found no hidden secrets. Their true worth lay in the mysterious essences contained within, infused by the formidable beings of the three planets, sparking boundless imagination. Wang Xuan felt a tumult within. The possibility of it involving inner scenes stirred him. He had dealt with them on numerous occasions. What could possibly be contained within these inner realms? He pondered that such an extraordinary artifact must be profoundly complex and certainly not to be overlooked. His anticipation grew. He was determined to discover that location and unlock the black box left by the celestial immortals, which held the potential to rewrite one's destiny. Zhao Qinghan meticulously cleaned all the battle garments and armor, hanging them in the woods to dry under the sunlight, which reflected brilliantly off the armor. Wang Xuan roasted a creature resembling a roe deer for breakfast. In the secret domain, sustenance primarily consisted of meat and berries. Did you discern anything from that set of keys? Zhao Qinghan inquired. Some speculations. Soon we shall search. There should be an extraordinary place in this outer region. And once found, significant opportunities await us, Wang Xuan replied as they conversed over breakfast, deciding to intercept and trail a group of individuals. Zhao Qinghan was astonished. Upon learning certain details, she began to etch a rough map on the ground for his reference. The newcomers had explored the secret domain for years, possessing a somewhat greater understanding of the outer regions, yet it was merely a general outline, lacking precision. This planet was shrouded in mystery, rich in extraordinary energies, and the interference and destruction of various sophisticated instruments posed a considerable headache. It's eating meat, Zhao Qinghan exclaimed, gazing at the large head that had approached. Master Ma, surprisingly silent, had stealthily snatched away the remaining substantial portion of the roe deer, sampling it on the grass before voraciously devouring it all. It seemed he was on the verge of transformation into a demon. Wang Xuan realized that Master Ma was still undergoing a metamorphosis, requiring vast amounts of energy to sprout wings. Thus, it had begun to consume flesh. After finishing, Master Ma licked his lips, appearing unsatisfied, closing his eyes to savor the experience, as if he had opened the door to a new world. The sunlight in the secret domain was ample, and in a short time, the armor had dried completely. Master Ma donned 2 sets of azure alloy armor, while Wang Xuan remained clad in the black and gold battle attire of Ulla. Zhao Qinghan wore the softer black attire of Ulla beneath the azure armor of Hala, providing dual protection. She was already exceptionally beautiful, and now adorned in armor, she exuded a unique charm, her radiance captivating. Wang Xuan found himself momentarily dazzled. Clad in classical armor, she resembled a striking ancient warrior, exuding an air of elegance and valor. The appreciation for beauty is a sentiment shared by all, including steeds. The Grandmaster horse, draped in armor, approached with graceful strides, even turning around as if to showcase itself. Both Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan sensed an enchanting aura emanating from the horse, undoubtedly a being of remarkable essence. Indeed, Wang Xuan praised the creature, adding that a steed of such magnificence would certainly make a statement when ridden. The Grandmaster horse glared at him, wishing to deliver a kick, had it not been for the knowledge of its own limitations. In the outer regions of the dense forest, foreign observers gasped at the sight of Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan. The inhabitants of Euler Star had allied with those from Hala Star, an unexpected union. Some sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing that careful deliberation was necessary. Typically, encounters between members of different factions lead to conflict, as they are destined to be rivals. You are overthinking, one remarked, noting the horse adorned in armor. The people of Hala Star have perished at the hands of those from Euler Star. The woman was truly beautiful, yet regrettably, she had become a captive of the Euler Star. Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan, though few in number, traversed swiftly through the dense woods, noticing that their adversaries hesitated to pursue, recognizing that those capable of vanquishing a squad were not to be trifled with. This spared Wang Xuan considerable trouble and conserved his energy. Initially, he had ventured alone several times, stealthily approaching the foreign individuals to glean insights from their conversations through his mental faculties. All of this was aimed at acquiring valuable information. Eventually, his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, there existed a peculiar location requiring a metallic token to unlock. Such a place truly existed. A sense of certainty blossomed within him, confirming his suspicions. It was either an inner realm or an extraordinary treasure, containing enigmatic objects sealed within, necessitating a myriad of mysterious elements for access. Regrettably, those individuals had failed to mention this unique area. Shortly thereafter, he discovered that a total of 12 metal tokens was required to establish a connection and receive guidance. Wang Xuan believed he could find it without such assistance, as he could sense any area permeated by mysterious elements. Wang Xuan and Zhao Qinghan maneuvered carefully, striving to avoid encounters with individuals from the 3 extraordinary planets, wishing to evade futile combat. Over the next 2 days, they appeared in relatively remote areas, searching for the strange location. With 2 tokens in his possession, he felt no concern about their adversaries discovering their objective prematurely. Zhao Qinghan assessed the terrain and cautioned, "We cannot proceed any further. We are nearing the depths of the dense region, where danger lurks." As the sun set, the vibrant hues of the forest ahead revealed a denser concentration of energy materials than the outside world. Wang Xuan sensed that the further they ventured, the stronger his bodily vitality became. A thought struck him. Could it be that the elderly man from the Zhong family, who fears death above all, took a risk at a critical moment and obtained extraordinary objects in such a region? "Indeed, it is exceedingly perilous," Zhao Qinghan affirmed solemnly. Wang Xuan's expression shifted. The extraordinary artifact discovered by the old man Zhong was undeniably remarkable, possessing the ability to extend one's life. He felt a surge of temptation, having come this far. Should he not investigate further? What peculiar object had the old Zhong unearthed, and were the other financial magnates aware of it? Wang Xuan inquired. "Do not go. It is truly perilous," Zhao Qinghan cautioned him, her beautiful visage serious against the backdrop of the evening glow, fearing that a reckless foray could lead to unforeseen calamities. Wang Xuan nodded, realizing that at his current stage, there was no need for rashness. A steady and methodical approach to his cultivation would suffice for his rise. However, the imminent arrival of the red-clad female demon brought him immense pressure. He yearned to grow stronger. Although Zhao Qinghan was reluctant for him to take risks, she eventually divulged the specifics. There existed a rare treasure known as the Immortal Spring, frequented by formidable creatures seeking to quench their thirst, making it exceedingly dangerous. The fact that the old Zhong had emerged alive was a remarkable feat. Immortal Spring. Wang Xuan was taken aback by the name, instantly associating it with the extraordinary. Zhao Qinghan elaborated. "This is an exaggerated title. Despite the inclusion of Immortal, it pales in comparison to the Immortal grass. According to ancient texts, this was the drinking water of the ancient Immortals, used to brew tea, a spiritual spring. For Immortals, it holds little value, merely a water imbued with spirit. Yet for ordinary people, it can extend life by 50 years. Thus, the old Zhong had rejuvenated considerably. What a splendid treasure. After all, we are not Immortals. For us, this spring is akin to the fountain of life." Wang Xuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. The Immortal Spring could sustain life. Though it did not seem to be a potent elixir for breakthroughs, it was gentle, nurturing the body, healing all wounds, and enhancing potential, a tonic for vitality. Zhao Qinghan remarked, her gaze brightening as she looked deeper into the hidden realm. Who does not desire longevity, to preserve their youth? What woman does not cherish beauty? The Immortal Spring holds an unparalleled allure, capable of extending one's life almost indefinitely. "You have a glimmer in your eyes," Wang Xuan teased her. "Of course, I wish to maintain my youth for a long, long time," Zhao Qinghan candidly admitted, her large eyes shimmering as she gazed toward the depths of the evening-lit hidden realm. Yet, she reiterated that they should not advance further at present. If the old Zhong could drink from the Immortal Spring, so can we. Let us return there for a soak," Wang Xuan declared. Upon hearing this, Master Ma leaned in with eager anticipation. Wang Xuan cast a glance at him, reassuring, "Rest assured, there will be a share for you." Master Ma immediately wagged his tail, displaying a look of delight. Wang Xuan added, "After we've soaked, you can enter the spring to drink or bathe as you please." Master Ma was exasperated by the continuous additions from the two, feeling as though he was being unfairly targeted. Wang Xuan did not act immediately. He intended to locate the extraordinary site and prepare adequately, hoping to allow the white steed to sprout wings shortly and to enhance Zhao Qinghan's strength. Since the hidden realm was abundant in spiritual herbs, he had few rivals at the master level, making it entirely feasible for him to gather some rare treasures. Not long after, they encountered a fortuitous opportunity, discovering a cluster of vibrant crimson herbs known as fire-cloud grass. Prior to entering the dense wilderness, all members of the expedition had undergone rigorous training, as this extraordinary entity was duly recorded in the herbal compendium. Unlike the demon fruit, the new star conglomerate had yet to make contact with it, thus it remained unlisted. Guarding this treasure was a formidable creature, a golden feline stretching over 10 feet in length, nearing the realm of the Grand Master. Suddenly, before Wang Xuan could draw near, he spotted two individuals from New Star at a distance, Zheng Rui and Zhou Yun. Zhao Qinghan was taken aback to find familiar faces. How had they ventured so deep into this secluded area? Zheng Rui stood atop a cliff, gazing into the depths of the wilderness, while Zhou Yun sat on a nearby stone, appearing rather listless. Wang Xuan instinctively sensed something amiss with Zheng Rui. He halted and gestured for Zhao Qinghan to remain silent. Before long, a white peacock soared into view against the backdrop of the evening glow, emanating an overwhelming aura of terror from afar. It was undoubtedly an extraordinarily powerful transcendent being. However, Zheng Rui remained remarkably calm in its presence, betraying no emotion. Something was amiss. Wang Xuan felt a surge of apprehension. It was her, having traversed from the old earth. He was astonished by her increasingly astonishing methods of interference in the mortal realm. As she had even reached this secluded locale, through the lens of his spiritual domain, he observed a shimmering silhouette hovering above Zheng Rui. Then, Wang Xuan's astonishment deepened, for that ethereal figure cast its gaze upon him, offering a slight, enchanting smile.